start in 8 minutes, so please be careful to start finish the lineup. Thank you.
Yorana, good morning. We are back in paradise. Hammering the inside section. He's got the exit.
Yorana e po'i, good morning, Maeva, and welcome to the Motu o Tahiti, the island of Tahiti. We're at the end of the road, Teahupo'o, and the arrivals in anticipation of another day of competition here at stop number 10 of the championship tour. One of the most challenging waves in the entire world, and we're going to look to see if we're going to get competition on the way today. Gabe Medina, he's already won his heat in outstanding form. He's on to the round of 16. We still have the men's elimination round, and we got our women's quarterfinals all set here. It is a little bit of this morning, a little bit of rain, but beautiful day. And Pete, it feels like, I'm Kaipo along with Peter Mel, feels like the surf may have come up.
Yeah, good morning, Kaipo, and good morning, everyone. Yeah, this is a place, you get to the end of the road, one of the places on tour that we get to feel the swell come up. Literally all your senses. You can smell it in the air. You can feel it on your skin, in the on the pillow, on your bed sheets. You can feel the salt air. So this place, you feel it. You know there's swell, and the other sensory, you can hear it. And the rumble is there. So odds are, I think we're going to run a few heats today.
Well, let's find out for sure. We have Laura out in the channel along with Tourism Competitions, Jessie Miley Dyer.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Jesse, we could well and truly hear the swell pick up this morning after 3 days off here at the Tahiti Pro. Day 5 of the holding period, and what is on offer this morning for our viewers out there?
Yeah, we've got some pretty big conditions this morning, actually. It's probably about like a solid 6 foot. We've seen a lot of big kind of chunky barrels already in the morning's free surf. So, yeah, it's going to be a big day for us, and this swell we've kind of been waiting for is here, so it's going to be good.
Absolutely amazing. So what are we starting with? Who are we going to see today out there?
Yeah, so we're starting with men's elimination round, and then we're going into the men's round of 16. They're going to be the regular heats at 35 minutes. There is a bit of, chunk and bump on the face today, which is kind of, allowing some of those bigger throwing sections for sure. So that's what we're going to have. It's going to be a men's day, and it is a big day for us.
And also stakes are high for a few of the surfers today. Can you talk us through that?
Yeah, there's a few things going on. You know, obviously we've been speaking a lot about the WSL Final 5 and trestles. We're looking at locking some seeding today, particularly with Joao Gianca. If he were to lose, Griffin's going to lock that second seed. But then, you know, of course, we've got Olympic provisional qualification coming up. The big heat for that one in the elimination round is going to be Rio Waida. You know, he really needs to make that heat, and there's a couple of guys in that round who'll be watching that heat really closely to see if they would then be, you know, booking their ticket to Paris 2024.
Wow, absolutely amazing. Stakes are high, guys. It's going to be an absolutely incredible day. Thank you, Jesse, and yeah, we'll chat soon. Back to you guys.
Yeah, we will talk you through all of those qualification scenarios, all the clinching scenarios as well, as we look to this men's elimination round. Heat 3 in this men's elimination round was mentioned. Joao Gianca, he's going to be coming up against a dangerous wild card in the way of Kaoli Vaz. The situation in that Heat 3 of the elimination round, if Joao is to make this heat, he will clinch his spot in the Final 5, and we'll see him at lower trestles at the Rip Curl WSL Finals, Peter.
Yeah, big heat for him, right? I mean, considering what he was able to go through last year and get himself back into this position, you would hate to see him after such an amazing season, you know, find his way, like, waiting to see if he gets into the Final 5. He wants to earn it.
It's not going to be a walkthrough for Chumbinho, the Brazilian, because the local boy, Kaoli Vaz, is a weapon out here. Taking a look back at last year, 2022, where the 20-year-old wild card came through in a big way, taking down big names left and right, excellent scores, throwing them away. Barrel riding supreme, on his way to a runner-up finish.
Gotta love it. This guy knows the reef so inside and out, and he can move around on it. And this is what he did in this event here, is he's able to find all these gems. You're only surfing in 30-minute heats, right? So you gotta find the two best waves. And if you roam this reef and you know what they look like, this man knows what it looks like. And so I would say today's conditions are right up his alley. On his forehand once again. We've got some chunky waves, so it's gonna be hard to read the lineup. So Kaoli Vaz is gonna be a tough one.
Take a look at Joao's clinching situation. How does he get to that Final 5? We'll take a look right here. Well, of course, makes it through this elimination round, reaches around the 16. He's got his Final 5 spot, but if he goes down, Peter, there's some options.
There is some options. Dora has to reach the final. Medina does not win Tahiti. Florence does not win. Lots of stuff to unfold, but ultimately that's what Joao's like. Trying not to think about that stuff right now. He's trying to win a heat, but he's got a tough draw against Kaoli.
Yeah, Kaoli will be putting up a fight, and that's the situation that we have out here. We're going to open up this morning with a couple of wild cards going up against a couple of championship tour surfers. We're going to set the first heat talking about wild card. Matahi Jole, the 25-year-old local here, won the trials. He's up against Griffin Colapinto in this opening heat of the elimination round, Peter.
Yeah, and this morning's warm-up, we saw Griffin out there. He was putting his time in, trying to get some runs, get some feeling in the mana of here. Didn't see any warm-ups of Matahi, so it'll be interesting to see how it unfolds here. If Matahi, and it looks like we're going to get rolling already.
Yeah, clock is going, and the heat is on. 35-minute heats. Here we go. Griffin Colapinto searching for a barrel. Is not going to find it on this one. So Griffin with a couple of tries there. No meaningful scores as of yet for Colapinto, the 25-year-old out of San Clemente, California. Number 3 on the CT rankings coming into this event. He's already clinched his spot into the Final 5.
Yeah, and of course that's exactly what he wanted to do before coming to Tahiti, and he's done that, but he doesn't want to lose on a note here. I mean, and again, coming up against Matahi Jole, one of the best out here at Teahupo'o. This is going to be a good, probably one of the hardest seats he'll come up against here in Tahiti.
Jesse Miley Dyer was talking about the seeding scenarios. So Griffin does have the opportunity surfing through this event and being the number 2 seed. He's the number 3 seed at the moment, but being the number 2 seed going into that Rip Curl WSL Finals. We already have number 1 seed sewn up for the men. That's going to be Felipe Toledo.
Yeah, so again, that's another reason why Griffin would love to get through this heat to overtake and get that. That's a big, important seed.
Matahi slides in, slides out. Early barrel for the Tahitian, no problem for Jole. 25 years old, winner of the trials, great surfing lineage, where we look at his older brother Manoa, who made a final here back in 2008.
Yeah, and the thing about what Matahi's going to bring to the table is obviously the fact that he lives and breathes this wave, right? He loves it. He understands it. He doesn't compete on our Challenger Series. He doesn't compete on the QSs necessarily. So literally he focuses directly on this wave solely. And he knows around the world he's an amazing waterman. But the fact that he spends that much time on this reef, you'd have to say like one of the toughest draws, you know, especially in this early elimination round.
Yeah, in these tricky conditions, Peter, I mean, what's the read? How do you find the good ones?
Well, that's, you know, we always wonder what that is. You know, again, I think we were talking about how we saw the best of the best in the first round, the opening round, moving around the reef, you know, taking risk a little bit by moving underneath and moving inside. You know, parking it outside sometimes you just don't see the wave you want. So being able to catch lots of opportunities is probably a good way to go about it.
We'll see if Griffin takes this one. And for more on identifying where the good ones are at, I'm going to go out into the channel to Strider Wazalewski. He's straight there. He can take a look at it. Good morning, Waz.
Morning, Kibes. Good morning, Pete. How you guys doing?
Oh, great. Strides, how's it out there?
Wow, it's big. It's pretty hefty. It's got a lot of jumble in it, though, from that Ma'aramu wind all night last night. So those are those big chops you see kind of rolling through the faces.
Oh, man. And what are you thinking for the best waves? I mean, who was the standout this morning?
Vahina.
You gotta love it.
She got piped. It was a beautiful thing, and it was local knowledge. It was so breaking it down. We got a pretty solid swell in the water from the south-southwest, and with that, you've got these big pushing lines coming through from the winds last night. So those first couple of waves, they got a lot of rib, they've got a lot of wedge, they've got almost like a flappy kind of almost mushy look to them. And those inside ones that come in the white water, the one you saw Matai on, those are the ones that double up, move inside, hit the reef, and they've got a nice long line on them. And those are the ones they're going to find. It's probably a second to third wave of the set, and they're going to be hollower and move in on the inside reef, and those are going to be your money makers.
Hey, Strider, you referenced the Ma'aramu winds last night. For the viewers, can you tell us what exactly those winds are?
So the winds that come out of the more easterly direction are the winds that were favorable for us here. Like almost an east-north wind is east-northeast wind is the best, but those other winds that come out from the south is the Ma'aramu wind, and that is just a wind that blows super strong and straight across the outside of this reef, and there's nothing to block the lump coming from that. So that's why you see that big lump in the water out here. It blows from all the way in the south and comes all the way up and marches across almost like its own little mini swell. So you'll see 3 to 4 foot lumps in the face of the waves.
All right. Thank you, Strider. The rain's coming down. Stay dry out there.
I'm going to be wet all day, baby.
Yeah, and that south wind brings the weather. I mean, that's why we're seeing the rain, too. It stacks it up on the inside of this mountainside here, and so we'll see a little bit of the extra rain. But you know what? It's enough east in it that we're good, right? I mean, as soon as it turns the corner on the reef, it definitely see the offshore breeze there. So there'll be some open barrels today at some point. It's finding those diamonds.
Yeah, well, Matai Drole, he found a 3.83 Pete. He's got the early lead, just in and out of a short barrel, but I think he's being pretty strategic in his approach. Here he goes again, looking for another backup. This thing has nothing on offer, but no harm, no foul. He's on the priority of Griffin Philippines.
I kind of like what he's doing here, and this is exactly what you would do outside of priority. But also the fact that he's actually, I think a mistake was a little bit sitting too much in his first round heat, right? In his opening round heat. So this one, he's taking a little more active approach, looking at inside ones that might have little barrel options. I like what he's doing for Matahi here. A little adjustment.
Yeah. Jolie, gosh, it was epic for those trials to get into this event, and he had to battle through a talented local field. The final in the trials, big numbers. Matahi, a 10-point ride and a 9.6, 19.6 two-wave total to win that final out of a possible 20.
And he did it on his first 2 waves in the first 10 minutes of the heat. Literally went out there. I watched it yesterday just to check it out and watch it. MEO is another talented surfer out here on his backhand. These guys were going head-to-head, but really a 10 and a 9.6 was posted before even MEO had even gotten a solid one yet.
So just to detail that, MEO's Zermac was his competitor in that final. MEO also had a 10-point ride in that final. His backup, however, was only an 8.17. and I say that with sarcasm.
So true. I mean, it's so fun to watch what this new crop of local surfers are doing here on this reef. They've reestablished it. I mean, as something that is, we used to think the unrideable. They're making it rideable. It's incredible.
Yeah, big set rolls through here, and you can see the biggest ones may not always be the best ones.
Yeah, that's that south-southwest, right? It's, the bigger south swells are going to have some waves that'll cap and move into the deep water rather than coming and turning around. You want to have that little west angled element, and being able to move around the reef and see that. It's going to be, with the wind swell into the mix too, it's not going to be super detailed to see it.
Yeah, figuring out the equation here is Griffin Colapinto. He's wisely hanging on to priority. Wasn't fooled by those sets. He's going to stick to his game plan.
Griffin spent enough time here to have good lineups and know what he wants to see and which waves he wants to go on.
Yeah. Matahi under the priority. Foamy one, foamy room, and in and out of the bubble there for Matahi Jolet. So chipping away under priority.
Love it.
Is the Tahitian.
Yeah, and that, I mean, disappeared from view. You know, again, completely barreled. A little bit longer than even his first one. Not as pretty, obviously. Probably inside was pretty, all foamy and green like that. But yeah, a little. He saw it. This one had the bend coming at him. Was going to stay open enough to get him out of there, spit him out. Gotta love it. That's a good backup.
Yeah, surfing a smart heat so far and going to be applying more pressure to Griffin Colapinto. Colapinto, 5th year on this championship tour. This is his, after 3 starts in Tahiti, he's done no better than a 9th place. So Griffin has a barrier that he can overcome at this stop. But it all starts with getting through this particular heat.
Yeah, and you'd have to look at his talent level out here, and you know, he's not. That's not virtue of those scores. I mean, he obviously should be making quarters and semis. He has that much ability.
Here goes Griff. Pig dogging into this one, dragging the body behind the curtain, highline exit, no problem for the San Clemente surfer, and that's going to be the best score of the heat so far.
Right
just
there.
Like that.
Yep, right there. I mean, that's use of priority right there, seeing a little nugget, and that wasn't an easy wave to see. You had to slow down.
Let's go out to Strider for the reaction from the channel. Strider.
So the channel was pretty quiet because it wasn't the Tahitian in the barrel. But let me tell you, for Griff, he's all smiles. He's coming by, and he is psyching right now. That was a nice wave, Griff. Right on, brother. And he was just, yeah, looked over, a little strides. I'm stoked. Anyway, that was a beautiful ride. He executed. You know, it was a really warbly looking wave, but you know, it had that ledge. It looked like it was coming onto the inside of the reef, and we saw that happening. And as he looked at it, he just whipped it and went. I almost thought there was a mistake in it because, you know, the wave before for Matahi was really a nice little frothy one, but Griffin Colapinto, beautiful negotiation. That end section, super tight and hollow. Had to get really low into the board. Really popped through. A lot of technique there coming in, as you would know, Pete, on the backhand.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, and all of it was stuff to that, you know, putting his bum into the wall to slow him down. But the bucking Bronco, I mean, he weaved through that one. So it's technical to be able to do that and to come out the hole at the end with the spit. This could be a good number for him.
Well, the judges will recognize the degree of difficulty and technical tube riding, so we'll be waiting for that score.
Plus, it was a critical wave, right? I mean,
yeah.
That was a full set wave.
Yeah, so we're going to expect the best number so far of the heat. Last wave for Matahi, a 4.83. Waiting for score for Griffin Colapinto. Plenty of time ticking down on the clock. 23 minutes and 50 seconds.
So now Matahi's strategy right now with priority, he's going to move a little further out and go, okay, he would have seen that wave for Griffin and known that it's going to be a solid number. So he's going to have to up his game. This, you know, 3.83, 4.83 probably isn't going to cut it. He's going to have to improve on that. You know, the judges have been here on site from very early, so they've been watching the conditions. They would have watched the free surf and all of that, kind of understanding what the conditions are and what's been, you know, on offer this morning. They'll be using kind of the comparisons to start in this first heat.
Well, let's take a look at the score for Griffin Colapinto. A 6.83, as we suspected. The best wave so far surfed in this heat for Griffin, and we'll take a look at the spread from the judges. A few 7s there, cut down by some 6.5s, throw away the high, the lows, and that's how we end up with that 6.83.
Yeah, a couple point advantage over Matahi's best wave. So advantage definitely to Colapinto. Good use of priority. Didn't get too antsy, waited for the one that was going to give him the opportunity and did not make any mistakes. So good job there for Griffin. That's it. That'll settle the nerves too. I mean, when you start out a heat and you're kind of like feeling like your competitor's putting pressure on you, that's exactly what you want to do to, you know, alleviate the own pressure on your own self, but also throw it back onto your competitor.
Talked a little bit about the wind. We talked a little bit about the waves. For more details, let's ring up Surfline and take a look at our Surfline forecast. Just fresh in here at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, Peter.
Yeah, and this is that storm right there. It's pretty south of us, right? So it kind of gave us a good bit of energy, not huge, but definitely medium size, right, through Tuesday through Thursday. And what it did do is it gave us this first lump, which we're seeing now out of that south-southeast, but the winds obviously being more south than we'd like. We'd like to see it more clock around to the east, but it isn't forecast to do that. It is forecast to lighten up this afternoon, which is always good, but you see the surf is also going to back off slightly. There is a new pulse, though, and when we go into tomorrow, we're going to see another little bump, which is coming from another southerly angle. And with that, right there in the afternoon, we're going to see that side shore wind, though. And that's the one thing that's going to play havoc here. It's going to be a little ragged, and that's part of it. I mean, we move out through into the next phase in our waiting period, not much swell out there. So we got to pretty much make do with what we have.
I like the option, though. Look at Wednesday with the side shore a little bit bigger. Thursday, a little smaller, but offshore winds. So we're going to have some options on the plate to look to complete this. But we got to get through today where we already have 16 heats for your viewing pleasure. 8 of the elimination round, another 8 in the round of 16.
Oh, that was a great shot from that drone, and seeing the west angle of the swell.
And that was also a great shot of Griffin Colapinto taking a look at that one, but just not going wider on the reef, Pete. And you talked about now Matahi with priority. Look how far up the reef he is.
Yeah, and again, that's that southerly angle too. You're able to do that, and almost you can see it too, the vibe of the ocean as that tide's pulling a little bit out, and it moves the whole ocean, really, because we have this very deep channel, right? And even though there's not a large coefficient in what we have here in Tahiti, it's usually around a foot, maybe a foot and a half of tide difference, but it does affect the lineup in a big way because of the amount of water that's moving around the reef, because you have this big reef that moves into a big, intercoastal waterway, really, that moves through the reef and moves out along the channel.
Yeah, there is the channel, the reef pass, Hawaii is the name of this reef pass here. Griffin under priority, nabs this one, and he's going to go to first. He just needs a 1.83 to take the lead off of Matahi Jole, so smart heat surfing by Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this strategy play out over and over again in man-on-man heats, where you're going to see a surfer that doesn't have priority start rolling it in the inside, maybe picking up little numbers. He has to back up that 6.83 with 20 minutes to go. You never know if the ocean goes flat, so yeah, get it done. All I will say, that wave, it shot him a little chandelier. It wasn't really even a chandelier. Yeah, we'll call it a chandelier right there. Just bopped him in the head, and he was able to stay in control and get through it, and basically earned himself a backup number. And this isn't light when this thing lands on your head. It's a lot of water. And it just gave him a little bop, and he was able to hold on, keep that line going. It blinds you as well, because you've got all this wind. You're dropping in. Look at this right here. Boom, right on the head. Somehow keeps it together. And that's amazing, and that's strength. That's just being able to focus when that stuff happens, because it just as easily could have taken him out. Gotta love that angle from the top of the point.
And the world's best make it look easy, and it's far from easy. There's so much push and so much power out there.
Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, again, and that's we're challenging these surfers. This is what the options are right now on the table as far as swell goes. So we're running, and I like it. I think that there's a lot of opportunities for people. You're going to move around. Those sessions when you go surfing where you're constantly, even if you come over the top of a wave, you're always scanning. Where are you going to go next? Where are you going to go next? Those are the type of waves that I love, because you're always engaged the entire time you're in the water.
And Griffin, again, taking a look here. He's going to be behind the peak on this one. Nice travel time, slowed himself down, and a little bit more of a westerly element to that one.
And see how much space there was between Matahi and where Griffin got that wave? That's what's going to happen today. You're going to have room on this reef to be able to roam around.
Griffin actually having a conversation mid-heat with Strider. He's like, what do you think about that one? Pretty good? So another thing about Griffin is surfing a smart heat here, putting it together, but his warm-up wasn't easy this morning, Peter. He had that one trip that nobody wants to take out here, and went all the way past the reef, went over on a wave, went past the reef, and all the way into the lagoon to get picked up.
That is a tour de Chopa.
This is what happened this morning.
First thing this morning, digs the nose, goes over, and then watch this, board and body into the gutter, thrown up in there, and gets whipped all the way into the shorey. Look at this angle too, just down. That's from the top of the point. Oh, and just thrown over.
Good morning.
It's way better than coffee. And that one, and he had to do the trip here. He gets picked up, a little tour de Teahupo'o, which is something that most surfers that come here will have to do that. Hopefully you have a ski to pick you up on the other side.
Yeah, so this is the inside the lagoon. He went all through that entire flat reef, And then you can tell just the recovery after a beating like that, little slow to get on the ski.
Hey, do you think how your morning starts like that? You know, your first turn, you go over the falls, do a tour, you're like, uh-oh, what is this morning going to bring?
And then you can see on the foreground how shallow that reef is that you end up having to basically roll over.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty. I mean, this place is, you know, we touched on it. It's one of the most dangerous but most exciting places on the planet as far as the surfer goes. And, hey, wouldn't have it any other way.
No, it's okay. So last score for Griffin, that wide one, 2.73. So he didn't improve upon his 2-wave total, but he is in the lead. Matahi Jole is hanging on with priority. Can Matahi answer back? He needs a 5.34. We're going to find out. We'll return to more action here at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro.
The day I didn't make the final 5 was super hard.
He wants a chance to surf his home break for a world title. Ooh. Oh no!
Turning the suffering into like power. I use that as my challenge. I think it's my destiny to be a world champion. I think about competing in the final 5 at the lower trestles every day. I start envisioning it and I start crying because I see it so clearly.
Griffin Colapinto manifesting a spot in the final 5. He is there and he is here.
Oh.
Quick decision there by Griff, but not paying off.
Ooh.
Kaipo along with Peter Mel back in the opening heat for the elimination round for the men. Welcome back to the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown.
Well, you know, surfing outside of priority there. You know, Matahi's been waiting it now for a while. What, that's about 7 minutes? So he has not seen something yet, and you can see how far he is up the reef. A lot of local knowledge right there for Matahi.
Yeah, we talked about triangulation that you see on the land and also using the judges tower for lineups that Matahi is using, but there's also a couple of clues in the reef, aren't there?
There is. Little discolorizations, trenches. You know, same thing with most breaks that have this tropical element. You can see those features on the bottom. Got to use that. You know, there's certain cracks that are a little deeper, so you have to stay out of the deeper water. You want to stay on the shallower water, so you understand that. Moving around on the reef, and your lineups change too with swell direction, which is what was happening today. Is that we're seeing this south-southwest element. As the swell starts, we're going to see more of the west element. As it moves and matures, it'll move towards the south. But there's going to be waves coming from all those different directions throughout this swell period.
Yeah, this is not straightforward Teahupo'o. It's a jigsaw puzzle out there, if you would.
Yeah, and
put it together. And
for a reef that is as perfect as this reef, it just showcases what the ocean does, right? It sends you different swell directions and elements, and obviously right now we're dealing with the easterly wind element that chops up the swell, you know, and this pretty raw.
Yeah. For more, I'm just going to go for Insight. Strider Wazalewski in the channel. What do you got for us, Strider?
Just a note on the morning warm-up. You guys were talking about, Griffin and taking a tour over the reef. Well, the GOAT, Kelly Slater, went out here, got a goose egg, said it was so aggressive. There was guys in the lineup, local guys, basically taking all the waves, and it was just kind of like a question mark in his head. He's like, wow, how is this happening? The waves aren't that great. There's all these guys in the water, and then obviously other competitors, Mahina got one of the better waves that we saw all morning, and then, Matahe didn't even paddle out, just chilled, cruised, was on the ski. This is his warm-up right now.
Yeah, well, thanks, Strider. Yeah, Matahi Drole, familiar enough with this wave, probably doesn't need a warm-up. Got a game plan, knows the lineup.
Well, especially a lineup that's going to be so aggressive. You don't want to break a board. You don't want to have, a trip over the reef, obviously, maybe get slammed. On days like this, I would say Matahi probably more often than not will find something else to do in the water than surf Chopo on a day that's, as challenging as this.
We got a brief vision there of Kelly Slater, the winningest surfer out here, 5 wins in Tahiti. He's coming up later today. Here's Matai using priority and misuse of priority right there for the Tahitian wild card. And Griffin Colapinto's going to move into position and look to even extend his lead over the Tahitian. So that was an unfortunate error.
Yeah, it was. And, especially at this point in the heat, he needed to have a wave that was going to match Griffin's solid number. So we'll see what unfolds, obviously. It's a little bit of an error there. And again, Matahi has not surfed a ton of man-on-man heats in his life. He really hasn't. He's just, competitively, he's a free surfer and understands and wants to just get barreled.
Yeah, well, one thing playing the game, Pete, is that you can't make mistakes like that when you have a surfer, only 25 years old, but I consider Griffin Colapinto a veteran of the game and has such a high heat IQ. You hand over the lead and priority, that's heat control to Griffin Colapinto at the 10.5-minute mark.
Yeah, you're right. Exactly. High heat IQ, but also a ton of experience and works very, very hard at what he does. He puts himself out here. He knows if there's any weak links, he's working on it, make it better.
Konogarashi, he's going to be coming up against Rio Waida in the heat number 2 of this elimination round, and Olympic qualification scenarios leading on that heat is going to be Rio against the world. We're going to get into the details of that heat when we start, but it will be another exciting heat with some consequences already in this elimination round.
Gotta love it. I mean, all sorts of stuff happening here in the last event of the season. All those qualification scenarios are huge. Rankings, seedings.
Of course, when we talk about qualification, to provisionally qualify for the 2024 Olympics, as the World Surf League is a Tier 1 qualifier for those Olympics. Colapinto uses priority, and he's going to hand it back to Matahi Drole. So,
well,
a volley of priority right now, so opportunity now to the Tahitian.
Was Matahi using a little tactics there? It kind of looked like it, right? I mean, he sold it to Griffin. Griffin went for it, and so it's exactly what Matahi, and that experience right there, that shows that he knows what's going on, right? He's paying attention. He knows he's going to sell a little wave, and that's what he's done to Griffin, so that was a mistake. But not by Matahi. He sold that wave to Griffin.
Strider, what did you see?
You know what? It was a lemon. He sold it to him. He's like, here's the keys, bro. And all you do was paddle for it. You can identify that the wave was kind of over to the side and into the channel. I mean, it had a little bit of a line on it, but nothing of consequence. And wow, that was a big mistake for Griffin. I think just, sitting in a great position, didn't want to give up that, but was sold. And let me tell you, it was a bad go for Griffin right there. Now, Matahi out the back, he's dangerous.
Yeah, with priority, and only needs a 5.3 Strider, and yeah, thanks. We were just talking about how the heat IQ, but when you're in this moments, right, you just make decisions. It's sometimes tough.
Matahi up on the point there with that priority. 5.34 is the need for the Tahitian, and Griffin Colapinto realizing the error. Still has the lead. He's still able to increase his scoreline. Now he just has to take a different approach, Peter, and surf underneath that priority. Take the insiders, maybe take some wider ones. What do you think Griffin needs to do?
Yeah, that's exactly what he's going to have to do. I mean, and not beat himself up for making that call. I mean, I would know that when he was paddling into that wave, as soon as he was like, getting over the corner, he would have realized, oops, this is probably not the right call. But once you're committed, there's nothing you're still going to lose priority. Maybe hopes he's going to get a score out of it. You know, he's carrying a 3.33, so ultimately every incremental number he adds to that second wave, you know, applies pressure. It's just unfortunate that wave didn't do it for him.
Bit of a calming trend right now. You can see outside wind blowing really hard, but inside here there's been periods of the wind going slack for just a moment, cleaning up on the face. Flotilla out in the channel, a channel that drops off abruptly from a very shallow, like say about 3 foot of water on the inside there to a couple of 100 feet deep in that channel. Matahi Jole taking a look at this one, and with that paddle he may lose priority. Sure does. So priority back to Griffin Colapinto. Heat control back to Griffin Colapinto, priority and the lead.
Yeah, that's interesting. We see that that's been happening, passing it back and forth. And that's, I think, due to the nature of the lineup, right? Also, it's not like it's really clear. You know, you're looking at a wave, all of a sudden there's a pop is up. You're like, oh, is this one? Is this one? And you know, indecision coming with that. So a raw lineup, and you know, the best in the world here on this reef, going at it and seeing a couple errors here. That just goes to show how difficult it is.
Yeah, it's not, we talked about the jigsaw puzzle at the beginning of this heat. It's not an easy one to solve here, day 2 of competition. Spacing between the surfers and preparation in the channel, with Glenn Micro Hall having a word with Rio Waida. Waida coming up against Kanoa Igarashi in heat 2 this morning.
How fun has it been to watch Rio?
Colapinto hands over priority, goes back and forth. So both surfers really struggling to find quality waves, to tell you the truth, in the last 20 minutes of this 35-minute heat.
And there hasn't been a lot of quality waves, or else these guys would have been on them, right? So it's now trying to manufacture numbers in the last 8 minutes of a heat. You're like looking at opportunities to just better a score. But I was mentioning about Rio and how fun he's been able to watch. I mean, every venue that we go to is basically kind of new to him, right, for the most part. And just watching him and what he's been able to do and how good he's been surfing through it all, you know, making the cut, and now having an opportunity here in Chopes to blow our minds.
Griffin takes that one on the head. Let's see how far he gets dragged back. You can see on the channel. And this is one of the best paddler duck divers in the world, and that just shows you how even at this side, a 4-foot wave on the head is going to take you out. Let's take a look at the sell here by Matahi Jole. Earlier in this heat, he says, go Griff. Griff goes on this one, like Strider said, handing him the keys to a lemon.
Oh, man. I mean, maybe on the forehand, though, he jumps up into that thing. No, it was pretty much a shutdown. It was a stretch out. When you're looking into it like that, it almost looks more makeable. And we saw it on the front angle. It was literally just a big shutdown closeout from the west.
Clock coming into play now with 4 minutes remaining. Matahi Jole just needing a mid-range score of 5.34 is what the Tahitian needs to upset Griffin Colapinto here at his home break.
Yeah, this is, again, going down to the last 4 minutes of a heat. You only need a 5.34, and priority is so important at this point. Right now, Matahi's going, okay, what does he have for a wave chant to bring a wave and go, hey, just give me an opportunity, just give me an opportunity.
Connection between this wave and Matahi, do you think that plays in any role right now?
You would think so, right? I mean, you think about his older brother and what he's been able to do out here, passing the baton to a younger brother who has just taken it and pretty much exceeded and gone up a level in him regard. Matahi is a goofy footer compared to his brother being a regular footer, but I will say that on the forehand, Matahi is unbelievable.
Yeah, older brother Manoa Jole. Here we go, heat recap. Griffin Colapinto waited for a while, then got this 6.83.
Yeah, the bucking Bronco gets the best number of the heat, but just by barely a margin, because he's carrying just a low score of a 3.33.
Matahi made quick work, found the foamy one here. 4.83. Colapinto's back up. A 3.33.
Yeah, and you can see, even though he disappeared from view right there, the judges didn't like say, hey, he wasn't deep in the barrel, because mostly it was just foam that he went through. But he's earned himself, 3.33, which actually could be a pretty good number today. We'll see how it unfolds throughout the day, but there could be times where that backup number like that could show up in your scoreline.
You talked about Manoa Drole, Matahi's older brother, making that final in 2008, Manoa, with Bruno Santos, who won the event. The interesting thing about that year, 2008, here in Tahiti, is both of those surfers were wild cards, and the wild cards went all the way to the final.
Yeah, you'd say that this is one of the spots
that happens,
we
right?
have, yeah, where we have, you know, the wild cards come in here. They're specialists of this wave, and it plays a big role. It really does. I mean, that's why this is such a tough draw for Griffin here in elimination round. These wild cards, top seeds have to face them.
Under 2 minutes for Matahi, holding position way up on the reef compared to Griffin Colapinto.
It's like the goofy footers line up. You know, they get a little extra speed. They can come from a little deeper.
Yeah, and I feel also, as a goofy foot, a lot of times you're not able to slow down as easily as a backhander that can drop and kind of do the Kelly Slater and slide into these things, use his body to stall. So he has to be a little bit deeper just so he can get behind it as he speeds through the barrel, but he needs a wave. Just 1 minute, 15 seconds. Maybe an opportunity here, but it is looking a bit jumbled. Well, you go out sitting, and that's going to be unfortunate if there's no opportunity for Matahi.
1 minute, 15 minutes, 3 minutes.
Like we may even see up the top of the reef come into play. Our warm-ups we had the other day with that south angle, that part of the reef was something to look at.
We talked about Plan B. I think we talked about with Kanoa and Leo being able to go up there, but really can't get a big score way up on the reef there. This one is ugly and out, and we're down to 20 seconds, so it's the next wave or nothing for Matahi Drole. And you can see in the paddle, giving it a chance here. Ducks under, does his best. Wave a bit lackluster, and the look down, the body language, everything about it is that's not going to be the 5.34 that Matahi needs.
Wow, Griffin got through that one, and it came down to that one 6.83, being able to have priority in that moment. Good job to Griffin to make it happen.
Numbers there, Griffin Colapinto on to the round of 16. Matahi Drole eliminated from competition. Big heat coming up. When we return, Kanoa Garashi versus Rio Waida.
For the previous stage, the last whatever blue was 1.6, not enough. So congratulations to Rip Curl WSL Finals. I'm taking the third round. Voilà, voilà, c'est bien se terminer. C'est le premier meeting de la WSL qui a été qualifié pour le tour suivant. On vient à l'instant de démarrer la deuxième round de la en rouge. Celui de 35 minutes aussi. Just mind you guys, 35 minutes, no restart.
To be there at the Olympics and be surfing and be competing was, for me, it was a big goal.
It's really hard to explain the kind of pressure that I felt.
I was the first
American to qualify for the Olympics.
Now that it's over, it was so positive. My grandma crying and my parents like hugging each other. And
looking back, I was really proud of myself.
I felt like really accomplished by doing that.
Those are all moments and experiences that I'll cherish for the rest of my life.
I wouldn't want to hurt myself before the Olympics this time around.
Big implications in the second heat of the day. Kanoa Igarashi up against Rio Waida. And when we talk about those implications, we'll get into that. But Kanoa Igarashi can definitely sew up a spot in the Olympics with a win here over Rio Waida. Waida got this first wave to start off the heat, and a misfire for the Indonesian rookie, 23-year-old Rio Waida. He's going to need to do much better in this heat than his opening round heat, where Waida scored a two-wave total of a 0.97.
Yeah, that was a rough one, you know, and he's almost gotten there already. You know, and I would say that he'll be learning from his mistakes. He's been one of those surfers in my mind who is showcased as a young rookie on tour to be able to adapt to the conditions that have been given to him. He's been surfing amazing throughout this season. And, you know, Kanoa has been able to turn it around recently as well.
Kanoa Igarashi, 25 years old, Huntington Beach, California, 7th season on the championship tour. He's got good feelings about this break in where he made the quarterfinals last year, and with that performance here in Tahiti, earned him a spot in the Final 5 and the Rip Curl WSL Finals in 2022.
Yeah, remember how fun that race was to call. You know, we had Griffin and Kanoa going back and forth, surfing, you know, against each other really in different heats. And to see that Kanoa was able to do it and get a 9-point ride to get the win through, it's amazing.
We talked about qualification season, and this is what's going down in this heat. If Kanoa is to win this heat, take a look there. Kanoa will be representing Japan, provisionally qualifying for the 2024 Olympic. He will pull with him both Matthew McGillivray and Jordy Smith in those provisional qualification spots. Team South Africa will be all set for those Olympics, Peter, and it all hinges on Kanoa winning this heat.
Wow, and you know, Rio would obviously feel like, I mean, it's not out for him, but like he's right there in contention as well, obviously wanting to earn his spot.
Again, a Tier 1 qualification with the World Surf League. We qualify 10 men, 8 women for the 2024 Olympics, and Griffin Colapinto feeling good, talking to his supporter, Tommy Whitaker, after his win this morning, first heat of the day. Griffin took it out.
Yeah, that was a good hour of his life right there. Was, you know, probably a little ups and downs. Talk about the roller coasters of competition. He had it this morning, a little tour through the reef this morning early, and then very dicey heat right there, but gets the win. So congratulations to him.
Igarashi. I'm sorry, this is Rio Waida under Kanoa's priority. So that's going to be a better score for Rio. Rio being sneaky under the priority of Kanoa Igarashi. Igarashi just sitting out the black in the red jersey, holding on to that priority.
So Rio forces his way through that barrel. Not going to be a gigantic number as we watch again. So inside on the reef, the inside ledge. You see that technique where he's leaning forward, and especially in that situation where you know you're behind in the section, it's always good to lean forward. It'll help you to keep that momentum going down into the channel. See how small he gets, goes over the foam ball. Didn't have the cleanest of exits. He would have loved to have that thing stay way more open, but a pretty technical barrel ride, especially since how deep he was. You know, he's disappeared from view from the judges on that straight on angle, goes over the foam ball. It's just right there at clamshells, and that's unfortunate because if you want to have it be nice and open, the score will be elevated because of that. Otherwise, though, pretty good darn backup for Rio.
Kanoa no doubt watched the heat this morning where he realized and saw the strategy by Griffin Colapinto, holding on to priority, letting your opponent surf under that priority, get some smaller scores. Kanoa, though, looking like he's really patient. It looks like he's going to take a page out of Griffin's strategy and holding on to that priority, waiting for, you know, a good size set wave. Conditions continue to change out there, and with that, I'm going to go to the channel with Strider Wazalewski.
Yeah, Kipes, I really feel like we're going to get a little cleanup here on aisle 1. I got the wind has clocked around a little more east, which has really helped out with the surface of the water. Don't get me wrong, still a lot of jumble and lump out the back, and we're dealing with a lot of lump in the channel even still, but on the faces out here, they look like they're a lot cleaner, so I think we're going to be having better and better quality waves as the day goes on.
Oh, great. As we take a look at our Oakberry surf conditions for today, and our swell size, about 6 to 8 feet today on the faces. Pulling up those Oakberry surf conditions, and the wind direction and speed, Pete.
Yep, southeast, which is what we've seen. We want to see it more east-southeast. That would be great, and it would be nice to dial that back a few. Let's go under 10 knots. We'd be very happy. It is supposed to do that through the day. We're going to see ebbs and flows. That's what we see here generally in these types of conditions. We see it, it'll clean up, and then all of a sudden it'll get a little wild again. But ultimately, you want to be able to have that heat that's going to have that half hour of just pumping surf. We're going to see those tides move in and out as well. That'll help either with consistency or inconsistencies at times. So being able to understand all of that is, the magic, and moving around. Identifying, backup numbers really is what it comes down to, right? Because you know what the good ones are going to look like, but being able to find backup numbers and manufacture scores will be key.
It's like a calm morning in the channel there, and you can see Tahitian Water Patrol in the orange jerseys on the Red Bull jet skis with a keen eye. They're also doing a little bit of shuttling as well, but really important for that Water Patrol, Tahitian Water Patrol, some of the best in the world.
And think about that. I mean, you've got to be able to control all these boats, and the boys do a great job of putting a big line of rope so everyone has their space out there. They're all tied to one line so they don't end up bumping into each other. There's actually a second line where they see a lot of the skis, competitor skis, are set up just to the right of the screen, but that line right there is a big buoy line, and you don't go on across it. You're in the deep water and safe, and you see everyone's kind of anchored up in a big strong line. Our camera boats are the two to the left that are giving you those beautiful angles.
And we talked about before, Peter, like how radical that wall is, that ocean wall created by this big pass on where it's, I don't know, 4 feet deep, and then right off the edge of that, 200 feet.
Yeah, it does. It goes in, and it's very abrupt, the wall. You talked about a wall. Most spots will have this nice gradual, level to shallow water. Not here, and that's what makes this wave so challenging. Is it's hard to see because the deeper the water, the harder to see the swells coming in, and then the abruptness. And you literally have the ocean fold on itself, and there's not a lot of places in the world that it's set up like this. Very, very special place on Earth.
And even on the small days, Pete, because the difference in the depth here, you can feel the pull, right? You can feel the ocean kind of pulling you one way or the other depending upon the tide when you're sitting on the reef. Kanoa, was that a paddle? I proposed that to our priority judge, and he says yes, it was. Kanoa loses priority, so big priority error for Kanoa Igarashi.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Again, I think that's due to these jumble conditions. You look at it, you're like, okay, is this one? All of a sudden realize at the last second it wasn't, and you pull back. But unfortunately, you make that dig. You concerted effort right here. Dig,
One,
dig.
Two, look. Oh. I mean, those were paddles.
That's right.
And it's not like a wave, even at this size, Pete, it's not like a wave you just want to huck yourself over the edge just for nothing either, right?
No, absolutely not. Not when you're looking down at 3 feet of depth of water and that reef staring at you. It is crazy how intense this wave is when you're looking down the face. And when you're trying to, you don't want to climb over. You mentioned climbing over the ledge. You want to be underneath the ledge. We touch on it all the time. And the best of the best here are literally paddling at the bottom of the wave to catch it.
So we start with 35-minute heats. The first 10 minutes of this heat has just been real Waida wave hunting. Been out there catching wave after wave, applying pressure. You can tell, look, 4 waves ridden by Rio, 0 by Kanoa Igarashi. No big scores, however, for Rio, just a 3.33, but that's enough to give Igarashi some pressure right now, especially with Rio holding priority.
Yeah, Kanoa would be just breathing it out, and again, eyes on a swivel, moving up and down the reef. You don't want to park it too much. You want to kind of roam a little bit. Understanding that the current you can see is that ever so slight, probably 2-knot current, 1-knot current pulling up the reef.
It's pulling you up the reef, yeah. That's what I noticed the other day. It's just
And you wouldn't notice it actually sitting in the lineup unless you're looking at your lineups, you know, and seeing that you're drifting.
All right, well, strategy change for Kanoa. Under priority is just going to have to go to turns here. A couple of hooking backhand turns for Igarashi. Just wants to get a number on the board under priority.
It'll be an interesting one, considering that you saw Rio's barrel, and this will be in comparison to what turns are. You know, are we going to look at turns? You know, the first opening day felt like turns didn't score much. We'll see where this goes in relation to Ryo Aida, but it's all about the barrel. Even on a sloppy day like this, ultimately you're going to want to get tubed. You want to have back, you know, those technical tube rides are really what's going to be the numbers. As you watch, he does attack the lip there, glides over the top, adjustment off the bottom turn, a little carve in the face.
Now that may be, you know, maybe a 2.5, 3-point ride in other breaks, but with the criteria here leaning on the barrel, this is just a 1.5 for Kanoa Igarashi.
And so they're keeping that same vibe. That's for sure what the judges are showcasing there by that score. Turns aren't necessarily going to do it. You got to find the thick. I mean, and again, critical sections is really what it comes down to, right? I mean, that top to bottom hollow sections are what's going to score. If you do turns on that style of wave, you'll get numbers.
I feel the first day the judges showed us, it's going to be a real struggle to get above a 5-point ride on turns.
Watching this one up on the point, a little quick eject there for Kanoa.
Yeah, just a leash test for Kanoa Igarashi.
But there he's moving in on the inside ledge of the reef, right? And there is going to be some hollow sections in there. You know, maybe not the major set waves, but again, critical sections. So if you can find a hollow one in there, in that zone, that's the shallowest part of the reef.
I mean, we saw, and I feel the swell is a bit more jumbled than the other day when we were out there, Pete, but way up on the reef, there's a slab. There's a south slab that if you really needed to do it, I feel you could get up there. I mean, it wouldn't be the time right now at 21 minutes.
I'm trying to think of, you know, any moment that I've called heats here and seen anybody get a score up there. I've seen people paddle up there for sure.
Yeah.
But I haven't really seen a score yet.
Ryo Aida, and Ryo coming into form right now, so finds another barrel. He's going to get rid of the fractional score he has in his 2-wave score line and apply more pressure to Igarashi. Igarashi now with priority at the 21-minute mark.
That was cool. That's what I'm talking about. Being able to manufacture scores on waves that not necessarily going to be guaranteed perfect ones, but he slid in there, disappeared, and you made it technical because that wasn't an easy barrel to ride. It starts off small, and he knows it's going to grow a little bit, and so he stalls and holds in the wall, just like you want to do to maximize barrel time. But look how small it is at first, and then it just opens up right there. Identifying that pre-taking off and understanding that that was like, oh, this could have an opportunity. You see the little wedge, and he's got to pull in tight, does that. And so this is technical barrel riding. I mean, literally in challenging conditions like this, that was awesome to be able to line that one up. There was only one moment that wave barreled right there, quickly in it, and he maximized the moment there, and then this wave, no more hollow sections after that.
As we wait for that score for Ryo Aida, let's hear from our heat winner in the first heat of the day, Griffin Colapinto.
Yes, guys, out here with Griff. Griff, a big morning for you. Today was always going to be the anticipated day on the forecast. This Tuesday we were looking at 3 days off. Out here this morning, first heat, little tower tour for you, and yeah, how'd you approach it?
Oh, just pretty much woke up at 4:30 this morning, got ready, staying with Katie Simmers this event, Tommy Witz. So yeah, it's fun to be. We have a little crew, but this morning we got up super early, and like we're pretty much jet skiing over in the dark, and it's raining, couldn't see anything, almost hitting poles and reef, and almost dying on the way out. And then yeah, I got out here and got lagoon straight away, pretty much like twice in a row, and I was just like, wow, this is just what's going on here, and just had to kind of flip it on its head and go, oh, well, maybe I'm saving the mojo for the heat, and I think that little mindset might have helped me out.
Amazing. Coming up against Matahi, obviously the local out here, you know, what did you know you had to do to try to beat him?
Oh, I was definitely super nervous because he knows this reef inside and out, and I only end up coming here usually for the contest, so once a year. And yeah, I was just kind of, I had low expectations for myself, really. I was just like, well, I'll just try and pick off the best waves of what I know, and I felt like he was probably going to, you know, get some good like underneath ones or something, but I ended up finding the best wave, and yeah, that wave was funny too, because I almost fell when I was in the barrel. I don't think you guys could see, but I got like super high in the barrel after I did my stall. I got super high, and I had like this flashback to my heat last year when the heat I needed to make the final 5, I was coming out of the barrel and I pretty much did the same thing. I got too high and fell. And I had that exact same flashback, but this time I like made it. And I was like, oh, it felt so good. And yeah, so I'm stoked.
I was actually just going to ask you about that. You know, very different scenarios coming here for you this year. It must feel so different, but at the same time, you want to prove yourself and get past that 9th place here in Tahiti.
Oh, for sure. I definitely had a lot of thoughts about all the rankings and stuff. And I think, yeah, I passed Ethan just because he got hurt. And then so I just automatically went to 2nd. And then, yeah, obviously Philippe's got 1st already clinched. So I just want to secure that 2nd spot and prove myself, too, that, you know, that I can do it in all the waves around the world. And I put so much effort into barrel waves, and I don't know what's happened over the years, but I still haven't really gotten a good result in like a barrel type of wave, like Piper here. And I feel like I've put so much into it, so I'm just like waiting for it to pay off eventually. But you know, everyone's got their own timing, so I just got to trust the universe.
Amazing, Griff. We'll see you to the round of 16. Yeah, good luck.
All right, thank you.
All right, yeah, Griffin can get into that number 2 seed if he makes the semis in this event, but it also matters on the finishing of Joao Chombinho. So still up in the air when we talk about the seeding into the Rip Curl WSL Finals. A lot of waves happened during that interview. This was a 6-point ride and the comeback for Kanoa Igarashi, Pete.
Yeah, added an extra half pint over Rio Waida's, and look at that, the little pump. That was a subtle little movement that gave him the extra speed to get through that barrel coming from deep. Also saw Rio, this nice comparison, a little different. He stalls himself, a little more intense wave for Kanoa Igarashi as well. But love the fact that they're into a little tube duel here.
This was a 4.57 for Rio Waida. This keeps Waida in the lead. Kanoa Igarashi with priority just needs a little over a 4-point ride at the moment. 16 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock.
Just reflecting on what Griffin said in his heat interview, talking about how he knows that he hasn't had bigger results in places that are barreling waves, and he's super capable there. And it's funny how he's like, hey, you know, I'm just waiting for it to kind of happen. Everyone has their own timing, which is exactly, it's truth. That's the absolute truth. He is very capable in waves like Pipeline and this place right here, and he has yet to really crack into the quarterfinals. Obviously, he wants to see that happen. It's probably quicker than, you know, than you would want, but maybe it's this event. I mean, that was a big heat right there.
Yep, 15:35 on the clock, and we're going to step away for just a moment. We'll be back with the conclusion of this heat. Oh, heat number 3, elimination round. Kaoli Voss, he's getting ready. We'll be back after this.
Every time I come here, it's like the most beautiful place you could think of, and got this crazy wave out the front, and I love just coming back here every time.
There's also this special energy that we call the mana here. There's this really good energy that's around the people, on the boats, like in the channel.
It's the wave that I spend the most time at. It's such a unique wave. I think it's the best wave in the world.
yeah, you have to come and see it for yourself.
SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. Men's elimination round. Heat number 2 out in the water. Kanoa Igarashi up against Ryo Waida. Waida in the lead. Igarashi with priority. Igarashi needing a 4.07 to take the lead. I'm Kaipo along with Peter Mel. Peter.
Kaipo. What's up, Rob?
I was hoping you were going to take it away right there with a quick Peter Q, but we're going to take a look at what we have set up here. I'm going to try with Strider. Strider.
Maybe he'll tell us a story.
I'll tell you a story.
Right
a little
on.
story from this morning. Well, I got caught up with Glenn Micro Hall. He's coaching out here for Ryo Waida, and he just said, look, there's no real, like, don't look at priority. Look at waves. See what's going on with the water. If the wave has any pull at all, try and jout in there and grab it. So it was just repetition, getting on waves, getting the flow, finding waves that have draw off the reef, just like you guys were talking about earlier. And that's the game plan. So obviously priority heat strategy will come into play towards the end, but really just looking for waves, not looking at your competitor, and focusing on the ones with the draw.
Yeah, and the draw, right? The draw is the one's going to be the hollow ones.
Yeah, you can feel them pulling off the reef, and it's interesting, you know, there's a specific feel to that when it happens, and you can just feel the whole ocean. It's like the mana almost coming right through you and pulling you across. Oh, okay, we got to wait.
Ah, the black ones, right? Oh, the black ones.
That was just the
Strider,
sound
okay?
of a water mic underwater. He's just in the corner. He's fine. He's
there you are.
We're good.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're close
Be
to the
careful.
boat. We're gonna
Be
wait
careful.
a boat engine right there.
Gotta love it. Love Strider in the water. Best thing ever.
11:30 on the clock, and Kanoa still, we're talking about that heat strategy and identifying the keeper scores. Doesn't need a big score, Peter, but cannot make a priority error at this time in the heat.
No, he wouldn't. I mean, we saw it happen a couple times in that last one, though. Right in the last 5 minutes, it did ping pong back and forth in heat number 1 between Griffin and Matahi. But what a battle, really. I mean, it is now back up to that backup score from Ryo, who was able to find the 4.57 to add to the 5.5, and it's made it, 4.07 is not an easy wave, right, to find. It sounds low, but ultimately it's a pretty clean barrel with an exit on a set wave.
Well, the story that we've seen in this heat is that when Kanoa went to turns, he only got a 1.5, so he's not going to have the option of turning his way to a 4.7 likely. Joao Chianca with an important heat coming up next against Kaoli Vas. In this situation for Chianca, really simple one. Wins this heat, we'll see him at Trestles. He will clinch his spot in that final 5.
Well, still great odds to get there for sure, but ultimately earning it is always a good feeling. He knows that. Thinking about this place and what this man has done in hollow waves, that's right. We love it. Can't wait for you to serve your next heat here. Joao's he's been a showstopper. He's really good in barrels. He understands moving around in a reef lineup like this and finding opportunities. Against obviously a very tough draw in Kaoli Vas, but definitely skills for Joao.
Wedge here coming through for Ryo, takes a look at that, then the rib prevents him from getting into there. Kanoa Igarashi wisely holding on to priority. Plenty of time on the clock for Igarashi.
Yeah, but need a number, right? So there's stress that's coming with that priority. Has to make a good decision. I mean, again, it's pretty clear when it's a good wave, but when you start feeling that clock, all of a sudden the wave changes in regards to what the quality looks like, right? You're almost like, okay, can I manufacture the number out of here? You want to obviously come over the top of a wave and just go, oh, there it is. Right, but today it is going to be a challenge for that reason.
Let's take a look at our WSL Final 5 snapshot. We can see clinched. Number 1 seed, Felipe Toledo. He's going to be the man to beat again. Griffin Colapinto, we will see him at lower trestles. Ethan Ewing, we're hoping him a speedy recovery, and we hope to see Ethan at lower trestles. And Connor O'Leary is out of the mathematical equation to get into that. Joao Chianca takes a win in this upcoming heat. He's going to be in that final 5 slot, and then it's going to be a battle between Yago Dora, Gabe Medina, John Florence, Jack Robinson for that remaining spot. If Joao is able to be victorious in the next heat.
And we've got elimination round. We're going to have the 8 heats then. We're going to have the round of 16, and all of those implications are going to unfold for us today. So big day today. I would say that we had a little bit of a hold for, 30 minutes or something, right? And now we're going to go all the way through both rounds, most likely. So let's get it on. Let's hope that the winds cooperate. See if the swell holds. Maybe get a couple more bigger set waves. An exciting day.
Yeah, with 35-minute heats, likely we're going to run till sunset here in Tahiti.
Yeah, settle in, everyone.
Well, Kanoa Igarashi's settled in because he's been sitting on priority for quite a while now. Still needs that 4.07. But the calmness that I've seen from Kanoa is ever present. I don't see Kanoa as a surfer that just gets emotionally involved and makes mistakes. He's been super, in everything I've seen him, super calm.
I would agree. 100% I would agree with you.
And mind you, Kanoa's coming from a semifinal finish at the U.S. Open at his home break, south side of Huntington Pier, where he surfed every day, 7 days of competition for the Challenger Series. Just did a show it up as, as a former champ there. And in addition to that, Kanoa did 2 beach cleanups and 1 oyster restoration for WSL One Ocean. I mean, the guy, he's everywhere.
Does it all.
Does it all.
Yeah, and I back on the fact that he doesn't really show his stress in stressful situations. Yeah, he always keeps a very cool head on his shoulders, and puts down 100% effort. Doesn't let that stress affect his performance. And you think about too, Kanoa Igarashi, I would say that his results at Pipeline and at Teahupo'o right here are good.
Yeah.
You looked at it, and it's not the most comfortable place for him. Those are waves that he's had to work on to get good at, and he's done that in a big way. So you got to commend everything he's been able to do. Very well rounded. This season was tough for him in the beginning stages, and he has turned it around. He's gotten himself, back into that top 15 talk. He can do well here and get himself up. The seeding will help. So very, very confident is Kanoa Igarashi.
Rio just up and out. Another interesting thing about this matchup is both surfers, Rio and Kanoa, both going to the same board manufacturer for their equipment, both on Sharp Eye surfboards.
Yep. And Sharp Eye is under the feet of all of their team riders, even in conditions just like this. You'll see some surfers, they'll change. At Pipeline, for example, in Hawaii, you'll see Hawaiian shapers come into the mix.
See the 50 on the back of Kanoa Igarashi's jersey? He's got a model with Sharp Eye surfboard called the Storm. The 50 on the back of Kanoa's jersey is in reference to his last name Igarashi, which means 50 storms in Japanese.
Nice. So the Storms model.
It all ties in.
Very nicely. Yeah.
Rio Waida, he's got number 45 on the back of his jersey. 1945 was the year that Indonesia claimed their independence, and so the first Indonesian to make the championship tour, a nod to that independent nation of Indonesia with that 45 on the back of his jersey.
Right now, with the 5-minute warning, he's got the lead over Kanoa Igarashi, and you see why he's put himself a little deeper on the reef, strategically putting himself in a position to force Kanoa to go, but maybe find an opportunity, closer to the point there. We've seen waves come in that zone.
Well, 4.5 minutes. What's the chance of a quality wave coming through here for Kanoa Igarashi?
Yeah, anyone knows, right? I wish I could tell you. That would be the age-old question. Odds are, yeah, good. There's still some time, 4.5 minutes. You'd feel like there's going to be an opportunity, but is it a number of the 4.07? I think that's really the call.
And you can see the sectiony nature of the waves with that last up and out by Rio Waida. Lines formulating here, though, marching up the reef. Are they going to come together? Getting one of those things for Kanoa Igarashi.
That was so inside on the ledge. Sometimes you'll see waves, they'll slide up right into the shallow waters and give just like that there, but being able to identify them.
What do you think about Kanoa's positioning right now, Peter?
Feels all right. I mean, sometimes you feel like, could you get caught in between, say, the West Peak sets and the point, and sometimes that could play in, but look at this.
Under the ledge, Rio Aida, draining barrel here, spit, and he gets caught up in there. However, incomplete. So Kanoa now just still waiting to strike back. Our heat recap here. Rio Aida, he got busy from the start, and it's been paying off.
Yeah, that was a pretty technical barrel that he was able to get that one on 5.5. Looking at it from deep, identified it.
Best wave of the heat here, 6-point ride.
Yeah, Kanoa, and I love that he did that little wiggle up into the pit. That helped him a lot. It actually squirted water out of the concave of the tail of the board, gave him that extra boost. So he has the highest number of the heat, but Rio has the better backup, and that's why he has the lead. So at 3 minutes to go, under 3 minutes to go, you'd start to say that there's some stress there, but Kanoa doesn't always show it.
The contrast in the approach, 10 waves ridden by Rio Aida, only 3 waves ridden by Kanoa Igarashi, who's been sitting with priority for a long time, seeking that 4.07. He's got 2.5 minutes to find a quality wave and get that score.
You can see looking where he is in the lineup. You can look over to your right and use the mountains as kind of a zone. Use the boats, actually, in regards to how far out you are. That's always helpful.
Yeah, there's some of your lined up indicators right there.
Use that tower and a piece of the mountain in the back. You can triangulate there and find yourself how far up the reef or down the reef you are. All of those things play a big role in positioning the lineup.
Looks like Rio's going to take off an insider here. No, decides not to go. Now it's a 2-minute warning for Kanoa Igarashi.
Yeah, it hasn't been real clear in regard to what looks like a 4-point ride to an 8-point ride.
I mean, you got to give it up for the patience and the fortitude of Kanoa Igarashi, just sitting through this, hoping for something to come through.
He did it in his heats last year, and it came to him.
And maybe that's maybe the mindset right now for Kanoa. Say, hey, it happened to me once, it can happen again. But at what point does he need to break away and move inside that ledge? Here we go with a line, however.
Ooh, this thing does have some dark tones to it.
And we'll see if he's in position. Igarashi, important opportunity here. Doesn't go on that first one, and wisely so, as it had size, but no shape. Now just a minute. This is the time to move to the inside ledge. 50 seconds. Still some power in the ocean.
Do you see? There we go. Look at this.
Igarashi taking a look there.
We got the
leisurely paddling. Now he identifies it. You talk about them sneaking up on you. You can see that one sneak up on Kanoa Igarashi, and he's out of position.
Oh, the next one though, it looks doubled up maybe.
29 seconds. Double up coming his way. Igarashi needs to make a move. Deep on this one. Again, out of position. There's going to be a third opportunity. 15 seconds remaining. This one is going to be unridden. He's too deep on this. Too far inside.
Wow.
That's a 4 and more for your score. And Igarashi does not get it.
Crazy.
Wow.
And there you go. That's an example of exactly that. I mean, that was the biggest set we've seen in the 2 heats. And out of position. Both surfers are out of position. And unfortunate for Kanoa. Bows out here.
Heartbreak. Rio Aida moves to the round of 16. We're moving to a commercial break, but when we come back, an ultra important heat for Joao Chianca as he will be faced off against Kaoli Vaz. When we return, Joe and Flick will be here to talk you through it. Stick around.
the champion of your first CT event.
Joao Chianca taking on Kaoli Vost as he finished runner-up last year.
Kaoli Vost again, long wall in front of Kaoli, and he comes through.
Yorana, good morning and welcome back. You are watching the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown, the final stop of the regular season on the World Surf League Championship Tour. Elimination round, heat number 3 has Joao Chianca coming into this event, number 4 in the world, taking on the replacement surfer for Italo Ferreira, Kaoli Vost, the guy who finished runner-up in the final last year. Thanks for being with us. I'm Joe Turpel with Felicity Palmatier. Flick, there's been a lot of hype on this heat for good reason. Kaoli Vost taking on Chianca, and we know that Joao's one heat win away from securing his spot at lower trestles. How good is this?
Oh, it's so exciting, and with the conditions being a bit rogue and a bit wobbly, and who he's come up against, Kaoli, this is going to be a cracker of a heat. I'm so excited to watch it.
Interesting conditions this morning. We saw a wild card named Matahi Drole go down to Griffin Colapinto. Griffin finding the best wave in that matchup. And then we saw Rio Waida, the low seed, taking a win over Kanoe Igarashi, 10.07 total. And now the stage set again, 35-minute heats for this round and for the round of 16 today. No heat restarts, which is a very key note when they do tell you that there will be no heat restarts in a day. You know, you have to manage your hassling, being out of position if you want to get the first wave. Chianca, one who's famous for loving a battle to kick off a heat. It looks like they're going through it right now, Flick.
Yeah, for sure. You can definitely see them jostling out the back of the lineup there. They were both having a look at that one. There's no priority right now. They're just going under this one. It looks like Kaoli actually has the inside right now, so pretty interesting, really putting the pressure on Joao. We were talking about it before, you know, that last heat with Matahi. Was interesting. You know, you kind of feel like it needs to be really big and chunky for him, possibly. You know, he's done well in the past out here when it's like that, but I think it's a different story for Kaoli. Obviously, last year he was out here, he finished with the runner-up, he's got a lot of heat experience, and obviously on the qualifying series as well, and the Challenger series, so it'll be a bit different out here.
I like that thought process, Flick. We'll break that down further throughout this matchup as we see Kaoli Vost decide to duck dive that section, and they're paddling quickly up the reef. Strider, what are you seeing?
And there is a lot of action going on out here. I mean, right off the bat, we saw a lot of paddle. Looks like we got something going right now, actually. Kaoli, he's going to start this one off. He's got a runner. It's going to kick stall into the barrel. He's going to try and weave through this section, pushes his way through. Solid work right there from Kaoli. Nice open face gouge. Beautiful surfing from the local boy, Kaoli Vost. This thing started out with a huge set, and every competitor in the water getting cleaned up on the reef. So we got surprises coming, and right now we got another one. So we're gonna actually get through this one. Back to you
Okay,
guys.
Strider, we'll be watching you closely and watching Kaoli Vost on his way back out to the lineup. Very aggressive at the start of this heat. Cool to know that Strider saw that set. How's Kaoli looking as he's going by you, Waz?
He's going right by. He's hauling. I mean, this kid is a specimen. He is in some incredible shape. On his off time, he does a lot of foiling, which, as you know, the legs are just lighting up on fire the entire time. So he loves to stay in shape. He loves to keep moving. He's constantly cleaning the jet skis, and, you know, back at the house with the family, they're always cleaning everything up, making everything tight, keeping everything really in line. So, you know, there's a lot of discipline in Kaoli's life, let me tell you that.
I like that, Waz. I need a little bit of that myself. As we look at that punch through the barrel, I just loved how aggressive this start was, and he was able to move last minute into position just like a local would do to get this wave, Flick.
Yeah, great foresight from Kaoli. I feel like from initial thoughts, you couldn't tell that this wave was going to do that. I mean, Joao let him go, but he could clearly see that down the line was going to offer that section. He pulls in, comes flying out there, and really lays the board on rail. But I just really like that he knew that this wave was going to give him that barrel section further down the line. For me, taking off on that wave, I couldn't see it. But obviously, local boy, local knowledge, he knows every section of this reef, so really paying off for him there. That opening wave come through at a 3-point ride.
And now we have Joao Chianca, world number 4 with priority. Once again, if Chianca wins this heat, he'll officially clinch his spot for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Always scary when you see Cowley looking last minute. He can turn nothing looking waves into big scores. As we see Joao now looking like he'll start late takeoff. Bottom drops out. And that one's going to go inside out without him. What an effort. Free fall from the sky. We want to check his equipment, see if it stayed intact. Meanwhile, Voss will enjoy the tube again on his home break. Throwing down a wrapping cutback and exiting safely over the shallow reef. And now hustling into priority. This guy is sharp mentally. Like you said, spends a lot of time in the jersey. You add his local knowledge, makes him one of the most dangerous draws here at the end of the road. Strider, you got a front row seat for this battle.
I do, and you know what? Joao just taking the time. He just got obliterated on that wave right there. It was radical. He's going to take his wetsuit off. The movement in the water out here, while he was in that barrel, just filled up and just completely annihilated him. And so right now he needs some freedom. He was holding his breath underwater. He was getting pounded. He watched him wrestling the tube monster, trying to come out of that thing, and now he had to paddle back out, watch Cowley get barreled, and he just, you know what? He said, okay, I'm going to take a breath. I'm going to let this thing go by. I'm going to actually enjoy a little bit of comfort. I'm going to take this jersey, the wetsuit off, and get back in the jersey and get back out there. I'll accept the second priority.
Well done, and great pickup for our cameraman Sam, grabbing the jersey, floating by. There was that entry into that bottomless pit.
Oh, just such a late drop here. We'll have a look at this replay. Board fully disconnected. It grabs again there at the bottom. He actually sticks this drop, pulls it up underneath the lip, gets a bit of vision, but he was just so deep there and get pulled up around. He's already up and riding again on the inside, pulls in.
And then he will get stuck again. So Chianka trying to work quickly into a rhythm here, as he's been going down. Big attempt to get barreled to start. But judges love that. They look at the steepness of the wave, how critical it is, how technically you're entering the barrel. So if he would have managed to hang on to his rail there, they would have rewarded him. But it turns into a 0.5 and then a fall. He's got that wetsuit jacket off now, so probably feeling a little bit lighter. You just imagine what he'd be going through mentally over the last few lay days, knowing that he would have a draw with Cowley Voss, knowing that he's one heat win away from clinching his spot in the Rip Curl WSL Finals. You'd think there'd be some sleepless nights there, Flick.
Yeah, there's no doubt he knows the stats. Here we go. Replay of Cowley's last wave, 6-point ride. Beautiful tube there. Nice vision time. Carves it back around. I just really love how assertive and almost aggressive Cowley's being in this heat. He's really taking it to Joao. There's a nice water angle there. Really see him lay that board on rail. We'll have another look here. Gets straight up and underneath the lip. It's quite a nice bit of vision there. You can see that that wave has a lot of warp and wobble through it, but he just threads beautifully through that barrel. But yeah, like I said, I love the assertiveness of Cowley in this heat. You could see before having a last minute look at a wave, making Joao think twice, like, oh, am I making the right decision here, not going this one? So it's exciting.
Let's catch up with Rio Waida with Laura.
Yes, Rio, we're just having a chat there. This is actually Rio's first time ever in Tahiti, here to compete, obviously, for the first time. Rio, talk us through your last couple of weeks here and how good it's been being in Tahiti and getting to surf this amazing wave for the first time.
Yeah, I really love it here. My first time Tahiti. It's a beautiful place. I love the natural, like the nature, the mountain and the waves. The locals, they're very nice, very friendly, and I really love it. And yeah, I was growing up watching Tahiti comp every day, every year, so I was stoked to be here finally and get to compete in this level and this wave, so I'm stoked to be here.
Amazing, and that heat was actually very huge for Olympic qualification. You have a big hill to climb to get there, but talk us through how you have been approaching it.
I don't know, I'm just trying my best to figure out this wave. Obviously Paris 2024 is next year, so I have to spend time here trying to learn the waves. It's pretty heavy waves, so I have to just head down and go, trying to learn the reef, how the waves break and stuff. Trying to learn a lot. It's been a lot of struggle, like waves on the head, wipeouts, but I love it. It's been fun.
And that heat with Kanoa was a big one as well. I heard Micro maybe said to you to not worry too much about priority. How did you approach that?
Yeah, it's today it's a little bit hard condition. It's a bit windy and it's really hard to, what can I say, to predict. So you can't really wait and find the wave that I want. So I have to like keep catching wave and find the waves that I'm looking for, and don't really worry about priority. Just keep catching wave, and then probably if it's 10 minutes left, probably I play the game and stuff. So I think it works. So I'm stoked.
Yes, it worked out. You're into the round of 16. We'll see you later today, Rio. Congratulations.
So much. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Rio Waida learning on the fly. First trip to Paradise here in the South Pacific and getting a win into the round of 16. Meanwhile, waves on the way. Priority with Kaoli Vost. Joao Chianca has been digging deep now with 4 attempts to catch up to the local boy. Trying to break down a 5.68 to get in front. A guy that loves powerful waves, loves big barrels as well. Chianca was deadly at pipe as a rookie. As we take a look at these last 2 waves that he's ridden, Flick.
Yeah, nice little quick in and out there. And have a look at this one here. That one a little bit shorter than the one before, but oof, that dismount looked a bit like it could have almost scorpioned himself. But it's just staying really busy, maybe trying to adapt to a little bit of that same heat strategy as what Rio was just speaking to. You know, it's a really different day out there today. Go.
Kaoli Vost looks like he's interested. Pulls right in under the hood.
Wow.
He's got his arm in the wall. He times it perfectly to come flying out. There's that signature wrap that he's been laying down on every wave, and he'll get a little bonus section on the reef. A lot of people want to kick out there. Look at that. That's almost completely dry. He's just skipping over that shallow reef, and he'll be back to business in just a moment. So a 3, a 6.0, now his 3rd wave coming in. Always impressed with his composure in shallow conditions. Doesn't mind slamming it when he's running out of water, Flick.
Took off and just got straight underneath the lip. Really nice long travel time there. He's just got the ability out here with that local knowledge to find those really clean waves and just finishes it on such dry reef. You can see it in the foreground there, bubbling away. But I really like the takeoff. There wasn't any time to drop to the bottom. It was just straight up underneath that lip. Really clean looking barrel, and followed up with 2 turns. So for me, it's my favorite wave of the day so far. Beautiful positioning there. Just so many little micro adjustments, just straight up underneath the lip. Just so impressed that he really milked the most out of this wave. You know, you usually see surfing like that on a beach break, not super shallow Teahupo'o. So yeah.
You took it so far to the inside, he had to paddle around some boats to get back into position. It makes this venue so interesting, Felicity, when you've got this reef pass, you're pretty far off land. Everyone's got to pack and be prepared on their boats or their skis if they have one. Obviously, this is an everyday occurrence for Kaoli Vost when he gets to be home, when he's not competing on the Challenger Series. But it's such a unique environment. You still get a lot of excitement and energy, especially if you're a local, because when he takes off, the channel really lights up. Strider, I bet you heard a lot of cheers for Kaoli on that last wave.
Yeah, you know what? There was a lot of energy, obviously, for Kaoli in the lineup. So as he paddled back out through, he paddled out way on the other side of the boats to get back in through the lineup. And man, I'm telling you, he got about 50 comments about what to.
Okay, Strider's going to be all right. We'll check in with him in a moment. He just
We're
took
good.
away. Oh, he's back. Well done, Waz.
Hey, man, let's do the hair real quick. Okay. So, I mean, all the guys on the skis over there and everybody on the boats, he paddled right by everybody. Raymana, everybody. Jeremy Flores is actually his coach, and he paddled out by everybody, and everybody had something to say. About 50 people probably told him how to win the heat. Can you imagine all the noise, all the people, all the pressure? He's like, he's one of those guys that is expected to do well from Tahiti. So probably got a lot of pressure on his shoulders, but I just heard the score drop, 7-point ride. He's in control.
Well done. I love it. Everyone wants to see him succeed. Raimana, one of the most famous faces when you come to this part of the world. An ambassador of love and stoke, that guy. As we look at the pull in from Kaoli Vost right after the 7. Just a racetrack to kick out. Nothing going to be changing in his top two. But he's connected, feeling the mana, that power and that energy from all the locals that love him so much. Brought him to a final last year, passing Waz again. Doing laps on this lineup. But it's pretty cool and pretty common when you have an event in a town where you have a lot of support, where everyone wants to give, you know, little tidbits information, pass on some energy. And this one not going to be a score, but you can tell he's just in a great rhythm right now.
Yeah, he really is. We'll have a look at from the drone angle. I just love his ability out here today to, on a day that's really rogue and jumbly, to pick these really clean waves. So he's doing well out there. He looks like he's very, very connected.
So judges analyzing the elements that make barrel rides more technical and more difficult. Look into the commitment of riding the bigger, heavier waves, the depth of the barrel ride, the amount of time that the depth is maintained. They also want to look at the drop as well, knifing straight into the barrel. If you're backhand, they really enjoy the commitment on not grabbing the round, standing tall, kind of like we've seen a lot from John over the years. So some cool elements to describe when it comes to barrel riding. Often years you see an off-duty judge who has a heat or two off out in the channel. They'll come off the tower and kind of get a new perspective looking into the barrel, as well as we look back on the 7.0 for Kaoli Vost. The best score of the heat so far. What'd you see, Felicity?
Just straight off the takeoff. Didn't even really drop to the bottom. Straight into that barrel, comes flying out. That wave was just so clean, and he wasn't done yet. Carves it back and then finishes here with a bit of a fin release straight onto dry, gurgling reef. And go another little look. You can just see, just knifes it straight under the lip. There wasn't much time to think about anything else. He got some great vision there. You can see him pumping inside the barrel to get that higher line to come out. And another angle here of that takeoff. Just love that. The ability to just go straight up underneath the lip. Carves it back. Just really, really great wave selection today from Kaoli already. And yeah, posting that 7-point ride. You can see there were 3 7s, a 7.5 and a 6.5. Judges dropping the highest score and the lowest score, and then an average of the 3. So we've got the 7.
And it really feels like it was the criticalness of that takeoff, that entry into the barrel, that they really enjoyed the most. Be willing to free fall. He's basically getting to his feet while he's already getting shacked. Impressive. Just like the locals do out here. Kaoli Vost, a 7 and a 6.0. And now we kind of are reminding ourselves of this situation for Joao Chianca. Remember, we knew that a heat win would make it official for him competing for a world title this September. If he does not win this heat, it's not over yet. So he still has that number 4 spot. We need to then follow all those guys that are coming from outside the Final 5. We're talking surfers like John Florence, Gabriel Medina, Jack Robinson. What a scary list of names that are coming for your spot.
Especially at a wave like Teahupo'o, they're just so dominant out here. Some of the best waves I've ever seen ridden out here come from those 3 guys. So it's going to be scary. You know, obviously there's 14.5 minutes left in this heat. It's not over yet for Joao, but you don't want to be in that seat waiting to see what's going to happen. You don't want to be, you know, leaving it up to fate. You kind of want to be in control. He still has the ability to be in control here, but Kaoli's doing a good job at sitting in that number 1 spot at the moment.
Already passing the halfway mark of heat number 3. World number 4, Joao Chianca, holding priority and looking to clinch his spot in the WSL Final 5, winning his first CT event back in Peniche, Portugal this year, wearing yellow for a few events as well. Let's see if Chianca can get it done in 14 minutes. We'll be right back. Let's flash back to last season. Callie Vost taking a wild card opportunity and took down almost everybody on tour. Included Ethan Ewing, Matty McGillivray after that 10-point ride he had in the previous rounds. Also got past the GOAT, Callie Slater, in a combination situation. Even went switch in that semifinal. And then it was an absolute tube shootout. Two goofy footers at the top of their game. Ended up being Miguel Pupo, taking his first CT win of his career. And ever since then, Callie Vost has become the most feared draw here in the lineup at Teahupo'o. Vost back once again, this time early. Didn't have to go through the trials because of Italo's unfortunate injury. He was competing in the US Open and going, I got to get out of here and prepare for the trials. Then he got the message in, he got the call up. Obviously a lot of success here last year. Made sense to put him in the draw. And now with the lead, and Chianca still needing a 9.67. So living up to the hype and the reputation of being an amazing competitor and obviously a free surfer. Could be an interesting difference there, Felicity, and trying to bring both into a heat with 35 minutes on the clock.
For sure. I think looks like they're almost having a little look now. It's interesting, even just the positioning right now. Callie sitting on the inside, kind of trying to force the situation there, trying to make Jao to have a look at that wave and lose priority. And back to what we were just talking about, I think there's a difference, in my opinion anyway, between a competition surfer and a free surfer, you know. Competition surfer, they've obviously got this thing that we talk about a lot called heat IQ, which means that they have the ability to make smart decisions under pressure and sort of force things in the way or the direction that they want it to go in the heat, making really smart decisions. And then you've got your free surfer who is super, oh my goodness.
Is it because you're in the booth?
It is. The whale whisperer is in the booth.
You are a whale whisperer. You hunted these down on a lay day for a beautiful visit.
Wow.
Over at Mo'olea.
They look like a couple of humpbacks there out of the back of the lineup.
How was that experience swimming with the whales?
Oh, Joe, I've never thought you would ask.
A life-changing moment for you?
It really was. We had a few lay
special?
days. Yeah, it was beautiful. We had a few lay days here, and we went over to Moorea, and we were really lucky. A bunch of us went looking for some whales, and we didn't find just one type of whale. We found two. We jumped in with some pilot whales, which were just beautiful. And then we also got to see some humpback whales, which was really cool. A calf and a mum. Here we go.
And then waves on the way, packing this section. Joao Chianca looking for room to make it out, and he gets clipped. Great effort there. Had some thickness to that section. Pulled in as deep as he could have, but unfortunately no exit. He'll still be chasing a 9.67. But interesting how you're in the middle of heat strategy and focusing on what's on the line, and then a whale joins you in the lineup, reminding you how beautiful this sport is.
Oh, it really is. The whale sent the set. That's the theory, isn't it?
To being next to something so magnificent in the ocean, and how graceful they can be.
Yeah. Back to the experience in Moorea. It was just, honestly, for me, it was probably up there with top 10 life experiences. Being able to feel, just be in the ocean with these crazy giants. Here we go, replay of Zhao on that last one, a bigger, throatier sort of wave. He was so deep, but just getting gurgled up there. So he couldn't really do much more. Unfortunately, he just came unstuck, but yeah.
Let's focus in on Chianca at the moment, the story of the man that fell off the tour at the midseason cut last year, redeemed himself by putting himself back on through the Challengers Series, won his first event of the season, even wore the #1 yellow jersey in 2023. Down to 4th spot, he's had a series of early knockouts in that equal 9th position. If Chianca reaches the round of 16, that means a heat win here. He officially will have a spot in the WSL Final 5. If he goes down, sorry, I'm getting emotional. If he goes down here in the elimination round, one of the following situations must occur. Dora can't be in the final, Medina can't win Tahiti, and Florence does not win. Results are all tied in points there. So interesting road for Joao Chianca. If he loses and gets an equal 17th, it's out of his hands. And if those things do happen, like Dora in a final, or we've got Medina going on to win, we could see Chianca lose his spot in the WSL Final 5. He wants to control his destiny. A heat win here, we'll see him to lower trestles in September.
Yeah, for me, when I think of Zhao this year, he's just been so dominant, especially at the beginning of the year. So to think that this heat right now sort of decides it all, whether he's going to be in control or not, is kind of a little bit shocking to me. I know he had those string of nights recently, hasn't been as dominant in the back half of the year, but yeah, it just seems odd that he wouldn't be in that conversation. You definitely know that he wants to be in control. You don't want to be sitting there watching it unfold. And do you even watch, or do you just go away and turn it off? What do you do?
Yeah, he's always talked about how he wears his emotions on his sleeve. He's so passionate. He's put so much hard work in to get to this point in his career. And just not being in this position before. I mean, even falling off the cut would be a bit different than going to the end of the road, Teahupo'o, and trying to fight for a spot for a world title. This is new ground for Joao, his first start in this event. When you think about the cut, you know, if you're falling off the cut, you're not making it to Tahiti. So you look at even heat reps out here, and Kali Voss with much more experience in the jersey here at Chopes.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely different experiences, but both experiences still have pressure. You know, falling off the tour comes with a lot of pressure. Trying to get back on, re-qualify through the Challenger Series. They're different sort of experiences, but you know, this is why these guys are at the top. They're always under pressure, trying to make the right decisions. Zhao, throughout this year, he's going to be familiar with it. The previous year, he fell off the tour, so he is familiar with this sort of territory, you know. Beautiful shot right now. Look at those mountains, just so majestic. The clouds sort of seem to be clearing this morning. Rain's sort of backing off. Maybe we're going to see a little bit of change in conditions. Maybe the wind's going to start dropping off a bit.
I like where you're going with this. Yeah, this is why people love this event so much. You turn around when you're in the water and you see these beautiful green pyramid-like mountains. That first peak that's just moving out of frame is something that a lot of competitors will do on a lay day. Yago Dora and a few others climbed that to the top of the peak to get a great view of the lineup here at Teahupo'o. It's a pretty tough hike, though. You get pretty stretched out trying to climb up, and it's hard to go down, too, so be careful.
You've done it, haven't you?
I have, yeah. It's pretty slippery as well, but gosh, it's worth it. But yeah, it's cool to see those guys kind of take some real downtime. You know, we were just at the U.S. Open for the Challenger Series. You couldn't have more of a 180, you know, of just being out here and time just kind of stands still. You jump, go in the water, swim, snorkel, go for a hike, and you're like, oh, it's still 9 a.m. You know, it's one of those magical places that forces you to slow down. With now 4:10 on the clock. Chianca looking for a 9.67 to make sure that he's in the WSL Final 5. And just again, a loss here wouldn't mean it's over for his world title hopes this season. Such an incredible start to the year on his comeback to the top 34. Semifinals at Pipe and Sunset, right into a win at stop number 3 in Peniche. Couldn't have asked for a better comeback to the tour.
Third in Margaret River, I believe.
And then a third in Margaret River. And I guess the tough spot where he hasn't been able to clinch his spot is all those ninths we were talking about, including a tough loss to his best friend who had a wild card in Sakurema. Lost to Sammy Pupo there in a very close one. Same result at Jeffreys Bay, and he was frustrated with that result because he was surfing so well all week. But Tahiti was the spot where he actually came to when he was going through that tough time of falling off tour. His big brother, one of the best big wave surfers in the world, Lucas Chianca, was like, meet me in Tahiti and let's get barreled. And that's exactly what he did. And Joao said that was the best thing for him. Heat recap. We saw Joao Chianca just hucking himself over the ledge. Had to take the wetsuit jacket off, reset, and he's still been hunting. But it's been all about the local boy, Kali Voss, 6 and a 7 back-to-back to control this lead from the start.
Yeah, Kali has just been so dominant in this heat. His ability to just pick off these clean-looking waves is just next to none. He's even been so good that he's been finishing his waves on this inside section here, blowtail on that super shallow reef there. That was that 7-point ride. Zhao's had a couple of other cracks since then. He's had this shorter barrel here. And we'll have a look at Cowley's wave, just straight up underneath there. You can see the face of these waves are just looking so clean. And yeah, Cowley out in front with that 6 and that 7 just looking really dominant. And Zhao needing a 9.67 to get through this one, sitting out the back without priority with only 1:50 to go. It's probably the position he wants to be in right now. He's got to be looking at probably trying to force Cowley to go one here. Sell a wave to Cowley, which is going to be hard to do for someone who knows this lineup so well.
So Chianca's just going to step into this one, not getting barreled. He knows that's not going to help. So just up and out, 90 seconds remaining. Joao Chianca feeling the pressure now, Waz.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's interesting watching Cowley close this heat out. He's pushing Joao all the way into the channel where he knows the waves aren't going to be really that good. I mean, there might have been an odd west bowl over there, but all morning there hasn't been anything of substance there. So, you know, I think Cowley Voss just really playing a smart game in this heat, stacked up his numbers, then pushed Joe out to the corner, made sure he was out of position. There's been waves barreling off the point up there, one after the other, and Joe hasn't even looked over there because he thinks he's in the right spot because Cowley's next to him.
Wow, great insight, Waz. 45 seconds. And locals are really good at that. They kind of know where they would sit. If they don't need a wave, they won't go there. They'll pretend that's not even the spot. Sometimes those waves high up the reef too can be very quick. But obviously Chianca, being a great barrel rider, is starting to now maybe check out that section of the reef with 25 seconds. Without priority, there's not going to be much he can do though.
Yeah, it's looking pretty flat out the back there. I'm not really seeing any lines. Maybe a small little set coming through, but it doesn't look like anything of substance.
10 seconds to go. Gabriel Medina, John Florence,
wow,
Jack Robinson.
Rubbing their hands together right now, I would say.
Seeing the door open a bit further. Cowley Voss officially knocks out world number 4, Joao Chianca, here in the elimination round. What a big heat win. Voss moves on to the round of 16. Coming up next, Baron Mamiya takes on Callum Robson. We'll be right back. Always great to be here in Tahiti, the largest island in French Polynesian archipelago. It's great to be here watching the action as well in the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. The elimination round continues. Baron Mamiya taking on Callum Robson. These two got to enjoy each other's surfing in the same rookie class last season, learning the ropes quickly. Callum Robson was able to turn in a runner-up finish in a final in that rookie debut. That was back at Bell's, and Barron, originally a wild card, won at Sunset Beach. This year, Barron at this stage of the year, higher ranking than Callum. The opposite was last season, as we see the man from the North Shore of Oahu get started in a hollow pit and jumps free to the exit. Barron starting off with the lead. Seems like he is most comfortable in his life when he's deep inside the pit.
Definitely seems like that. That was a good little nugget, sort of that move through a bit further underneath Callum. Barron said, yep, thank you, I'll go that one. Sort of started off small, and as he pulled in, here we go, we'll have a look at the replay. Starts off really small, he gets in the tube, sort of grows as he gets flying out of that wave down the line. So here we go, another little look, really tight entry there, and does really well to stay compressed, and that wave kind of getting bigger as he comes flying out of that one. So nice little opener there, feet in the wax. Looks like he's sort of in the rhythm, picked that one off really nicely, good wave selection.
Yeah, nice starter to get this one going. Callum Robson now with priority, who's trying to break a streak of losses that he's had in the elimination round as Barron steps on his board again, just up and out. Sometimes it's tough to kind of break those streaks when you're getting knocked out in this elimination round. But Callum felt that at Jeffreys Bay. He also felt that at Saquarema in Rio, which has seen him drop down to 20th in the world, where last season he was actually thinking about a top 10 finish, ended up finishing up just outside of that in his rookie debut. Now Callum pushing a little bit deeper. Kind of cool when you look at the profiles of these two surfers, Flick. For Callum, it was this awesome kind of underdog story when he got on tour. There was a lot of Aussies with much higher profiles that the whole global surf scene knew about. And kind of compared to Barron Mamiya, who has kind of always been represented as the guy that was coming from Hawaii as a world title contender someday.
Oh, and burst onto the scene with a win as a wild card. I mean, that's massive, you know. So much exposure comes from that. He really had a lot of probably weight and pressure and expectations on his shoulders since then. But yeah, it's the opposite. I feel like when it comes to Callum, he's obviously such a good surfer, made his way onto the tour. But yeah, absolute underdog with a couple of good performances at Bells Beach. And yeah, I feel like Callum just, both of these surfers though, I feel like they both strengths are like their power. Go have a look at Joao here.
Yeah, hanging out with Matty Bemrose. Tough loss for Joao Chianca to Kauli Vost. If he would have won that heat, he would have known he would have been in the WSL Final 5. Now it's out of his hands, and the two surfers that'll be fighting for his spot. Gabriel Medina, the best out here as far as consistently making finals and wins. And then John Florence, who's always been talked to be maybe the best barrel rider in the world.
It's very upsetting for Joao. I mean, you can see it right there. I mean, he looks pretty somber, the mood's pretty somber, but as far as it goes for being a viewer at home, it does make it quite exciting right now.
So a tough little moment for Joao as he'll have to sit on the sidelines. Back to the lineup here. Barron without priority, so Callum's trying to position himself. Callum's going to hold back, and Barron's looking more interested now on this wedge. And he will go for it. Let's go with the rail. And just has to step off. So a smart leave from Callum Robson with priority. But Barron being a magician in hollow waves, he can turn closeouts into big scores. At Kelly against the ropes. The emotional win for Kelly, his 56th at Pipeline. Barron almost changed that whole story. Then a magical wave came to Kelly, turned that heat, and I think that gave him the momentum to win the whole contest. Kelly actually had to leave the post-heat interview and just talk to Barron and congratulate him on everything he's doing at Pipe. think Kelly's a big fan of his surfing, especially in barrels. So I think even for Mamiya, losing at that moment, it was, at the time, before his Sunset win, such a peak performance for him at the CT level as we look at this last effort.
Yeah, as he took off, this wave sort of looked like it was almost going to do the same thing as his first wave. Oof, out the back, Callum just went down. Like he was super late into that one just then.
So Callum picking himself back up, starting off this heat with a big wipeout. Let's have another look.
Oh my goodness, so late there, and you could just see he just gets sucked up and over. Maybe a couple more paddles, maybe slightly out of position.
Now let's see if Barron can take advantage of the fall from Callum. Little airdrop, controls it, and gets spit out. Great read from Mamiya. That makes that wipeout even more painful when your opponent is getting spit on the very next wave. It's kind of similar rhythm to what we saw with Cowley and Joao Chialca in the previous matchup.
Yeah, for sure. Cowley just had the great read on this wave. He was picking off all the nice, really clean ones. You could sort of see the wave that Callum chose was it was the first wave of the set. It had a bit of wonk through it. Here we go. Barron out the back on the second wave of the set and just gets spat out. And you can see when he takes off, you can see this wave just had so much more clean than what Callum had. But yeah, like you said, just an absolute magician in the barrel, weaving through it, pulls up and under, using the whole side of his body to stall as much as possible there. But yeah, great idea to go that second wave of the set there. I think that first one looked a bit wobbly.
Strider, Barron's looking comfortable today.
Yeah, you know what, technique, he's on fire. You were talking about it, through the Pipe Masters and the performance, or the Pipe Pro that he put on there. And really just the comfort of his style in these kind of waves is unbelievable. You can see Callum a little more rigid, a little more, his execution on that wave. The wave was a great choice, but the execution was poor. It was just too late and too under the ledge and just got tossed into the whitewater, into the foam ball, and that thing just ate him alive. So there's a big difference in the comfort out here. You can see it in the styles of their body language and the way that they come and approach waves.
Yeah, it's so interesting, isn't it, Waz? And I always think sometimes when I'm watching Barron compete, sometimes at certain venues I'm like, oh, maybe a little longer board would have helped. But when he's like packing barrels, it never looks too short because he is so comfortable locking in under the ledge. Pulls in, look at him managing his time. He's doing this with his eyes closed right now. Barron looking to better a 3.67.
Whoa, that was really cool. We'll have a look at that replay, but as he took off, he is so far up the front of his board there. Pretty amazing. And here we go, we'll have a look. Look at that front foot. Look where it is positioned on the board. So far forward. You can see he's still really far forward coming off. Here we go, have another look from the channel. That front foot is up in that first third of the board. Just really trying to maximize all that speed. He drags at the start there, trying to get as deep as possible, but yeah, just the positioning, the foot positioning on the board. Probably done this time and time again over back in Hawaii at Pipe. Yeah, amazing technique there. Probably done that, I'd say a few hundred times.
This is his happy place. This is definitely his comfort zone. Big, hollow conditions. He's not overthinking any heat strategy at all. He just wants to get super deep and get really barreled. And I think that was the first thing he said when he got to Tahiti. It's like, oh my gosh, I'm getting barreled again. And he came here early, got a bit of that size that we saw around the trials period. And so a barreled Barron is a happy Barron. Right now, Mamiya out front 6.383. Callum with priority, needing to break down a 9.63. You can see how quickly things can get away from you in a lineup like this.
Oh, for sure. And but things can also change so quickly in a lineup like this on the other side of the coin.
Fair.
It only takes one wave out here. I mean, it's still in reach, 9.63. Doable on one wave, but out here today with what we've seen so far, a bit rogue, a bit wobbly, probably going to have to do it in two waves. You can find those gems. You really, really can. Those ones that come through, come from the deeper water, maybe they've got a bit of a double up on them. They end up being really clean, a late drop, straight into the barrel, maximum travel time. Coming out with this bit, super exciting to watch.
Gosh, it's the best. Such a favorite to watch on the calendar. So cool to have an event like this as the season finale And it'll be just the 10 surfers in the WSL Final 5 for men and women competing for a world title at lowers. So for some of these surfers getting knocked out today, that's their year. They already go into their debrief for the off season. Callum Robson needs a 9.63 to come back in this one, and remember that he was one man that got a perfect 10 this year. Those are hard to come by. Back at Peniche at Super Tubos, huge result for him this season as you see him sniffing over the ledge right there. That one went real hollow on the takeoff. Didn't quite see an entry, but it's like he'll hang on to priority.
Got his 10 also in barreling waves, just going in the other direction, going right. So.
And that also his best result of 2023. A semi-final finish in Peniche, which was crucial because that's stop number 3. So then he had a little bit of relief for the mid-season cut. Just moving his Baron Mamiya, not taking that wave. Up next, Ryan Callanan takes on the GOAT, the greatest of all time, Kelly Slater. We mentioned his pipe win, his 56th victory, but his 55th of his career. It was right here in Tahiti. And he looks very energized even after traveling 40 hours. All those lay days definitely helped Kelly relax, get his equipment dialed to compete. I haven't seen a lot of Kelly versus Arcal, so that was going to be a fun one to watch.
Yeah, it will be. I have heard that, and I've also seen a couple of waves, that Arcal is looking like he's on fire. He came here a bit earlier. He got a little bit more of that juice that we saw before the contest. He did get a bomb. So Arcal, you know, on his forehand out here, Kelly on his backhand. Kelly with so much dominance over the last few years, but it's going to be hard to take it to someone on their forehand out here today.
I asked Ryan about that wave the other day, and he's like, first thing he said, wow, that was scary. Just with his like classic Ryan laugh. He absolutely charges. But it was one of those ones, he set his rail and he was just hanging on. Definitely one of the waves of his life. Coming here to Tahiti for a while now. And what a season he's put together. As he's looking at the conditions today, he was out there with Connor O'Leary on a smaller day, and they put in a lot of time. Ryan was kind of combing all the parts of the reef, went really high up to the top, came back to the inside, just staying loose and prepare. There's only a few guys out, so Ryan took advantage of that the other day. Let's catch up with Cowley Voss with Laura.
Yes, Cowley, great heat win there into the round of 16. How was it, you know, going up against Joao? Not conditions that you maybe expected today, but you got the job done. How did you, go about that heat?
Super stoked to make this heat because it was a tough one. Joao is a really good surfer, especially here. I surfed with him last year during a big swell, so it was charging. He's a really good surfer in barrel too. So yeah, it was a hard heat, hard waves, not many barrels. But I surfed this morning. I came here. Oh, accident, boat accident. So yeah, I surfed this morning. I was the first in the water, and it was like really stormy, windy, and rainy. And then it's really clean right now compared to this morning. So yeah, stoked to have little barrels in my heat, 2 waves, and yeah, made it.
And what do you think will happen throughout the day with the forecast? Being local, thank you.
I don't know. Right now it's pretty clean. It's kind of offshore right now. Lucky we have some rains behind the mountain, so it creates that offshore wind. But yeah, there is waves all day, even tomorrow. So yeah, we will have barrels and fun.
Amazing. We'll see you into the round 16, and good luck. You're going to stay out here or head home and get some food?
I'm gonna go home, rest, and then come back for my second heat of the day.
Yeah, good luck, Cowley. Well done.
Thank you, Laura. And I love getting the local weather reports from guys like Cowley Voss, looking at the mountains and seeing the wind change in a favorable direction. Holding on to the drop is Barron, but won't change his scores as he's looking to improve on a 3.83. Callum had that one wave where he lost it on the takeoff. So just holding on to a 0.2 and being a bit more selective than Mamiya. You see all these waves coming through, but they're not all the ones that you want. Oftentimes we talk about Tahiti, the wave here at Teahupo'o being very perfect when it's on. Today there's definitely the waves that you want to let go because they're not staying wide open. That last wave, though, just went right over Baron Mamiya. You see him popping up there in the red jersey.
Yeah, today it was interesting hearing Callie say, you know, it's harder for us here on the host set to really get a good look at what this ocean's doing since this morning, but Callie has said that has cleaned up a lot. You can sort of see it in this shot right here. The ocean's starting to look a little bit more groomed, which is nice. Callie saying that the clouds are above the mountains, which means creating offshore winds. And have a look at this set that just absolutely mowed Baron, kind of just getting caught there. But I think that's got to do, you know, there's a few rogue waves today. It's not as perfect as some of those highlight reels you see of Teahupo'o. It's definitely warbly today, a bit chunky. And, wave selection and knowing the reef is really going to come into it. And also maybe changing up your tactics. Maybe you want to be a bit more busy because it is like that. Maybe you don't want to be so selective.
Yeah, we'll see how that plays out throughout the day. 16:40 to go. This one a bit out of reach. Didn't really offer a wide open pitch, so probably another smart leave here in heat number 4. Callum Robson has been working with Glenn Micro Hall in select events this season. Sometimes Micro have a full-time surfer with him on tour. Sometimes it's just certain events that they'll build up for. And Callum with priority, hoping for a 9.63 to come around. We'll be right back. Back in Portugal, stop number 3, Cave Dweller. Then Callum Robson got puffed out of a beast. What a drop. That thing was dark inside, and he got blown out into the daylight. Looked at the panel, and yep, he got a 10. And he also got a Yeti 110 for a 10. And that's been happening all season long. Those 10-point rides are special, and thanks to our friends at Yeti for hooking up Callum Robson for that performance. Score a 10, get a Yeti Tundra 110. And that was a special one. The waves were powerful that day. Kind of had that below sea level type feel. Nice square, kind of slabbing type setup. And Callum got the best number he's had on tour. Semi-final result with that as well. And a number like that would help him out big time at the moment. Here comes Baron Mamiya, just up and out.
Yeah, that 10 that Callum got in Portugal was just an absolute gurgling monster. Came from so late and so deep, pulled up underneath, and yeah, you could tell that he was so happy about that. I mean, 10s don't come around that often, especially these days, so yeah, you'll take it.
Yeah, it's been cool getting to know Callum Robson over the last couple of years. Coming in as an exciting rookie on tour. And he's been just kind of mixing it up a bit, trying different shapers throughout this season specifically. Seen him getting some Darren Hanleys. I saw him on a JS earlier in the season, so he's trying to really find what works for him. Learning a lot about these venues as we look at Baron Mamiya, just showing off that ability to stall backhand. He's didn't get much of the barrel there, but it's that technique that you dream of having in waves like this.
Yeah, it is. Here we go.
Callum taking wave number 2. It's going to be another short one as he's gone down. So 2 wipeouts for Cal to kick off this heat. Down to 12:30 on the clock. And now they're paddling out to get priority. Callum's still digging deep. He's got a little bit of an edge on Barron, but he did just get the most recent wave. They've got the judges and the priority judge on the tower here on the reef, looking at all the action. And they will give priority right back to Callum Robson. Still chasing a 9.33. Let's catch up with Joao Chianca with Laura.
Joao, obviously not how you wanted to anticipate that heat rolling out, but nonetheless an amazing year, the best of your career. Can you talk us through that heat and you know how you're feeling?
Yeah, I mean, like coming to that heat, I was just ready to face any challenge, and I kind of like was aware that like the conditions were really tricky, and I would have like to do my best to find the best waves, but like it's just like you against nature, and like when you don't do your part very well, like it's just like even more tricky. So it is what it is. Like I'm super happy anyway. Like this place is just awesome for me. Like what Tahiti did for me last year after the cut, came here, like reconnect with surfing again. Like it was really special. So nothing but love for this place, and I really think that this result doesn't reflect on the work that I've been putting this year. So just have been like giving the best out of me, and yeah, good things coming.
Yeah, you had an absolutely stellar year. You know, what now? There's a lot of scenarios rolling around. Are you going to stay out here in the lineup, or are you going to head home? What's your plan?
I don't know. As I was saying on the side, the dark part of the game is like sit and watch, and like be willing for your friends or like other competitors to lose, and I don't really want to play that right now. It's the dark part of the game. It's how you have to play. It's like how you have to play, but I might just go back to family. Just want to see my mom, my brother. Newborn is coming, so yeah, that's what I want to do right now, actually.
Amazing. Well, you're still alive and well, and yeah, amazing job this year so far.
Thanks for the time, Joao Chianca. After a tough loss, knowing that he was just one heat win away of making it official for the WSL Final 5 berth. Remember, it's not over yet, but it is out of his hands. So Chianca will have to watch from the channel or wherever he wishes to watch as we look at the WSL Final 5 snapshot. Just focusing on Chianca's story, we really focus on Medina and Florence. They're the only ones that can reach that spot. Medina and Florence would have to win. For John, if he wins, he would actually be tied for points with Joao Chianca and then would win that tiebreak on heat wins. So he can't have John winning this event or Medina. And we'll watch those two of the best out here. And Chianca, he has to be proud of what he turned in this year. Sitting number 4 in the world, and he still has a shot of competing for a world title. We'll keep you posted.
Wow. My heart hurts so much for Joao right now. You can really tell. So somber, and you know, it's obviously not the result he wanted. And now he's just got to sit back and watch it all unfold with two of the best guys to ever do it out here.
He's a great human. He's been really fun to get to know as well. I was able to sit down with Joao Chianca in a one-on-one that's on worldsurfleague.com. And just talking about performing with his heart on his sleeve, loving paddle battles, getting really into it. And I think he was just well loved by everybody in the surfing world when he qualified as a rookie, obviously from his talent on a wave, but he gives you something when he surfs heat. And that passion is electric. You can't miss a heat with Joao Chianca. At the moment, he's still hanging on to number 4. We'll give you updates as they come. 7:55, what's been happening in this one, Flick?
Wow, well,
A couple of sets on the head, huh?
A couple of sets on the head for sure. It seems like these guys have sort of been out of position. I've seen a couple of sets now, clean them up. They've kind of repositioned now. See that whitewash line? They've just moved to the outside of that. Sets are breaking on the head. You know you're sitting too far in. So they've just repositioned. Callum's out the back. He's got priority, but he's got a really big job ahead of him. He needs a 9.33. He has already scored a 10 this year, but it's going to be really difficult to do it out there today. Probably still going to need 2 waves. Barron sitting out the back, second priority. He's looking so comfortable in this heat. Just really putting on a good display of what he's able to do in the barrel, different techniques he's got, foot placement on the board, how far up he's able to shift his weight. Looking very impressive out there. I'd say if he gets a set wave, which opens up a lot more, I'd say he's going to turn in a pretty good score because he's looking connected.
He certainly is. You know, when the bottom drops out, he can take off underneath it. He always seems like he's in control. Seems to manage a calm heart rate when things are getting wild in the lineup. Even at big days at Sunset or Margaret River, Barron's just so comfy in positions like that. Callum paddling right past Mamiya. Looks like he might have found some space. With priority, he'll make a move. The man from Evans Head controls the slide and gets his best vision so far. Right into a wrapping cutback. Big section, crushes it over the shallow reef, and he'll step off. Best wave so far for Cal. And he'll be needing less than that 9.33. So even though he had to change it up and go to turns, he managed that whole performance really well. Combination of coming out of the barrel here.
Yeah, nice short and sharp barrel, but I really like his decision to go to turns here. He knows that he's got to do it. He can break it down and do it in 2 scores. That second turn there was really critical. Here we go. We have a look at the vision. He gets in the barrel. Nice. It's a pretty short little cover up. Comes out. Knows that work's not done. May as well make the most of this. Nice little tail drift on the takeoff there. It's covered up there for a second. Comes out. Goes straight to turns. Breaking down this big score that he needs. Going to do it in 2. He's definitely going to replace that 0.2 and the 0.5, 0.2.
Yeah, he's definitely improving his best. He hadn't completed a wave yet. He's fallen in the barrel, so he's probably had to deal with the reef a couple of times in this matchup was.
Last turn and belting it, but going for it and understanding that he's going to have to deal with the reef. He's had to walk on the reef and standing on the reef and jumping over double ups, and now he's got the paddle back out. So, you know, with Callum putting in the extra effort, trying to get those extra points, putting up the risk onto that reef, but feet look okay, no cuts. He's going right by, he's going right back out, and he's ready for more.
I like it. Yeah, this guy is ready for moments like this. The guy charges hard, puts a lot into his prep. Really a student of the game as well, getting a lot of knowledge from the people that he puts in his support crew. He just kind of had one of those roles where he was a rookie and he kind of had just instant success. But I think he's able to identify there's so much more that he wants to improve on tour. He's doing that with such a healthy headspace. Lives a really healthy lifestyle. Callum now needs a 7. His last wave a 2.83. You know, when they look at barrels like that, you know, you saw them the whole time. They really reward the barrel rides when you completely disappear. Show that you're really deep. The turns were probably important to just get it to that 2.83 range.
Sort of see Barron out the back there. He was having a look at those 2 waves, but he's got priority. It's actually a really smart decision that he didn't go because he may as well hold on to priority until Callum comes out the back. There's only 3.5 minutes on the clock. And if he takes off, he may as well utilize priority and take a wave from Callum rather than taking a wave without Callum being out the back. So very smart decision there.
And sometimes as a surfer, your natural instincts of wanting to ride waves, you got to let that go and play the game well. Barron doing great. Even though he qualified as a wild card, didn't mean he wasn't in a jersey before. A lot of reps on the QS. Well-decorated amateur career as well. Born for this. 3 on the clock. This would be an event on the calendar where you'd have Barron being a favorite to win, especially if he got on a crazy roll, and you'd think in big conditions, so I think this is real positive for Barron that he's holding on to the lead. It's smaller Teahupo'o. Deep on this one, Callum is down. As you see, this wave spit without him. 2:30 left, still chasing a 7.
Yeah, that last wave. Nice entry into the barrel, was open, but towards the end there, as he was trying to come out, you see that foam kind of clamp down on his head. Not the kind of wave that he was probably hoping for. Probably hoping that wave to stay a lot more open, come flying out.
2:10 to go. The greatest of all time coming up next. Kelly Slater preparing for Ryan Callanan. As we look at this one, ledging out on the takeoff, pulling up and under. Callum Robson not finding room for the exit. As you can see, he's just learning on the fly out here. Still chasing a 7. He'll have to try to find some space under that one. Tips, Felicity, when you got a wave like that heading for you?
Wow, it's super shallow in there, so you've got to be thinking, let's try and minimize my body touching the reef here. It's kind of like a game of, you just got to be really aware of your body position and where you are in the water. I think it just takes repetition, you know. The more time spent underwater and doing those certain things, you become aware of. It's like doing a somersault on a trampoline and having that body awareness of where you are in the air. You're going to have that body awareness of where you are underneath the water. You know, that's how these gymnasts perform somersaults in the air. These crew are doing it underneath the water. They're aware of where the reef is. And sometimes the word that comes to mind is also starfish and protect the head.
Yeah, you've got to mimic some of your favorite animals in the ocean. A starfish is great when you don't have water to really duck dive.
Whale
You saw
could
Callum
also-
getting away from his board because there wasn't room for both of them. 45 seconds to go. Barron Mamiya looking to shut this one down. Rolls into this wave, grabs the rail. How about that stalling technique?
Oh.
And he's going to enjoy the view on that one. Couldn't get ultra deep, but I just love how he gave it a salute on the way out. He'll get shut down, not factoring in, but Barron putting on a nice performance here in heat number 4, the elimination round. Callum left chasing a 7-point ride.
I love that. I love that little bit of soul arch as he was exiting the barrel. It's just a little bit of personality. I love it. Something a little bit different. Thumbs up. He's okay. Looks pretty shallow on the inside when he coming out of that one.
Just standard operation for Barron Mamiya. Moving on to the round of 16. Callum Robson, great job this year. Excited to see you perform in 2024, starting off at Pipeline. Coming up next, Ryan Callanan takes on Kelly Slater. We'll bring in Kaipo and Pete for the call.
Heat 5 of the elimination round. Red is Ryan Callanan, blue Kelly Slater. I just remind you, 35 minutes. No restart. Priority blue. And for the previous heat, congratulations to Barron Mamiya, advancing to the round of 16. Voilà, dans la série qui vient de se terminer, qualification du Hawaïen Barron Mamiya. Et à l'instant, dans cette série débute la série 5, donc Ryan Callanan en rouge, l'Australien, face à Kelly Slater, l'Américain en bleu.
Winding black to 2016 for Outerknown flashback. Kelly Slater goes nearly perfect in this final against John Florence, 11-time world champ. 19.2 7-6 out of a possible 20 in this heat and this final. Incredible surfing by the GOAT, Kelly Slater. Young John Florence had to watch that firsthand. And how sweet it is. 5th title here in Tahiti for Kelly Slater. Straight into live action. Kelly in the elimination round. Knifes into this one. Nice drop. Grabs the rail. Powers through that whitewater section. Comes out. That's going to be the first score for Kelly Slater in his matchup against Ryan Calnan, the Novocastrian Goofy Foot. Is going to have a challenge when it comes to this break, Kelly Slater, because he's the best out here. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, along with my good friend Peter Mel. And Peter, your breakdown for this heat. I mean, I'm glad we're calling this one.
Oh, well, and the sun has come out, and at big time. It's just cleaned up this lineup. It's made it beautiful out there, the offshores. Kelly Slater, that's what happens when he gets in the water. All of a sudden, it feels dreamy.
It is dreamy day 2 of competition. We're in the men's elimination round. If you're just joining us, we'll have this men's elimination round followed by the men's round of 16. This was a 2.67 opener for Ryan Calnan. Pete?
It's not going to be easy for Kelly, and because this man right here has got it all. He's got the best backhand in the business as well as the forehand. He likes the barrels. You watch Kelly has done this over and over. That was a very critical drop. You saw me almost hung up at the very moment, and then we see another wave here. Ryan Calnan. Oh, so it has clicked in. It feels like conditions, you know, again, the sun warms up. Wow, look at this action. Back to back to back here. Kelly, what a tube duel. All 4 of those waves are pretty darn good waves.
I love it. Kelly Slater hits the water. He's had 18 events here in Tahiti. Of course, he's made 7 finals. He's won 5 times. The greatest track record when you look at Teahupo'o and the competition here with Kelly Slater, the 51-year-old, 30th season on Championship Tour. So many things, more accolades we can give you about Kelly Slater, but let's just go to Strider. He's got something for us out in the channel. Strider, take it away.
Well, just the exchanges that are happening so quickly in this heat. So right after the other, but Kelly kind of, I feel like getting the upper hand on both of the waves. A little bit more drama on his first one, falling out of the sky, and then that last one had just a nice gutter in it. So I think wave choice is going to come in handy on this and experience. Coming up against a goofy footer, like you give the nod to the goofy footers on just the sheer ability to kind of weave through the tube out here because of the undulated faces and how hard it is to read the lineup. But when you talk about guys like Kelly Slater and how many times they've surfed here and how they can identify the good ones, it was pretty interesting to watch Kelly watch the end of that last heat and seeing those deep ones, and he just looked over and he kind of had that eye of the tiger. He looked like he was lit up and ready to go. So it was pretty fun to see his energy rising as this heat came to play.
That's what I was going to ask, Strider. How did these 2 surfers look before the heat? How fired up are these guys?
Well, Ryan's a typical kind of look. He's always happy and kind of sitting there bubbly. You never see that kind of real, like, I'm going to go out there and kill it. And you just see that kind of happy, kind of bubbly feel from him. And Kelly, I think he's got something to prove. I mean, obviously not in the surfing world as a whole, but just for himself right now, he wants a win really, really, really bad. And I could see it after his last heat when he was slapping water and saying words you don't want to hear. And so, that's, and then to see him out here this morning, really focused and lasering in right now, he really wants to win. You can feel it.
Well, Kelly Slater in his, get this, Pete, 293rd event surfed on the Championship Tour after 30 seasons.
And I was going to say, you got to keep that pilot lit, right? Like right now, and what does that to get yourself fired up in conditions, and this wave, that type of stuff will fire up Kelly Slater. We've seen it before, good conditions, good waves, barrels specifically. Man, you're right. He wants to prove something, Strider.
Numbers are in for Kelly Slater, and the advantage to the 11-time world champ, a 6.67 opener. Backed it up with a 5.67. We look at Tahiti. We look at this stop in particular, and Kelly Slater's heat-winning percentage here. Can you guess, Pete?
No, I would say it's going to be upper 60s. Guess.
79%.
What?
Yes.
Sorry, I blew you guys' eardrums out
That's
there.
Fine. That's fine.
That's incredible.
And so we
79%.
79%.
That's that's over 3/4 of the times he's going to win a heat.
Yeah. And that is his history. Look at the sun comes out. Beautiful day. You can see the reef pass here at Teahupo'o. Let's take a look again at Kelly Slater. Off to a quick start. This is a 6.67.
He almost did it like a little bit of dramatics, huh? Just by hanging in the lip, just to free fall out of it. And of course, that a very critical drop. You look at what he's been able to do already, 12.34 on these 2 waves at the very beginning of the heat. That would make most of the heats this morning, right? I don't think anyone had a much higher total than that, except for maybe Cowley, right? So that right there, is there anyone else who had a higher one? But either way, 12.34 is good for what point in the heat this is.
Yeah, and speaking of Cowley Voss, Kelly Slater last year was in rare form here, blowing through the draw until he met Cowley Voss in the semifinals. You think Kelly Slater wants payback? You think Kelly Slater wants to make another final here and possibly a win? Of course he does.
Yeah, no,
this is the one stop on the tour where he's timeless.
Yeah, no, and will be for a very long time. You know, again, the pilot is lit with him, especially when it comes to places like this in Pipeline. I mean, I would imagine his Pipeline heat winning percentage is
He's going to be high in
similar.
semis as well. Yeah, I can get that to you, Pete.
Okay, thank you.
So strong start here. We're going to turn our attention. Calnan, our Cal, got smashed on that one. Slater holding on to priority with a lead. And a strong lead over our Cal here, the 31-year-old. One of the older surfers on the championship tour. 5th season. Had a pretty good year this year, Ryan Calnan, coming in number 10 on our leaderboard. Runner-up finish in Bells. 3rd place in Rio, Kelly Slater in the barrel. That one gets collapsed upon the 11-time world champ, so we'll see who comes up with the priority. Our Cal on his way back out.
Kelly's not going to wait around very much, is he? He's going to roll the dice. We saw that from earliest success, as you see behind it. And this one, unfortunately, kind of filled up with white water. And no real true exit. Great technique once at Kelly, you know, that tripod stance, hand on the rail. We've seen it used by the backhanders all the time here at Teahupo'o.
Let's hear from our last heat winner. Baron Mamiya is on to the round of 16.
Baron must feel good to make it through that elimination round into the round of 16. A good served heat then. Talk us through it.
Yeah, the waves were like kind of weird at the beginning of the heat. It was kind of all over the place. It looks like now it's starting to clean up a lot more. But yeah, it was kind of grindy. I just tried to catch as many waves as I could. I felt like I was watching, and everyone just was kind of surfing their way into the rhythm. So that's what I tried, and yeah, it worked out.
And I know you love Tahiti. You've been coming here since you were very young, staying with Matahi at the moment. Talk us through your last week and preparing for this.
Yeah, I showed up the day before the trials, and then the next day I caddied for Matahi all day, and I was watching him just get like stand-up 10-foot barrels blown out all day. It was so sick. And then we surfed that afternoon, and then the next day was pretty fun. We got a couple of fun ones, and then yeah, we've just been cruising and just, yeah, I mean, it's so fun here. You can just like go out on the ocean and just like find something to do every day. So yeah, we're having a good time, and I'm stoked.
Amazing. And you know, talking about your year, it's been a long year. You've had 3 quarterfinals in this second half of the year. Do you feel like you're just getting your momentum going? And what are your hopes for this event?
Yeah, the back half of the year, I definitely picked up a little momentum for sure. But yeah, I think this year was like a lot of learning for me, which was good. But yeah, you know, this event, I love getting barreled. And I've been coming here since I was 15. So yeah, I just want to do as good as I can and get some barrels and have some fun.
Amazing. Well done. We'll see you in round of 16 soon.
Thank you.
Yeah, Baron Mamiya, really a surfer. When you look at his skill set and what he's able to do at places like Pipeline, you would think he would be a favorite this year at Tahiti if he can put it all together, because the talent's there.
Get a little rhythm. That's what it takes. I mean, he was halfway there. Had one good wave, right? He needed probably another good backup, but getting a heat win and an elimination round, that always helps to spark some momentum. But yeah, you're right. He's absolutely could be a very deadly, great backhand barrel rider, one of the best in the draw.
Conditions getting better out there. Maybe the set's getting a little bit bigger. What do you think, Strider Wozlewski?
I think Kelly Slater just got smoked by some. Just watching him just get pounded, boards tombstoning. I don't even know why he took that wave. I was in one of those weird cornery ones. I think he's a little frothed out. I think he wants to win really bad, and that's why he took that wave. But now he's just have to shake off the beating, because he just took a couple on the head. He's having to breathe through it. Watching him kind of just clear the sinuses and get back out there. So pretty fun to watch.
And do you know what he's riding out there? I mean, I kind of saw a board flip over. Is he on a quad or a thruster? Do you know?
pretty sure he's on a quad. He's got a quad back up in the channel. He's been riding quads. He did try out as a thruster, the board he's on right now, just to see how it felt, if it was happening to be turns. But now that it's, we know it's barrels, he goes back to the quad for the tube rides, and it's a little bit of a step up for him. I think it's a 5'11", and he's got obviously a bunch of boards at the house, but they're all really strong looking, just kind of basic boards. There's nothing weird, there's nothing crazy. He's not like trying to, change the game. Here we go. Outerknown looking for a nugget into the bowl. Pulls up, little lip in the head. Not what he was looking for.
All right, 22 minutes on the countdown. Ryan Callanan still searching for excellent score if he wants to do it in one score. An 8.91 is what the surfer out of Newcastle needs at the moment, because Kelly Slater came on in a flurry. Another look at this one.
Well, going out way up the point, right? You kind of see the angle of this one. It kind of starts to bend. You get it on that shallow portion at the top part. The forehanders are going to be looking at those deeper waves, where you're mentioning earlier, Kipes, about how the forehanders can be back a little bit more from behind it and pump through the barrel, whereas the backhanders can kind of fall into the barrel. So we'll see those as different types of techniques, and that puts you on different parts of the reef, really. So we'll see Ryan probably push himself a little bit deeper than Kelly would.
Yeah, hoping to open up the playing field right now as we take an overview right now. Slater with priority and control of the heat. Cal's just hovering underneath Kelly and looking for an opportunity either to the south or maybe just like on the crease there.
This is he's kind of looking like using the Kaipo tactic to go up underneath and go to the top of the point, huh?
And the question with that is, like, can you get the score? Because generally the wave's a little not as hollow up there, right? And not as square of a barrel. So, but that's definitely what he's doing. He's going up the reef.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at waves that basically Kelly's going to pass, with outside priority. You would do that.
Big heats in around the 16 coming up. Look at how we start off. Griffin Colapinto going up against last year's runner-up Kaoli Voss. So another dangerous Tahitian wildcard in the way of Mihimana Bray. He's going to be coming up against Felipe Toledo, the top seed, as we go into the round of 16 heat number 5. Kelly Slater in the barrel is full of whitewater, and the whitewater wins this time.
That's pretty rare. You don't see that very often. Kelly will usually find his way out of some sort of little hole there, and now it's filling the sinuses once again. Oh, it's nothing better though. Think about it. When you have a heat where you're draining your sinuses afterwards, gotta love that feeling.
So we see Kelly, just kind of letting that wave roll through and doing the leash test. Actually, we're going to see what happened here. What went wrong?
I think it was the dragging. He was trying to slow himself down. I mean, he knew it was going to be a short section. So you see everything slowing himself down there. Look, bum, arm, leg even is in there, and it just fills up with white water.
Fought for it.
Yeah, he did. He did. And again, it's where you push yourself forward on the board. We see that technique where you put in the most stable part of the board and hopefully use that rail to drive you through it. The quad can be usually very beneficial there because you're putting 2 extra bigger fins on the rail, so it won't slide necessarily. And that's another reason why I think Kelly has been kind of deciding to use the quad. Also, when you're going maybe deeper on the reef, it's going to fly through the barrel a little quicker. You don't have to pump it as much to keep the speed up on a quad.
Yeah, the lack of that center fin makes for a faster straight line, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sure does. And that's why Kelly basically uses that here. I mean, and some backhanders will say, hey, I like having that third fin. It makes me have a little more directional feel when you're kind of dragging with that fin in the middle of the board. Whereas Kelly, on the other hand, there's a give and take, right, with every single design that you make changes. And he likes the speed for the quad in the barrel over, the stability on maybe the drop and the steering ability in the barrel.
So now priority to Ryan Callanan, and Ryan able to start a comeback.
Yeah, just a mid-5, like grab one that's, that'll settle your nerves and, put it in a much easier situation. At this point, obviously needing a big number, one of the biggest of the day.
And I think the way to look at this for RCal with this much time on the clock, you look at a 2-wave total of Kelly Slater of a 12.34. You look at this as 2 6.5s.
Yeah, divided by 2.
2 6.5s, and I'm in the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And, just a matching, even in between. And with the conditions improving, which we are seeing with the sunshine, obviously with the sun, it just heats up a little things, and it actually turns the wind ever so slightly. And just that, 5 degrees of change in wind, all of a sudden it just grooms the lineup.
Here goes Arcal in the pocket, traveling through here, needs to fight for an exit. And again, the wave wins this time.
That was one of those waves, though, up on the point. You know, it had a little elbow on it that maybe just runs the reef right there. It may not be as big and as an intense of a section, but you can have kind of a long barrel, and those forehanders can do it. We saw Cal, find those types of waves on this reef last year. So Ryan, you know, I think he feels comfortable sitting in that zone.
And just from where I looked at, he took off, Pete, you can talk about the swell direction right now, because I really don't know, but for me it appears that it's more southeast. You don't have that southwest really coming in from the channel. Take a look at this replay. You can see how he was up on the point.
Yeah, and it is. And this swell, even, you know, we're talking about the west elements in the swell. Overall, though,
not much, right?
Yeah, it's 200 degrees. 205, I think, is kind of the range what we've had forecast from Surfline in the first part of the swell. And that first pulse is what we're seeing right now.
In contrast to, when do we see like the real kind of sea monsters out here coming out of the channel?
Yeah.
What degree is that?
Well, I mean, straight west is 240, which we rarely see, but 220, you know, 215, 220, that degree.
Okay, I'm just trying to work it out here and, you know, really get over a 6-point ride to put him in kind of in the race.
You know, hearing those post-heat interviews and, you know, surfing your way into rhythm. I think that's where Ryan, right at this point, right? He's trying to surf his way into rhythm, and it's a good tactic. It really is. You start to feel things out. You obviously release once you are riding a wave, obviously thought process is gone, so you don't have to think. You're just thinking about and reacting to what the wave is.
Slater takes a look at that, wants to hang on to priority.
Good read there for Kelly, but I mean, even when the conditions have cleaned up like they have, it's still fairly jumbled lineup. It's not absolutely perfect. You know, the waves don't have that great line where you're like, oh, this is it. So you kind of have to almost do a little bit of hunting and looking at it just to see, you know, you get the maximum amount of time of giving yourself a look at a wave without actually taking off on it.
Yeah. Think about the history here for Kelly Slater. His first final was 23 years ago. Shared that final with his good friend Shane Dorian.
Wow. Yeah, it's incredible. And, you know, it just goes to show how amazing Kelly Slater is. You know, to think about his first win 23 years ago here and is still surfing at such a high level. It is truly incredible.
Arcal behind it this time. Manages his speed and again travels a long way in the barrel, but it just pinches at the end.
Yeah, wow, that was a bummer. That wave actually looked like it was going to be almost a comeback wave, and then all of a sudden it hit just that little bit of deep water, and it didn't bend at you and stay open, and that was unfortunate because it's going to be another 1-point ride.
Yeah, Ryan Callahan's going to continue to search for scores. Needs a comeback right now. We're going to find out if he's successful. More of Kelly Slater, Ryan Callahan after this. Looking back to 2005, at the time, this was Kelly Slater's third final in Tahiti. But this time, the GOAT went one better than just making the final and winning another event. Perfect two-wave total up against Damian Hardman in this final. 2 10-point rides. Cannot do any better than that.
Gotta love what Kelly's been able to do in his career. And no other place than right here in Tahiti to be able to achieve another perfect heat. Always a joy to watch. That's why everyone tunes in for his heats. You look at all those perfect heats.
All-time perfect heats here. You can take a look at that. The Astros on 1996 with Shane Beshin, in that was actually a 30-point heat for Beshin, where he got 3 10s at Kira. As we go back to live action here, and Kelly Slater in the lead up against Ryan Calnan. 12 minutes, 15 seconds on the countdown. Kelly Slater getting it done again. I'm Kaipo along with Peter Mel. What do you say, Pete? I mean, looks like Kelly's came in kind of last minute to this event. It's been laying pretty low, but now it's just switched on.
Yeah, I mean, the days off, that's Chopo for a warm-up. Not necessarily something you would probably see in your event.
Arcal gets a big pump there, but again, pinching on the end. So Ryan Calnan continues to search. If he wants to do it in a single wave, he needs an 8.91. During the break, this is what happened. Kelly Slater knows how to use priority.
Yeah, he did, and puts it in there, but does not come out. So he had to give priority over to Calnan, but then found this randomly. And so don't have to have priority to find waves and find quality waves.
Yeah, that was just a 3.37 we're watching right here. So it continues to search, but really forced the hand of Arcal, who took another wave and handed priority right back to Kelly Slater. We're playing this a bunch. This is the 3.77.
Yeah, he was, it's good how he lined up the angle. He set it up basically by the paddle. There's so much that goes into before you catch the wave, the setup. And every wave's a little different in the way you would set that up. That was a great one where he went back at the point, knowing that he was going to have to try and get that extra time to pull in. He did that. Not going to be in his top 2, but ultimately great technique in trying to manufacture barrel time.
Yeah, I actually think it was fortunate that Arcal went on another wave for Kelly, that Kelly now has hanging on to priority and can control this heat in the final 10.5 minutes. Surfers going through, opportunity for Calnan, and what does Ryan Calnan need to do? I propose that question to Strider Wazalewski.
We're just underwater.
You gotta move it. There's a place there, Strider, that you could actually get into deeper water, but
well, you know what? When a set like that comes through, and you gotta duck dive when it happens, Let me get my hair ready. Okay.
All right, cool.
Now, I've heard the question. So Ryan Calnan, if I'm his coach, I would tell him to stick to his guns. He has just been really unlucky because all those waves that he's catching are really scoreable waves that drain off that back of that reef. Those have been the best waves. To be honest, I'm watching Kelly and I'm frustrated. Even though he's winning the heat, he keeps taking these wide ones that have those flaps on them, don't really let you out. And you're gonna have a better chance of getting speed going through those deep sections and come flying through that lip line. I think that Callan's just put himself a tiny bit too deep. If it was up to me, if I said anything to him, it'd just maybe get a little more speed for the exit and push through those lips.
Good advice. Make a wave. Get a score. 9 minutes, 15 seconds, and it looks like Kelly Slater does have heat control, real control of this heat with that lead as well as priority. He's dictating the pace of this heat.
Yeah, and it's funny though. I mean, it feels like, okay, so Callan's probably been a tinge too deep, whereas Kelly's been a tinge too wide. Maybe they should meet right in the middle and surf in the same zone. But again, I think that the bigger waves are definitely going to move a bit wide.
Okay, here's Kelly. He uses priority. Again, drags the body, and the foam eats him for a minute, but he wins in the end. Comes out of that one casually. Did he better a 7.67, I ask you, Peter Mel.
Yeah, I will say that it's going to be right in that same kind of zone, but I will say that the man has a flair for dramatics, right? I mean, anytime that you can kind of go, oh, there's no way he's not making that, like he's gone, and then all of a sudden he appears, that is a motion that you carry, and you're going to go, oh, does it reflect in the score? So he's surprised. At least he surprised me. I mean, maybe I shouldn't have been surprised because he's done this many, many times before, but yeah.
I think you talked about the quad. I think the quad, the 2 fins in the wall, helped him come through all of that foam that was on the face. 4 points of purchase versus 3 points on a thruster.
Yep. And that's why he rides him, and he's one of the few in the draw that'll be riding him pretty much on a consistent basis in the barrels. At Pipeline, you see him use it pretty often. He'll change occasionally there, especially if backdoor's in play. Replay here, that same kind of vibe of that point wave where it is a shallow takeoff and it has a crease and a corner in it. Here's Kelly. He got forced into this one, but I think a pretty good call. I mean, you don't really want to leave that one for Callanan to get back in the heat. You know, even if it doesn't really change the scenario, and it won't probably by much if it does, but I will say that that was pretty cool. I mean, he was completely disappeared from view. And again, technicalities. How do you, you know, showcase that? It's staying in the barrel as long as possible, which he did, and he exited out of the hole. It wasn't like it was a sloppy exit. It just filled up with a bunch of foam and just blind as can be in this moment. He's literally just going off instinct. Where's the barrel? Where's the exit going to be?
Talk about the 4 points of purchase. I mean, purchase as in a mountain climber, and those are points of contact. With that quad comes through there. And live action here with Ryan Callanan. He's got a barrel in front of him, and he exits there. He's got also some work cut out for him because last score for Kelly Slater that we came out of that replay, a 7.6.
So I was saying, hey, I thought it was just gonna be better ever so slightly. That was 2 points better.
The judges like the surprise factor of that.
Exactly. There's the emotion that gets tied to it. You know, you all of a sudden you're like, whoa, he shouldn't have made that. Like that, it reflects in the score because it's the wow factor. We talk about that a lot. I like this from Ryan Callanan. Again, this wave, unfortunately, had that little bend that came across it. It actually filled up the barrel and it shut down. But this time he punches through it, so it'll most likely go into his top 2. You know, but that 7.6 was a pretty big one. It actually put him in combo.
Yeah. Ryan Callanan needs 2 waves, 14.27. We're still waiting for the last score for Ryan Callanan to see if he's able to break that 2-wave combination. But really the key wave in this heat was that 7.6 for Kelly Slater. There's all the scores. We're still waiting for another one. Highlighted the top 2 for each surfer. Ryan Callanan up. And unable to come through there. So previous wave is going to be the important score for Cal.
He's giving himself chances. You know, this will be the 13th wave in this heat. So there is opportunity out there. There's lots of waves to look at. I mean, you think back to like 1 or 2 of those waves that, you know, if he was able to punch through and get through that section. I mean, look at the score that came in for the one that he just made.
5.1 did get Ryan Callanan out of that combination. So the previous wave for RCal gets him out of combination. Still in a tough spot. He needs an excellent score of a 9.17, and he's under the priority of Kelly Slater, who's, we mentioned, surfing his 293rd event. He knows how to close out a heat.
He does. He does. But again, if there's 2 waves in a set, and he's already given priority back.
Slater, extended stay behind the curtain there, carves it up on that Slater Designs, kicking out right on the reef, looking to improve upon a 6.67.
It's funny that, you know, Kelly is no shame. He's going to ride waves, and that seems like the strategy. He's like, I don't need to sit on priority.
Play defense.
Yeah, I'm just going to keep having fun, keep riding waves. I mean, he's coming off of a long, you know, his boards, these are brand new boards.
Strider.
Yeah, Kelly just paddling by now, super fired up, looking like you saw him come out of that barrel, and then the action he put on that turn, he was ready to rip into it. And you know what? He's feeling it right now, and I love to see it. I love to see it out of the goat. You know, he's sitting up there at the twilights. I mean, he's 51 years old, and he's out here competing and on the level of the best of the best. It's still at this present time, and it's so fun to watch. I really feel like, you know, he could go on to win this event. He's got that much energy right now, and he's focused. It's beautiful.
I agree with you, Strider, in that Kelly, this is the one spot, you know, where he's ageless. It doesn't matter. He can win this event and take a 6th title here in Tahiti.
Okay, technical barrel riding, that's on offer right here. It's not going to be the most intensive barrels, but I love what his technique has brought. You know, he's just able to line up these waves so easily. And that's just all that experience. Puts himself in good positions and then just drops right in and then maximizes barrel time. And that's what good barrel riders do.
Yeah. Did not change the situation, however. 4.93 for last score for Kelly Slater. He's still going to hang on with his opening score. That's 6.67, and then the valuable 7.6 that he was able to do the disappearing act on.
And we touch on this stuff all the time about closing out heats and the fact that you use priority, you generally want to better a score. But like, how can you call out Kelly in a situation like that with how many heats he's had? He's like, you know what? Yeah, strategically, it's better to kind of sit it out and hold priority and kind of starve the best waves. But Kelly's like, I'd rather ride my board and get used to my board and stay in rhythm than wait it out.
Ryan Callanan can make a comeback here, stretches well in front of Arcal, makes that first section, coming out here, hammers that, but needed to put that final maneuver down. Not going to be the 9.17 that he needed. Really needed to close out that one, but nice barrel ride.
Yeah, and I would say that's going to be his best wave. So he's actually going to bring down his score needed going into this last 2 minutes. That one was a screamer. He carried a lot of speed at it. I would love to have seen him complete that last move because that would have been one of the bigger turns we've seen. And you wonder if the judges would actually reward it a little bit more. You know, because if you do big turns in big sections, that's when they're going to give you a number for doing maneuvers. But if you're just catching a smaller wave and just kind of ripping a wave thinking, oh, I'm going to get myself a 4, no, that's not going to happen. You need to do something super high impact. And that was on the way to doing that. You know, behind it, that's that forehand, able to pump through the barrel. He comes out clean. This is going to be a much better number than his 5.10. But the fall, man, if he pulls that turn down, great angle from the drone. Spit out with all that speed. What are you going to do with it? He's going to do a big Arcal layback gaff from behind it. Look at the pumps. 2 pumps up high above the wall, over the top of the foam ball. And that allowed him to get out with all that extra speed because at the bottom of the barrel, you're going to see that whitewater fills up the barrel super quickly and it can buck you off. It can actually send you down. Sometimes it's a pothole. Sometimes it's a speed bump. You know, you don't really know what it's going to be as you're flying over it, but carrying speed is the key to getting over it.
Slater pulls in, comes out again, makes it look so easy. He's in a dominant position right now and showing some flexibility for a 51-year-old. And it looks a little sparky. Here we go, Arcal too deep on that one, punches out the back.
That one had that look, huh, Kaipo? It was pretty shallow.
So, you know, the previous ride for Ryan Callanan, we said that he needed to finish that maneuver. Could have got the score because look at a 7.4 just for the barrel ride previous wave for Ryan Callanan. Now needs a 6.88. Ryan is not out of the heat yet, but he needs to get to his feet within these next 10 seconds. But tried to fight back and doesn't look like Tahiti's going to give him another chance.
Wow, what a heat. I mean, good job by Callanan. You know, is the turn enough to turn the heat?
We'll never know. We will never know. What we do know is that Kelly Slater, again, onto the round of 16 and just showing how comfortable he is at Teahupo'o.
You think he's 80% now in the heat winning percentage?
It's certainly going to go up, yes. So Kelly Slater onto the round of 16. Ryan Callanan eliminated, and that'll be the end of Arcal's season. They'll prep for 2024 on the championship tour. We'll see him again then.
And what a season from Ryan N. He's showcased a ton of highlights. Great stuff, and I can't wait to see him in Pipeline.
Coming back with Ian Gentile and Matthew McGillivray out in the water at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro.
Every sustainable choice you make, no matter how small, matters.
Speak up for the ocean. Your actions can inspire others.
SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown men's elimination round out in the water. Heat number 6. Ian Gentile up against Matthew McGillivray. Winner moves on into round of 16. Kaipo along with Peter Mel. Thoughts on this heat, Pete?
Well, I got Ian Gentile having his rookie season and has been at the top of the heap. It's pretty cool to see Ian come from his back half of the year and producing great numbers, great results, and is maturing into his career here on the championship tour. Always had great things to say about Matthew McGillivray. As you watch the replay here of Gentile quickly in and out, and conditions holding with this beautiful sunshine and offshore winds. And the conditions are optimum. We see, again, technique by Ian Gentile. He has honed these skills in the islands of Hawaii.
And Matthew McGillivray kicking out of his opening ride.
You know, touching on Matthew McGillivray, I always have great things to say about him. It's been very surprising in his career. When he comes here, he's been able to surf all of the great venues very, very well. Margaret's and J-Bay, obviously. And here, for that matter, when we look at what he was able to do here last season, and, you know, all the venues, really, Matthew is one of those guys that's been very versatile.
Matthew McGillivray's year so far, quarterfinals at Sunset, quarterfinals at Bells. Last year, he made the quarterfinals here in Tahiti, and he had a 10-point ride all the way over to that quarterfinals. Time to hear from Kelly Slater. Another dominant performance in Tahiti by Kelly. Take it away, Laura.
Yes, Kelly, feel like the sun came out and the wind really cleaned up for that heat there. It was super exciting with you and Arcal. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I got a quick start. I just kind of stayed wide. I free surfed this morning, and I tried to sit on the deep peak and just see if there was anything that lined across. And in the hour I was out there was one wave that Bahina got, but it was the only one. Yeah. So your odds aren't going to be great if you sit there waiting. So it sounded like all the good ones were kind of small west winds inside, and with that low tide, even the medium ones were capping, just because of the wind and everything. But then the wind switched offshore, and the tide's filling in. So there should be some nice waves throughout the day. I got the quick start was the point of the heat, though. I got that 5.67 and 6.67, and then he was sort of a little bit pushed to try and make something happen. And before that ever happened, I got a 7.67. So I just kind of kept building, and with my priority, I was where I wanted to sit. It was a funny one because where he would have to commit to a wave before I would have to paddle, because I was sitting on the west pole. So it was just we played the heat 2 different ways, and it went my way.
And coming off a bit of an adventure to get here, I think you travelled about 60 hours from Namibia from a surf trip. Have you recovered from that yet?
I don't know if we ever recover fully from all those. I did 49 hours door to door from when I left my hotel till I got to Ramana's hotel, and then I had a heat about 6 hours later. So it was definitely cutting it close. There was a better flight option, but I couldn't get the flights from Auckland. I was going to go Joburg through Australia, but I couldn't get that Auckland seat. Somebody, let me have your seat. But yeah, it was a brutal. It was the first 2 days I was here was brutal. After my heat on the first day, I went to my room, fell asleep by 4, and I didn't leave my house till 4:30 or 5 the next day. So I needed some rest.
Well, how special is it to be back here in Tahiti? It's your 19th event here. You've had 7 finals, 5 wins. Obviously a great result last year. How good is it to bookend it here?
Oh, I'm still mad Ace got me in that one. And Gabriel. Yeah, it's nice. Yeah, I didn't realize it was that many, because it seemed like we didn't have the event a few years. But yeah, I probably only missed really the first 1 or 2 they had here. I think Kobe won one year when that was a controversial one. Conan might have gotten you there, Kobe. But what a great spot for an event. You know, it's the only thing you could do to improve this event would be if somehow the boats could be closer in so they all could see every wave. But it's just so fun when you're in a heat or you're watching and the waves are pumping and the crowd's going off, and it's really like I tell everyone when they ask me about this place, I said once in your life you have to fly down just for a swell to see what it does on a big day. But yeah, we love being at Tahiti. The locals are great. The weather's amazing. The water's perfect, blue, warm. Really like the ultimate place to have a contest.
It is. We'll see into the round of 16 later today. Rest up and yeah, good luck.
I love how Kelly Slater's still stewing over runner-up finishes to Ace Bucket in 2013 and to Gabe Medina in 2014. Guys, obviously he's very competitive.
Yeah, no, it's very true. It's so funny.
Yeah.
I like that he had 24 hours recovery time. It was basically 4 p.m. to 4 p.m. He got his recovery for the 49 hours.
Yeah, he's on
flight time.
We've had 3 late A's up until today. Here we go. McGillivray. Just some white water on the face to deal with. And no barrel. He's going to go over.
Oh, you saw that one coming.
Yeah, late to the pull out there, but popped up straight away. Back to Kelly Slater. We'll see him in the next round, the round of 16. We'll see Slater coming up against Iago Dora. So we're talking about clinching Final 5 scenarios.
Oh, man.
Iago's going to need to get by to ensure himself. He needs to get by Kelly Slater in that round of 16.
Good heats to watch. We knew that was going to unfold today. I mean, we're watching this replay here, nothing here, but this is unfortunate. I mean, that's straight over the falls. Did not want to have that happen. All that foam, watch the purchase, just a little drift. Uh-oh, can't get any rail on the wall.
Some cavitation going on there. And then this, huh, Pete?
Oh, that is the worst. Yeah, you're like, oh no, please don't hit. One little last breath as he goes over the falls. That's a good technique right there, folks. You know that you're in the lip and you're going to have that extra moment, grab some breath.
Yeah, and just to round out that challenge, back to Kelly Slater in the round of 16. Slater did beat Iago last year here in the quarterfinals, making it to the semifinals, and that's when Carly Voss took out Kelly in that one-sided affair in that semifinal. But the two have a history here, and Slater just did some media responsibilities after on the officials' boat. He's in good spirits, you can tell.
Yeah. He likes to tell stories. It's good. He's got a lot of them. Think about how long his career has spanned over the years and how many, like he said, he was just thinking about it, like, wait a minute, okay, which ones did I lose? You remembered the wins. Which ones did I, oh yeah, that's right, Ace Buckin, that one, 2013. Oh yeah, Gabe too. Hey, like, that's how his mind's working.
Yeah, he's got a great memory.
No, it's photographic. Pretty random though. You're like, what, you remember that? Oh, inside one.
They'll chip in here. Matthew bounces off the takeoff, and the foam gets under the fins, and he goes down. McGillivray wants to channel some of the great energy he had here last year. Ian Gentile finds the puka.
Uh-oh, they're going to be tangled up maybe.
And both surfers are going to be in the impact zone.
Right on top of
enjoying that together. There you go.
Oh, paddle battle. And yeah, that's that situation. I mean, you get sucked over there. Kind of, you can see almost magnetized towards each other sometimes when you're in the lineup like that.
And it looks like Ian's just going to concede, not even really get involved in that paddle battle. He'll let Matty McGillivray get that priority. Ian with the lead, just a slight lead at this point. Ian in the red jersey, a rookie on this year. You talked about Ian Gentile and how, really he survived that midseason cut as a rookie, so that's like step one, right? And then the back half of the year,
he went off.
Well, semifinals in El Salvador and coming off of quarterfinals at J-Bay. So now I feel getting into the rhythm of the championship tour because we know the talent's there.
Maturing. And every time he's going to get extra heat wins, he's going to get better seeding going into next season. And I think that's a real key element too for making that cut. As we watch the replay here, that one filled up, and I would have loved to have seen him a little more forward. He saw right as he went into that barrel, there was this ever so slight drift, and that was kind of a loss of momentum. And then once you're in the foam, you need to have that momentum to glide over the top of it. So it didn't happen there for Ian Gentile. He falls through the bottom. McGillivray, another one that was just didn't have the opportunity there.
There's Ian Gentile's year on the championship tour in a snapshot. Reference at third place in El Salvador and quarterfinals at J-Bay. Couple of the ninths this year, but really, a learning year for the young man from Paia, Maui.
Yeah, no elimination rounds before that too, right? We have, the elimination round there is a 33rd.
33rd at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, and you don't have that now after the cut. You don't have that 33rd placing because we've cut this field down. But and that's where he really started to blossom. Really, Ian was able to get fairly consistent, got some heat wins, but he went third. What did he do? He went third, 9th, 5th, right? So it was like all of a sudden since the cut. So he's been on fire.
Yeah, he's able to feel things out. Matthew, go ahead.
And he's going to be Rookie of the Year, right? I mean, ultimately, he gets through this heat win right now. I mean, he's going to be the only other surfer that could probably catch him is Rio, right? So
Rio would need to, if Ian gets a 9th here, Rio would need to win the event to be Rookie of the Year.
All right, and he loses this heat, which is 17th, right? Rio would have to. I mean, would he make it? I think he gets it in the final. He gets to overtake him. So there's still a chance here, but we need to see Ian Gentile get through this heat or the next 2 heats to solidify it. If he gets quarters, he's going to basically be Rookie of the Year.
Correct. No real big numbers at all, though. Talk about, you know, we're going from a hot heat to just needing a score over 3 points in this heat. How things change within just 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's the Kelly Slater phenomenon. The waves always like to turn on a little bit for him. You know, it's not like we're seeing, I mean, I guess we'd see the numbers improve slightly if we could see the makes happen, especially on that last one for Gentile would have been, you know, much better score.
Ryan Calnan having some words with Connor O'Leary. O'Leary coming up in the next heat up against Seth Moniz. Cal talking it through, maybe giving him a little bit of advice. The Aussies been hanging tight this year, and it looks like I love the camaraderie that we see from the Irukandji.
Yeah, these two right here, yeah, especially are you know, thick as thieves. They both are goofy footers and both just froth, want to surf every single moment they possibly can.
McGillivray caught on the heels there, and after that paddle back out, handed priority over to Ian Gentile.
And that's an unfortunate circumstance. Getting a little bit bigger wave with priority, you feel like, oh, maybe this is the one, and then all of a sudden you go and you get it, and it's just going to be another throwaway score. Could be a little frustrating.
And that's another thing that we can take just like golden words from Kelly at his post-heat interview, where he identified, hey, the bigger ones, the more soft ones, maybe not. And he said sitting on the inside West Peak was his strategy.
Take a few on the head just to be in good position. I mean, there's an example of it. It didn't have much of a barrel on offer. It was a bigger wave, right? And usually you say, oh, yeah, the big ones are going to be the ones, but not always. And today specifically is not going to be the case.
Let's go to Strider out in the channel. Strider.
Yeah, Kipes, you know, I just wanted to kind of comment on the numbers. You know, we haven't seen a number come out of this heat yet, really, and I think it's just lack of experience on this wave. So obviously with that last heat, you know, we saw some great surfing from Kelly Slater and threading through a lot of the barrels. Callanan got one off the end, but it's really hard to find the good one. Right now we got, oh, look at this one. Here we go. He's pulling it up. This thing goes gaping through that inside section. Wow, what a barrel that looked like from the corner here. There we go. First number of matter for this heat right there, and finally finding something you can come out of. So hopefully we can see that continue to build. But my comment was that I feel like these surfers are still kind of gaining momentum and learning out on the fly out here in the lineup. As I don't think either of these surfers have been here that much.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I mean, do you saw a few waves then that moved around on the reef that they could have had?
Wait.
Yeah, definitely. And I think even the waves that they did have, maybe putting on the brakes a little too hard, you know, kind of trying to get through some of those lip lines and having that effect of, you know, when you turn with the wave as you kind of come out, as the waves flap, you kind of have to go with the momentum of the wave and turn your body towards the beach. And some of those waves they were trying to push through off the end and kind of going over the handlebars.
Yeah, we're watching some replays of Ian Gentile. That we're waiting for the number here. But, you know, just to point out, Matthew McGillivray in the round of 16 last year got a 10-point ride out here.
Oh, how's that late drop?
And one of the best 10s of the year. So, I mean,
so you're counterpointing that.
I'm not even counterpointing. I just need to point out that Matthew McGillivray got the best 10 of 2022, in my opinion, out here in that round of 16 against Sammy Pupo last year.
Yeah, he sure did. It was crazy stuff. And we've seen it a lot, and I'd love to even see it again sometime. I'm sure we will.
We'll probably get to it this year, I would imagine. Waiting for the score for Ian Gentile, and it will help the surfer from Maui's cause, a 5.5 for Gentile. He increases his lead over Matthew McGillivray.
And Gentile in that situation, right? He pumped early in that wave, and that maybe put him a little too far forward. I mean, it felt like he could have been a little bit further back on that one. You know, you watch here straight off this takeoff. This is the one previous, which he was able to escape without taking it directly on the head. But that's the technique of taking off underneath. He barely gets out of the way as that one just taps him on the back. That actually wasn't quite a tap. That was more of a slug to the back. Good buddy tap on the spine. But you know, mentioning in the 5.5, you know, he had that extra pump, and it almost felt like he kind of outran it. Just that just maybe, you know, kept that pump.
Thought there was a bigger score on off on that wave.
It's so deceiving. I mean, believe me, and I'm looking at it. When you look at a wave on your backhand, especially, you're like, oh, you got to get down the line. It feels like it's going to shut down on you, and you know, to point of Strider saying that, hey, maybe there's a little lack of experience, and Ian hasn't surfed many heats here. He's a rookie, right? Yeah, I'm sure he's come to Tahiti and has his moments, but not as say experienced as Matt in this heat, who's had heats out here. But yeah, just a little outrun, but still pretty good number, 5.5, and the best of the heat.
Yeah, I mean, it's really how you play the heat, right, Peter? Every heat's in the context of its own setting. Just because we had big numbers by Slater put up in the last heat doesn't mean you need to put the big numbers up in this challenge here to be successful and move on to the next round.
Well, and even in Ian's defense too, right? He's already had 2 waves where he was just a little bit too deep, right? So obviously he's going to take a little more conservative line to make sure he makes it, and that's what he's done. He's made sure that he makes it. He gets himself a 5.5, which is a good number.
Attention now to Matthew McGillivray needing a 6.5. He has priority. Lots of time on the clock with that 16 minutes and 40 seconds. Couple of waves coming through here, and another beautiful day at the end of the road. Sun's come out, and you can see Hawaii, the reef pass here, which shapes this one of the miracles of the surfing world. We'll be back with more from the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. Ian Gentile in the lead. Back at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. Maui boy Ian Gentile out in the lead over Matthew McGillivray. We send our thoughts and prayers to all the efforts in Maui. You can go to Outerknown and their Instagram site. In the link there, they'll provide you with some resources as to help and donate to those people in Maui, victims of the historic and tragic wildfire.
Crazy stuff, huh? Not the best of news coming out of Maui, unfortunately, but Ian Gentile will be holding that flag up for Lahaina.
Maui no Ka'oi, they're going to be back strong. 13 minutes, 50 seconds. Ian Gentile in the lead with a 5.5 and a 2.5. Matthew McGillivray Needed a 6.5. Here we go with the South African. Little stall chop off the bottom section in front of him, and he gets axed on the head.
Ouch.
Not tight enough to the wall there, Pete.
Yeah, that one did. It just, you know, even though this is Teahupo'o and it's shallow water, he's still down. There we go. Get that breath. But great technique on the way that he did that, similar to his 10-point ride, where he fell out of the sky and then he stopped dead at the bottom. You know, that's the brakes. Put on the brakes real quickly, but that wave ran off, and actually it got very small at the very top of the barrel there, and that's why he was able to just get it taken to the dome. And just a bunch of one-point rides here so far from Matthew McGillivray.
Thirteen minutes on the countdown, and heat control with Ian Gentile. Take a look at Maddie's last attempt here, Pete.
Yep, and then see how it just funnels up and gets very small. I mean, the takeoff, yes, everything's there. He's in the slot, holding it. Everything moved forward, and then it just shrinks up, and he takes it on the head. So tough to do. I mean, even if he pulls up super high and tight, it did get very small at the end there. And it would have been very difficult to get all the way through that, but maybe not. Then it shuts down right there. So unfortunate there for Matthew McGillivray. The wave just let him down slightly at the end.
Yeah, Maddie's still looking for that 6.5. Flotilla's out on the channel. Beautiful day. We can see our judges tower and the shallow reef of the pass here, and the spot and the village known as Teahupo'o here on Tahiti Island, Tahiti Iti section of Tahiti Island.
And that angle there looks at exactly that. You've got that flotilla that is never going to get touched by a wave. It's the craziest thing, and how close you are to the action.
Take a look back at last year with Matty McGillivray, and I said I thought this was the best 10 of the year. We'll take another look at it. It happened in round of 16 against Samuel Pupo. This is a 10-point ride, Pete.
Look at the nose, completely poked, slides out, somehow finds some connection and purchase, as you like to say, Kaipo, and just lit it up right into the hole. The wave spitting, and somehow makes it. And that was, you talk about wow factor, that was at another level.
Matty won this heat with a 10. His backup was a 7-point ride. Sammy Pupo, though, put up a battle, 8.93 and a 7.5. High scoring round of 16 between those two just last year here at the end of the road.
And they just tap into that one right there. He felt so good. That's like one of his base jumps in his career, right?
He knew when to throw the chute on that one, right? Incredible. That, yeah, I mean, just being able to hang on to that rail at the bottom of that wave where he looked like he came to a complete stop.
I mean, he actually goes straight again, and he's actually facing the beach, which means that if he doesn't actually get back underneath it, he's just going to go straight into the lip. So the ability to like know that was coming and still steer back into the barrel, that was all of it. It was amazing.
Well, McGillivray could use a little bit of that magic right now as he is under priority and needs the single highest wave score so far in this heat. If he wants to turn it, needs a 6.5. There's the two surfers. McGillivray on the inside with the blue jersey.
That's generally the technique. You'll sit a little underneath and a little deeper, just so you can kind of try and do a little bit of selling tactics, but also you find those little ones that will slip underneath that could have some scoring opportunity.
O'Leary. Connor in the water, along with Seth Moniz. That's going to be our next heat in this elimination round, heat number 7. Total of 8 heats in this elimination round. Then we're going to look into our seeding, and we will go straight into the round of 16. And Matthew McGillivray continues to take swings at it. Again, unsuccessful on that barrel ride.
You know, early in the elimination round, we can start to see that the top seeds will get, the low seeds. That's kind of how you start figuring out the seeding. So you think about Griffin Colapinto. We already know who he's up against, Cal Livas, which is going to be another gnarly draw for Griffin, being where he is positioned. It's almost in a way a little disadvantage being a top seed, because you're getting wild cards that are supposed to be the low seeds, but ultimately they're one of the best out here, and that's Griffin's had to deal with both the wild cards so far. He'll be coming up in that first one. Then also Felipe, another surfer, is going to have to deal as the #1 seed with a very gnarly low seed out here.
Yeah. Mihimana Bray coming in as a, will be faced up against Felipe Toledo in that round of 16. Mihimana getting opportunities to get into this event with as an injury replacement for Ethan Ewing, who had to pull out of this event. Again, we're wishing a speedy recovery to Ethan Ewing, and look forward to and hoping to see Ethan over there at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. That kicks off September 8th through the 16th is the waiting period for that one-day event
And
for a world title.
Yeah, and Mihimana was actually really good in the opening round. You know, got that heat win as a wild card, so good job to him. And what a moment to be able to get surf against Felipe out here at his home break.
Gentile with priority, pulls back from that one, hangs on to priority, and controls the lineup.
And I think there's a prime example where he's going to keep priority because he never actually paddled for the wave. He put himself in position and then ducked dove at the last second.
Matthew sits through that section and will continue to search for a 6.5.
And that won't be that, unfortunately, as we now see up and riding.
Ian Gentile activating there, kicks out, wants to make quick work of it and get back into the takeoff zone. And it looks like should be able to do that easily to regain priority.
And maybe a good read there. I mean, he's carrying a 2.5, and that wave looked like it had some potential down the line. So when you look at it, and with the ribs coming across the face, a lot of those waves will fold like that one.
Yeah, for Ian, it was smart just to make a quick decision and regain priority right here. That's really good heat IQ to not waste any time on that and try to force a score. Comes back, and now he's got heat control again.
Well, especially at this point in the heat, right? It's one thing to do it in the 15-minute mark. Whole different game after 10 minutes. Heat control here is very important. Got to keep that momentum, especially since your competitor doesn't have a number yet and you don't have a backup. That next decision needs to be a good one.
Yeah, I like it. And heat control in that you control the tempo of the heat with the lead and priority. So it really is yours to dictate what pace you're going to, what pace this heat's going to go out in this final 6 minutes.
It's almost like a whole different day from this morning as well. I mean, this morning a little chilly, rain, a lot of that wind, and all of a sudden the sun comes out. It's a whole different day.
I think there's a similarity between Tahiti and Hawaii in that both islands have that morning kind of sickness, and generally sun comes out, things brighten up, the water turns more blue, and winds get better, and swell organizes itself just a little bit better.
And I think a lot of it's the heating up the land, right? It steers the wind by heating up the land. If it's all the same temp, it kind of has more of that morning sickness. And as soon as you get the extra little heat, it steers the winds and makes it a little more offshore, thank goodness. So let's keep these clouds around. I think that'll benefit us for the rest of the day. I mean, we have these winds kind of threatening a little bit more tomorrow as well.
Yeah. Take a look at where we are here on the globe. We talked about the island of Tahiti, the section of Tahiti. Take a look at our SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro Championships Tour, stop number 10. We zoom down to Tahiti, the Tahiti region. The river here at the end of the road creating this reef pass, Hawaii, the Ava of Teahupo'o, the takeoff zone there, Pete. You can see the fresh water feeding out there, creating this reef pass and that crescent-shaped reef. Look at the difference in depth, as that makes one of the world's miracles.
That's the wall, but look at the valley in the back, and that's the rivers that it means. So this area here gets a lot of rain. So that's why this reef is so deep, or I'm sorry, this is why the channel is so deep, is that we have a very strong, water coming out of that valley constantly, which feeds into the river, which basically has cut this reef out.
Seth Moniz, you can see the big mountains in the background, lush mountains. Swell coming through here. We'll see if we have any takers. Woo-hoo. But those mountains, Pete, and you talk about the channel there and the reef pass that's created by a lot of the orographic lifting that's happening as clouds pass over, dump rain. We have these big rivers. The rivers provide fresh water. The fresh water does not enable coral reef to grow in that section, and thus making these ava, or passes.
And especially when you're down at this bottom part of the island, you're going to be more exposed to the weather that's coming up from the south. So you see more rain in this region. Whereas if you go up into Papara, which is the main city here, I'm sorry, even to, Papeete, in that main city, it's kind of on the leeward side, so you see a lot more sunshine up in that zone.
True. Wow, Strider, that set just rolled through. Neither competitor's in the way, but wait a minute, we may have a surfer here with Ian Gentile utilizing priority error there for Ian Gentile. Strider.
Yeah, unfortunately for both the surfers, after that last set that just came through was a steamer. I mean, that thing stood up. You saw the first kind of two front runners weren't as good, and the next one just stood straight up and had a big end bowl section. So it's positive signs as we see McGillivray trying to put something together himself, but positive signs that we saw that set approach and had a big, beautiful, longer interval line, and it was moving at a great speed. Kelly was talking about the interval, the 12-second interval, and how he liked that because sometimes the swells, when they come in at such a steep and deep interval, like say 17 and 18 seconds, they're moving really fast and they lurch on the reef, and they're really hollow and they're really heavy, but they're really hard to ride. And when the swell's kind of up this 12-second interval, it's at a different speed, actually making the swell grow at a slower speed, so it kind of stands up more and goes taller, he was saying. So a lot of science and theory behind it. Kelly, obviously one of the best about it, so really fun to talk to him about, what's happening in the ocean with the swell and the direction and the period of the swell.
Thank you for the reporting, Strider Wazalewski, getting some intel from Kelly Slater.
And you talk about the shorter interval, the 2014 event, as we see up and riding Matt. But that 2014 event had like 14-second interval, and it was like double digits, 10 at 14, 12 at 14. And that was one of the most amazing events. And a lot of the reason why we're able to catch those bigger set waves is the fact that there was a little lower interval. So it has a little less speed, a little more approachable, and that's what Kelly's referring to. And even that 12-second, you can take those set waves and you're not going to feel like that you're going to not be able to make it because of the too much energy. It's you're like, okay, if it's 14 seconds, I can make it. Almost psychologically, it allows you to paddle down the face a little easier.
Well, Pete, we're down to 90 seconds now. What's Matthew McGillivray got to do? He's under priority of Ian Gentile and not much time on the clock.
Yeah, I'd give himself some space. I wouldn't go too far away. And Kelly was able to find a little wider one. I don't know that going deeper than that is going to be the right call. But, again, I'm not in the lineup and I'm not in Matt's head. But, a little space. And literally you have your wave chant. You try and summon a wave somehow, some way. Whatever faith you have to have it come and send it your way. Just an opportunity, man. Just give me an opportunity.
Yeah, he'd need a two-wave set, and things are looking pretty grim for the South African at the moment. Down to just 40 seconds.
I mean, considering he's got a 1.6 and a 1.57 and actually only needs a 6.4 to turn the heat, to have a chance at this point in the heat is pretty good, considering that he's had a bit of a shocker. 10 waves and all under 2.
Yeah. One of those heats, but the rookie on tour, Ian Gentile's 25 seconds away from moving on to the round of 16. It looks like he's got this one locked up with the lead as well as priority. Just needs to play these final 15 seconds correctly, and there's no way he's going to make a mistake at this point.
And on his way to solidifying his spot as the Rookie of the Year, which is a pretty cool accolade to get on your rookie season. Only one of them get it, right? And right now he's at the top of the heat.
All right, well, we'll see an Ian Gentile in the round of 16. Matthew McGillivray eliminated from competition. Coming up, Connor O'Leary, Seth Moniz, they face off. We'll be back with more action from Tahiti after this.
The SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, is brought to you by Tahiti Government, strategic partner of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. By Yeti, built for the wild. By Outerknown, leading the revolution in sustainable apparel. And by SHISEIDO, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. You're watching the elimination round. Connor O'Leary taking on Seth Moniz. O'Leary, number 11 in the world, with his hopes in being in the top 10 before the season is over. And Seth Moniz looking to put his head down, get really barreled like he did when he made the semifinals out here as a rookie when it was absolutely pumping. We've got a great showdown just starting now here in the elimination round. Joe Chappelle with Felicity Palmatier. Great day of action, and the round of 16 is looking pretty wild with some big heats to look forward to.
Yeah, there is some big heats in that round of 16. One that caught my eye was the Kelly Yago heat. Heat number 3, that's going to be super exciting. Obviously, Yago's still looking to clinch his spot there in the final 5. But yeah, I reckon the conditions are looking like they're getting better. We did have one sort of busier heat. Kelly's heat was a few more waves on offer, it seemed like. That last heat, Ian getting through with a lower total. So who knows, maybe there's a bit of, it's pulsing from one heat and then we're having 30 minutes off, 30 minutes on. So maybe the tap will be turned on for this heat.
And also knowing the experience of certain athletes that understand this reef really well. At the start of the matchup, Flick, we had a bit of a paddle battle just to try to get position for the opening wave. Late decision for Seth to turn and go. Got a little snap in, and next thing you know, that section landed on his head, so we've got priority already established. Connor holding it now.
Yeah, maybe sort of, they were jostling around, but maybe a smart decision by Connor, obviously not to go that one. Only a .93. Connor's got priority. He's obviously come here a few more times than Seth. Connor knows his way around a wave of consequence.
Yeah, he loves it, doesn't he? Coming from Cronulla, he's got some great slabs to surf in that region.
But even just on tour, I feel like, his rookie year on tour, got a second in Fiji.
That was sensational, and you know what? He got past Kelly in that event. Went on to be runner-up to Matt Wilkinson. That's when the Rookie of the Year race was really down to the wire with Connor and Federico Moraes. Kind of went through the roller coaster ride of falling off tour, getting back on the championship tour with a big win in France over Michel Perez. Put himself right back on the CT. And this year he's been a lot more consistent than in the years past. A lot of quarterfinals this year.
5 quarterfinals.
That's a statement, showing that Connor is getting experience. He's getting close to being called, a true veteran of the tour. Gone through some tough losses, but I definitely think we're seeing his best surfing right now. He put a lot of time in on the reef here through those lay days when it was a bit smaller. Just stayed really sharp. Let's catch up with a set out the back real quick just to see if there's some scoring potential here. Connor hasn't made a move yet. Showing interest is Seth. He'll hold back. Now let's catch up with Gentile with Laura.
Ian, scrappy heat there, but you got the win. How's it feeling, and how's it feel to be here, first event in Tahiti?
It feels good. Yeah, it was super tricky heat, not much waves. Kelly and Ryan kind of had a couple, and then I was getting excited, but it was a slow heat. It's like an in-between size, I guess, that it's like not on the inside ledge, and it's not outside either, so you're like kind of sitting in between and trying to find that one mid-size that comes and sweeps across the reef nice. But I was only able to find one, and I guess that was enough for this one.
And this is obviously your first showing in the event. How's it been preparing for this, and have you been able to get over here beforehand or, in the past?
I don't have a ton of experience here. I've been here like 2 other times, and yeah, it's just exciting. Like, we had one really good day. I showed up like the day after the trials, and it was pretty cool to see it that good. I surfed it big before, but like not that perfect, and that was just insane to be able to score it like that.
And this back half of your year has been pretty incredible. You had a 3rd and a 5th at J-Bay. So, how are you feeling after, putting together this year, and what are you taking away from it?
Yeah, it's the whole cut business is pretty crazy, and I was just trying to take it event by event, and I still am. Like, I still, paddling out for this heat. In many ways, I just felt like it was still my first heat on tour. Like, I felt the same feeling. I felt at pipe, and I don't know. It's already been a year, or a season, I guess, not a year. But yeah, I'm just trying to enjoy every opportunity and make the most out of it.
Amazing. Well, we'll see you into the round of 16 coming up a bit later. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Ian Gentile learning a lot this season. It was stressful for him at Margaret River when he had to withdraw from his heat, had to wait on the sidelines, found out that he had just survived the cut to have a complete year on tour. But a lot of great experiences to learn from, to be really prepared for his next heat here, and also for the start of next season in 2024 back at Pipeline. That's what's cool about this new format. You make the cut right then, you already know that you're back on tour for the start of next season as well.
Yeah, it is a really cool format. I think it also, here we go, we have a look at the replay of Connor's opening wave here, and he did really well to pick the high line here. You can just say he stays really high on this wave, little pump, and you can see that he needs to stay high to exit. So just a small score. He wasn't really that deep in this one. You can see how far forward he is on his board. That feet placement there wasn't that long a travel time, so 2.67.
He was out there on a warm-up session, and these guys got a big job ahead of him, but Connor's one of the coolest guys on tour. This young girl, a little local girl out here called Miss Teahupo'o, Kalia, was out there, and anytime she was in the spot, he was just going, "You gotta go, go, go," and he was so encouraging. It was really fun to see him just in this real cool, comfortable spot, knowing that he's prepared, but also enjoying all the local surfers as well, and all the next generation that he was really cheering on out there.
Yeah, that's really cool to see. I've been following Mr. Teahupo'o on Instagram.
It's a good follow, yeah.
It is. It's really good. If you want to see a little hard-charging grummy girl go big out
So
there.
impressive.
It is really, really impressive. But I guess, she's probably inspired by seeing Island and Vahine go really big in the event here at Vahine last year, finishing with a semi-final. Island getting a start up this year. So you just know the future is going to be bright here. It already is, but, just having those older women to look up to and inspire to be like, looking good.
Down to 25:45 on the clock. Seth Moniz coming off an elimination round loss at Jeffreys Bay. He did have a solid number in that heat, around the 7 range. It's always nice to finish up your year, though, with a big result. He always knew this would be one of his favorite events on the calendar. Finaled at Pipe in that big win for Kelly. You'd expect him to do the same at this event, if not win it. Maybe it'll be this year. Seth had a great rookie season as well, where he finished just outside the top 10. Finished 12th in the world, where he had so much momentum, learning quickly. A lot of quarters, a semifinal here at Tahiti. Since then, he's had a couple of injuries to deal with. This year, he had to miss the surf ranch because of some back issues. But it was smart to know when to take some downtime to recover. And watching him surf lately, it looks like he's definitely at 100%.
For sure. I like the decision that he took to take that time off just to really recover. And I think, this wave really suits Seth. He comes from Hawaii, comes from a big, here we go, we got some.
Looks like Seth will position, got a little more deep just to make sure he pulled into a section. So that's just on his ability to read a wave. And that's something he had at a very young age. Could read the wave like a C-tier when he was about 10 years old. And we see Connor O'Leary getting tangled up. Goes down and misses some scoring potential. Connor just resorting himself after that wipeout.
That was tough. It looked like he just put a hand up then. So we'll see him. He's going to go under this one. But jet ski, water safety coming in now.
Yeah, board's going to be drifting over the reef. So we see the water patrol getting Connor O'Leary out of there. Now he'll be hunting for his backup board.
Looks like he was touching his face then. So we hope he's all right. Board's floating away there. It looks like the leash is still intact, so I'm wondering if he took it off, or it looked like the...
Yeah, so Connor now back in the channel. Got clipped and then went down awkwardly. Saw him touching his face there. And now he'll be looking for the backup board. This is what happened.
Yeah, he pumps down the line and comes unstuck really awkwardly there. Front foot was still on the board. He'll have another look from this angle. Front foot was still on. The back one came off and he just slid down the face very awkwardly. Have another look here. Knee goes straight into the board. And, oh, just not the way you want to be dismounting there. Kind of looked like that was going to be a sure bet. Just going to come flying out of that little one, kick out in the channel. So we hope Connor's all right. It looks like he's making his way back out on another board into the lineup, so he's probably okay.
Yeah, absolute charger. Connor O'Leary, 2.67 was his opener. So doesn't need much for the lead. Seth has a 2.9, so this heat definitely wide open. Connor pushes so hard. I remember a wave he had at Sunset earlier this season was a really aggressive wipeout. The guy pushes harder than anyone on tour. As you see the Red Bull ski there, and the Water Patrol doing such a great job. Every year we're here, knowing the reef incredibly well. And they have rescued hundreds of surfers that have come out here for big wave sessions. Even when the contest isn't on, they're always watching the lineup. Always great to catch up with guys like Matea David, who represented Tahiti on the championship tour and has been a part of some great rescues over the years as well.
You always feel like you're in really good hands when you come here and you know that you've got the Tahitian water safety or water patrol on hand. A lot of these guys surf out here when it's at its biggest and craziest. They've got so much water experience, so much watermanship as well. Just not even surfing, but just reading the ocean. So these surfers are in really good hands out here.
Looking at 21:15 on the clock. Seth Moniz holding down priority at 2.9. When it comes to riding waves, I think my favorite watching Seth is in waves like this. When it gets real big too, the guy never seems to back down. Just has that element of going for it, pushing the limits a bit to see what he's capable of, and he's turned in some memorable moments.
Sort of reminds me a little bit of Barron, you know, just this amazing technique to be able to read like a barreling wave. Does it so well at pipe. I've seen him get a few good waves out here over the years. But yeah, just not scared to have a crack. Amazing in waves of consequence. Comes from a big family, growing up with them, being pushed by his brothers, siblings, never backing down.
Oh, it's really cool. I think being the youngest as well, he already had something to look up to in a lot of different ways. It's so cool to see what's going on at Seth's house on Oahu when he's not even there. You know, it really defines that meaning of ohana and family. You know, his sister will be running a hula class, you know, with her friends. You know, everyone's hanging out in the yard all day, fitness programs. Doesn't matter if he's in town or not. It's all about family. As we bring up a really cool moment for you guys on your screen. You can download TrueSurf today in the App Store and Google Play. You get to surf live conditions like the best in the world here in Tahiti. Seth Moniz pulling into this first section and punching free. Solid stance there to get the exit. The .93's gone, and he's improving his lead out front.
Yeah, he is. It was short and sharp, but did really well to, like you said, punch through that little foamy section at the end there. So just getting another run on the board, some more feet in the wax. He's looking pretty connected. I mean, they're pretty tricky little barrels to read here. We'll have a look at the replay. This is what we mean. He got completely engulfed by that foam. Nice technique there. You can see he's using the whole side of his body. There's a bit of an anchor in the side of the wave to slow himself down, really maximize that tube time. And just a short barrel, but he's looking really good.
Setting up some matchups in the round of 16. Griffin Colapinto has Kauli Vost in the first heat.
Wow, that is going to be a really exciting heat. I think the heat that we called before, yeah, the Zhao Chianca v. Cowley, that was exciting for me. You know, there was a lot on the line there. Cowley coming out with the win. Zhao now has to watch on to see what happens with Gabriel Medina and John, but this next one too, I mean, Kelly's so strong out there. He just had such a good read on this warbly rogue ocean this morning. He knew exactly what waves he wanted to pick. Coming up against Griff, who really said before in his post-heat interview that he's determined to secure that number 2 seeding. So there's a lot on the line there, but he's got a tough draw.
And Medina and Florence gunning for that spot in the WSL Final 5 are actually on the same side of the draw. So potentially it could be a Medina-Florence showdown in the quarterfinals this year, which would probably help Joao. You'd only have to watch one of them after that, potentially. But they first have to get through their heats that are yet to be reseeded, with a couple of heats left in this round. We've got Kai Wibelli and Liam O'Brien on deck next, trying to break the tie for equal 17th that they have on the rankings. Seth moving around, didn't take that wave. His last score is best, a 3.17. Connor now needs a 3.4. And now locking into this wave. One big drive into the pit, slowing down to max out the tube time. Well-read wave for O'Leary, and up and out.
Great wave. Smaller wave, but he just read it so well, and that wave stayed really nice and open. A couple of little pumps. Also tried to slow himself down at some parts on that wave. It's going to be interesting to see where that goes for the judges. It's a bit smaller. Here we go. We'll have a look at the replay. Pump to get started. Another little pump there, trying to slow down at the end. But yeah, it was a small inside wave. But we'll have a look here from this angle. Staying nice and compressed. And yeah, just pulling out there at the end.
Another angle from the top. I mean, for a big guy, he's so flexible. But every move he makes is definitely done with power, with a lot of confidence in his decision making too. Great read there, 4.83, and the lead over Seth Moniz.
Yeah, that was really well done. I mean, it looked like, you know, when you get a wipe out how Connor did before, it was just really awkward. He came up kind of touching his face a bit, had change boards, can kind of really rattle you.
Now pulling in, this is Seth Moniz. A lot of white water on his head, he'll go down. So now priority with Connor and the lead, as Seth was looking for a 4.34 on that wave. It's a pretty natural environment for Seth to be in. Loves surfing, obviously, but also loves fishing. Would see him just driving around lately on a ski with his girlfriend Nanea, who came out here with him to the South Pacific. So probably feeling like it's a second home. Seth's one of those guys that will catch fish and then cook for the whole family as well. He's pretty good at that. As we look at Connor pulling in some travel time, and the Australian gets clipped on the exit.
Yeah, so good in Tahiti on these lay days. You know, it's just an ocean playground or a water world, and there's so many different activities you can do. You can jump on the back of the ski, you can go for a fish, you can go and find some whales, do some whale watching. Here we go, paddling back out the back, both surfers. Interesting to see what happened here. Connor caught the last wave, but Seth's going pretty hard.
Right now they're just trying to show the priority judge that they deserve priority for this next exchange. Connor still putting his head down to paddle. They kind of have a picture in the lineup, which is the designated takeoff zone, and they'll keep him guessing until they make the announcement. Connor with about more inside position, wearing red. Seth from more towards the shoulder. So Connor looking like he's looking back at the tower, asking for the call to go his way. Still has the lead. It's a critical decision here. It does go to O'Leary. So now he'll look to manage the next set wave. Already past the halfway mark in heat number 7 of the elimination round. Connor so far is out in front.
here on the 10th stop of the World Championship Tour, and we're here with WSL Rising Tides. You know, to be here in Tahiti in one of the most dangerous waves in the world, honestly, and creating space for our next generation of young women. It's important for us to have these women's only practice sessions. We know that the more time we spend here, the better we're going to get.
It's really good to see this generation with Kelia and Kiara just pushing the limits.
I kind of like the feeling of pushing it a little bit further than my expectations and stuff like that.
It's inspiring to my eyes too. I'm like, okay, I need to like step it up.
Rising Tides!
The Rising Tides program is unbelievable. It's so cool to see the next generation, especially over an intimidating wave like this, as we get right back into action with Connor O'Leary. Trying to pump that board quickly to beat this section. It's stretched out on him, and he's got to try to stay low, not go too deep, because there's not a whole lot of room for the big man. He's already bounced off the reef once in this heat already. But he went right back out there, grabbed a backup board, and then turned in a 4.83, which is the best of the heat so far.
Yeah, it was a smaller wave, but took off. Could see down the line it was maybe going to barrel, so kind of waited for it. It was a bit of an easier takeoff. Looked like I could have made that takeoff.
100%.
There's not many out there that I think I could make.
I disagree. I think you'd make a lot of them. That's why you love coming here to Tahiti. Let's watch this one again.
Yeah, really cruisy takeoff there for Connor. Unlike this wave, we don't see that often. Pulls in, but just gets clamped down the line. That wave running off without him. You can see here, pumping through the barrel. Gets a nice couple of weaves there. He's trying to come out through the doggy door, the little back door exit, but he couldn't quite get through.
So just getting clamped there. Both these guys have a lot of talented surfing in their family. Connor's parents, dad Australian, mom from Japan, who competed for a long time on tour. As we roll in with Seth Moniz, big lunge into the pocket, has a lot of speed to come flying out. Now he's trying to burn that speed on the end section. So getting shot out quickly, chasing a 4.34. Not a massive score. We'll see if the judges thought he was deep enough.
I know that wave was pretty interesting. You could see as it was peeling down the line, it kind of was flexing and flaring a bit. So here we go. We'll have a look at the replay. Takes off, gets a couple of pumps down the line. And you can see it there, just has a bit of a funny warble through it. You saw one there. Was in it for a bit, but you could see how much he was trying to slow down, really trying to maximize that tube time. Here he goes, using his whole body against the side of the wave. See his arm in the face of the wave. He tries again here. There's that wobble through that little section. Is it a 4.34? I don't know.
Then Connor getting clamped right there on the next wave. So a lot of wipeouts. These two really trying to find something to work with. And they're definitely going for it, just getting shut down on those last two options. So Seth now coming around the corner wide. Connor again has that inside position, but Seth's putting his head down a little bit harder to try to get first priority. What do you see here, Flick?
Round two. Let's go. Who's going to get it? Sometimes. Who's going to sit up first? Who's going to assert that they are in the position in the lineup that they think is the takeoff?
There's a bit of that where you think about, okay, are they selling it now? Are they trying to show they're already out the pack? Seth will get it this time.
1 for 1.
So now the rotation will continue. Connor did have the wave behind Seth. And now they'll have a moment to catch up on that last replay from Moniz. That's the real important wave. Connor's, they're already putting in because he went up and down. To make it easier on the panel, they just want a bomb to come through this so they can really separate the scale. At the moment, just comparing small scores. Last number in for Seth, a 3.37, not enough. Now chasing a 4.14. I was just remembering a moment for his older sister, Kalia, two-time longboard champ, came here on a surf trip. Remember that one, Flick?
Oh, I do. I remember it all over social media, but live action.
Big K for Seth Moniz. Exactly what the Hawaiian was waiting for. Exactly what the judges in the tower were hoping for, too. That'll be a lot easier to separate the scale now. easily getting the lead, picking off one of the biggest waves we've seen in a while.
Yeah, that looked like an easy choice for Seth. Beautiful takeoff. Here we go. Look at the replay. Grabs the rail. Roty section there, and he comes flying out. Yeah, quite easily the biggest wave that we've seen for a while. Here we go, another angle. Dragging the side of his body into the wave. You can tell it was just had so much power behind it. It was really well done. So nice, that takeoff, and that barrel just staying so open for Seth. Beautifully surfed. You can tell that's one of those ones that really, really feels good. Just stayed so open. You can see how thick that lip is there. And comes flying out with that spit behind him.
And then Connor just got this wave, Flick.
Yeah, nice little tube, straight out. Oof. Okay, this is getting exciting. Connor, it's really deep on that one, comes flying out. A little bit of a chandelier on his head as he exits. It's a bit of a smaller wave compared to Seth. Seth was noticeably bigger. Got a couple of scores to lock in now, so things are going to get exciting.
5:45 to go. Seth back in position. And looks like he wants more. Look at that fade just to position this section right into a stall. Perfect as he comes out. Such a great read of the tube. You'd imagine if every stop on tour was really hollow, you know, Seth would probably be in the final 5 right now. You start comparing that effort, especially in backside tube riding, the best in the world that looks so connected to the wall. Seth has that gift. And cool that he got to really show it off on the last 2 waves. Big number coming in for Seth Moniz. He was only chasing a 4 range number. Just about doubled it. As the scores are locking in. Excellent for Seth. An 8-point ride.
Wow. Massive, massive score. And just such a beautifully well-surfed wave. And you could just tell as soon as he took off.
Then Seth was able to get another quick barrel. This is what he did after the 8, Flick.
Oh, perfect positioning. He knew he was a bit wide, so he said, hang on a sec, I'm going to fade here. You can see it. This is the 8. Beautifully well surfed there. Just comes flying out. And here we go. Another look. Just that technique is so nice to watch. Just has his whole body pushed into the side of that face of the wave, really trying to slow himself down. Really like what you said, Joe. I really think his technique for his backhand barrel riding is up there with some of the best in the world.
Even just before he gets to his feet, just where he's on the wave, he's setting everything up so well. Even before he stands up, he can identify where he wants to pull in. And even for that last wave we just saw, 4.23, I think that probably looked like a 2 maybe, and then he just turned it into a score just based on his approach. Well done for Seth. He's out in front. Connor answered back with a 4.83. He's got a pair of those in second. So with priority Connor still in it, just needs a 7.41 to move on to the round of 16. Connor sitting 11th in the world. Another great season for the Australian. And in a left like this, Seth would definitely be feeling the heat right now to try to control this lead. 3:14 to go, no takers on this one.
Yeah, that one just stretching out into the channel, not offering too much, but yeah, that 4.23, that last wave of Seth was super impressive. Like you said, it could have just been a 2, but he just positioned so well from the takeoff. He paddled in so fast that he enabled him to have the time to think about, hang on a second, I'm really going to fade here so I can maximize this tube time. And got his backup score, 4.23, so super impressive.
We were mentioning before that story of Seth's older sister, Kaylia, and the photos we were mentioning, it was a crazy wipeout she had here at Teahupo'o, absolutely charging, but then ended up having going straight to her dentist when she got home. But she was willing to tell the whole story. She actually brought it up recently on one of her posts. Kaylia Moniz, always a great follow, sharing a lot of insight from her whole family. as we pull in on the inside section with Seth Moniz. Another great exit of the tube. Looking to replace his 4.23.
He's looking really connected. Kind of just right then, you know, he could have easily have got bucked off his board because of that sort of foamy, clampy end section. But out the back, Connor taking off, slotted, but does not come out of that one.
You can see that red jersey trying to punch free. It's interesting when you have those sections that are landing on him and closing out. Certain surfers have the ability to have such a strong stance to still get the exit.
Yeah, I mean, Connor is such a strong human. I mean, here we go. Look at the replay from Seth's wave. Pulls in here. You can just tell he's connected. I mean, he could have easily have got bucked off, but he just muscled his way through. Connor out the back behind Seth. Drops into this one. You can see his red rushy there. And just can't get through that end section.
So down to the final minute. Connor O'Leary's been here a few times, has gotten close to making the quarters. 3 finishes getting equal 9th. We mentioned Seth had the 3rd, the semifinal, when it was firing, then a 17th as his 2nd result. So just his 3rd start out here. Waiting for those 2 last scores to come in here in heat number 7 of the elimination round. Seth deep on the rankings. Connor is hoping for a top 10 finish. So we saw, you know, 2 good friends close to each other on the rankings with Connor and also Ryan Callanan. And Ryan had to deal with Kelly earlier this round.
Yeah, it just seemed like Ryan was really unlucky. I think he was picking great waves, just moments away from brilliance, you know, but he came up against what looked like a pretty well-rested Kelly since his 3 lay days in his trip to Namibia.
Yeah, especially with a lot of backhand tube practice.
Oh.
As we close this one out.
Got some jostling going on out there.
That's the next heat, getting ready. Kaio and Liam O'Brien. This one goes to Seth Moniz. Seth will be surfing later on today in the round of 16. More action to come here in Tahiti right after this.
Looks for the wrap. Alley-oop is a huge one and stomps
yes,
it.
That time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
And Gilmore getting busy.
You're watching heat number 8 of the elimination round, and this man wants a quick start. Liam O'Brien. Beautiful tube right. Starting off with a make and a classic backhand roundhouse. Loses the handle on the rebound, but what a start. We saw these guys jumping into screen to try to outposition each other. Looks like Lobby as he's called. Liam O'Brien got the best part of the positioning because he's already got a tube ride, and he'll be getting scored very soon. Thing is, Teahupo'o loves a tube. He was out there the other day warming up, and even though it was small, I was like, oh, he's probably going to go for turns here. Every time he was getting low, and he was like, I'm just trying to force it. I just want to get the vision. He loves getting barreled more than anything. As we look back at Liam O'Brien here.
Wow, Liam O'Brien absolutely showing great technique there on that first wave. As he was grabbing the rail there, we'll have a look at this replay, but you can see just there he was able to actually pump while still holding the rail, which is super tricky to do. Only a few surfers in the world have really mastered that. Have a look here from this angle. You just see it, that was it right there. And able to see him to get more speed, pushing the weight forward through the barrel. Finishes off with a nice little roundhouse there and some very dry reef. See, pull down the board shorts. And yeah, beautiful roundhouse cut back here. Does he make it? Just gets gobbled up.
Well done for Liam O'Brien coming from Burley Heads. Really fun surfer to watch. Pretty quiet and calm on land and really lets his surfing do the talking. It's a 5.83 start. So Kyle's already looking to answer back. What do you love about Liam's surfing, what he brings to the championship tour?
For me, a highlight this year from Liam was in El Salvador. I just feel like he was really looking so loose, so smooth. I feel like that really suited his surfing. Coming from Burley Heads, right-hand point break also. Just looked right up his alley. You know, his semi-final finish there was really good for Liam. I just feel like he's coming into his own, stringing some really good heats together. Here we go.
Liam wants another one under priority this time. Kyle didn't go because it wasn't a real hollow wave, but just keeping his energy and rhythm together.
But yeah, I just think Liam, obviously coming from Burley, it's got those black cobblestone sort of points, similar sort of point break to El Salvador. But for me, that was a moment I was like, yeah, okay, I think he's on here. Unfortunately, he got on tour that first year and then suffered that really bad injury. So for me this year, it's been awesome to see him make the cut, have that good result at El Salvador. So actually excited to see him here for the first time.
And I think the one surfer on tour that's affected Liam's rankings is Griffin Colapinto. I think they've had about 4 matchups this year, including that semifinal at El Salvador, but a lot of earlier rounds as well, like Sunset Beach, where Liam looked solid, but he ran into Griff really early. Griff winning all of those matchups this season. As we see Griffin number 2 in the world. He'll be kicking off the round of 16 for us today. Yeah, the interesting part about Liam, though, being on tour as well, he's not a rookie this year, which is interesting because he qualified the year before, hurt himself before pipe started. It was the morning warm-up session, and he didn't really get to surf. Went back to the Challengers Series. It wasn't a wild card berth for him this year. He actually earned it, recovered from a tough injury, put together some great heats in the back end when the Challenger Series started, and he was back at pipe for, now it's been a great season for Liam, going to all the stops on the calendar.
Yeah, talk about resilience. I mean, that's tough. I mean, when you have such a really bad injury, you're thinking, oh, am I going to get this wild card spot? Am I going to get a berth there? But a lot of things go into those decisions, and finding that out and being like, okay, I've got to refocus here, getting back on the Challenger Series, going to grind all the way back to getting back on tour.
Yeah, it's a good headspace to have as an athlete, not counting on those wild card positions. And Liam's shown us a lot of great surfing this year. Even had that big heat win over Kelly at Main Break Margaret River. Both surfers were on their game that day, and Liam got to get the win over the GOAT. Teahupo'o holds priority, and it's an interesting story with Kyle. Remember, he thought he was off tour, maybe thinking of other plans, and then Medina decided to take some time off last year. And Kyle got the call up and went to town. Big result at Pipe, semifinal. He actually matched that this year. Another great result at Sunset, quarterfinals. So the start of this season, Kyle was in the WSL Final 5 talk.
Yeah, he was. Kyle is actually someone who does really well in waves of consequence. If I think back through his career, he's had really, really good heats at main break, Margaret River. Amazing heats at the box. I think one against Gabriel Medina from memory. He's had great heats at Pipeline. He's had great finishes here. He really is someone who just has a dig and really charges so hard. Even though they're ranked both number 17 on the rankings right now, coming into this, you've got to think that, you know, Caio probably has the upper hand. Here we go.
It's going to be Liam O'Brien up and out. Just staying active, still just counting the 5.83 as the major score. But one man went excellent in the previous heat with a big 8-point ride. Seth Moniz is hanging out with Laura.
Yes, guys, Seth Moniz, he's actually a wounded soldier at the moment, surfing with a stitch in his head, and he's got a pretty nasty looking chunk out of his knee that looks like it also may need a stitch. So off to the medical boat next, but nonetheless, a great elimination round into the round of 16.
Yeah, I'm stoked. The waves are tricky right now, you know, it's that in-between size, so you kind of got to pick your waves and kind of just roll the dice and keep riding. Stoked I got a wave in that heat. Got a fun little barrel against Connor, a good friend of mine, but yeah, I'm happy.
And both of these injuries happened from the nose of your board, so maybe a nose guard on for the next heat?
Yeah, I got to bring the nose guard back. The black nose guard, I don't know, maybe I'll start a company.
But how good is it to be back in Tahiti? I know you love it here. I know you're so incredible in heavy waves. Yeah, how good is it to be here?
Nah, it's always good to be back here. It's like a second home. It's honestly exactly like my home, you know, tropical weather, heavy reef break, so really happy to be here. Yeah, just I'm also feeling, you know, it's kind of some gnarly things are going down at home, so it's kind of hard to be here at the same time. A lot of family and friends are struggling right now, so I just want to send you guys my love, and you know, we're all here. We're here for you guys, and can't wait to just get this contest done with and go home and kind of help my community.
Amazing. Seth Moniz, we'll see you in the round of 16.
Thanks.
Seth Moniz with some beautiful words, sending back to the Hawaiian Islands, specifically the island of Maui, going through some tough times after that devastating fire. And he'll also be back out in the lineup again to represent Hawaii as he takes on Gabriel Medina in the round of 16. And we come out of the barrel with Liam O'Brien, who's looking to improve on a 1.17.
Yeah, nice little wave for Liam. Little tube, not particularly too deep, but stayed on his board, came out of that barrel. Wow, that's a big heat. Seth v. Gabby.
Yeah, they've had some great heats in the past. Gabriel Medina has won 3 of the 4 matchups that they've had, but a big one for the world title race. Medina wants to compete for a 4th, but he needs a spot in the WSL Final 5 to be able to compete for it in September. Quick one for Liam O'Brien.
Yeah, here we go. We'll have a look at this replay. Nice little speed pump down the line. A couple of little adjustments before he comes flying out of this one. So Caio yet to catch a wave yet. 25 and a half on the clock. Being pretty patient. It's a real paddle battle at the start of this heat to establish priority, and it actually looked like to me Caio was pushing for the inside. So Liam got the inside, got that 5.83, and now has been pretty busy and about to lock in probably his backup score. There it is, the 4.17.
So a completely different game plan for Liam O'Brien, staying really active. And Seth did mention it's kind of that in-between size, so it can be challenging to know where to sit. Caio now looks like he's going for a big vertical, just throwing that one away.
Wow, that was past 12 o'clock. Wait.
What time is it?
11. It was past vertical.
Yeah, you could tell he was going, okay, it didn't barrel, so I'll just try to square up as hard as I can. It's definitely going to be all about barrel riding today. Caio Belli, a former world junior champion, which was decided in such an interesting way. They had to break a tie, so it was a sudden death surf-off. Back at Burley, it was a multiple event series back then. As we go back to this turn, what time is it here, Flick?
Well, 12 o'clock, but I would want to say almost past that. It was pretty crazy. I mean, to be going for a maneuver like that on such a wave of consequence, wowzers, going ending up head first, flying down the face of the wave. Not exactly where you want to be.
It's kind of good timing, though. It is 11:55 local time.
Wowzers.
And we always have our fingers crossed that we're going to be served Poisson Crew. Is that your favorite when you come here?
It most certainly is. Last time I was here, I think was 2018. It's one of my favorite dishes. It's sashimi, or like chopped up fish, marinated in like coconut milk. I think I could be getting this wrong. Some lime juice.
You nailed it.
Often has some bits of carrot, some cucumber, served with rice. It's incredibly delicious.
Starving. As we check out the tides right now, it's about high noon, so high tide 12:54, so still rising for a bit. Try to put a little more water on that reef. Then it'll be dropping throughout the round of 16 today. We just mentioned Seth Bonis will have Gabriel Medina, huge one for the title race. Medina in a must-win situation, has to go on to win this event. And Seth can be a spoiler, a guy that's made it to the semifinals here in the past. Felipe Toledo, world #1, officially clinching that yellow jersey to try to go back-to-back with his world titles, as Mihimana Bray.
Wow.
Another great local wild card with a lot of heat reps in the past. Liam O'Brien last wave, 4:17, 5:83 on his start. Kaio just the .7, so just being very patient. I caught up with Kaio in the water the other day, and we know we're about to enter a really big off season. You know, he started off well in the WSL Final 5 and has, you know, slipped down, so he's already looking at a big off season. You think most years you're pretty exhausted managing injuries and you just can't wait to just sit down for a while. It's the opposite for Kaio. He said he's still so psyched to get some waves. He's like, yeah, I might just go to Mexico, then I want to go to Indonesia, and he started rattling off all these trips. So for Kaio, he's talking about surf tripping the entire off season until he's starting at Pipe next year.
Yes, he's probably hungry, you know, with a pretty good start to the year in that Final 5 conversation, and then, you know, not quite probably hitting the mark where he wants to be. He's just hungry. I mean, you could see it at the beginning of this heat. The assertion was there, the hunger was there, so.
And just feeling like he still has so much energy.
I remember he had a couple of decisions in Margaret River maybe not quite go his way with priority, as well as a bit of frustration. Maybe he just doesn't quite feel like things are maybe going his way. Feels like he's got a lot more waves to surf, a little bit more to show. Can be quite frustrating that sometimes that happens throughout the year, you know. There's these decisions that can make or break a heat, and sometimes they go your way and sometimes they don't. Sometimes it can feel like you're getting a string of these decisions like, man, they're not going my way.
Yeah, and just knowing that you have this extended off season where surfers weren't accustomed to that in the past. You know, the old system starting pretty early in the year, finishing in December. You didn't really have a whole lot of time for even other projects or making surf films. You had to do that all at the same time while competing for a world title. So really cool that the world's best get a chance just to score, go on trips, and get really barreled, which is Kaio's favorite thing. Speaking of getting really barreled, Jack Robinson's been doing that a lot this week in Tahiti. He'll take on the winner of this heat, either Liam O'Brien or Kaio Abeli.
Yeah, Jack is he's a fan of a barrel ride.
Certainly is. As we watch live action, Liam O'Brien getting some speed up, bigger section to pull into, and the Australian gets sent over the falls. So dealing with all that water, you see his board just pop up, so spent some time underwater there. Now staying calm to go under this one. He'll have to look at Kaio pulling in. Abeli trying to stall as much as he can, doing well to max out the tube time. And jumping off his board to try to punch, penetrate the water without touching the reef. Sometimes it's hard to miss it right there on that end section, but Kaio really doing well, showing off his ability and the art of backside tube riding.
Yeah, that was amazing. That technique that he used to really slow himself down. He would have put all of his body, the side of his body, into the face of that wave. You can see where he ended up on that reef, right in on the inside there in front of the judges' tower. It's just so shallow right now. Sort of almost stuck in a little bit of a vortex section. Here we go. We'll have a look at the replay. You can see he's pumping on the brakes. Really, at this point here, just slamming them on, trying to maximize that tube time. presses the eject button there at the end, but another look here. We'll see his arm dragging in the face of the wave, body in the face of the wave, really slowing himself down here. Does so well. It was a really nice second wave for Caio as we look at the replay of Liam O'Brien's. Getting a little bit of travel time there, but just getting gobbled up.
So a short one there for Liam. He goes down, but Caio Ibelli is getting his most important score of the day. A guy that had some tough results here when he first started. We used to have a result called equal 25th on tour. And he had 2 of those from 2016 to 2017. But then everything changed. 2018, quarterfinal. 2022, semifinal. The quarterfinal was unbelievable. It was pumping. I believe he had Seth in that heat back then when it was just solid. Teahupo'o just showed how much Caio loved it. What a hard charger he is. Last score starting to come in now for Caio Ibelli. A 7.67. Near excellent score there. In second with priority, now just needing a 2.33.
Yeah, that was a great wave.
Who would you rather be right now?
Yeah, look, as it appears, yeah, Caio's sitting in second, but his highest single wave score of this heat, you'd want to be Caio. Knowing you only needed 2.33, it's a small score. Just showing so much technique in that barrel, really slowing himself down, really technical tube. It was a bigger wave. It was in the judging notes this morning. Judges looking for that technique in the barrel.
Yeah, he did so well, and just showing how he can stall for speed. Beautiful effort from Caio Ibelli, chasing a small score to take the lead off Liam O'Brien here in the last heat of the elimination round. We'll be right back. The Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, is brought to you by Air Tahiti Nui, official airline partner of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. By Vini, official telecommunications partner of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. By Mophie, official portable power bank partner of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. Mophie, stay powerful. By Outerknown, leading the revolution in sustainable apparel. And by Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. Hey everybody, you're watching the elimination round, and if you see that QR code on your screen, it's a great opportunity to check out the Shiseido Sun Care. All the latest products are there, and you can find your perfect sunscreen, whether you're at the beach, surfing all day, or even just being out and about. You definitely need to protect your skin and, protect it from the sun's harmful rays. There's a sunscreen stick on there you'll find that's Kanoa Igarashi's favorite, SPF 50+, and how about that? Getting puffed out of the tube and sliding out on the wrap is Liam O'Brien. Lobby looking to hold his lead, 5s and 4s at the moment, but he can feel Kyle coming for him because Kyle only needs a 2-3-3. So important that Liam picks the right waves and really keeps his head in this one. This heat will break the tie for 17th that they share on the rankings.
Yeah, that was an exciting little wave there. Straight into the tube, comes flying out. Looks like he's all in control. Here we go. So far up on the board there, comes flying out after the spit. Looks like he's just gonna make that and gets taken out by an invisible ninja.
It's what it feels like sometimes.
Here we go, so the tube spit, he comes out afterwards. And yeah, just, woo, taken out.
How important was the turn for that wave? Did it really matter too much?
Oh, well, look, I don't think so, but maybe an extra 0.2. I don't know, I'm not a judge,
But you've got great insight. Numbers are in for Liam O'Brien, 5.17. So he does improve. And like you said, maybe if he pulls that wrap, maybe there's just a little more separation he can have on Kyle. Ibelli's requirement increases to just a 3.33. So still, would rather be Kyle at this stage of the heat.
Oh, for sure. It's such a small score, the 3.33. Liam is improving on that situation ever so slightly. Yeah, but back to the point before, I just think if the opportunity's there, I think you've got to take it in heats like these because sometimes you're splitting hairs. It can be 0.01 between coming first or second, you know, and only the winner gets through these heats. So I think make the most of it. Go for that turn.
Yeah, crazy when we keep talking about WSL Final 5, Olympic qualification season. You know, for these two guys, it's like this is it for the end of their year. Being out of that conversation for the world title race. So this is about extending your final event of the season into the round of 16 at least. And sometimes a solid finish can be all the confidence you need to carry you through a long off season and being really ready for pipeline.
For sure, especially at a wave like Teahupo'o, which is just a wave of consequence. There's a lot of prestige with getting a good result at an event like this. You get a lot of respect for charging waves like these. So a good result out waves like here, like Pipeline, you know, these ones with consequence goes a long way. Goes a long way in the surfing community too.
Yeah, this event popped up competitively in the late 90s, first as a qualifying series event, and then as a championship tour event back in 1999. We've seen so much change since then with how they approach the barrel out here, how deep you can go, working out parts of the reef where no one was surfing back in the day. There's some heroic efforts from those early events, especially those QS events. Guys like Conan Hayes out here getting some wild ones. And it was just blowing the surfing world's minds at the time. Then there was that famous surfer cover mag shot, Laird Hamilton on the cover just said, "Oh my God." And it's kind of been referenced as that "oh my God" wave in history of just Laird on a wave that doesn't seem real. It looks just cartoonish. But anytime there was a cover, magazine articles, anything about this wave, especially around the turn of the century, it was just capturing the minds of the surfing world.
Yeah, I also feel like in more recent years, I could be wrong here, but I feel like it was Italo Ferreira that did that. He got a barrel and then came out and did that crazy air. Pretty sure that was
Sounds like Italo, yeah.
But like, you know, when this wave was first being surfed, you don't think that this would be the kind of wave that you're doing a major air maneuver on. But, you know, as the sport progresses and the guys are going more towards the air, you're just seeing guys take off and go to the air on waves like this, get a big barrel, come out, do a big air. So very exciting out here because you just never know.
It's true. And then the surfers that are willing to throw a big air over the shallow reef like the Italo moment you're referencing just have extra weapons on how to compete out here if it does get smaller, if it does come down to turns, as you can see the round of 16 popping up on your screen. Felipe Toledo, Mihimana. That's going to be a fun one. Florence now has a draw with Rio Waida as we see it up and out from Kyle Ibelli. Launching himself off the board.
wave definitely had a bit more size to it. Kaio having another look.
Yeah, the way he jumped off his board there, he's looking to penetrate and punch out the back. It looks like he did that well because he was already in position for another wave. Last thing you want to do is go with the momentum towards the reef.
Yeah, there's definitely something to be said about the right kind of dismount in waves of consequence. Have a look here at Kaio trying to break through and penetrate that wave. But one of the old favorites that a lot of people like to go to is the pin drop. We'll get back to that.
Now pulling in, Liam O'Brien deep on that first section, but ran out of room, so he's down. Kaio with priority, now chasing a 3.33. Yeah, it's interesting what to do and what not to do when you're trying to exit a wave like this. What do you recommend, Flick?
Yeah, back to what I was saying. I think the pin drop is the mode of choice. It depends on what situation you're in and where you are on the wave. But it seems like to me, the pin drop, which is where you just jump straight off your board and literally go in like a pencil shape into the water, penetrating the water, is almost the way to go. Where you don't want to be is getting sucked up and over with the lip. Because you can get sucked up not once but twice, you know. It's a dangerous place to be. If you can get out in front of it and pin drop, that's where you want to be. Here we go. We'll have another look at Kaio here. See, he jumps off and sort of sideways dismount there, but seems to be okay because he had a look straight away. But yeah, have a look at Griff pairing.
Griffin Colapinto, world number 2, taking on Cowley Vost coming up next in the round of 16. Griffin heartbroken in 2 consecutive seasons, missing out on the WSL Final 5. As we all know, it's his home break and is the venue for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. This year, much different. Got the news nice and early before coming to Tahiti that he'd be there to compete for his first world title. Felipe Toledo, the #1 seed, will be the title match, and Griffin wants to be there in the best of 3 series to take on the defending world champ. Kaiwa belly locks in, pulls up and under. Makes a couple sections and now lays down that rail. So you see Kaio thinking now, starting to manage his time. He knows he only needs a 3.33, and so he's hoping that's enough to get the lead change.
Yeah, a smart decision by Kaio. Here we go, Liam.
Kind of a messy section, but it's wide open now. Hollow pit for Liam O'Brien. And it's just foam ball on the open face. Man, but Liam's definitely been going for it. 9 waves rented for the Australian compared to 5 for Kaiwa Belly.
Yeah, I think it was a smart decision for Kaio to take off on that one. He knows time's ticking down. Took off at around about 6.5 minutes to go. Here we go, replay of Kaio's wave. Smaller, sort of higher tube. Comes out, gets a bit of a rebound there, but he knows he only needs a small score, so he knows he's got to do everything he can, staying nice and compact there. Just really wanting to make sure that he it's at 3.33. Have another look from this angle. Really small, short, sharp barrel. Comes out, lays the board on rail. So he knows he's only got a small score to get here. So, and he knows that if he takes off when he did, he's going to have another chance if he doesn't get it on that one. This is Liam's one. Have a look at that, taking off, get some tube time in the beginning, but gets crunched at the end there. So a smart decision by Kaio, you know. He could have sat and waited and waited and waited, but he just thought, you know what, I may as well give myself at least 2 opportunities here. And he was lucky because he went and Liam went one, so now he's going to be out the back. He's got priority. He gets another opportunity.
Yeah, things working well for Kaio right now. Still waiting for the reaction from that last score to see if it's enough for a lead change. Sometimes when it takes a while, the competitor gets nervous going, how close was it? When it's a clear decision, that number comes in a lot faster. But they do have time to look at comparisons, and Kaio might be needing a score. Kaio with priority, chasing a 3.33. Previous number is coming in, and it's not enough
Wow.
Teahupo'o needing the 3.33, and judges react with a 3.17.
You can see the look on his face that he's looking around. He's just realized that last wave coming through at a 3.17, he needs a 3.33, so incredibly close to getting that number there.
I'm curious to keep asking you this question because I've asked it to you different times in this heat. Who would you rather be? And it's been Caio, you know, with that 7.67 in priority. Are you sticking with that, still with the amount of time on the clock, still needing a small score? Or are you ready to jump in to Liam's position now?
Look, Joe, hindsight is the perfect science. Right now, I could sit here and say, oh, I'd love to be Liam. That'd be great. But I still think that the place to be is Caio with that 7.67. It's a great wave. He still only needs a 3.33, but can be easier said than done out here. I like what he did before. He knew it's such a hard position to be in, right? Like, he's sitting out the back. He knows he only needs a small score. Does he just let time tick down and wait for the wave of the day, or does he try and force the issue? Does he take off and ride waves and try and create this 3.33? I think he's made the right choice in riding waves, because that is how you're going to get a score.
Kaoli Voss coming up next to take on Griffin Colapinto, runner-up in the event last season. Lost to Miguel in just a shootout. Two goofy footers getting barreled up and down the reef. He wants to do one better this year and win the event for all of Tahiti. And we've come close to Tahitian wildcards getting the win out here. Manoa Jolie made the final. Was runner-up to Bruno Santos. That was an all-wildcard final. Bruno representing Brazil. As we look at a minute 45. Now, I love that question with you, though, as a former competitor on the CT as well. When these surfers are on tour and they've just need a 3.33 when time's ticking away, they believe that can happen. They're in that kind of mode where they're ready for these challenges. Caio pretty deep, trying to see if he can get in position for this one. They both have to punch through.
Wow. Super tough position for Caio. It's a pressure cooker for Caio right now. A minute 20 on the clock. He needs a 3.33.
Liam takes an extra look, and this is a great example of that in-between size. There's some sets that they're going to be out of position for if they're looking at that first shelf. But Caio's put his head down. He has priority. Here he goes, pulls into the first section. It lands right on top of him. He goes down with 55 seconds to go.
Wow, Joe, I'd rather be Liam.
There we go. And we got there at the end, but it's an interesting story. For Caio getting that 7.67 a long time ago now, it seemed like the perfect game plan. First he needed a 2. Liam's been scrappy. He pushed that requirement up to the 3 range. You still were thinking Caio was going to run away with it.
I don't know. I just really did. I mean, what were your thoughts?
No, I thought your answer was perfect. It was just a great example of having such a high score early. You'd want to be him with all the time you had left, and since his 7.67, he hasn't converted. Had a lot of wipeouts in there too. As we see, Liam O'Brien used priority with 10 seconds to go. No barrels, so he's going to throw down a little backhand arc, showing off the style. And we run out of time here in the elimination round. Liam O'Brien will break the tie with Caio Belli on the rankings and start getting closer to the top 15. Round of 16 coming up next. World number 2, Griffin Colapinto takes on the local hero, Kaoli Voss, bringing Kaipo Guerrero and Peter Mel for the call.
For the round of 16, first hit, get ready, and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So first hit, round of 16, there's 35 minutes, no restart. Red is Griffin Colapinto, blue Kaoli Voss. And for the previous hit, congratulations to Liam O'Brien. Advancing to round 16. Voilà donc à l'instant les de la première série du 3e round avec en rouge l'américaine Griffin Colapinto opposé à Kaoli Voss, le Tahitien en bleu. 35 minutes. Je vous rappelle pas de distance.
I was super stoked to make this heat because it was a tough one.
I realize if I'm doing whatever is going to make me feel good right now, that's the best thing I could do for myself.
Back at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown into the round of 16 for the men. First heat out in the water. Griffin Colapinto coming up against Kaoli Voss. Griffin climbing to up the rankings, coming in here at number 3 on the leaderboard. We'll see how that shakes out when it goes to the seeding for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. I'm Kaipo along with Peter Mel. Kaoli Voss, though, even though he's a wild card, he's one of the most stunning surfers, the most talented surfers in this draw.
I agree, Kaipo. It's a full-on, you know, considering what he did last year in his performance, what he's been able to do here in the free surfs. Yes, he's one to beat, right? And Griffin's got to beat the best. He's already came up against another great surfer here at Teahupo'o and Matahi Drole, and was able to get through this morning. Now another heat, another day, start right on over again.
Yeah, conditions cleaning up right now as we enter into this round of 16. Coming off the last heat where Liam O'Brien was able to take down Kyle Ibelli. There was the two surfers sharing a moment after the heat. What'd you take from that, Pete?
I would say that he feels like one of those waves that he had was a 3.33 in his heat. So, yeah, feeling that.
Kaoli Voss off to a fast start here. Pulls into the barrel, gets under the curtain there. Nice cut back for the goofy foot from Varao. And Kaoli's going to start again. He's been having these quick starts. He's been working in his favor. Score on the board. We're waiting for the first number for Kaoli Voss.
I mentioned another day for Griffin. Nope, it's the same day. Sorry about that. Yeah, same day, just a different part of it. And he's got to be able to match. I mean, he had one good wave in his heat earlier today. Feels like to me that he's going to need two solid ones up against Kaoli. And Kaoli, you know, again, strategy-wise, apply pressure to the top seeds early. That's how you can get to them. You know, obviously they're going to be a little bit more patient generally. So Kaoli feeling like, okay, if I'm going to get underneath and make Griffin think about it, and here it is, a little inside runner on the inside reef, and we've seen him be able to find these waves time and time again. That's one thing about being a local, is that you can take waves that aren't necessarily set waves, but they have a certain look and a certain line to them that you know that maybe produce a number on it, and that's exactly what Kaoli's done right here. It's not going to be a massive one, but again.
Wow. I'm actually surprised it's only a 2.67 watching this.
You know, the depth of it, the length of the tube, all of that comes into it. Also the fact that, you know, critical sections, that was going to be a much smaller wave, obviously. It's like, you know, a little slightly overhead maybe. But yeah, not one of the bigger set waves. Obviously, judges taking note of that. Carries a lot of speed. One little section maybe disappeared there. Yep, he's gone and comes out very quickly.
Kaoli on the priority, catches another wave. This one a little bit bigger. Stalls off the bottom, under the hook again, and comes out as predicted. Strong surfing. Maybe a little better score on this wave for a bigger wave. Limited time in the tube, however, so we'll see how that pans out for the 21-year-old local.
How's the flow on that one, Kaipo? Just ever so easy. He just drops in, kind of fades the bottom turn perfectly. We'll see him set up the barrel and able to get out of the barrel before it clamshells on him. Gets the nice wrap. I mean, that was a well put together wave. Griffin did not want it. And so Kaoli had to make a very last second decision to take that wave. He sees it. Oh, yep, okay, so I'm going to sit underneath. But this is the setup. See the delayed bottom turn, little carve up underneath it, gets out, and see how he sees that section going to come down on rather than punch through it. He comes out low, comes out with speed, and slightly better as Cowley's going to get another number quickly out of this heat. Gotta love how he just tucks under it. That's the flow element, and then seeing that I might clamshell, I'm going to just go out, get out of it with a nice bottom turn straight into it, and that's just rail to rail transitions, great flow. I mean, shoot, if he's on the Challenger Series, you see big numbers here. Instead, only a 3.5.
Cowley Voss, you can see him riding those JS Industry surfboards out of Australia as we cut to Liam O'Brien talking with Kelly Slater. O'Brien is on to the round of 16 and some exchanging of ideas there, Pete.
I would imagine, best mind in the business to pick.
Back to these two out in the water. Cowley Voss, we can just look at his run last year here at the event. Round of 16, Cowley put up a two-wave total of 17.07 to beat Ethan Ewing. On to the quarterfinals where Cowley beat Matthew McGillivray after McGillivray scored a 10 in the previous round. Cowley again, wave number 3 in the barrel, long stretching one this time, and even Cowley Voss can't make it out of that. Voss then went to the semifinals last year where it was a one-sided affair. Get back to that as Griffin Colapinto uses his priority. And we're going to see a little paddle battle right now back to the peak between Cowley Voss and Griffin Colapinto. There they are.
Yeah.
And Cowley's going to get the advantage there.
Big time. Yeah, I mean, grabbing your board, getting it back underneath you and paddling right after the wave kind of swallows you. It's been a bit tough. Cowley recognizing that. And now he's going to finally get priority. So he starts off the heat early with early momentum, just grabbing waves, and then now he can be a little bit more selective, and especially since Griffin's not going to have any numbers yet, so Griffin's going to have to fight from behind once again. Taking a look at this one from deep on the point, look at how much speed he's carrying into this one, and he's there all the way to that end section, so there was a chance. I mean, he saw it from the beginning going, oh, this could be it. Did everything he could to have enough speed to get there, but yeah, it's too stretched out.
Yeah, we're going back to last year, and Cowley Voss in that semi-final against Kelly Slater last year. 17.33 two-wave total for Cowley Voss. And he was into the final where he was then defeated by Miguel Pupo with run-up finish. But Cowley, just those numbers, and you look at the performance from both this year and last year, he's one of the guys to beat out here. So Griffin Colapinto's got his hands full, and it's reflective right now in what's going on in the heat and the numbers.
Kelly's not running away with it, though, but you'd feel like the momentum has definitely shifted there. And this is kind of similar to what we saw the start of this heat this morning. Very first heat of the morning for Griffin. Rough start to his morning, actually. Had a warm-up, missed a turn, got pushed over the reef, had to do a tour de Teahupo'o. Luckily, he had a ski come pick him up on the other side, but that was a start of his morning. He turned it around, though, and got the heat win.
Wonder how Liam O'Brien's feeling. He's into the round of 16. Let's find out. He's with Laura.
Yes, Liam, into the round of 16. Your first event ever here at Teahupo'o. How's it feeling, taking it all in?
Yeah, it's unreal. It's just such a dream location. Yeah, watched this event since I was a little kid and always dreamed of surfing here, let alone surfing in an event here. So, yeah, it's pretty surreal, and yeah, just stoked to be able to surf out there with one guy out.
And how's your preparation coming into the event, last event of the year?
Yeah, obviously there's, aside from this event, I haven't got much to earn. I can't get in the finals or anything, so it's kind of nice. It was just a bit of a weight off the shoulders, just really fun to just try and compete as well as I can and not have too much pressure or consequence. So yeah, it's been enjoyable so far.
And the waves out there, picking up, you were just saying it's a bit tricky out there to work out where to position yourself. Coming up against Jack Robinson next, what's it going to take to beat him?
Yeah, I might just have to sit on his inside or something and just try and pick the waves he picks. But no, I don't know. He's obviously unbelievable out here, and it'll be a great challenge. And yeah, it'll be fun. Hopefully, I can get a couple of barrels.
All the best, Liam, into the round of 16. See you soon.
Cheers. Thank you.
Yeah, Liam O'Brien coming in on the leaderboard, tied for 17th. So we know we're not going to see him in the Rip Curl WSL Finals, but we will see him for the rest of this comp, coming up against Jack Robinson. But also, we'll see him at the beginning of 2024, where he'll enter his 3rd season on the championship tour. So what do you think, Pete, about coming through here and not having as much pressure if you're not really looking at a Final 5 option?
We'll get back to that, Kaipo.
Colapinto needs to fight for an exit and sure does.
Little magician right there, lacked. That's going to be his best number, but you know, again, it's fairly low scoring affair. You have a nice comparison already with the 2.67 and the 3.5 of Cowley. But I mean, one thing Liam can look forward to personally is seeding improvement, and you know, I touch on that a lot. This is an opportunity for him to get deep in the draw, which gains a ton of experience at a place that he hasn't ever had any competition, you know, experience. I think that's huge, right? Every heat's going to help there. Plus, yeah, getting himself up the ranks. I mean, he's already passing Kayo, breaks the tie there. He's got Jordy ahead of him, Ian Gentile ahead of him, Barron. So if he can find a way, as we watch the replay here of this last one for Griffin, again, just going to kind of match, probably get a number now finally, kind of match the Cowley Voss and not get left too far behind. Look at, he's created a major separation here. And we've seen kind of two parts of the reef being used. This is exactly an example of that. I mean, that's a good 15 yards between the two of them. And those wider ones can kind of sneak up and be a little bit too deep for where Cowley's sitting, but then there's those ones that run the reef, which I think is what Cowley's looking for, is that, you know, that southern angled one that's at the right size that almost lifts enough to get on the outer part of the reef, but then has a ton of energy to hit that running reef inside ledge that we've been talking about.
Pull back shot here. It shows a little bit of the wind direction, our judges tower, as well as the flotilla is straight in the channel, as well as the shape of this reef pass that is just one of the miracles of the surf world, Peter.
It is, you know, and we're looking at what, 12:32 right now. We're right at almost peak high tide, and so you kind of almost see it being slack before we'll start to see the movement. When it starts to move out, we'll see that the current will start to get a little stronger on the peak, but it gets shallower, so generally we'll see maybe the waves get a little hollower. Fingers crossed. Try and keep that wind blowing out of that easterly direction, but I mean, just the ever so slight change in degrees, and all of a sudden you get a little 3-foot chop coming across the
Cowley
face.
sees the bend in this one, pulls in and reads it well. Rail grab and yanks on that JS Industry boards back into a cutback, kicks out. You could see that we had that drone angle going into this, and the bend on that wave that was on offer for Cowley Voss. He was able to backdoor right into that section. Mike Tahiti, well done. And
you did hear some people from the channel kind of yelling about that wave. I don't know if it was exactly telling them to go on that one or not, but it sure sounded like it. And yeah, you know what? Right wave choice. Was able to maximize. There wasn't a wave number 2, so good job there for Cowley. He's building upon a great use of priority. As you take a look again, see how it's just running. It gets bigger as it grows down the line. Quickly in and out, and the beautiful carve. I love that he's actually emphasizing turns, because it will come into play. I mean, you start looking at everybody getting kind of similar rides, somehow showcasing a little point of difference. You know, get that rail sinking in the water, and he does that. He's figured it out, what boards work for him here, how much speed he needs to take. As you see, drops behind it, disappears. Nice intense section, short, but ultimately going to be the best wave of the heat so far. And make sure as he grabs that rail, look at yanks on that rail, and that is a solid move. That is utilizing commitment into the rail. I mean, with all that speed, get half point in that turn probably.
Number comes in through at a 4.67 for Cowley Voss, and he starts to pull away from Griffin Colapinto in this matchup. I spoke to Cowley in the last Challenger Series at the US Open, Huntington Beach. I talked to him about, hey, you got into this event, and he was steely in his focus, where he was just like, I'm not thinking about Tahiti now. I want to win this US Open. Because still, as a competitor, he still is in that second tier, the Challenger Series. He's number 22 on that Challenger Series. Like, he still needs to work. He still needs to fight to get into the full-time championship tour position. And he's going to have 2 more events on that Challenger Series to do so. Colapinto here. Drags his body, finds a cover. It clamps on top of him, tries to fight for an exit, and just has to succumb to that wave. Incomplete for Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah, probably the biggest challenge for Cowley is actually, you know, considering I think that his transition to the championship tour, his style of surfing, that actually transitioned very easily. It's going to be a little more challenging with the way that the Challenger Series is set up for him to qualify, you know, because not necessarily, he's really good in these types of waves, reefs. Not that he's not capable of doing it, but it is a little bit more challenging, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 2 more. You take your best 4 results. He's got 1 keeper result, a quarterfinal finish. That's Kalivas in Bolito. Replay here of Griffin.
Griffin, good technique, you know, keeping that forward momentum, but that wave shut down and trying to fight through all of that is very difficult. Had everything going, was hoping that that wave would just stay open, but it didn't. Tries to force his way through and does not get there. See how he slows down as soon as he wants the extra speed. He pulls himself off the wall, centers himself over the stringer of the board, momentum all forward, trying to do everything he could to push through that whitewater.
Colapinto needing a 5.44 if he wants to take the lead off of Kalivas. 18 minutes, 40 seconds. Replaying here, taking a look at our WSL Final 5 and its snapshot for our possibilities. We have Griffin Colapinto. He's clinched the number 2 seed now. Ethan Ewing will be number 3 seed as we look at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Still up for grabs, yet not clinched. 2 spots, 4 and 5. So it's going to be a battle between Joao Shianka, Iago Dora, Gabe Medina, and John Florence for the outside chance for Jack Robinson and Leo Fioravanti. But really, it's going to be the Medina, John, Dora, Shianka story.
Well, Dora has Slater, right, in this round of 16, coming up, what, Heat 3? Medina, his track record here, very, very good. And I'm trying to think of who he has up in his round of 16. Seth Moniz.
So we still got some work to do to get this all sorted out, but we know the number 1, number 2, and number 3 seeds all clinched for that Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Yeah, they're locked, and the seeding is locked. I think that's the important part, is that Griffin actually, by overtaking Ethan Ewing, has given himself an extra heat. It's like a heat win, really, at the end, because of how that Final 5 event is set up. You know, the seeds surf against each other, and then you advance on. So it'll be, that seeding is important. You know, you can get yourself the extra heat, which is what Griffin has been able to do.
Yeah, when we look at the Final 5 and that WSL Finals, it's match play all the way till you hit the first seed number 1. The top seeds, then it's 2 out of 3 in those championship matches. Kalivas with heat control. He's got the lead. He's got priority. Well played so far by the young Tahitian.
Similar to what we saw with Slater when he was competing against a goofy footer, right? He kind of sat wide, and look at Griffin's actually seeing something here, a little wider piece, looking for those westerly ones. The backhanders actually have a little better entry into that style of wave because it's more of a wave that breaks straight in, so you can kind of stall and hold yourself, whereas the goofy footers need one that you can kind of pump through. It's hard for a surfer to stall unless they just literally drop into the pit, into the barrel. That style of wave. So they're looking for 2 different styles of waves.
Yeah, this is Griffin's 4th start here in Tahiti, and he has not made it past this round in his first 3 starts. So it's going to be a wall for Griffin Colapinto to get through. He needs to get through the wall of the wild card, Kalivas. We'll see if he can get through that challenge. When we come back to more action at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown.
The day I didn't make the final 5 was super hard.
He wants a chance to surf his home break for a world title. Ooh. Oh no!
Turning the suffering into like power. I use that as my challenge. I think it's my destiny to be a world champion. I think about competing in the final 5 at lower trestles every day. I start envisioning it and I start crying because I see it so clearly.
Well, Griffin Colapinto, he's done it. We're going to see him at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. We're going to see him as the #2 seed at his home break of lower trestles. So, what was heartbreak just a year ago for Griffin Colapinto, getting bounced out of that final 5 here in Tahiti. Now, he can surf with confidence, knowing that his future and a potential world title is just a couple weeks away.
3 heat wins away from a world title. Pretty much what it would be. He wins 2 off the #1 seed, or actually wins whoever he has to surf against. And then wins 2 in the final match. He's a world champion.
Yeah, that's right.
Fulfills that destiny in which he feels like is his destiny. Talk about visualization. He uses it. That's something in his mind that he wants to be able to do, is hold up that world title trophy over his head.
Yeah, pretty cool. He's been utilizing, a lot of meditation in just the last couple of years to get focused. How does he get back into this heat? I'm going to ask Strider Wazalewski.
You know what? I was just watching these waves, the way Kaoli's sitting out there. I feel like it's a pretty simple thing where all he has to do is go deeper than Kaoli, force him into one of these little runners off the reef, because that's where those little barrels are happening. And you can see those little drainers back there, and he's not kind of giving an inch. He's not going to move until he has to, because he's winning the heat. So he's
all right, we'll get back to Strider. 11:40 on the clock, and Griffin Colapinto under the priority of Kaoli Voss. Kaoli Voss with heat control. He's got the lead, and he's got priority. Griffin Colapinto needing a 5.44. Sets coming through here, Pete, and looks like it may be some opportunity for both surfers, and it's decision time for Kaoli Voss.
Yeah, and again, he knows what he's looking for. You can see where he is in the lineup, and now Griffin's going to take some leftovers, see what he can do with it.
Oh, off the top with a big one there, and another snap on the backhand for Colapinto.
And with that, we're going to see some maneuvers, and those were kind of critical. We've seen that the judges aren't necessarily looking for that in regards to bigger numbers, but it's going to be better than a 1. I can imagine that, so it'll go into his top 2. But I don't see it being quite the 5.44 to turn the heat, at least from my earlier looks at what the judges have been asking of these competitors. Take a look here again. So again, Kaoli let this wave go, and nice hook there. I mean, that was right in a critical section. Air drops out of it and then gets some release. So 2 beautiful turns, and that will be it. But there is still barrels on offer, so ultimately that's what he's looking for. But that would have felt pretty darn good for Griffin Colapinto. That one, especially when he comes out of it and gets this release here. Look at that, in the cup. And airs out of it. So 2 critical turns.
So we're going to be testing the criteria, I feel, a little bit, Pete, with the judges.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't a barrel, but those are high-risk maneuvers.
Yeah, they were, and they were done in the critical section. So, I mean, if again, I feel like this is where we see the differences in, our venues and what the scoring criteria asks of the surfers. That was some dynamic surfing, but there's the score.
Yeah, 3.2 for 2 big turns. Did reduce his requirement just slightly to a 4.97. Griffin Colapinto still trailing Kaoli Voss. Kaoli Voss being stoic in his position out there on the reef and hanging on to that priority.
Yeah, and he would have known that that wave wasn't going to barrel, and let Griffin go, just especially where Griffin was position-wise. So Kaoli, again, understands all the differences of what these, that's where being a local and surfing here all the time really is very helpful.
And he wants this one, so he's identified this one as a good one, pumps into the barrel, and it is a nice square barrel for Kaoli Voss. Wave selection.
Saw it coming.
Superior.
Yeah, and you can see that they're, again, those ones with the extra water, the loaded up water, they're more critical. The drop was more critical. It was hollower. So the judges will take all of that into consideration. I mean, for some folks watching there, the maneuvers are pretty darn dynamic, right? But really, at Teahupo'o, we want to see what we just saw from Kaoli Voss, finding a very difficult, hard drop in the barrel. That's the point of difference that this reef calls for, this venue calls for, is barrel riding.
Look at how motivated he is. Look at him kicking and scratching back out. Look at this.
Not super deep, but I will say the drop and the technical aspect of him seeing that wave, getting in position for it, but look how hollow it gets. You know, he knifes into it, pumps up. He probably would have loved to have stalled just did ever so slightly because would have been able to maximize, get a little more depth out of it. But it still feels like he may improve on the 3.5. But again, you look into the depth, right? Where you can't see him at all is where the judges really want to see it. But look how hollow that wave is. And that's on the inside ledge. He identified the inside ledge. That's that shallow portion of the reef. He saw it. It loaded up on it. Nice done from Kaoli.
Kaoli's going to keep surfing under the ledge here. One more time. Pulls in on the takeoff. Disappears. This time, no exit. But a 6.17 checks in for the previous wave for Kaoli Voss. He increases his lead over Griffin Colapinto. Now, Kaoli pushing the surfer from San Clemente into the corner, needing a 7.64. Griffin's got priority. Needs a near excellent number, Strider.
Yes, he does. You know what? And he can get it. All he's got to do is stay way back on the reef so that he can actually be in position to get that wave that's coming through. There's been multiple barreling waves back there. Kaoli only, you know, that obviously that was one of the better looking waves of the heat, but really Griffin Colapinto got behind him and made him take that wave. So now he's identified that that's where the waves are good, up there on that deep part of the wall, and that was what Griffin needed to do, was get it moving, get the priority switched, and now Griffin has the priority and opportunity to be deep on the reef and actually get a really deep throttle barrel. That's what he needs.
Hey, Strider, with this full tide, we're right at the peak of the high tide. I know it's not a super high tide, but do you feel like that's why it's kind of deeper on the point right now?
Yeah, the water's filling in, so it's holding up this outside section here, the west bowl, so to speak. But those deep ones that hit that ledge are holding back, and then you can see them kind of, they look like they're going to close out, and then they rip back into the corner, and then they just drive all the way down that ledge, and it's beautiful. I've seen 4 or 5 of them since I've been sitting in the water here, and I've only seen one ridden, and it was that last one by Kaoli. So I think we're going to see some more out of Griffin.
Adjustments, I like it.
We got 6 minutes really to hold position, identify a wave, and then perform to, like I said, a near excellent number, a 7.64. It's a hefty number, Pete.
It is, you know, but we've seen an 8. Seth got it earlier today. We know what it looks like. It's a set wave. You know, backhander got it. He slid right in and was able to, I mean, from kind of a deeper, you know, so they're out there still. It's just a matter of now, with this priority, hoping that the ocean provides that canvas. There's really what it comes down to. I mean, we're dealing with Mother Nature. You just don't know if you're going to get the opportunity, and when do you pull the trigger, you know, trying to get it or even force a number out of it. You know, a 7.64 pretty much is a major set wave, you'd think, and it'd have to be kind of deeper on the point, as Strider had analyzed.
On this wide shot, you can see Kaoli Voss, and up from above, you can also see him paddling up the reef to a whole different playing zone. Looking back at Griffin Colapinto, I feel like Kaoli wants Griff to kind of follow him up there and pull him off the slot.
Yeah, that's it. And Griffin's not biting. He's sitting on his lineups. He knows where he's been. Has enough experience out here.
Kaoli takes off deep. Long wall, crumbly section, and nothing doing there.
Yeah, that's the risk of being that deep on the point, is that you're not always going to get that big, wide, round one. But, you know, no harm, no foul right there. He didn't have priority. He's not going to lose anything there. And he's pretty much right back in the lineup. Always a risk, too. If you fall on a wave that deep over in that corner, you're also going to deal with maybe a set wave that'll land directly on your head and push you in. Which,
ooh, especially if a west one comes, right? It puts you in kind of the worst zone.
Exactly, right? So that's that risk you're playing there, too, by being, you know, playing in the danger zone deep on the point. Is all of a sudden you get a nice set that comes out of the west, 2 waves in it. And generally, you could get pushed right in over the reef and have to do a tour, which could take some time.
There's the need for Griffin Colapinto. That's 7.64. Colapinto does have priority. Flying above here, number 99 on the red jersey there. A retired number from Taj Burrow, who was a former runner-up here in Tahiti. Opportunity here. And surfer's out of position. That one just breaks all the way through, though.
Yeah, it didn't look like it'd have a high scoring. Those set waves that pull outside, that lift on the outside ledge, but don't actually barrel. You need them to be stronger and bigger to really load up and barrel off that outside section. You almost want those to back off. And that's what I think the majority of these surfers are looking for, is the ones that just ever so slightly grab that outside ledge and then load up on the inside.
And it seems to me for Kaoli Voss, both his 4.67 and his 6.17 were both on that inside seam. They were in between waves that did not break out there, right, Pete? And then that energy moved into that inside crease.
Yeah, we Gentile mentioned it. He's like, hey, it's this in-between size, especially the south angle. It kind of loads up outside, and it'll actually lift up out there. When it's more west, it generally will actually miss the outside part because it goes into the deeper part of the channel and comes back on the inside ledge.
All right, 3 minutes now. So is it desperation yet for Griffin?
Yeah, it is. It is straight up. He's desperate for a wave to come his way. He's not going to be able to do anything. He's just got to, hey, I have my marks. I know where I'm going. I know where this high quality wave that I want to see come to me. I'm not going to be baited by going too deep with Kaoli, which I think is a good move by Kaoli. He's strategizing, going, hey, I'm just going to sit over here and make you think about every wave I paddle for.
Well, down Griffin on the move. But let's look at with the bright side for Griffin. Say Griffin does go down in this heat. He can get back to San Clemente, knowing that he's #2 seed for the Rip Curl WSL Finals, and focus 100% on his performances at lower trestles.
Yep. And,
right?
he's a bike ride away. Yeah, I mean, that's, at this point, I hope he's not thinking about that.
Maybe it's going to be a reality for him in 2 minutes unless something big happens.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, and you got to keep your head in the game, right? It's 7.64. It's an 8. It's one wave. One nice barrel. And we've seen it before, right? We've seen it in last second heroics. We love it, actually. So that's why we watch live pro surfing, is you just never know what's going to be thrown at these surfers. Mother Nature is the all decider.
You see 8 out there?
Trying to get through my goggles that I'm looking through my glasses here. I can't quite see it yet, but then again, this is one of those places that's really tough to see.
A little bit, yeah.
It's not like Pipeline where you've got third reef all of a sudden breaking out the back. You're like, oh, okay, there's a set coming.
45 seconds or whatever,
right?
Whatever it takes, yeah.
There ain't no outer reefs here. Yeah, it's just deep water, mahi, humpbacks.
Next heat already paddling into position. Leonardo Fioravanti and Jordy Smith coming up next.
The Navy.
Down to a minute.
Maybe get some buoy readings off that ship. I'm sure it has the ability to do that. Yeah, since there is no buoys down here really that are anchored to be able to give you, basically factual data on what the swell is doing and what swells are running. Ships are one place that you can actually get some of that info.
Griffin's on the move. 40 seconds. And it's going to be Kaoli deep again on this one. Just going to have to screech down the line. 30 seconds for Colapinto.
Yeah, he needs some magic right now. And by the looks, that's Leo. He's coming up next heat.
We're going to count this one out.
Yep, Griffin's going back to trestles, and
hey, I mean, it could be, like I said, a blessing in disguise. He can focus on a world title right now, Griffin Colapinto, knowing that he's #2 seed going into the WSL Finals. However, another dream run for the wild card, the local wild card, Kaoli Voss, once again advancing into the quarterfinals. We have our first quarter finalists all set. We're going to set up with some more. When we return, Leonardo Fioravanti, Jordy Smith, do battle at the end of the road.
Every sustainable choice you make, no matter how small, matters.
Speak up for the ocean. Your actions can inspire others.
We are thrilled to announce our July hashtag Speak Up for the Ocean hero, Carla by the Sea. Thank you, Carla.
Yeah, thank you, Carla. Doing your part. And everyone else out there, you're challenged, right? Show us what you're doing.
We got quarterfinal number 1 kind of set up. It's halfway set up. We know that Kaoli Voss is going to be in there. Who's he going to meet? Just get decided here in Heat 2 of round 16. Leonardo Fioravanti coming up against the big guy, Jordy Smith. Thoughts on this heat, Pete?
I love it. This is a good matchup. 2 backhanders, a lot of experience by Jordy Smith in competing here. And Leo Fioravanti's been kind of a bit of a standout. You know, he had a really good opening round heat where he was able to lock in 2 8-point rides, get himself an excellent heat score, and did it within 2 minutes time. Made it look easy.
Yeah, did in the first, probably actually 7 minutes of the heat, but I got an 8-point. Leonardo Fioravanti in his opening round against Matthew McGillivray, and Ryan Callanan got an 8.83 starter, quickly backed it up with an 8.1, and that's why he eluded that elimination round straight into this round of 16. Jordy Smith, you talked about a little bit of a history here, the 35-year-old South African. He's made the semifinals here twice in Tahiti, 2017 and 2019. One of the oldest surfers on tour, Jordy Smith, 16 seasons on the championship tour.
And this wasn't a wave that he was easily jumped right into. He's had to work at it, spend time here, and it obviously paid off with those couple semifinals. So, Jordy, he was smart in regards to how he came into this tour, and places that he could improve, he went out and he did. He moved to Hawaii to learn how to put his time in at Pipeline, and big time paid off there as well. So it goes to show a little extra practice, even though you're on the championship tour, you can always keep learning.
We've seen Jordy Smith in the past in competitions here at Tahiti take this open priority position and paddle way up the reef in contesting for that inside. But it looks like Leonardo Fioravanti is just going to give Jordy the inside off the start, except for right now, and here we go. We called it off to the races. We know these guys' track record, and there they go.
And he got around
Leo
him.
with a quick jab there and gets around Jordy. And unfortunately, it's not going to work out for him. He's going to hand over priority to Jordy Smith. But I love how we're talking about that. And on cue, it started.
And that's the thing, though. It really comes down to that moment, right? When you see the wave and you have to adjust yourself, that's when the sprint starts, right? I mean, if you get yourself out of position trying to fight for it, you're going to have to kind of come back to the zone. But, Leo identified, you know what? I'm sitting in the zone I want to be in. I'll just do it in the last seconds to get around him, and that's exactly what he did there. So Leo just able to paddle around him and got positioned and was able to take that wave. It could have been a good call had that wave been,
It's actually going to backfire on Leo Fioravanti right now because he just handed over priority with 29 minutes on the clock to Jordy Smith at the beginning. Let's take a look at this move again, though.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? He's in position where they feel like they're in the spot, but he's like, okay, they're going to see it, watch. He kind of knows there's a set coming. He's like, oh, there it is, boom, and he just sprint paddles to get himself around it. He's paddling out and then around, and that is just full-on tactics, and got around him, and I think that at the same time, Jordy's like, yeah, okay, well, that's probably not going to be that great a wave.
Well, I mean, knowing the surfer's personality, I talked about at the beginning of this heat, Jordy's been known to paddle up in open priority. One year, him and Gabe Medina paddled almost to another surf spot.
I was going to say, like, him and Kalohe did the same thing, too, right? They both went up to, like, I mean, they were in a place that wasn't even, we talked about the little wedge up there at the point. They were past that point. It was at a place that they were not going to be able to ride waves.
Classic stuff, but all part of, there's a physical game, but there's also a mental game when you get to these head-to-head matchups.
And especially with personalities, right? You mentioned it, certain personalities, you start to understand your competitor and the way that they compete. And so you can kind of start to play those little games in early, before you even get into the first hooter sounding.
This is true. Art of War, Sun Tzu. Kaoli Voss into the quarterfinals, Laura?
Yes, Kaoli. Second year in a row here as wildcard, last year finals. This year into the quarterfinals now. Just the beginning. How is it you know, what are you seeing out there that others aren't?
Yeah, it feels good to be in the final day tomorrow. I mean, if it's on tomorrow. But yeah, happy to make 2 hits today. Hard conditions, lot of weight to wait for the good ones, and not many good ones, not many good barrels. But yeah, I've managed to have two little cover ups. So yeah, I'm stoked. I'm stoked to make the hits.
And obviously coming up against Griffin out there, you know, he's a hard charger. How were you, you know, approaching that heat? And, you know, obviously not giving away all of your little secrets, but how do you find the ones?
In this heat, yeah, it was tricky because I had to get the first exchange. I mean, my first wave was a 3-point, but it was super bad. But just to have that rhythm, to catch that rhythm, and I know he always on the good ones. So yeah, I was happy to find 2 good ones on this heat, and yeah, to made it through. So I'm stoked.
And absolutely amazing day out here. All of the Tahitian crew cheering so loud. Does it just ever get old, that feeling?
Yeah, this is the best feeling in the world, to have all the crew, the Tahitians, the population, and the family here cheering for you and for the other Tahitian on the contest. So yeah, it's the best feeling in the world.
Well, you're making them proud into the quarterfinals tomorrow. We'll see who you're matching up against, but go get a nice, well-deserved rest.
Thank you. I'm going to go take a nap.
Poisson crew.
Hey, well-deserved nap for Carl Rivas, and a good time for the young Tahitian to prepare for finals day.
And the thing is, he's a world-class competitor. It's not just the wild card, the fact that he surfs this place well. He's super smart and super competitive. You know, I think about what he wants in his goals in his life, and it's to be here, you know, competing for a world title. And you know what? Looking at him, you know, the progression that he's been able to already do in his life, you'd have to say his odds are really good.
Yeah, we got to have him graduate from the Challenger Series first. So Carl Rivas, not only, you know, the opportunity here for making a bigger brand of himself, but really needs to focus on those next 2 stops on the Challenger Series, Ericeira as well as Saquarema.
Yep. And again, you know, very capable of winning an event like that, a big event like that. No worries, because he's that good, not only just here in Tahiti, but everywhere else in the world.
So here we go. As we look at the positioning, there was a up and out by Jordy Smith, so he handed priority back to Leo Fioravanti. So here we are at the 25-minute mark, and no scores to speak as of yet between these two.
Well, and that was you know, again, priority, bit of an error. I gave it back to Leo with the 0.8 from Jordy. Wind is definitely still here. You know, it's supposed to, you know, forecast is that it's going to drop off this afternoon. Let's hope, fingers crossed, we're right here midday. And generally what will happen too is that tide switch, all that water moving really does even help kind of steer the weather around here too. You could say that these afternoons, as things start to cool down, hopefully the wind steers a little bit more offshore. And we get a good afternoon of surf. You know, that 3 o'clock time here. Champagne hour, they call it sometimes, right? 3, 4 o'clock.
Oh, it looks like Leo got caught inside there. Have to duck dive that wave. And one more pulling the Italian surfer back. And he's going to get right under this one, though.
Lucky. Yeah, I mean, you run around on that inside ledge, and all of a sudden a set comes. That's the risk of playing that cat and mouse, going inside, outside. When you're sitting with priority, too, you know, running the risk there a little bit. You know, because even though he gets moved in, if he does get caught inside, they'll suspend priority. But he can get it back if he gets back out into the takeoff zone.
Yeah, I mean, the rule that happens there, if he was to get priority and he was to not catch a wave and get blown in, they would suspend his priority. Jordy can keep on surfing.
Yep.
But then once he got back out into the lineup, he automatically would get that first priority back.
Ooh, here we go.
Fioravanti on the stall, in the barrel, finds the exit. A little bit of spray there on the way out. Early advantage to Leonardo Fioravanti.
That was a wave that was way up on the point. One section, and it was a pretty hollow one, too. He was able to get through it. That's actually the last wave there of Jordy, where he gave priority away. Yeah, so Leo back around, too. Actually, that was Jordy's last wave, so he just took off right away, right? So advantage big time to Leo now because he's got priority back.
Fioravanti seeking heat control. Will be official once he hits the takeoff and he gets the P by his name. He'll have the lead as well as priority. And a little delay on our priority judge. make it official when we get back out of this replay. We're waiting for this number.
And this is going to be the best number so far. Yeah, quickly in and out for Leo, identifying it off that point section.
And there we go, official Leo Fioravanti with heat control. He's going to have the biggest score. He will go into first after this next number locks in, as well as he will have priority at the 23-minute mark.
This round of 16, all important. There's great matchups happening up in the coming heats. I love that next one. Iago Dora, Kelly Slater, and it's a big one for Iago if he wants to keep himself right up there in the top of the rankings for that final 5 bid. He sits in that 5th spot, so big heat for Iago coming up. And of what, you know, again, if you're going to have to deal with Kelly Slater, he dealt with him last year. Kelly got the best of him, so we'll see if some payback's going to happen to Kelly.
Number 433.
Pretty good score. I mean, considering that he was kind of a wave that was just happened to be in position over there, turned it into a number.
Well, it's qualification season when we look towards the 2024 Olympics. The Tier 1 qualifier, the WSL. Look at who we've qualified already. Griffin Colapinto, John Florence for the U.S., Ethan Ewing, Jack Robinson for Australia. Leonardo Fioravanti has provisionally qualified to represent Italy. Kanoa Igarashi provisionally qualified to represent Japan. And Jordy Smith provisionally qualified to represent South Africa. Second athlete for Brazil is up between Iago Dora, Joao Chianca, and Gabe Medina. And Matthew McGillivray or Rio Waida have a chance to provisionally qualify to represent their nation. What's going to matter? Rio Waida needs to get out of his heat in this round of 16 to get that qualification. Round of 16, Waida is going to come up against John Florence, Peter.
Yeah, big ones. You know, and of course, already solidified. These are the 10 surfers that are going to be from the men's division that will be provisionally qualified for the Olympics.
Fioravanti uses his priority, pulls into this one, has it parked, and gets out of there no problem. Carved to kick out, and he will further distance himself from Jordy Smith. 4.33 so far in the score line. He's going to back that score up. Jordy Smith left out there hanging with priority, but plenty of time on the clock.
Wow, that's you know, Leo's not holding back. He's not getting too picky when he has priority. He sees an opportunity that's going to give him something. You know, that wasn't going to be a slam dunk. Good number, and he did well. Nice, beautiful drop. As you watch this again, had that beautiful line on it. Great technique, as he mentioned, parking it, putting the e-brake down, slowing down almost to a stop as he drops into this one, sets it up, bang, everything, holding it down. E-brake's there, and then you release. You can see he's controlling his speed by the hand and the bum hanging in the wall. And it's going to be the best number of the heat. Right there on that inside ledge. You know, Leo has a great read on Notion. And all the spots that we have and all we go to, he just understands where to be at every venue. He studies hard, spends time in these breaks to learn it. Just a really good read on the ocean.
The number comes in at a 6.17 Striders. Leo is in the lead.
Yeah, you know what? Solid surfing right there. I feel like you know, Leo has just done homework. He's done so much work to actually, you know, put the pen to paper. He's sitting in here on the inside. He's watching all the waves come through the prior heats. He's watching to make sure he sees and identifies where the waves are on the reef. I feel like he does that at all the locations. He's just, you know, really sits back, makes sure he's got as much information as he can possibly put down about a wave and positioning and on the reef and where to be right now. And he's just put himself perfectly there, and he's got the right priority rhythm too. That's the hard part. You know, if you got to be in priority to have, you know, the attempt at those waves. So he's done well with that as well.
Yeah, he's in control of this heat right now. Jordy Smith, though, on the move with priority, scratching out to the horizon, spins on this one. And here goes Smith. Stalls off the bottom, goes high, and gets caught up.
It was like he tried to realize at that last second, he's like, oh, I'm out of here. I want to keep priority. And he tried to bail out through it.
Yeah, he's not going to get it. Leo's already out there, so Leo Fioravanti with heat control. The lead and priority.
That was a bit of a bummer there for Jordy. Giving it back to the priority back to Leonardo. and still have yet to produce any sort of number yet. That can be frustrating, especially when you sit for a little bit waiting. You're thinking, okay, I'm going to wait for this one, the one, and then all of a sudden that happens. Got to wipe it off, clear the slate, look at the 10.5 as the two numbers you need to reach. Yeah, a pair of 5.5s, 11 points, that'll do it. That'll get you into contention here. It's not like Leo's running away with it.
Priority with Fioravanti, spins on this one, likes the look of this wave. Some foam to deal with, pulls in, doesn't even grab the rail there. Nice pump off the bottom, but that wave just collapses all around the Italian.
That's one thing that Leo does have also as well, is that it's not just one-dimensional in the way that he backhand barrel rides. He can go versatile like that, where he can pump up on his backhand. Again, very challenging. And that's due to a lot of time spent in Oahu on the North Shore, surfing pipeline. That's where you kind of learn some of these really amazing skills. That pump up into the barrel, you did see that he actually got into that position of the hand on the rail. Pretty much that is the perfect position for backhand tube riding.
Leo on the power back out. He really is an inspirational story. Just last year in 2022, we did not see Leo here in Tahiti. He was a victim of that mid-season cut. But then Leo gets onto the Challenger Series, grinds away on that Challenger Series, Pete, ends up winning the Challenger Series. It's a whole new Fioravanti here in 2023.
Yeah, he's definitely, he's got it all, right? He's got an arsenal. He can do it on the QS, he can do it on the big stage.
We'll be back after this.
The SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, is brought to you by Air Tahiti Nui, official airline partner of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. By Vini, official telecommunications partner of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. By Mofi, official portable power bank partner of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. Mofi, stay powerful. By Outerknown, leading the revolution in sustainable apparel. And by SHISEIDO, official sunscreen of the World Surf League.
Back in Tahiti, Leo Fioravanti in action here. The Italian pulls into this one, travels through that first section, travels to another section, and kicks out. He has the lead over Jordy Smith already in this heat, looking to advance that lead further. Kuiper along with Peter Mel, and Leo Fioravanti has been on great timing, great use of priority, great wave selection and identification, as well as execution, Pete.
That's right. Speed control, big part of that as well. I mean, especially on that last wave. I mean, trying to maximize. It was a very short section, but he held himself back there as long as he possibly could. And that, of course, is technical barrel riding, which is what these judges want to see. And it does feel like he's going to improve on that low score.
He has a low of a 4.33. Feeling in the room is that he's going to improve upon that. Still no scores from the judges, so we'll be waiting for that and see how that sets this heat up. But I feel that was the best ride so far in this matchup. Take another look at this.
Yeah, set wave, and look at that. He's just behind the screen there, keeps it all the way. That wasn't really the screen. We'll say the lip, behind the lip. And that was it, speed control. He was on the parking brake the whole time. And that allowed him to stay back there and let the wave spit its way out. When you come out kind of after the spit, poof, right there with it. Nicely done, and another good number. So now Jordy, unfortunately, now needs 2 waves to pull this off. Watching that technique once again from the point, looking into it, and disappears from view even at that angle. Now Jordy, he found himself on off the point. Much better for Jordy. So now he's finally going to get a number. Won't really probably go up into the 2 best of Leo, but most likely anything above the 2.84 will get him out of combo, so he's done that already. I would say that that's going to be better than a 2.84, but then again, I'm just an armchair judge, sitting here in a little wood chair.
Coming back and looking at the scores, it was last for Leo Fioravanti, 6.67. That puts Jordy Smith looking for an 8.84 as Jordy's last score, a 4-point ride. Priority with Fioravanti, heat control with Fioravanti. Things have been going right for the Italian in this heat, and Jordy's trying to scratch back, but still needs an excellent number.
I did like the choice that he did there, though. I feel like that was a wave that he knew wasn't necessarily going to be a gigantic number, but it was enough to get him back in the heat with just needing 1 wave, and I think that's good to do. If he sits out there, he doesn't take that wave. He sits in a combo. He sits there with priority, but you still need 2 waves, right? At this point now, he's given himself a chance.
So after that last ride for Leo Fioravanti, Jordy was in a temporary 2-wave combination. He broke that combination with a 4-point ride, but as we referenced there in the needs column, still needs an excellent score. And to make it a bit tougher for Jordy Smith, he is under the priority of Leonardo Fioravanti. The good ones have been a little bit of slim pickings at this high tide mark along with the wind, Peter. So I'm going to say definitive advantage right now in this matchup to Leonardo Fioravanti.
Big time, and it's from the very beginning of the heat, right? They did play ping pong with priority there back and forth at the very beginning stages, but definitely the alpha male was Leo Fioravanti as he was able to get around in the very early stage of that one. Didn't turn out to be a score or nothing, but you could see that there was some hunger in Mr. Leo Fioravanti, which I don't think that man has any lack of desire. Let's put it that way. The man really likes to play this game, and he does it at a very high level.
Yeah, Leo Fioravanti, just 25 years old, but you think of him oftentimes as a veteran because he's been on the tour for quite a while.
He's had a career in everything already. You think about all the stuff he's had to deal with on and off tour, the back, broken back, the whatever else. He has another gnarly injury too. There's just like, oh man, the man's been through a lot at such a young age.
Yeah, he did the shoulder as well.
That's what it was, the shoulder. And had to have surgery, right? I mean, so it's like he's had some pretty major injuries as a 25-year-old that he's been able to bounce back and keep his pro career together through it all, which is amazing.
Smith takes a look at that, decides not to go. No problem, he's under priority. It's not going to affect his standing at all. He's still searching for that excellent number. Looks like the ocean's coming into rhythm right now with more energy starting to show up on the reef.
Let's hope so, fingers crossed. We'll see a little that tide change generally can help with consistency. That little, all of a sudden, little flood out maybe helps things. Fingers crossed always. Eternal optimist. But we've had, enough surf, a lot of opportunities. There isn't any really true heats that have been really, unfair in the sense that, one surfer is completely lopsided. There was opportunities for all surfers so far this morning. That's all you can really truly ask for, especially when you have the forecast, unfortunately, how it's been. This is really the only swell in the maps until the end of the waiting period. So got to pull the trigger, got to make it happen. I mean, it's still high quality. I mean, you'd love to have this type of wave in your backyard.
Yeah, tours and competitions at the beginning of the day gave all of our heats an extra 5 minutes. A lot of times we have 30-minute heats throughout the entire day. Today we will be running 35-minute heats. There will be no restarts, however, because of the tight scheduling, getting these 16 total heats in before sunset.
Big day. And that's all for you folks at home to be able to check out. I mean, hopefully you're getting some work done in between it all.
Strider, I want some insight from the channel. What do you got for us, Strider?
Well, it seems like Jordy can't find it. He's been on the hunt out there, but just can't like pull himself into the right position. Now he's kind of hovering deep around, you know, Leo, where those good ones were coming through. But, you know, Leo caught that one high score. He was underneath Jordy, pretty far away from him. Jordy was kind of hovering. I think Jordy might even have had priority at that time. And Leo slipped right into that nugget. Jordy just didn't identify that inside section. It looked, there was kind of a frothy kind of like lip line out the back where he was, and then right underneath it was this like lurching lip, and Leo just whipped it and dropped in, got a mean barrel. So it's right now there's just no rhythm for Jordy in the ocean. He's got to turn that around. He's got to get himself back into rhythm. He's got to start riding those waves.
And you look at a position for these two surfers right now. They're pretty close to each other. Are they the right part of the reef? I mean, are you seeing waves anywhere else on the reef that these guys are missing?
No, they're perfectly positioned. They're right up in that corner where they need to be. In here, there's waves coming in, but they stand up tall and they look rad, but then they just flop over on the inside. I think maybe it's just too much water's filled in and maybe the tide's too high for it at the moment. But with that higher tide, it's holding back deep. We've seen a lot of runners on the inside. So if you had to get a small score, say like a 4 or a 5, there's a bunch of them coming through, and then those really good ones that load up back there, you can probably come away with some even bigger scores because these guys are almost catching them off the end of it, and they can even get deeper and be in the barrel longer.
All right, thanks, Strider. We'll see if Jordy Smith's able to recenter himself and find a wave under the priority of Leonardo Fioravanti right now. 6.5 minutes on the countdown. I like the fact that Leo's just guarding that outside position right now with priority. Peter, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's a good move, and Jordy's doing the best at his positioning in this lineup with a number 2 priority, trying to sit a little deeper, so he'll chase the inside waves, trying to force Leo to bite and take a wave and give back priority, because I mean, again, that 4 is super important for Jordy at this point in time. Remember, he could be still sitting here with 6 minutes to go and needing 2 waves. So the fact that he used that priority and got the 4 got him in a situation where he could turn the heat with just 1 wave.
He's going to have to get past, as you see from above, the roadblock, if you would, of Leonardo Fioravanti with the lead and priority. Put himself on the outside of Jordy Smith because there's only one option as far as direction out here. You got to go left. So pretty simple game plan right now for Leonardo Fioravanti.
And he can also, I mean, as it gets later in the heat too, you can kind of start moving up the point, try to, change positions, and force Jordy, because he wants that inside position so that he can kind of force Leo to go. But that's a little cat and mouse. You can kind of push your competitor ever so slightly, but I mean, it seems like that corner right now with this tide seems to be the spot. You can go a little deeper, but generally you probably won't make the bigger set waves. And then the wide ones have been clamshelling because of the fuller tide.
Think there's any chatter out there between the two surfers, Peter?
Not at this point between these two. There's some surfers that'll chat it up, I think, depending on who you have and what your friendship level's at. I think these two are, at this point, they're good friends. Don't get me wrong. They can, cordial to each other, but I wouldn't say they're chatting it up. What'd you have for coffee this morning? No, there's none of that going on. Especially at the beginning of the heat, you just paddle around him. Like, what you just paddle around me, dude? Hey, it's the rules. Play within the rules.
Yeah, I think this heat is an example of, again, Leonardo Fioravanti coming in with a plan, doing a good job of executing on it. Very aggressive at the start of this heat as well for Fioravanti. And that has, really been setting him up for success. Again, a reminder for everyone watching, we've got 4 minutes left in this heat. Next heat coming up, it's going to be a big one. Number 5 on the rankings, Iago Dora, right on the cut line, is going to be going up against the greatest here at this venue at Tahiti, 5-time champ Kelly Slater, 11-time world champ. He's going to be picking up that jersey and battling with Iago Dora.
He better pick it up.
Big challenge.
He better pick it up, dude. Where is he? I mean, there's 3 minutes left here. We don't think he's going to grab it?
We know how Kelly does this.
Okay, so you're not worried.
I'm not worried at all.
All right.
I think there's times that he shows up early. There's times that he shows up as as you know, and we talked about it before, is the art of war, Sun Tzu. Sometimes Kelly just will just appear, grab his jersey, and do what he does. Jordy Smith parks it in this one. It's a smaller barrel, but he fights for the exit. Likely not the 8.84 that he needs, but just getting a little bit separation between himself and Leonardo Fioravanti, hoping to improve upon a 4-point ride that he has in the score line on the paddle back out. Jordy Smith trying to get wide. You can see Fioravanti now
never know, recognizing
what just happened, and he's going to look to chase down Jordy Smith.
Yep, close that space up. That's very smart. He's looking for him. He's like, I'm still in the spot, and now you can see he's right there. This one going to run a little bit further off that corner bowl, and yeah, some barrel time, but yeah, you're right, not going to be the 8.84.
Yeah, 2.83 checks in. So Jordy Smith still needs that excellent score of 8.84, and Leonardo Fioravanti locking down that priority, controlling the lineup with the lead.
I still want to know, Slater picked up his jersey. It's now 2 minutes.
Hey, maybe we'll go to the water with Strata. Strata, have you seen any Kelly Slater sightings as of yet?
You know, he went back to Raymana's boat. He was on the Jersey boat, right, where all of our interviews are done. Then he moved over to Raymana's boat after some lunch. Now it looks like he's just hanging out up there on the phone. But,
you're kidding. He's got 2 minutes.
No, I can see Raymana. He's doing some hand jives, so there's definitely something going on here. He's probably going to be in the water in about 60 seconds.
Okay, so nothing to worry about. You've got eyes on him.
I would say there's nothing to worry about.
All right, cool. It is pretty much, what, a 30-second paddle. Kaipo, you're right. Thank you, sir. I was a little excited.
See, this is what he does. Really quick, he's going to grab his jersey. He's going to surprise attack Yago Dora.
He's like an alternate.
And the game starts before the horn a lot of times when you're 11-time world champ. I'm telling you right now.
All right, you see, that was a little of the Jedi tactics, huh?
It's Art of War, Sun Tzu.
Okay.
Recommended read, actually, for everyone.
I will take that.
So there goes Slater. You don't want to miss that heat, too. Kelly Slater, Yago Dora coming up, battling for a spot in the quarterfinal, and Yago Dora battling to keep his hold and to try to clinch a spot in that final 5.
Yeah, it's a big one. He needs to, really. I mean, he loses out here to Kelly, and that spot, that number 5 spot, is in jeopardy. It's a great server sitting right behind him, especially another Brazilian.
Yeah, especially Gabe Medina as well as John Florence right behind him.
Yep.
All right, 40 seconds here, and I feel it's almost a formality right now with Leo Fioravanti advancing on into the quarterfinals, where he will meet Kaoli Voss in quarterfinal number 1. We can already talk about that's going to be a really cool matchup when we go to finals day.
It is, and you know, the grit of Leo Fioravanti, you would have to say, you know, Kaoli can't take that one easy.
No, not with the Italian. That was a perfect word, grit. Smith is going to exit the channel and prepare for his 2024 season.
And he's going to have to punch through this one.
2, 1.
Well, let's make it official. There's the number, Leonardo Fioravanti on to the quarterfinals. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back in the water, a heat you don't want to miss. It's going to be Yago Dora, Kelly Slater when we return.
Is free, roll of 16, and on the first wave was red, Yago Dora, and blue is Kelly Slater, just to remind you, 35 minutes. And for the previous day, congratulations to Leo Fioravanti, advancing to quarterfinals. Et pour la série qui vient de se terminer, félicitations à Yoko Aranti.
I think last season was the most important of my life. My mind has changed so much since the injury. I started to look with different eyes and my surfing got better. I don't fear anyone. I love competing against the big guys. Gabriel, John, Felipe, Italo. It would be amazing to have the chance to fight against them for a title.
Yago Dora's been around for a while, but he turned into a true contender this season. Yago taking on the best to ever do it. Kelly Slater, an 11-time world champion. He's not in the world title race this year, but he's been in so many for the last 3 decades, and Yago gets to have a rematch from last season when they had a quarterfinal together here at the end of the road. Joe Turpel with Felicity Palmatier, former CT athlete. It's such a special moment, you know, when you get to see Kelly competing at 100%, especially on a wave like this. And then you go to Yago's story, who's got a ton on the line in this event.
Oh, this is an absolutely stacked heat. This has to be one of my favorite ones of the round. Here we have a replay of Yago on his opening ride. Comes flying out of that barrel, slicing into a carve. Looking fired up, I must say.
Big difference to how this heat started. Kelly, as you saw, got his jersey 90 seconds before the heat started. Then when the horn went off, Yago got the first wave, attacking with maneuvers as well, just in case it comes to a close decision. Kelly on the way behind him.
Wow, such a late takeoff there. Grabbed the rail, comes flying out. A little bit of a carve. But I really liked the entry into this barrel here. Getting so compressed, making sure he comes out of that one. But yeah, interesting start to the heat before it had even begun. Here we have Yago's second wave. Let's have a look at this on the replay. Nice barrel again. For me, Yago is looking so fired up. Followed by a series of couple of silky maneuvers here, and that barrel right in Kelly's vision. Right as Kelly was paddling back out, Yago says, take that.
Yeah, it really shows that he doesn't fear anybody on tour. I think that's a true statement. There's some surfers that try to manufacture that idea, but I think Yago's actually living it. His level lifts when he has the best surfers in the world next to him. So he sees this as an opportunity. And these two have had a couple of matches in similar types of waves. It's their second time meeting in Tahiti. They've met twice at Pipe. They've won one apiece at Pipeline, so Yago already knows what it's like to get past Kelly there. It was a small combined total, but still a win over Kelly to kick off 2023. And I think Kelly sees somebody knows out the back. Now he's actually waiting to the tower for a little update on time, situation. You can get a scoring update. So he puts his hand down once the tower announcer starts calling it out. An 11-time world champion. Just heard that he had a 5.67 on his opening ride, and Yago had a 5.5 start. Dora catching a second wave quickly, turned into 3.5 to get the lead back. So already a fun battle to kick this one off.
Yeah, both surfers being pretty busy. Kelly just got the nod with the highest wave score of the heat. He's sitting there with that 5.67. Yago having the lead, 5.5 and a 3.5. The judges just giving Kelly the nod on the highest wave score. I guess that barrel that he had on his backhand was slightly a little bit more technical. It was a really late drop, sort of knifed it underneath the lip, pulled it up and into the barrel.
Yeah, when you get a score this close on an opening exchange, you can look at all the 5 judges and see that they had different opinions on who started better in this heat. That's what you love about our subjective sport. You've got 5 on and drop the high and the low. One guy that's up there, Drew Courtney, former CT surfer. Really incredible human. Loves his fishing and surfing to this day. Great to have him upstairs in the tower. Kelly now entering a special time in his career, 51 years of age. His 84th heat just in Tahiti, which is just amazing. his 19th start, so just about 2 decades of competition here at Teahupo'o. And there in the early days when the surfing world was just getting comfortable with it. This year 2000 was just the second CT event in history, and that's when he got the win over his good friend Shane Dorian. Gone on to a lot of memorable moments. Multiple times he's had perfect heats at this venue. And a guy that was just the undisputed best surfer in the world for decades on decades. And we're not even just talking about world titles. So, you know, getting the best video parts. You just couldn't touch him. If it was a 2-foot beach break or if he was winning the Eddie event in Waimea.
It's pretty amazing, the career that Kelly has had. Just not, you know, every type of wave, big, small, surfing the Eddie. Has he had a crack at Jaws too? I feel like he has.
Yeah, he's definitely gone over there and gotten some waves. I remember when he challenged himself at Mavericks as well. And got a victory. It was just, he had no weaknesses. And just kept pushing himself, pushed surfboard evolution. As we look at Dora.
Comes flying out of that one there. Little cover up.
Yeah, not bad. He's just so quick. We talked about having depth on this reef. He can read really small waves on the inside shelf well. They're small but treacherous as we look at Yago's last entry.
Yeah, to me it looks like from that last one, see the texture of the ocean looks a little bit more windy than that last heat. Conditions sort of changing, that barrel sort of chandeliering a little bit, crumbling on Yago's head, but he does a really good job at just weaving through this tight, small little barrel. But to me, it looks like conditions slightly have changed. That wind looks like it's kicked up a little bit more, creating a bit more texture.
Now we see Kelly commit with priority. Grabs around the takeoff, pulls up and out. Great execution from the GOAT. Nice solid power wrap, and now he's got the lip to hit. That'll put him upside down, so incomplete on the last turn. But a nice barrel ride for Kelly. That'll be his second scoring ride. A 4.33 or better puts him out in front over Dora. Let's catch up with Strider. How'd you like that last wave?
I liked it. You know what? Technical, got behind it, was deep. Rode over the foam ball looking straight into it. Like basically, you know, had all the, checked all the boxes with that wave. And then came out, did a nice big turn. Board looked spicy. It looks like he's just breathing at the moment, feeling his tempo as he paddles back out. You know, probably the, I don't know, 2 millionth time he's paddled back out from a tube ride. It's pretty impressive. But you just look at the guy, he's such a specimen. And the knowledge he's got, I mean, he's just falling out of the sky. He's making drama happen at any moment, and he's actually doing it all on purpose. You know, you see guys kind of almost not make a wave, but he kind of brings that drama into the surfing, and he knows that that's what it's going to take to kind of get the edge on the competitor. So I love it.
I like it, Waz. What about his last couple of weeks? Can you give us some insight on how his backhand tube riding's been really warmed up for this event?
He's been, yeah, I mean, just the, you know, he was doing 6-hour days at J-Bay, you know, before he went to Namibia. So after the event at J-Bay, he stayed around. The waves were incredible. He surfed 6 hours a day for like 3 different swells. Then he got on the train to Namibia, scored, you know, the backhand slabs of the Donkey Bay, they call it, a skeleton coast, and it was just unbelievable. So he was weaving through that, did an amazing job there, and then had to bite the bullet to get on the plane here, to come here for the event. And it was bittersweet because the waves were pumping. There was another swell coming, but he really just put his head down and said, I want to go win Tahiti. And that's his intention, as you can see.
Were you thinking when you're watching him surf down there, Waz, is it, I mean, it's a pretty demanding wave. You know, he was able to manage his energy to be ready to go for Tahiti.
You know what? He did not let off the gas pedal once. He was actually beat up beyond belief after travel. As you heard, he literally got back to the house that we're staying at. He was in his room for 24 hours. Here he goes again. He's checking out this one.
Thanks, Waz. Strider spending some good times with Kelly for a long time now. Up and out for Slater after hearing a 7.33 from the tower. 5.67 on his low, so he's taking the lead off Dora. And Yago now needs a 7.5 to answer back. Remember, it's always a really feel-good moment seeing Kelly in a jersey, knowing he's the best of all time, never sure what his plans might be. Sometimes, oh, here we go. Sliding into the barrel, Kelly finding a nice hollow cave. Not super deep, but that's that inside shelf. So pulling an audible under priority.
For me, Kelly's looking great. It looks like those few lay days served him well. He's nice and rested up. Got to have a few big sleeps, refuel the body, recover. Came out this morning. Got that 6.67 in that earlier heat, the 7.60. Advanced through that one. Looking really connected here. We'll have a look at the replay of this last little one. Beautiful stalling technique there from Kelly. Just staying really active, really busy. It's a smaller inside one. Got it on the way back out. And he's looking really good. He's looking like he's in rhythm. Look how much the tail of that board was moving in that barrel. That was pretty incredible. We had so much weight towards the front of the board there. You can see the tail of the board really moving around there. The fin's almost coming free for a little split second. So a lot of micro adjustments happening inside of that barrel there. And looking to get the exit out of there because it's looking very shallow.
Kelly Slater from Cocoa Beach, Florida. Still likes returning to Florida, where he still has a home. Enjoys representing the East Coast of the United States. And that was always the big statement when Tahiti was on the map for the first time. Everyone from Florida seemed to do really well out here. I mean, especially Kelly, but also Corey Lopez. The Hopgood brothers, some of my all-time favorite memories from the twins out here. They recently had a Heritage Series heat a couple of years back. And they often had to, you know, take that question, how did you guys do it coming from Florida? I think it always came down to just the hunger to surf good waves. You know, when it was good in Florida, you had to surf all day long. You didn't want to miss it because it could go away. And just caused a lot of fire and hunger to be the best in the world. And Kelly's still the best to ever do it by miles. Last heat, won by Leonardo Fioravanti, was a great one for the Italian. He's hanging out with Laura.
Leo, picking up where you left off into the quarterfinals. How was it out there?
It's definitely tough with the wind and everything, but there is good waves out there, and you just got to find them. You know, they're out there. They're out there.
Seems like you found the little sweet spot. Obviously, can't give away too many things, but yeah, I mean, you must be feeling confident.
You know, there's not like a line-up spot here. The tower is there, but there's nothing behind it to really line it up with. So you kind of got to go with your instincts and go by feel. And that's kind of what I was doing out there, just kind of trying to, you know, I've spent a bit of time out here, so trying to remember that distance from the boats to where I am in the tower, and just, you know, I do have a pretty good paddle power, so just know that if I have to go deeper, I can get deeper, and go wider, I can, you know, get under it. And I was really stoked to be able to find some good barrels in some tough conditions.
And you started the year, what seems like forever ago, with a final. How would it be to, you know, finish the year and bookend it like that?
I was thinking about it, and, you know, Pipe and Tahiti are pretty much the only two waves that we get barreled at. And coming into this event, I'm like, okay, I did it at the start of the year. I was getting barreled in some tough conditions, and the forecast doesn't look, you know, perfect, but there's good barrels out there. So, of course, you know, I know that I can do it, but there's so much to go still. Jordy was an amazing surfer. Next up, obviously, is against Kauli Vast, local boy, local favorite, knows this wave like the back of his pocket, so that's going to be a very tough heat, but priority does go around, and if I get myself on good waves, I can do it.
Excited to watch you in the quarterfinals. Have a good rest.
Thank you, Laura. He's going to have a great rest. Fioravanti just thriving off his energy, really put that one away pretty convincingly over Jordy Smith. So Leo taking on Kauli Vast. And I just love the mind frame of Leo. He's kind of breaking it down like a commentator. He just knows all of Kauli Vast's skill sets, knows what's going into it. Really thoughtful athlete in Fioravanti. That's going to be a fun one to watch in the quarterfinals. We're starting to see one of his strengths really appear. He's kind of been an underdog when it comes to favorites at Pipe and Teahupo'o, and I think Leo's changed that in one season, finaling with Jack Robinson to kick off the year, world number 2, and now making it into the final series here in Tahiti in the same season.
For sure. Oh, just have a little, someone's having a look out the back.
This man, Kelly Slater, getting clipped, but as we were catching up with the Italian, he got a 4.2, 3.23 before that. As we see the red Bull athlete zone. It floats. And Jack's got a great seat up there, or standing tall with Maddie Bemrose. Jack Robinson preparing for Liam O'Brien coming up next.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that heat. Jack sort of has a similar sort of story to, I guess, Kelly and CJ. And coming from an area, a lot of people think Jack came and started surfing in Margaret River, right? But Jack actually started surfing at a little beach called Trig Beach in Perth, which actually, in Kelly Slater's book, Kelly actually references maybe one day there'll be a surfer come from a beach like me, like Florida, come from a beach like Trig Beach and take on the world stage. And he talks about that hunger that we were just talking about. So that man right there that was just on the screen, Jack Robbo, has literally done just that. So was Kelly predicting
Kelly
the future?
knows everything. It's crazy.
But yeah, cool little insight.
Love that story, Flick. That is so cool.
But yeah.
That's where you find your motivation, right? Sometimes it's just that first wave. It doesn't have to be a crazy reef break. It could be a half a foot little piece of whitewater that motivates you.
Yeah, I just feel it comes down to the hunger and the drive. Your expectations are low when you come from a wave that, you know, it has its day, but they're tricky, they're challenging, and you just learn that no matter where you go in the world, you're just so appreciative of different types of waves and good waves. Out the back right now.
Iago Dora pulling in.
Wow. That was a big meaty section that he just went straight into. Just got gobbled up then.
Yeah, he had some speed. It's just a lot of stuff going on inside the pit there. It wasn't a clear exit. Iago still just swimming, going under this wave. Now he'll think about his equipment. Dora 4.5 and a 5.5. Kicked things off in the lead, but Kelly got the lead with his 7.33. What happened on Iago's wave was?
You know what? It was just a wide one. Kelly kind of sucked him over to it. He was like making like he wanted to catch these other waves on the corner here that were just, they didn't look good from where I was or where Kelly was, but Iago was so far out he couldn't tell if they looked good or not. So he sucked him over to the corner and then made him go on a bad wave. And the wave kind of filled up with water. You could tell these wide ones, they've just been filling up and flapping over and not giving you the opportunity that you want. Now Kelly's gone deeper. He's sitting back in the corner and you know, he's going to probably execute. He's got a great rhythm. He's heat IQ, obviously. He's the best on tour. And I feel like he's not going to take a wave unless he sees a wave that's going to better his scoreline. And if he does that, he's going to put Iago back into a very hard situation. So I think Iago's feeling the pain, the heat, and maybe a heat loss here at number 5 in the world coming into this last event. He's feeling vulnerable, if you ask me.
Strider, there's 15:45 to go. Do you feel it's like a little early to put this one away?
I don't know. I think I'm going to put this one in the fridge.
Oh, wow. How about that? Waz seeing something special. Feels like Kelly's in rhythm and already putting it away. Anytime Strider's put a heat away, he's always been successful with the call. Flick, your thoughts there?
Oh man, I don't know. You asked me before, but look, right now, yeah, sure, I think Kelly is going to win, but stranger things have happened. I just feel like there's so much time on the clock. I don't think everything is over just yet. There's still 15 minutes, and I still feel like there's some diamonds in the rough out there. Definitely attainable for Iago. He only needs a 7.5. He's just got to put his best salesman hat on and try and sell Kelly a wave, get that priority back.
I think it's a bit early. I think Iago's got a shot. He's number 5 in the world for a reason this year.
I agree.
He's had to win heats at the buzzer. I mean, seeing what he's been doing in the air this year has been phenomenal. Even at J-Bay against guys like Medina. But he's an amazing barrel rider, super smooth, often has a comparison just to the, I think just the vibrations of Jerry Lopez, just how calm they are under pressure, how easy they make it look when they pull in deep under the hood. So I think Dora in a big position on the rankings, number 5. He can control his own destiny. If he makes the final, he can make sure that he's competing for a world title this September, but he's dealing with the GOAT. Kelly out in front with a 7.33 and a 5.67. We'll be right back.
Waiting for us on blue.
It's time for an Outerknown flashback. Kelly Slater had Yago Dora last season in the second quarterfinal heat. Sun was out, the waves were absolutely firing, and Kelly got on a roll against Yago Dora. Ended up turning in an 8.10 at the end. Also had a 6.67, but Dora was in sync as well, Flick.
Yeah, look at this. Coming from deep behind the curtain here, flying on out. Just look at these dreamy conditions here. Just not a drop of water out of place. Really, really beautiful Teahupo'o.
And then Kelly locked into one that stretched out along the reef. A hollow cave there for the 8.10 to get the win over Dora and move on to the semifinals. Yago had a 7.83 in that heat. That was his best finish in Tahiti, finishing with an equal fifth. As we look to the head-to-head matchups, Kelly 2 wins, one at Pipe, one at Tahiti over Yago, and Yago with 1 win over Kelly, and that was at Pipe at the start of this season in 2023. It was a real small combined heat total in challenging conditions, but he's looking to even things up against the GOAT here in Tahiti. It's kind of fun that their matchups have been in Tahiti and just pipeline. It's all about barrel riding with these two. And during the break, Kelly got this wave flick.
Yeah, driving down the line, super deep on this one, comes flying out. It was a really nice barrel from Kelly there. Like the look of that one. We'll have a look from this different angle. Pumps down the line, grabs the rail. Beautiful tube there. That one really stayed nice and open. Didn't have to compress too much. Some of these barrels that we've seen today have been really tight. This one, much more open. Comes flying out of that one. Really like that pump there at the beginning just to set his rail. Grabs the rail. Beautiful slow-mo there. I love that. When the tube spits, surfer comes flying out same time. 6.93.
Well done for Kelly. 14.26 combined total. And he's just working this lineup, not worried about priority. He knows he's got a ton of experience out here, and that's probably what Strider was seeing from the channel. Just Kelly's in this type of form. He's got that look in his eyes where he is so focused on going all the way to finals day. That wave going unridden, and Yago's still hanging on to priority. Now Dora needs an 8.76.
Strider was right.
So far, but there's still 9:30
there is
on
still
the clock,
9:30.
and it is world number 5 we're talking about. It's interesting though, Kelly's had some, trouble with goofy foots over the years. Like, last year Kali Vast going to Brazilian goofy foots. Gabriel Medina beat him in the final in 2014. And also a man that was close to the Dora family, an incredible human being, the late Ricardo dos Santos, eliminated Kelly in the early rounds of the event. Ricardo would dominate the trials in the past, one of the best barrel riders in the world that represented Santa Catarina in Brazil. So Yago got to spend some time with a lot of legendary barrel riders that loved this wave. So when he qualified, he was already ready to go on this reef. Didn't seem like he had to make any adjustments for fear. He's always been really brave on tour.
Yeah, I like the point you brought up before, Joe, about Kelly maybe having some trouble against the goofies out here. It kind of brings me to the point of who do you really think has the advantage? Is it a goofy out here? Is it a natural footer?
Yeah, another goofy foot that got him comes to mind. One of the best, Ace Buchan in the final a while back. But yeah, I think there's certain days that feel like goofy foot days. There's a lot of talk about that as we watch Kelly just pull up and under. Another successful make for Kelly, just showing that he's in great form, even if this doesn't change his lead. He's having a special day out here. Iago now racing down the line, pulling in extra deep, wide open pit. Dora makes it and now lays down that rail. Finishing move, a nice snap on the oncoming section. What a great line for the Brazilian.
Yeah, that was a great wave from Iago. It was going so fast down the line. He could see that section. It was going to throw. Speeding through that barrel, comes flying out. You love how determined you could see he is. He knew that wave wasn't over. He knows how much is on the line in this heat. He wasn't going to waste the rest of that wave. Came flying out straight into that carving maneuver. Finishes basically on dry reef. You can see he's paddling out with that intent.
He's got to be treating this heat like he's already in the Rip Curl WSL Finals with the world title on the line. You know, if he loses here, you never know what's going to happen with Medina, with John Florence, you know, even Jack Robinson. Let's take another look first with Kelly.
Yeah, beautiful wave by Kelly there. He is really looking on form. That was such a late drop. No time wasted, grabbed the rail straight away. He's had a lot of successful barrels out here, but this was Iago's. Comes from deep, streaking down the line here. A lot of tube time. This is what I'm talking about. It wasn't over here. Just really milking this wave, finishing right on dry reef. You can see pumping down the line from deep. Pulls up underneath that section. Just drives through that barrel. Flies out, finishes it with a carving maneuver straight up into the lip here. Yeah, I like what you said, Joe. He's basically got to surf as if the world title is on the line.
And then as we watch that last replay, Kelly's got another wave here, pulling in super deep.
Stop it.
And that one shut down somewhere along the way. Let's see where he ran into trouble here, Flick.
Yeah, wow. He's looking so informed, but oh, almost body surfed out of that one. Could have almost been a make.
So Kelly having a blast out there, catching a ton of waves, and Iago's in this one somewhere, but he ends up going down. So rapid fire surfing it here. Kelly out of world title contention, but he always finds determination and reasons to compete for all these years. I don't think there's been a year where Kelly hasn't been in a quarterfinal at least once, so he's trying to change that stat around for 2023. Tough result-wise for Kelly this season. He did get the wild card after the midseason cut, so it'll be great to see him obviously through this event, also the start of 2024 back in Pipeline. Iago winning his first CT this year. Let's see this approach, Flick.
Yeah, I really love that wave. It was so deep from the takeoff there. Just maybe a bit too deep. The wave was looking really nice and open, but couldn't find the exit on that one.
So this heat has gotten a little bit closer. 6.5 for Dora. 6.93 a couple of waves ago for Kelly. So Kelly's low score is now that 6.93. Dora needs a 7.76, so below excellent. Iago's been in the 8s in the past here at this event. Does not have priority though with 4:15 on the clock. Right behind him, Gabriel Medina on the rankings. Sitting at number 6. Number 7's John Florence. You'd wonder if that would be creeping into his headspace at any point of this heat. Rolls into this one without priority. Nice and hollow, starting to run for the exit. Iago gets a make and now goes for a gigantic flyaway over the reef. When you saw that little air section just chip up, you knew that Iago was not going to hold back. I think it was smart for him to fly away because I don't think he had a landing there.
Yeah, that wave was just bending so much on the reef and just, oof, it was a bit angry there.
Iago Dora's trying to crawl back into this one, Strider.
Man, that was an insane barrel. And you know what? Kelly didn't even look at that wave. That was one of the better waves of the heat, I thought. Iago coming away with that wave. This thing is going to get real tight, if not flipped right here on this last score. That was insane for Iago.
And now we look at this one from that view that Strider had. He even stood tall for a moment there, Flick.
Yeah, it was a really, really nice wave. Couple of adjustments moving down the line. This is that section where he stood tall, comes out, eyes up this air section here, and it was almost as if halfway through this he's thought, uh-oh, this wave's bending so much I think I might eject.
Numbers in for last of Iago Dora, and it's not enough. And it's not enough to improve his situation. So judges thought his other two waves were better, a 5-4, so he still counts his low score of a 5-5. Still chasing a 7-7-6. So Kelly probably breathing a sigh of relief, letting Iago go on that wave. And Iago's back in position with no improvement. Down to the final 2 minutes. World number 5. He's trying to keep his head in the game. Now he's making sure Kelly goes. Kelly's going to hold back. Pretty intense moment here in the world title race. World number 5 trying to hang on.
Wow, this is getting pretty exciting. They're sitting so close to each other too. Minute 40 on the clock. Iago really needs to try sell Kelly away. I don't know if it's really going to happen. Kelly's so skilled out here. Kelly's using priority.
Love how he just went straight down but controlled the takeoff. Enjoyed that nice round barrel. Lays down the rail. Nice sweep into the pocket and steps off. Now Iago's turn, needing a 7.76. Nice stall in the open face. Putting his arm in the wall, managing his speed so incredibly well. Iago going the distance. Incredible read from world number 5. Kelly paddling back out. I think he realized how amazing that barrel ride was from Iago Dora. Still 55 seconds on the clock and Dora still celebrating, screaming at the tower.
Wow, there was some words exchanged there. Wow.
You see Iago, one of the calmest guys on land, but this is where he does let out a little bit of that energy and passion when he's in the heat of the moment, putting so much effort into every year on tour, but especially this year as his best to date, being number 5 in the world. Really important exchange. Let's take another look.
Wow, this was such an amazing wave. Just stretching out right down the line. He keeps weaving. The section goes in front of him again, and he comes flying out. I just love these moments when there's so much passion, so much feelings, and so many feelings involved. You see Kelly was right there, taking it all in. Iago's throwing his arms up in the air.
And that was one of those stretched out ones on the reef. Iago's writing the score down already. He said, "Let's go." Kelly Slater went on the first wave with priority. Kelly was trying to improve on a 6.93. Then he put more pressure on Dora on that last wave. But what a clutch performance, even just getting in position for that wave, not giving up when we're passing the 5-minute mark, not improving his situation on the previous score of a 5-4. I mean, that's the determination of Iago Dora.
Wow, it's just so exciting. I mean, these moments really make you realize how cool it is to have this WSL Final 5. I mean, this is why Iago was fighting so hard, this never give up attitude. He does not want to lose that spot.
He says these type of surfers lift his game, the most decorated surfers on tour, and that's the GOAT. 5 event wins at this event. And a lot of 10-point rides, a lot of big performances. Scores from the last exchange, 6.73 for Kelly, doesn't improve. Iago chasing a 7.76. How about those numbers? Yago Dora does it on the final wave, upsets the GOAT, world number 5, moving on to the quarterfinals. Someone's got to tell Yago. Kelly putting his head down, and that might have been his toughest loss in a long time. You can see the clear disappointment from Kelly's face. Impressive from Dora, getting an 8 on that last wave strider.
So Yago is sitting here wondering if he made it through the heat, and they was wondering what Slater got on his wave. So he wants to know, did he make it through the heat?
He made the heat.
He made the win. You know what? That was an insane battle back, brother. I had doubted it when I saw the midway through the heat when Slater was on fire, but you know what? You didn't give up. You came through on the end. You got a long, sick barrel on the bottom there. You knew it when you came out of the barrel.
Yeah, I was pissed off at the end of the heat because I saw him. He had such a good rhythm. Every time he was with priority, a better wave would come for him, and I would sit there for like 7 minutes without a wave coming, and then he would get a nice one again. But I just risked everything on the last wave, and it was going to be a long one, and got so shallow in the end. But I knew I had to stay as long as I could, and it's good to get the spot.
Congratulations, brother. I love it when people come back from behind and take the win. Thanks for putting me in my place on that one, because I thought Kelly was going to win.
Thanks. Sorry, Kelly.
Are you kidding me? Come on.
That was my time.
Congratulations, Yago.
I told you, Strider, that was special. Yago Dora getting the win, an 8-point ride, and moves on to the quarters. Jack Robinson taking on Liam O'Brien coming up next.
Teahupo'o, world famous Teahupo'o.
It's not just a tourist spot anymore, it's also an Olympic venue.
The kind of theater around it with the boats and everything.
I think everyone on tour wants to win an event like Teahupo'o.
Teahupo'o é uma onda muito especial para mim, eu amo aquele lugar.
I mean, it's hard to even put into words.
It should be one of the 7 wonders of the world. It should be the 8th wonder of the world.
The most machine-like wave that you've ever seen.
When it's big, it's like you can just feel the energy there and the nerves.
It's a left-hander that is also a really big barrel over a super shallow reef.
It's a challenge and it's exciting.
Just seeing that wave, the power that it brings, there's no other rush like it. You gotta go big.
Tahiti's so beautiful and the wave's so intense. The random person that just switches on the Olympic channel that watches it might go, wow, this is pretty badass. This sport's insane.
I hope it's big and we have to push ourselves over the ledge on big waves.
Yago Dora just beat Kelly Slater, and it came down to the last wave. Kelly having to shake that one off, but always loves enjoying his chats with the best in the world. He's been given a lot back, especially over the last few seasons. He's happy to share knowledge about spots, but you can tell that one stung. For Kelly Slater not to make a quarterfinal this season, that's just odd, especially since he was on such an incredible roll in the early rounds of this event. even for the majority of the heat with Dora, but Iago the Magician pulls it off. An 8-point ride to continue on to the quarterfinals. Now it's Jack and Liam's turn. Here comes Robinson.
Wow. Nice opening wave for Jack there. 5, 6, 7. Grabs the rail on the takeoff. Weaves already while grabbing that rail. Such a hard technique to master there. Comes flying out of that one. Nice exit. Just see there. He's got his hand just touching the face of the wave. Ever so slightly slowing himself down. Now he sticks his side of his body into the wave. He likes it. Semi-little claim there as he's coming out. He's feeling good.
Just picked this one up too.
Nice little carve off the top and he's out of there. 0.9.
Jack Robinson representing Western Australia. Always making surfers from WA really proud. You can see that when he gets to compete on his home court, which he did so well. He went on to victory, beating John Florence in main break. This year, he wasn't able to defend that title because of the injury that he got at Bells in the heat with Xavier Huxtable. And that's when he went into a tough few events, about 5 total, where he just wasn't making heats. Came back to the surf ranch and then got a new injury there. But always tried to keep focus and confidence. It was really cool to see him kind of get back to that rhythm at Jeffreys Bay and turn into quarterfinal. For the first few events of the season, it was looking like he was just going to be a shoo-in to be world #1. I mean, winning pipe, finaling at Portugal, semifinal at Sunset. I mean, he was almost unbeatable through the first few events of the year. Same with Bells, he looked great.
Yeah.
And then just right until that tough heat with really challenging conditions, season got really tough. I mean, saying that, he's still in the top 10, sitting in a great spot just for another great year result-wise, but he'd obviously be a lot more comfortable if he was in the WSL Final 5 like he was last year.
For sure. There's no doubt about it. That's exactly where Jack wants to be. And I feel like the whole of Western Australia at the beginning of the year, I mean, everyone in Western Australia is always behind Jack. I mean, we're very remote over there, so the moment we get a surfer that's doing well on the Championship Tour or on the Challenger Series, the whole of West Oz is behind them, Surfing WA is behind them. But yeah, it was really unfortunate for Jack. He just had this amazing start to the year, almost looked untouchable, but out the back.
Liam O'Brien trying to slow down and managed that well, even though he had some turbulent sections. This wave has so much power. The hardest thing to do sometimes is just wipe off speed. Sometimes you think about equipment that would just get you out to the channel really fast if you're just going to free surf here. For these guys, they want to actually make sure they know how to slow down to maximize the tube time. They know the judges want to see them completely disappear. So sometimes it's all about preparing to actually try to wipe off all that speed and have equipment that will really respond when you stall. Liam chasing a 6.57. Let's take another look.
Here we go. I like what you said, Joe. Very turbulent. That is a great word for that wave. It was just bumpy and lumpy, and Liam did such a good job at reading that. We'll have another look here from this angle. You can see all those baubles in the face of the wave. And Liam just doing a really good job at hanging on there.
So West Coast versus East Coast of Australia in this heat. Deep in this one, Jack Robinson really got some speed going there on the backhand and gets spit out. That's not just natural ability. You know, people can work on barrel riding for sure, but certain surfers seem like they've been born with it. Jack's one of those guys. So that'll go into his top 2. What a great read there.
Yeah, Jack has always just had such a good read from such a young age. Just one of those surfers that just has this amazing relationship with the ocean. I even remember back to the days when he was 10 years old, 8 years old, just always seeming to be in the right spot at the right time, pushing himself when he was even 10 years old. He'd be 10, 12 years old surfing waves like the Box in Margaret River. Here we go. Look at Jack's last wave. Just such a nice read on these sort of waves, these barreling waves. But yeah, surfing waves like the Box when he was just 10, 12 years old, getting so comfortable in waves like this. even going down to places further south of Margaret River, testing himself at places like the Right. It's very, very challenging. Then going up north in Western Australia, making that annual pilgrimage up to Nalu many times over the years. Big, shallow left-hander that breaks on incredibly shallow reef, coral, live coral, lots of steps, ugly waves sometimes. Jack just absolutely putting on a show out there. I remember when Jack first signed with Volcom, there was a content piece released and it was Jack up at Nalu, and do yourself a favour and watch that if you want to watch Jack get barreled in waves of consequence.
His ability is unbelievable, and his sparring partner on some of those trips is Jacob Wilcox, who's in a great position to join Jack on tour next year. Very close to qualification. He got very close at the US Open. So WA might have some backup. Speaking of West Oz, there's a classic moment here in Tahiti. Jake the Snake Patterson, who we all love, got a crazy barrel, and he was getting cheered on from the channel. Everyone's losing it, screaming for him, and he's just like soul arching out of it, going, yep, that was a sick one. And all of a sudden behind him, it was Glendon Ringrose, who was actually deeper than he was. And they both got blown out. Jay kind of laughs about it these days, and was like, wait, how did I get an interference if I didn't hinder the scoring potential? Because Ring has still got a 10.
Oh, man. What a moment.
Classic moments. Jack, last wave, a 7. Opening ride for O'Brien, the turbulent one, a 4-1-7. So big separation there. Jack out front. O'Brien needing an 8.5.
Yeah, great start to the heat for Jack. Really loved the look of that last wave. That 7-point ride was really, really well surfed. Yeah, but like I said, Jack just has this, and he always has had, potentially having another little, just a belly ride there. Just maybe repositioning in the lineup.
It's cool. We ran into Jack at one of the reef passes the other day, and he was with his wife, and they were just having an awesome day on the ski, checking out different sections of the reef, both jumping in the ocean. Just seems so calm, so present. You know, after all the ups and downs he's been through this year, he didn't seem beat up at all. Just seemed like he was in his comfort zone, you know, with his wonderful wife, planning ahead for his growing family, and just excited to get barreled. That's what it's all about. There's Julia. Yeah, she surfs too, loves the water, and is always a huge supporter for her husband in competition and in life in general. So yeah, they have a cool balance. Tour life, balancing time in Oz, but also going to Brazil as well, where she's from. And Jack's Portuguese has gotten really good. Liam O'Brien's up. Slamming on the brakes. How was that tail stall? Now pulling in. And he'll just be funneling into the channel. Now, he didn't get super deep on that one. It just kind of shows the personality of Liam O'Brien, just the way he rolls. He's got this real cool, natural style, ability of riding waves. It just never seems like anything's really just overthought when he rides a wave. He just likes to react to the sections.
That was one of those waves that comes through. It just looked really picturesque, you know, just one of those moments that you know would have felt good, but maybe not necessarily the biggest score, but just a moment that feels good. We go, we'll look at the replay here. Pumps down the line. He can see this bigger section coming up. Slams on the brakes here. Does really well to get his head underneath the lip there. And yeah, comes flying out. It was one of those waves that grows as you surf it. Slamming on the brakes there. And really ducks his head just to sneak underneath the lip there. Have another look at this. It was actually kind of hits him in the head. It does really well to just stay on his board there. But this moment here just looks so beautiful, doesn't it? Really picturesque.
Yeah,
Blue.
it definitely does. And it's just, you see the scoring potential that he probably missed there by not just pulling up and under and just burning all that speed off. Obviously, he had a tough start with the lip almost landing on his head. But if he didn't have to do that radical kick stall and he was already just slamming on the brakes in that tube position, probably could have maxed out a little more of the tube time. But sometimes you just want to naturally respond to these waves. You'd always looked at Jack being the favorite in a matchup like this. Many times it's slabbing, you know, Jack would be on the top of the list with, you know, guys like John, the backhanders, you know, that can stall, airdrop into the flats. Guys like Baron Mamiya, who were born with that skill set coming from the North Shore. As we see this wave going unridden. O'Brien still chasing a 7.74. Last wave a 4.93, so that was his best. But Jack is definitely controlling the lineup with priority. Heat number 5 coming up next. We'll see world number 1 in action again. Felipe Toledo taking on a local boy named Mihimana Bray. Guy who's got a lot of contest experience, who's incredibly motivated, been through a lot over the last decade or so, and really ready for this moment. So that's going to be a big heat for the defending world champion.
Yeah, it will be a really big heat. It'll be interesting. Someone, I think it brought up an interesting point in the earlier rounds. You know, Felipe, he's already, you know, he's secured his seed, his number 1 seed going into this final 5. You know, how hard does he push it right now? Coming up against this wild card, you know, you don't want to making any sort of silly decisions that could get you in a precautious sort of spot where you might get injured. You know, of course he's going to want to win. That's why he's secured that number 1 spot. That's where he is right now. But it does make you ask those sort of questions, you know, like there's a world title here that I can surf for. How hard am I going to push myself in this event?
That's what the new conversation's like with this new format. You know, he already knows he's the number 1 seed. So he'll have that seed regardless of how the rest of this event goes. But for him as well as adding to his legacy, how important it would be to win an event like Tahiti. For Toledo, where he struggled in the past. So he's got a lot to prove there, and he wants to show the world that he can match the best out here. Did great in his first round heat, got that cool 6.5, nice and barreled, so I bet he's got some motivation to make it into the final series.
Oh, for sure. He 100% want to have his name on the trophy here at Tahiti.
So Jack Robinson with a 7 and a 5.67, sitting number 8 in the world. Started off with yellow, winning pipe over Leo Fioravanti. Semi-final at Sunset Beach. Did great there, had a wild heat. With Griff looking back, pulling into this one is Liam O'Brien finding the exit. Not the easiest wave to ride, and did well to get the completion.
It's a really tricky, tight, small barrel to read. Did really well to come out of that. It's very frothy on the takeoff. Sort of just staying busy. I'm not sure if that will probably go into his top 2, but we'll have a look at the replay here. As he's grabbing his rail, he even pumped while he was grabbing his rail. It's just super tight and small, that wave. So we'll see what the judges say. It's smaller than his opening 2 waves, though, I'd say.
Liam O'Brien, semi-final in El Salvador. Kicked off the season with a quarterfinal at Pipe. So some strong results there. Starting with the quarter that helped him survive the mid-season cut. Had a round of 16 loss at Margaret River, but still was able to hang on. As he was able to get past Kelly in the heat before. Made a big difference for him in surfing a complete year or getting back to the Challenger Series. So we're all happy for Liam that he was able to surf a complete season. Not a part of the rookie class, but enjoying his real first lap around the world. Jack still out front. Last wave for O'Brien, 4.03, a smaller one, did well, but didn't change anything in his top 2. And Jack knows that a showing at the Rip Curl WSL Finals is a little bit out of his hands, but he controls his own destiny, just trying to win this event and see where it all lands when it's all said and done. As he's 8th in the world. Dora will start eliminating names of those outside chances from Fioravanti and the crew once he gets to the semifinals. So a little bit of time till we know who's going to be out on the list in that top 8 scenario. 15:50 to go. Jack Robinson still out front, holding priority, leading with that 7.0. Back for more tube rides after this. The SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, is brought to you by Tahiti Government, strategic partner of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. By Yeti, built for the wild. By Outerknown, leading the revolution in sustainable apparel. And by SHISEIDO, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. You're watching the round of 16, and Liam O'Brien kicking out of his fourth ride in the matchup, still chasing a 7.74 to beat Jack Robinson and get a spot in the quarterfinals. Thanks for being with us, Joe Turpel with two-time Survivor castaway. Felicity charges big waves, does a lot of great things. As we're watching Jack Robinson pull into a beast of a wave and showing off that unbelievable ability inside the tube. Controlled that rail, gets spit out. Strider, how you feeling?
Wow, he just said, come on, just look at him breathing. Oh man, that was incredible. Like, pulled a drop on that wave, was so technical. He was underneath it and he made it look like a hot butter. But then when he got into the barrel of the thing, it like opened up and then completely filled up with water. Could not see him looking into the barrel. He was completely gone. And then all of a sudden at the end, you start to see the color of his jersey and he comes out. It was insane. Beautiful work by Jack Robinson.
Where did he go on that one was? Because there's this time it looked like that thing was shutting down, but that barrel was obviously filled with a lot of spit and energy.
You know, I'm gonna say this because Kelly told this to me earlier, and I wish Kelly was still going to the contest, but sorry, Kelly. But he's in the barrel, and when you can't see anything, he says that he turns a little towards the beach and keeps his outside rail up a little bit so it doesn't get taken down by the white water while you can't see anything. So without seeing anything, that's the secret, I guess. Turn the board a little bit towards the beach, keep the outside rail up so it doesn't get taken down by the tube monster, the little foam ball, and try to push through, and that's exactly what Jack did.
Wow. And what a heat for Kelly, huh, Strider?
Wow, that was insane. He is the most upset I've ever seen him.
Wow. Look at the numbers. Swaz, a 9.4 for Jack Robinson.
Well, there you go. Yeah, this one, might want to throw this one in the fridge. I did that last time.
Are you doing it again?
But it might be able to do it this time. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, it's up to you. We could go there if you'd like. 11
yeah,
10
sure.
to go.
We'll throw it in the fridge for him. Go, Jack.
Waz looking for redemption on the call there. But yeah, he's spending a lot of time with Kelly, so you can tell that he had a lot of energy in that last one. We quickly saw Maddie Bemrose celebrating the biggest number of the contest, 9.4. Incredibly technical. Lobby going up and down with a 9-4 and a 7 back-to-back from Jack. Liam needs a 16.4 combined total to come back now. He's going to hear that. The tower gives him all the information, so O'Brien can just keep swinging. Really try to enjoy this reef. Enjoy having an uncrowded lineup. That is a gift out here at all these world-class venues. It all could come into prep for next season.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Just trying to maximize the water time out here, maximize wave time, trying to figure out where's the best place to sit. Here we go, replay of Jack's wave. Such a big, deep takeoff there, comes flying out of that one. Another look at it, just so deep on this one. You can tell he loved the look of that. Throws the finger up in the air. So excited.
Yeah, you can tell he doesn't have to see where he's going.
If I could tell you the amount of times I've seen him do that at Big Nalu on a wave like that with multiple steps through the lip and still sticking it, this is literally Jack's bread and butter.
Well, when your eyes get covered, you can't see where you're going, you feel the energy of the wave. A lot of people have the tendency to eject or panic. For Jack, he knows he could go out low road like butter. 9.4 and a 7. What a heat.
Wow. Very, very impressed. Very impressed. Like you said, it is still a very long shot that Jack could have a spot in the final 5. But there'll need to be a few other things go his way. But
well, one thing he can control is he will have Iago Dora.
Wow.
In the quarterfinals. So that would be a big one there for the title race. The first heat is already Caoli Vasta and Leonardo Fioravanti. Leo is trying to hang on to an outside shot. It's a bit out of his hands. Iago gets to the semifinals. The Italian would be out of the title race. So a lot of different situations unfolding round by round. But yeah, when you start getting those head-to-head matchups, that's when it gets exciting. One surfer could be the end of their year. The other can maybe show up in September in Southern California. Jack was there last year. Got to feel the new format. Got to fight for his, first world title, and that was just his second season on tour. His first year, he was almost going to fall off when we got to Mexico, and he won his first event. Then everything changed. Signed up for coaching from Leandro Dora, Iago's dad. So that'll be an interesting heat for the two of them in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, wow. What a heat. I just love all these inner workings of the surf community. And
it's a small world, isn't it?
It is. It's a very small world.
I mean, we talk about family, where people come from, but there's this international family of people. We're all connected by riding waves. And it gets even closer when the best surfers in the world really rely on each other, and there's great people like Leandro. Doesn't matter if you're from Brazil, it doesn't matter where you're from. He'll back you if he loves you. As we look at Jack Robinson, his scenario for the WSL Final 5, he'll clinch a spot in the Final 5 if he wins the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro and Dora does not reach the final. So obviously they'd be running into each other in the quarters. If he gets past, gets a win over Dora, and then goes on to win the event, holy smokes, that could happen. Robinson finishes in the final. All of these things have to happen for him to be at the WSL Final 5 showdown. Dora's not in the semifinals. Medina doesn't reach the final. And none of these surfers win from Florence, Fioravanti, or Callan. So a lot to chew on there. What we'd be focusing on first is if Jack hangs on to this combination, which he does over O'Brien. He's running right into Iago Dora, and that'll be a huge heat for 2023.
Wow. It's so exciting. I love all these different scenarios. Makes it so good to watch as a viewer, as a commentator sitting here. All these different scenarios. Love it.
Love it. Great job to our production team, working basically all night in the mornings, looking at situations, just hitting up tours and competition every minute for updates. It's pretty rad how hard they work to come up with these scenarios for all the fans around the world. Great job, team. 6 minutes to go. Jack 9-4 and a 7. Sensational tube rider. And I think it's even more special after having a serious slump due to injuries. I mean, 5 events in a row where he just wasn't winning heats. I mean, that can be challenging just mentally. But he always said he was ready. You'd ask him, you're like, okay, are you hurting in any way from your ankle or your knee? And he'd be like, nope, I'm ready. He just has this belief in himself. And even though he kept losing and it wasn't really matching where his headspace was, it never felt like he was taking the loss to heart. And I love that.
What you said, Joe, before, after that win that he had in Mexico when, you know, he almost fell off tour, something changed for Jack, and he just, you know, obviously, like you said, he started coaching with Iago's dad. But mentally, I think he's just in a different headspace. Just the way he prepares for heats. It's just another level. And I actually listened to a podcast. I think it could have been Dave Cronin on the lineup talking to Mick about it. And Mick just said, Jack is just another level right now. This was at the beginning of the year, and he just said, I haven't seen anything like it before. You know, all these guys are so good at the top, but Jack, he's in another headspace right now. And I just think it hasn't stopped throughout the year. Jack's had hurdles, but I don't think it's deterred his mindset. I think he's still the same Jack. It's just put him in waves like this, and we'll see it.
I agree. I love that. I love that episode too. As we check out the Oakberry surf conditions, 5 to 8 foot on the face, wind direction southeast, and getting up to 13 knots. So you've seen that really play with the lineup really throughout the day. But yeah, enjoying the size and the sets. Jack's been loving it too. His wave definitely had all of that 8 foot on the face. And just the way he surfed it earned himself a 9.4. 4 minutes to go. O'Brien might take a look here as he locks in. Cool driving technique to make that backhand pit. Just those little hula hoop pumps. You know, on your front side, you can really drive and use your whole body. And when you're cramped down in that backhand tube stance, that's kind of tough to pick up that rail. Liam did a good job there.
He did the hula. And hulaed his way through that tube.
How cool is that?
Really cool. I love being able to see that because sometimes you can't see that inside the barrel. It takes a special type of shot or camera angle to be able to actually see what they're doing inside the barrel, to see it there.
Yeah, surfing is a dance and the wave always leads. Toledo coming up next against Mihimana Bray as we look back at Lobby's wave.
Wow, really mastering that hula right there. Just, here we go. Water angle here. Get to see it. Grabs the rail. You can see he's maneuvering that board up. As that barrel gets tighter as he gets to the exit, he's got to pull that rail up so that he can come flying out. Have another look here from the drone angle. You can really see that board moving through this wave. So nice, smaller wave, but really nice shape to it. Staying really open, really clean on the face there. You can see a lot of texture on the water, the background there, but that wave that Liam just picked off was nice and clean.
Well done. 7.10 for Liam O'Brien. Combination is gone. Now needs a 9.31. And if that wave doesn't come, I mean, at least his last wave of the season, he got spat out of the tube. And there is Mihibana getting ready for world number 1, Felipe Toledo. And he is so prepped. He's so fired up for this opportunity. He's going to be all out in this next heat. And Felipe Toledo looking calm. That's Leandro Dora hanging out there. Looks like Bruno as well, enjoying the channel. Now back to 1:40 to go. Jack Robinson, what a beautiful approach in the pit one more time, and this time, no low road exit. You're still staring at the whitewater even though it's shut down. You're like, where's Jack? He's coming out for sure. Incomplete on that one. So that'll give Liam O'Brien priority, 1:20 to go. This would be the scenario he'd play out in his mind as a young kid from Burley Heads, pretending he's on the CT, needing a big number. We'll see if he gets a chance to answer back. Jack almost made this one.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised he didn't come out of that one, just with the form that he's in at the moment. Thought I would have seen him come flying out of that one.
He's such a sharp competitor. There's probably an idea in his head. He's like, if I come out now, it's not going to better a 7, so I might as well just sit here.
Make it a bit more dramatic.
Thinking sometimes, you know, because he's like, why will I just kick out and get a throwaway if I could somehow pull off a miracle in here?
Yeah, I think he also sort of had to utilize that priority there. Saw that that wave was sort of going to be a bit more open. Chose to use it, keep Liam off. Now ball's in Liam's court. 25 seconds left. Hard to tell if there's a set coming out here because it comes from such deep water. All of a sudden it just appears.
Yeah, when you're sitting in the channel too, there's a lot of surprising sets that have come in over the years. Makes it really exciting for the spectators and for the surfers. You can't relax for too long because you can just see this dark wave come up out the back and you got to be ready to go for it. We've run out of time for Liam O'Brien, but his last wave of the season, a 7.10, getting spit out of the tube. Can't wait to see him kick off his year in 2024 Pipeline. For Jack, he's moving on to the quarterfinals where he's going to see his good friend, world number 5, Iago Dora. Coming up next, Felipe Toledo taking on Mihimana Bray. We'll bring in Kaipo and Pete for the call right after this.
After a long year last year, you know, and getting the title and everything, I'm just really enjoying it.
I feel really ready, my boards are really good, chilly, and yeah, I've been working a lot, huh?
SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. The top half of the brackets filled in. Let's fill in the bottom half. Round of 16, Heat 5. Felipe Toledo, current world number 1 and defending world champ, up against Mihimana Bray, the exciting Tahitian wildcard. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, Peter Mel. We just came off of a heat. Jack Robinson expected to put on a good performance out here. Jack did just that.
He did, and I even like the comeback from Liam O'Brien. I mean, he came back from a combo situation there and held his head high, looked good out there. So you'd love what Liam's been able to do, and he'll be back at Pipeline.
All right, well, as we came in, we're going to catch up with some rides. Mihimana Bray, 2.67 was the opener for the Tahitian, up against Felipe Toledo in this heat. Second ride for Mihimana, and that one went incomplete, just a 0.73. So no meaningful scores as of yet. First score, a 2.67, 0.73 for the backup. Toledo in the yellow leader jersey, holding priority out the back. We already know, Pete, Felipe Toledo has clinched the #1 seed for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. So I ask you, where's the motivation for Felipe to perform at this point?
Well, I think this is the last event of the year, and it's Tahiti, and there's always good to get a bunch of practice in here. You know, obviously running a little risk if you take off on too gnarly of a one, that there'd be, you know, maybe the ability to get injured. But ultimately, I think that the experience as a whole right here is a good one. You know, you get to surf with not anybody really in the water. You're competing at the highest level. So I would say that putting on a good performance here psychologically is a good thing.
I was hoping you were going to say that since he's provisionally qualified for the 2024 Olympics, this is a chance for Felipe Toledo to continue to do some homework here at Teahupo'o.
And that too, which is absolutely correct. You're right. So it's you know, competition-wise, anytime you're getting experience out here, especially in a jersey, it's a good one.
Waves coming through here. Toledo with priority. Let's see if any of these shape up. It's going to be Mihimana under the lip there. Section, another section in front of him. Battles for an exit, but loses that battle.
Yeah, I didn't feel like that wave was going to be all that great, and it actually almost turned out to be one.
Yeah.
It looked like one of those set waves that kind of pushes out to sea a little bit, but no, it turned back, and I think a little bit of it has to do with the tide. We've seen a little shift now, so the water's going to be moving a different direction. Watching this, it did come back at this at the reef, and it was somewhat open. It would have been very good to see him get through that. That was a difficult section. We've seen surfers do it today. You watch Jack there.
And his wife, Julia. They're expecting a child soon. His coach, Leandro Dora, all congratulating Jack on a brilliant effort. Excellent heat score for Jack coming out. 16.42 wave total, taking out Liam O'Brien and earning his way into the quarterfinals.
Well, and again, keeping his dream alive, but now has it's an interesting heat, but Iago Dora in the quarters together, and of course both of them looking for you know, the chance at the final five.
Mihimana finds a deep one, gets underneath, and a nice little sweep as well in the cutback there. So Mihimana Bray under priorities doing some work.
Biggest moment in his career, really. This is the big leagues, a chance to compete against the #1 surfer in the world in Felipe Toledo at your home break here at in Tahiti. He has put the extra time in, getting himself a home down here in Teahupo'o.
Yeah.
So that he can get all the practice time he can possibly have for this moment. And he's got the chance, and this is an incredible part in his career for not only experience, I mean, he's not worried about points or anything, but just being able to lift his profile, and doing this kind of stuff is going to do it. That was identifying that wave on the top of the point. That was a nice hollow section and was deep, late, did everything right. Look at that. He just went towards the point, pushing himself all the way up as far as he could out there to get the depth. Quickly in and out.
Extended on that drop as well.
That was a heavy drop, so that, I mean, that's part of it. They're talking about the technicality of drop, but that thing ledged out, you're right, and had to get underneath it super quick and did that. So momentum is definitely with Mihimana, who I would say that this strategy here was to apply pressure early.
Oh, and the pressure as escaping the tube and signifying in the numbers will be applied. This is a 7-point ride for Mihimana Bray. So Mihimana, like you said, Peter, early pressure on Felipe Toledo. We're going to send it on to the channel with Strider Wazalewski.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, just checking in and watching the tempo of this heat. Mihimana obviously ready to eat every piece of meat off the plate, ready to go on anything that moves. We got Toledo out the back. He's held priority throughout the entire heat, you know, after the beginning, and he's been sitting, waiting and waiting and waiting for that right wave. And I'm not sure he's identified those inside nuggets or not, or if he's just waiting for a certain type of wave. But sitting at #1 in the world, you know, what do you guys think about the headspace and how much he really has to, you know, prove himself or charge out here as the day goes on?
I think it's similar to what Kaipo was mentioning. You know, what does this do? What is the motivation here?
Right.
But ultimately, it's the fact that I think that, you know, he's solidified a spot in the Olympics, and this is the spot that's going to have it. And so if you want to be able to be winning a gold medal, you better be able to do it out here at Teahupo'o.
Well, there you go. You know what? I just can't wait to see him slide into one. There's been quite a few of those little nuggets in there. Mihimana has definitely identified and understood where they are on the reef, and Toledo has been just outside of that spot every time.
All right, yeah. So that 7-point ride for Mihimana Bray, 27-year-old out of Tahiti. Actually, he's moved over here, like you were alluding to, Peter, for 5 weeks prior to this event to work on his game every session out here at Teahupo'o. Also, you know, Mihimana, he's just at 27. In the surfing world, that's not a young age. You know, he's been grinding on the qualifying series for 7 years now, looking to make it into the big show. He's got some great support. Chili Surfboards, his surfboard sponsor, been shaping him some great boards. He's got a faded 2.0 underneath his feet, kind of a step-up travel board, if you would, you know, with the wide point a little further up and a narrower tail to control that board.
And he's doing good. I mean, you think about his opening round heat, what he was able to produce numbers-wise, and right here in this heat, already getting a 7 and applying pressure to Felipe. It's exactly what you want to do as a wild card.
Wave coming through here. Bray is deepest, decides not to go. Felipe doesn't even look at that one. Playing the patient game, Felipe Toledo.
Yeah, he's got enough experience out here to identify the right waves that he's looking for. He's going to want one of those, like second wave of the set. You know, he paddled over the top of that first one, hoping that there was a second one, because that second wave will have a little cleaner face generally if it's there. But it's been a challenging day. It's not like it's been perfect show-ups at all. It's been, you know, bouncy and uneasy. We've seen moments that it's turned on, but then there's been heats that have been very challenging. So just, you know, being, I guess, in that moment and identifying what each heat vibe is and just reacting to it.
Yeah, we've seen some exciting heats, though. I mean, I'm looking back to the last heat with Jack Robinson, previous heat with Kelly Slater and Yago Dora. I feel Kanogarashi, Jordy Smith, that was a great matchup, as well as we started off the round with Griffin Colapinto going up against Kaoli Voss, and again, Kaoli showing how dangerous the local Tahitians are to the international field.
Just hope that we get more action here, right? We're in the bottom half of the draw. There is those moments that it slows up, but wanting to see Felipe at least give a charge here, and with the priority. Trying to match a number here of Mihimana, whereas Mihimana is just going to be sitting underneath looking at different style of waves, considering that he's the goofy foot here in the matchup.
Toledo taking that wave and just handed over priority, Pete, to Mihimana.
Yeah, head shaker for me. Didn't look like a wave to be waiting for priority for and to pull the trigger on, and literally gave it to Mihimana. That's exactly what Mihimana would love to see happen there. A 0.5 on the scoreline for Felipe with priority waiting all that time. And I don't know what he saw on this wave. Maybe he was going to load up down the line and it was going to, you know, kind of backdoor the barrel. So, I mean, that's what I think the only thing that was on his mind at that point. But, yeah, maybe this little tactics here by Mihimana, too, you know, making a little charge for it. But, yeah, that's a mistake.
So he controlled to Mihimana Bray. He has the lead and priority. 23 minutes on the clock here. And Mihimana so far been playing a really smart hand in this heat against Felipe Toledo.
Yeah, he has a ton of experience, right? He's been in a jersey for, you know, a good solid decade of his life competing. So he understands the game, and there's a lot of ways to learn man-on-man heats. I mean, obviously watching these broadcasts and paying attention to what these surfers do, but also being able to compete on the regional circuit in one-on-one competition as well as on the Challenger Series.
Yeah.
So all those things are something that is going to happen through the evolution of our sport, to be able to give opportunities to the surfers to learn, you know, how to surf in one-on-one competition, because it is different than four-man heat.
The interesting thing about Mihimana Bray is he goes back and forth towards regions. There's the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region, which he surfs events in, but he's also part of the European region as well, surfs a ton of events over in France and in Europe, you know, under that region. So he's able to split time between beach breaks, you know, with man-on-man competition, and reef breaks. We have that QS events here in Rangiroa, in which he was runner-up last year to Jackson Bunch.
Yeah, and why not, right? Go to, you know, the local reefs. Obviously, that's one of those events that have quality waves too, you know, in the regional circuit, even though he may not want to keep his points for that region. You know, you got to basically focus on one region or the other, and depending on where you want to be in those rankings, because you are going to qualify through that region.
Jack Robinson went excellent in his round of 16 heat. Let's hear from the heat winner, Jack Robinson.
Jack, a very important heat for you. Highest wave of the event so far. Talk us through it. That was wild.
Yeah, it was so cool. Such a special moment. I remember actually last year in this round, I was against Hedgie and I had like a 9 or an 8, I'm pretty sure. And then I ended up getting a bit excited and I went a wave and then Hedgie got back out and got the next one and got the score. So it kind of reminded me of that heat last year almost. Like Liam went the first one before and then I got the one after. And yeah, it was so cool. I was like, did this big pump from the drop. The drop was so crazy, and then I did a big pump, and I went, oh, I can't see anything. And after, I was like came out. So it was a special moment.
Absolutely amazing. And talk us through your mindset at the moment. You know, you have to win the event to clinch that spot. But how are you approaching this all right now?
Step by step. Just not even really thinking about that right now. One by one. That's the mindset right now, and just going with the flow.
And coming up against Yago in the next heat, you guys have, you know, best friends traveling together this year.
Wait, Yago went down. I get Kelly, huh?
No, Yago made it.
Wait.
Yago won. You're in the quarters. Yago and you were in the quarterfinals. He got an 8 in the final moments.
Oh, wow, that's so cool. Going to be a really fun heat, and yeah, hopefully we get some good waves. I know it's probably going to be a good battle.
Congratulations as well. You're provisionally qualified the 2024 Paris Olympics, representing Australia. How does that feel?
Yeah, I was wondering if it was going to come in the interview. I was like, well, just wait until the end here, but I'm super happy. Just so stoked. It's been it was up at the start of the year. I had some really good results, and then it was hard to sort of find the form through those few events, but I had to stick with it. I couldn't stop because otherwise I wouldn't have got any points. So yeah, just, there was like, oh, you can't surf again, you can't surf till the end. Like, no, I'm gonna go and surf and just try and push through it. So yeah, really happy I secured that.
Congratulations, Jack. You're a weapon. We'll see you soon.
Thanks. Appreciate it, Laura.
All right, that's going to be great. Congratulations to Jack Robinson. Mentioned in that interview, Jack does not need to win this event. He needs to make the final. If he makes the final, he's got to get past Yago Dora, and he has to also make sure that Gabe Medina does not reach the final with him, and then none of the other surfers, John Florence, Leo Fioravanti, or Ryan Arkell, win the event. So Jack Robinson can still clinch his spot in the WSL Finals with a final appearance here in Tahiti. Meanwhile, Mihimana Bray continues to kind of just chip away. He's got a valuable 7 in his scoreline, looking to back that 7 up. Right now he has a 2.67. I like that last effort, Pete.
Yeah, I do too. Just to elaborate, though, I think the best part about all that is that he's going to match up into Yago Dora, who's holding onto that number 5 spot right there. So you would say that they're sparring partners, but good friends and same coach. So pretty wild.
That quarterfinal, too, is going to be a must-win situation for both Yago Dora and Jack Robinson if they want to have hope of making that final 5. So that's going to be a great one, and it's going to be drama-filled. This happened, though, during the interview.
Yep. Well, there's a low score in the scoreline of a 2.67. Feels like this could be slightly better, especially it's he got some maneuvers done at the end of it after he came out of the barrel. Again, identifying these little points, shallow ones with this lower tide as we start to move through this tide. So identifying that with the forehand and getting a maneuver done too. It's always nice when you can finish up a barrel with a nice little tail throw, which he does. He sets it up by coming out and straightening out, and that allows him to get the lip line and find it. A little punch of the fins out the back. I've seen a lot of that, so good to see. Mihimana does improve slightly.
Yeah, 3.6 drops for the last wave for the Tahitian. So now pushing Felipe Toledo. Toledo needs a 6.61. Toledo with priority.
I mean, it's super interesting is, we're halfway through the round of 16 and we still have, several surfers in contention to upset that final 5. So the scenarios are still very wild. You've got all the way from Leo all the way up through Yago Dora who are fighting for that, those 1 spots up there that, wow, it's just incredible what this last event means to a lot of these surfers. So every heat kind of has some sort of implications.
Yeah, and we will keep you updated on all the clinching scenarios for that final 5. We know one thing for sure. Felipe Toledo is going to be the man to beat. when we go to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. He's clinched that #1 seed.
Yeah, what a season he's had. Yeah, you know, that's just the virtue of how strong his performances have been throughout the season.
Yeah.
Getting wins, you know, consistently quarterfinals.
Took a win at Sunset, Felipe Toledo. Took a win in El Salvador. In pain, took that win. And then a brilliant win in the last tour stop over at Jeffreys Bay. 3 victories this season for the defending world champ. That's a dominant season.
It is, especially considering that, you know, when you win a world title, generally, vibe is it's a little tough to kind of back it up and go back-to-back. There's only been a few surfers that have ever done that, and, well, Felipe has a chance. And definitely with the consistency that he's had, and obviously what he's been able to persevere through as well. I mean, considering that, you know, there's 2 separate, you know, incidents, and he was in contests where he didn't feel 100% and somehow was able to get the win.
And he had the knee injury,
and the
he had a back injury
at El Salvador.
Like, we've watched him power through pain with a jersey on, knowing that he's not 100% and still put in excellent numbers. To me, that's the sign of a true world champion.
Yeah, it is. I agree. And I know that he's going to want it one more time. And heading to Trestles at the break, where he kind of feels unstoppable there.
Yeah, the confidence is going to be through the roof there for Felipe Toledo. Neiman Abre trying to break away from Toledo, sees something a little bit closer to the channel, maybe with a more of a westerly component. Does not go there.
Well, they're fighting the current a little bit. You can see now as the water's moving out, it's going to move out and around as you know, the tide is sucking out, right? And we have a low tide around 7 p.m. tonight, and that's going to change the lineup. It's going to happen as you know, these heats roll on through into the evening.
Look at this set, Pete.
And they're, you know, they're not there. They're over on the left side of that peak, and that's again mixed up swells. I mean, and here two waves back to back, and they're nowhere near those waves.
Look at that one though.
Those wide ones are pretty tough.
Yeah. And it just rolls through there. Just clock continues to tick down. We're over halfway through this 35-minute heat. Perfect time to take a break. We'll be back with the conclusion. Heat 5, round of 16. Felipe Toledo, Neiman Abre. Who's moving into the quarterfinal? We'll find out after this.
To surf for my country in the Olympics Games in Japan was so special, you know. I really want to be part of the Olympics for next year.
Então, esse ano, sem dúvida, é um ano que é muito importante para mim, para minha classificação para as Olimpíadas.
We have 11 Brazilians, we have 11 hungry people.
I feel like I have a really great chance at winning the Olympics.
Really cool to get our sport in an Olympic game in
Olympic wave. I think it helps grow the sport, and I think it's a good legacy for surfing.
Qualification season has been championed by SHISEIDO all season long. Follow along for all the content and scenarios at worldsurfleague.com. Thank you for tuning in. Heat 5, round of 16, Mihimana Brai up against Felipe Toledo and the Tahitian with the advantage. Toledo with priority. Toledo scratching for something and recognizes there's nothing down the line. I'm Kaipo along with Peter Mel. I like this battle, Pete.
Yeah, and they're fighting the ocean as well. They're trying to stay in position, you know, obviously trying to be in the right spot out top of the point, but they've been, you know, it seems like there's a little change in conditions, moving probably more channel side than it is on the point, which we saw earlier was with that fuller tide. It kind of pushed back there, and maybe an opportunity here.
Whoa, Mihimana, it's a square one, but it just clamps down. Impressive drop for the Tahitian, fading into that drop before just pulling into a wave that clamped on him.
Yeah, that one felt like a bit of a Hail Mary, which isn't a big deal as long as your board stays in one piece and your body. But that was, it had that that look to it. Very vertical face, the technical drop. See that? Knifing it down in there. It pulls in. I'd love to have it turn the corner and open right back up, but didn't happen there for Mihimana. And he wants to get rid of that 3.6. I mean, he doesn't feel safe until that's into double digits in a much bigger way than just 10.60 points. I mean, Felipe just needs a 6.61. So and by no means is this Mihimana's at this point.
Well, Mihimana, if he gets a, you know, goes out there, gets a 7.01, then he'll put Toledo into a combination, and that's really the kind of insurance policy that Mihimana Brai would love to have.
Yes, that is so true, and you know, that's why I was eyeing up that wave. Maybe that thing stays open and he's able to muster his way through it.
Challenging conditions presenting itself this afternoon. Strider, what do you think about the conditions?
I feel like we got a lot of change in the lineup. The tide's getting lower. We've got these big chunks coming in from the other side over here, like these west bowls, and then there's still that deep peak draining off, you know, so maybe there's a new swell arriving. There was supposed to be, I know we're forecasted to have a new swell popping through tomorrow. Maybe it's early. We're going to move right now because we're about to get smoked.
All right.
Hold your breath. Hold your breath.
Paddle 10 feet to the channel. You're good.
But yeah, there is supposed to be, I mean, and this is again where you've got a storm that is forecast to kind of pulse as it moves underneath, you know, and winds change. They go from 35 all the way up to maybe 50 knots, and then they'll back down again. So you'll see swells will have, as they go by, they'll change direction, obviously, but there'll be pulses as well. You know, there'll be moments where the wind blows for a couple hours and it blows, you know, 5 or 10 knots more than it had been. All of a sudden, that's an extra pulse and swell. That is what we have forecast, is that there's a little extra energy through tomorrow afternoon. I think odds are pretty high, in my opinion, that we'll be running again tomorrow. In the morning, we may have a little, you know, it was forecast for the afternoon to kind of jump back up, but again, it's in a region where we at in the world, you just never truly know to the exact time. But Surfline has done a great job at forecasting this event for this, you know, time period. Yeah, pretty much maximized everything we've had.
Yeah, all on behalf of our friends over there at Surfline who have been helping us out with the forecast. They told us Thursday maybe another insurance policy on that. And you know what? We're going to give you a gift right now. You're watching? Scan that QR code and you will get 30% off Surfline Premium. That means the cams with no commercials. That means the extended long-range forecast. That means all the premium content. Go ahead and scan that QR code, get that 30% off.
And if you're planning a trip, know before you go, right? I mean, that's one of the taglines from Surfline, and that's being able to have that kind of 2-week forecast out there. At least you can kind of get an understanding like, hey, in 2 weeks' time, there's a lot of energy forecast. You can kind of plan a trip around that and go, okay, well, I mean, maybe we don't know the exact time it'll show up there, but we have swell forecast in that region. And that's generally what surf forecasting has been able to do, is give you the ability to go places and be there before it's on.
Yeah, and even though you know when to potentially call in sick for work if it's going to be ended.
As long as your boss doesn't have a Surfline Premium account.
All right, flying above. Here we go. Toledo with priority. Looks interested in this one. Here we go with Felipe Toledo. Ducks right under the hook. Travels through this one. Little spit there. And that burp in the wave takes him out.
And he's down.
Wow. He was underwater for a while.
That happens, especially when you're in the barrel and you're trying to hold on. You'll fall through the bottom and you end up just going into the, you go right to the bottom. And it takes a while to you'll get the energy to release you. So you'll see a lot of surfers that stay in the barrel for as long as they possibly can, generally have a little bit longer time. And then a bail out there, good technique as well. You know, it's not horrible to bail. I mean, we always kind of say you hold on to your board, but if there's no one behind you and you want to keep yourself out in the lineup, it's always good to just bail it out and trust your leash.
Yeah, leash test there, and you made the key phrase right there when we talk about surf etiquette. As long as there's no one behind you.
Yes, you don't want to do that.
It's dangerous and rude to bail your board if there's a pack of people behind you.
Yeah, you might have Kaipo give you a little talking to.
5 minutes and 40 seconds. Another look at Felipe Toledo.
This had potential. Definitely did. The takeoff was steep. Didn't get past that first bubble, though. You see he did the hula hoop, which we like to call it, where you're actually holding onto your rail. It looks like you're trying to, you know, throw a hula hoop around your waist. It helps you to kind of drive through barrels like that on your back end by still holding onto your rail. That one did not happen for Felipe.
Would you recommend that for surfers for dry land training, is to just do some hula hooping to help their back end barrel riding?
Hey, yeah, I would say there's nothing wrong with it, but it'd probably look a little weird.
Serious though, loose hips make for good surfing.
Yeah, so maybe practice some hula.
I agree. Well, Mihimana Bray right now with the just control of this entire heat. He's got the lead. Now he has priority. He's got the clock on his side as well. Only 4 minutes, 45 seconds for him to hang on to that lead. Decision time for the Tahitian. Will he go on any of these sets? Decides not to go on the first 2 waves of this set. We'll see if there's a third option for Mihimana.
At this point, with priority, do not take off on a wave unless you know you're going to be bettering that 3.6.
Toledo under priority says, I'll take this one. Looks down the line. And just a repositioning move by Felipe Toledo.
And it's helpful. Like I said, the current, you can see now most of the time the surfers are battling, you know, paddling back towards the channel. You know, even the wind is still blowing the surface, the waves, you know, the same direction, but you're actually fighting an ocean that's moving out through the channel, and it moves out along the point. And it kind of helps the wave. It almost kind of creates that reverse current towards the wave. It'll help it kind of be a little bit more hollow. We've
helps
seen
it
that
stand up.
It
right?
helps it stand up. Yeah, that little bit of current. I mean, you see it in ocean. You know, any people who have ever done any sailing or boating around the world, you know, fighting a current can suck because it'll all of a sudden take you. You could be literally sailing against a current, and if you're only going 3 knot and you're in a 3 knot current, you're not going anywhere.
Yeah, you're standing still,
and that happens. And so you're always fighting it here, and realizing that and understanding that. Making sure that you're looking at your lineup so that you're not going to get too out of position, but constantly paddling and knowing that that's going to be happening with different tides. And I think that's the biggest reason why, even though we don't have a huge tide coefficient like we would say in Europe, where we get 7-8 foot in tide difference between high tide and low tide, coefficients are here and in Hawaii where you live. They can be only 1.5, 2 feet, but they'll make a pretty big difference, more than you would think. For such a low coefficient between tides.
Well, especially when you only have 3 feet of water over the reef. An extra foot of water versus low tide where you only have 2 feet of water does make a big difference. And then you're talking about the water push and pull as well.
Yeah, that's the biggest, I think, factor here at this break specifically, just because there is so much water in the inland waterway portion of this where it just feeds out. And like, you know, you jump in that current when you're just sitting here, you know, having a swim and the tide's moving super quickly, it'll move very quickly.
Good point too. The channel is so deep. If you were just to say swim on a bigger swell just in the channel, you're starting to get sucked out to sea.
Right now, with the tide moving, yeah. The other, you know, if it's moving the other direction, you get pulled in.
Yeah.
Which is kind of nice, but yeah, you need to know your tides.
Well, Mihimana playing a smart heat right now as we near the 2-minute warning, hanging on to priority. Monitoring where Felipe Toledo is, holding his position, knowing, like you said, Pete, there's no reason for him to make a move unless he knows that wave's going to improve upon his low of a 3.6.
Or Felipe is going to improve right now. I mean, at this point, too, it's like, hey, 2 minutes to go. You can kind of guard, you know, and protect, you know, with that priority. And he's gotten some experience. You You know, it changes with venues, obviously, a little bit, but ultimately the game still is pretty much the same. You can cover and take position, and it's kind of interesting that Felipe hasn't moved on the other side of Mihimana, because we've seen that with surfers that out priority.
Force the issue, right?
Well, and we just saw, actually, he just did it.
There you
He
go.
just moved around. And that's where the position you kind of need to be to kind of force a sell, I guess you could say, to Mihimana.
So changing positions here, Toledo on the paddle, and he's going to go. And way far behind that, does not pull in. Just going to take a ride into near the channel. Let's take a look at our heat recap. Mihimana Bray has been on.
Yep, early part of the heat, he was able to get a couple scores. That has been the pressure that was applied to Felipe very early in this heat, and then it's been kind of the priority game where Mihimana has just been waiting it out, you know, and keeping himself close to Felipe, taking away opportunities. There's the 4-point ride for Felipe, real quick for him. Just the only barrel he's had so far in this heat. No real backup, but that 4 has kept him close. I mean, he only needs a 6.61 here because we haven't seen Mihimana get anything to better that 3.6. So he's, you know, a little precarious times, but at this point, with priority in 25 seconds, looks like he can close this one out pretty easily.
Mihimana, Mana being energy, Mihimana carrying that energy right now in these final 15 seconds, looking to close it out and earn a spot. Here he goes, drainer through there, and that's going to secure a spot in the quarterfinals for the Tahitian.
That was awesome. You know, we saw Felipe actually go the other direction, looking at a right, which we haven't seen a lot of. And it doesn't look like it was much there on it, but Mihimana is definitely going to improve on the 3.6, and he's got himself a quarterfinals in his first CT ever.
Pretty cool. Cool story with the Tahitian wildcard Mihimana Bray. Let's take another look at it. Split peak. Unusual to go right.
It is, and that's not going to be a number that's going to change anything. It's all about this one. Oh, just underneath the hood, into the foam ball, across it, and into the bowl. And, of course, the flyaway kick out to the cheers of his local crowd.
Tahitian Water Patrol, Red Bull Jet Ski giving him a congratulations. A local favorite, all smiles for Mihimana Bray. We'll be back with more action from the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. Congratulations, Mihimana.
Yorana, good morning. We are back in paradise. Hammering the inside section. He's got the exit.
It's the round of 16 at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. Two surfers from Hawaii now doing battle for a spot in the quarterfinals. Ian Gentile right here with a unique backhand barrel technique there is up against Baron Mamiya. I'm Kaipo on the set along with Peter Mel to talk you through this action. And this is an interesting matchup to me. Two regular footers, both representing Hawaii. Peter, both similar in age, both 26 years old, a little bit more seasoned veteran in the way of Seth Moniz on his 4th season on Championship Tour. Ian Gentile, kind of a late bloomer. This is his rookie season on the Championship Tour, but both surfers very comfortable in reef waves.
Yeah, that's right. And Ian Gentile representing Maui, and obviously everyone knows everyone in Maui, so he's kind of holding up the island on his back there. Baron Mamiya has been producing pretty good numbers here in this event so far. Liking what he's been able to do this morning. Although there he was doing a little pearl diving. But Ian Gentile also fighting for Rookie of the Year. You think about where he sits, he is the #1 ranked rookie at the moment. So that would be a nice feat to be able to hold that. Only one Rookie of the Year each and every season. And it was a pretty tough rookie class this year, as we see that last one there for Baron Mamiya, way behind. A lot different style of waves than what we saw Baron surfing this morning, so there's going to be an adjustment period, I think, that seeing that the current's pulling a little bit different, the tide's a little bit different.
Let's hear from Mihimana Brave. Mihimana, you're in the quarterfinals.
Yes, Mihimana took out #2 in the world in the opening round, #1 in the world just then. You're into the quarterfinals in your first ever CT. What is going through your mind right now?
Oh my God, you know, I've been struggling a lot this year, you know, like I told you before. The first half of this year was really hard for me, and you know, I just tried to keep my head up. I knew this is like the biggest contest over here for us, Tahitian. So I moved here like a month ago and just train, surf every day, every condition. And you know, I feel ready. I'm so connected with this spot, you know. Teahupo'o gave me so much, and I feel good, you know. I'm ready. Okay.
And you were just saying when you found out you were matching up against Felipe, you had a bit of nerves. How did you get through those?
For sure. 3 hours before my heat, I knew I was against Philippe. I was kind of like starting to stress and freak out, but I tried to calm down and just came here to the spot, feel all the energy with all my people, all my family over here, and it just passed. I just forget it, and I was just with the connection with the spot, and I'm so thankful, I'm so blessed, and maruru everyone.
Absolutely amazing, Mihimana. We feel it into finals day. What is it going to take to get the win?
Just got to keep doing what I'm doing since the beginning. Stay focused, calm, connected with the spot, and feel the mana of Teahupo'o, and everything will be all right.
Good luck. We'll see you tomorrow.
I love that. Feeling the mana, feeling the energy. I do want to clean up something. Baron Mamiya, 23 years old on his 2nd season on the Championship Tour. So 26-year-old Ian Gentile, 23-year-old Baron Mamiya. One thing I love about that interview with Mihimana is that you notice he's got support from Air Tahiti Nui. And Air Tahiti Nui, really supportive of the Tahitian surfers in that these surfers have to kind of ping pong back and forth between French Polynesia and France to compete in a number of events. And Air Tahiti Nui, with those flights back and forth, that's a big advantage for these surfers to be able to, you know, have that support, hop on a plane, fly international, and be able to compete on both circuits.
100%, it's amazing. It really is, and to have that, you know, because you're right. I mean, plane tickets. You know, you're coming out of here, you're leaving here all the time. It's going to be, you know, a couple grand every time you're trying to fly anywhere around the world. So to have that support from Air Tahiti Nui, great airline here, and they've been very supportive. So it's good to even have them here for this event.
If you get up into the tippy point of those Dreamliners, those Air Tahiti Nui Dreamliners with the mood lighting and the wonderful seats and the hospitality there.
I love it. Yeah, and they support most of the surfers.
Most Tahitians, yeah.
That they're traveling the world. So good job recognizing how important that is for for the, this whole island culture of Tahiti.
I'm going to recognize something too.
What?
We only got 2 one-point rides so far in this heat. Started at 35 minutes. We're down to 28 minutes. So both Baron Mamiya and Ian Gentile really trying to feel out this lineup, and neither surfer breaking away at this moment. So
yeah,
pretty much neck and neck.
Yeah, and there hasn't been much yet, right? I mean, it's not like we're seeing sets pouring in and they're not in the spot. It's that one set that came in, they both kind of got caught behind and didn't make it. So we'll see. There's more opportunity here. Swell's still hanging in pretty solid, that's for sure. It feels that way.
Gentile stalls. Bit of a chandelier cover-up. Hands over priority to Baron Mamiya. Ian Gentile, again, you said the back half of the year has been pretty good for Ian with that semifinals in El Salvador, coming off a quarterfinal finish in J-Bay, just getting his groove on. Look at this one coming out of the channel. We'll see if Baron Mamiya is interested in it. It says no, he's going to hold on to position. Maybe second wave in the set is starting to feel the reef here, Pete.
Yeah, a little bigger one, and it should be cleaner on the face, but again, it looks like it's pretty wide.
Mamiya looks at it, and he identifies that and holds on to priority.
Yeah, that thing didn't even barrel whatsoever. Yeah, but he made the midseason cut, Ian Gentile, with basically 9ths and 17ths in the first half of the year, the first 5 events. So he barely made the cut, but then all of a sudden it was like, oh, the relief is lifted. I'm ready, and sure enough, he went what, 5th. He had another 9th. He had a 3rd.
Yeah.
So he was got quarters and semis. I mean, shoot, that's
He
awesome.
actually left the cut over there in Western Australia, not knowing if he survived it. He thought he was out, and he got the news the next day. Hey, we did the math.
You're in,
and you're pretty much the last guy standing there when we look at the cut as well.
And what that does, right? It's a huge relief, first of all, because you don't have to go to the Challenger Series, which is a whole nother set of rankings, a whole nother set of events, and you're surfing against a very hungry globe. If you think about the Challenger Series and how exciting that is, but it's not easy, right? 10 spots for 80 surfers invited, and being able to just keep yourself in that top 10, very, very challenging. So he basically got his gift into next year. And now he'll compete at Pipeline in the very first event of the year.
Mamiya, flexible, grabs the rail, morphs into shape, hangs out in the barrel, and Baron Mamiya, we know what he can do in hollow lefts. That's what we expect from him right there. That's going to be the first meaningful score.
That's right. Technical barrel riding. That's what he's able to do, and he was great speed control, kind of identifying when he had to speed up and slow down and speed up and slow down. He did that within the barrel. The judges will take note of that. I also like the tail whip at the end, getting the maneuver done as well. Knowing that it's been kind of a slow heat. There hasn't been any real numbers yet. A 5.5, a 6.5, something like that range is going to be a good keeper at this point in the heat. Taking a look here, not a major set wave, but he identified there was going to be that little bubble. And then again, speed control, being able to hold him back and identify when it was going to speed up. And then I love that little drift of the fins to finish it off. Taking a look inside of this one, see here he tucks his head, and then that's the ability to let go of the wall, get that extra speed, grab the wall once again to slow it back down. Lots of places to practice this. It's like a little Rocky Point bowl right here, one of the backyard waves that Baron grew up surfing.
Well, my belief is that Baron Mamiya, when you look at backhand barrel riding, especially at Pipeline, then look at that whip at the back, is that the OG's going to be Jamie O'Brien, right? And then the next generation was John Florence. And then right behind John is the next generation. And Baron Mamiya is one of the Pipeline standouts. He's been runner-up at the Pipe Pro in 2019, which is against, when we talk about dangerous wild cards, that Pipe Pro event back then everyone was a dangerous wild card in that event. Here we go, Baron again. And just sliding away. Stalling there. Great control for Baron Mamiya. Ian Gentile in and out as well. So now we got a challenge between these two surfers from Hawaii.
You see the intensity of that wave as well. For Ian Gentile, a little bit back on the reef, shallower water, more intense barrel compared to Baron's, which was a little bit more in the channel. He had to kind of slow it down. We're going to see the number coming in for Baron's second wave, which was the one previous to that. But also Ian Gentile, that was his first meaningful wave, getting spit out into the channel. didn't get to really see the drop, so we'll see how technical that was. But ultimately, again, this heat's kind of starting to heat up. And we've identified the fact that there was one set at the beginning of the heat. They both got real numbers, but then there was a bit of a lull. But now we're starting to see more waves hitting the lineup. And these guys are making it happen,
Take a look at Ian Gentile. Here he goes, Pete.
Oh, look how low he set that one up. Slowed all the way down at the base of the wave, and then just kind of came up underneath it and just rode it out. Very, very clean. As you look again, down at the bottom, he's actually slowing down, not on the wall, but right at the bottom of the wave, and that actually held him back a little bit. And sure enough, came out super clean. Very technical barrel riding skills there by Ian Gentile.
You know the rules. Here we go, Baron Mamiya.
That was more of the channel set, right? So it's more straight in the barrel. It's moving in toward shore rather than down the line. So he was doing everything he could to try and slow himself down. This isn't going to be probably a number that'll stay in his score line. At the moment it will, but look at that.
Look at the takeoff.
Yeah, the way he sets it up. I mean, we've seen that at surfers, the backhanders. They can kind of paddle towards the point and be the opposite direction, and then they're able to whip it underneath, just like Baron did right there.
Look at the speed control. I mean, hey, it's not a gnarly wave, but just the technique from Baron Mamiya is something beautiful to study.
And then right there, looks around, and he gets to see this as Ian Gentile gets spit out. So we'll see where these scores here. It feels like the second wave of Baron Mamiya as well as that wave right here are very comparable.
Here we go, Ian Gentile pulling back in, traveling through a wonky section, no problem. Takes a little lip on the head on the way out. Carves back into the whitewater. Sets up off the bottom, stabs the lip there. Gentile looking loose on that mayhem.
Oh, watch out. Look at it. Oh, my goodness. That is straight dry reef. And whoa.
Baron Mamiya falls from the sky into the barrel and spit out.
That was epic. That was epic. And that's what this low tide is doing. Literally, you talked about falling out of the sky. He fell 6-8 feet out of the top of that wave straight into the barrel. I mean, that felt like Ian Gentile had the momentum, and then all of a sudden it now goes back to Baron, and we still have 21 minutes to go.
The composure on that drop for Baron Mamiya, so impressive to catch the fins and the rail at the bottom of that, and then proceed through the barrel.
A lot to digest here, as well as the judges do as well. You think about the two waves now. Baron's going to have momentum, probably the lead, especially that wave right there, probably the best wave of the heat, at least it feels like. First thought process. We'll see replays, of course, but Ian Gentile almost feels like he was going to take that momentum, but Baron takes it back. This last wave here, thinking about the comparison of what we saw Baron taking that channel wave, it felt like this one was a little better, right? So these are the two waves that you start to do the math on, but wow, look at this, just no shame. Going right up on a dry reef. Nice size set wave. Didn't stay wide open all the way through. Most likely won't be a major number, but this one right here, I mean, that technical drop, super deep, and then just spit out the hole. That's going to be the wave of the heat.
Love what I see, and look at, as you said, dry reef, and Ian having to take a walk. He might have to walk all the way in and just get picked up in the lagoon.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. So I would say let's take the time right now. So he's there on the rocks. It's been, 20 minutes? How long is that going to take to get picked up and brought all the way around the reef and back out into the lineup?
Okay, I got the stopwatch going right now. We'll see how long it takes Ian Gentile to do a lap. Got a 6.67, followed up with a 5.7. Still waiting for scores for Baron Mamiya to set the situation. Here's the ride back out on the Red Bull jet ski with Tahiti Water Patrol.
He's already back out there.
Ian Gentile, so he made quick work of it.
That's 30 seconds. That was nothing. No, that's the Water Patrol. That's, I mean, literally, your heat ends if you don't have Water Patrol. At that point, when you're sitting on the other side, there's no way you're going to get back out into the lineup without that assist.
So well done, and I love the assistance from the Tahitian Water Patrol. 4.6 previous wave for Baron Mamiya. We're waiting for one more score from Mamiya, and there we go. Vatia David at the captaining that Red Bull jet ski there. Porto.
And you think about it, the tide's moving out right now, so to be able to go over the reef and then grab him and then go all the way around and try and avoid all of the coral heads and so forth, the minefield that you have to go through to get back around. That's the best person to do it, Poto, because he's done it hundreds, if not thousands of times.
Still waiting for an important score for Baron Mamiya. He needs a 7.04. Remember, that last wave was so impressive. The judges are taking some time to digest that wave before assigning a number. It could flip this heat. We have no indication as of yet. So again, we're waiting for that last score for Baron Mamiya. Feeling that it is going to flip the heat. We felt on the set that that was an excellent effort by Baron Mamiya. We'll see if the judges agree with us, Peter.
I would say they're going to get there. Take a look at it.
Take another look at it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this one here is, you talk about the drop, that technical drop, and the intenseness of that wave. All of it was there. You know, quickly done it. As we watch the angle, he would have been seeing this. He's not even looking at it. That's the replay.
Ian is walking on the reef and has no idea that Baron Mamiya scored a 9.17 on that effort. Coming back to real time, and there's the numbers, Pete. 9.17, well deserved.
Yeah, and you can see one judge went 9.8 as far as that one. That gets thrown out. That was a high number. The low number, a 9. And then you're averaging a 9.3, a 9.2, and a 9.0 to get your 9.17. So that right there is huge. Ian Gentile's not out of it, though. He's with second priority because he had to go and do the ride around.
I love what I'm seeing from Baron Mamiya, however. I mean, I've come up calling this kid the prodigy. I still stick to my word. I feel like he has a prodigious talent. I've watched him ever since he was 12, 13 years old, coming through the amateur ranks. He's always been an exceptional talent. It's just a matter for Baron, for me, is to put it together really in the heat and play the heat, and now he's playing the heat very well.
And then throwing consistency on it too, right? There's been moments of brilliance since he's been on the championship tour. We've seen the potential, but to do it on a consistent basis throughout an event, you know, we saw it when he won, right? And
Sunset, yeah, 2022.
And that was incredible, you know. And then when I think that he had mentioned it, but the fact that he didn't feel like he had earned his spot necessarily when, you know, the wild cards were given these opportunities, and he turned it, but you know what, now I think he's come to terms with everything, and that's, you start to see that he does truly belong. He is a world-class barrel rider. He is a world-class performance surfer, and knowing that and earning that in your mind is huge.
Hangs on to priority, lets Ian Gentile go on this one. Stalls off the bottom, check snap to get under the hood there, fights for the exit. 7.84 is the requirement for Ian Gentile. Mamiya behind him, cleaner wave here. Kicks the tail up, pushes the rail down, and comes through there. Technical barrel riding?
Yeah.
Yes.
That would do it. And a whole different way to find your way into the tube right there. I mean, there was absolute kick stall, aggressive kick stall at the bottom of that wave. And it wasn't the easiest barrel to actually ride through either.
Hey.
You know, he steered up through it, around it.
That kick stall, that was some Mike Ho stuff right there.
Yeah, we ode to Mike Ho. You know, and again, being creative in regards to you know, slowing yourself down, doing different techniques to get yourself in there. And even this one, you know, the big stalled bottom turn, come up underneath it. The wave kind of lands on top of him, gets the completion. You know, and that was Baron would have seen that there was maybe some opportunity there, and sure enough, there was. Yeah, but I believe it's not going to be the 7.84, and again, needs to better the 6.67.
Comfort here, watch this.
One stall, two stalls, and then that thing filled up with all that white water and somehow finds an exit and went through it fairly fast. This is the angle from the boat, up and over. And yeah, and he's proving to everyone how good of a backhand barrel rider Baron is.
Yeah, I mean, there's hanging on a backhand barrel and just drawing a line, but then there's manipulating your line, manipulating your speed, and that's what I'm seeing from Baron Mamiya. Scores coming through for both surfers on that exchange. Likely that neither score is going to change the situation, however. Halfway through this heat at 14 minutes and 15 seconds counting down. So maybe the size of that exchange on those waves kind of suppressed the scores for both surfers.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't feel like those were actually going to go into their top two, in my opinion, but they were actually very cool, different ways to find a way into the backhand barrel.
All right, well, Baron Mamiya in the lead. Ian Gentile with priority, and sets coming through here. So we'll see if Baron sneaks one under priority. Sure does. Stalls for a barrel. travels through that one. Difficult section in front of him, gobbles him up. Stepping away now from this heat, Baron Mamiya. Incredible surfing. He's in the lead with a 9.17. Can Ian Gentile come back? We'll find out after this. Yorana e Maeva, welcome to the beautiful island of Tahiti. We're in the Mokuo, Tahiti. Tahiti side of the island, end of the road, Teahupo'o, site of stop number 10 on the championship tour. Baron Mamiya weaving through a barrel here. And no exit. Mamiya with the lead over Ian Gentile. I'm Kaipo along with Peter Mel talking you through the action this afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Pretty exciting day so far, Pete.
I would say, you know, we've been fortunate. It's not the best forecast in the mix here, but today's action definitely there. We saw a beautiful comeback from Iago Dora in a must-win situation for him, wanting to keep his spot and his hopes alive for that Final 5 bid to go into the Rip Curl WSL Finals at Trestles. You know, sitting in that 5th spot, had to beat Kelly Slater. That was an amazing heat. That was definitely a highlight for me to see Iago's perseverance. Hey, lots to digest, and I think we have a post show that'll allow you to see all that.
Yeah, that's right. We've had, you know, Olympic qualifications happening. We've had clinching spots and seeds into the Final 5. So much going on. And that's what makes this stop, the end of the regular season, so exciting. And not to mention, we can't speak enough about it, the actual wave here.
So true. It really is. I mean, and again, you know, mentioned that this isn't the most perfect day that we've had here for the event, but still crazy barrels. You've got to have skills in this type of wave. Matter of fact, the better the skills you have at this break, the better off you're going to be. I mean, prime example, Jack Robinson, what he was able to do and perform today. And it's not going to stop. We still have this last 9.5 minutes and also the next 2 heats, which there's some great surfers with some implications in those heats as well.
Oh my, that's right. Coming up next, Gabe Medina versus Seth Moniz in Heat 7, the round of 16. That's going to be one you certainly want to hang out for.
Must win for Gabriel Medina. Absolutely. If he wants to try and solidify a spot in the Olympics, he's got to get into the top 2 Brazilian surfers. Already one there. That's so there's only 1 spot left. That's going between Iago Dora is there, as one of the Brazilians that are fighting for it. João Chianca is there. And Gabriel Medina having to come from behind right now. So again, it's a must-win situation for him. And a chance for the Final 5 as well. So yeah, it doesn't stop, basically my point.
Seth Muniz getting ready, and you can see this is the actual flotilla out there. We have the officials boat. We have the interview boat.
It's our only floating Red Bull
And there he is with that Cabianca design surfboard under his arm, Gabe Medina.
He hasn't been in the lineup all day.
I like it.
Right? He probably had his morning surf, which we saw. He had his morning surf early, and he has been chilling. And I think that is a huge advantage, being that he is in the round of 16, surfing at this point of the day. It would drain you to be sitting out in the lineup for the entire time. I'm sure he's been watching the broadcast, seeing what the judges want to see from the surfers.
We just look at the numbers. Gabe Medina, his heat winning percentage here in Tahiti, 77.27% for Gabe Medina. So if you're just analyzing the numbers for the 3-time world champ, certainly would be the favorite. He's made 4 finals out here, 2 victories. Gabe Medina's also had semifinals appearances here, quarterfinals appearances. I mean, there was only 1 year where Gabe did not make finals day. That was 2015.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I mean, and he's done it even from the very beginning of his career, right? It wasn't like he came here and practiced at all. He just came here and had a connection with this break and his ability. I mean, he's got waves at home.
I'm sorry, the year he didn't make the finals, 2013. I got to clean that.
All right, I'm sure someone's going to call you about that.
sorry about that. Actually, because 2015 he was a runner-up here.
Well, yeah, then he might call you.
Well, we're just getting the numbers right, but we did get the heat winning percentage right, Peter.
Okay,
it's
cool.
77.27%.
And it's high. I mean, we talked about Slaters, right? Slaters was being way up there. I mean, that's over 3/4 of the time he's going to take a heat win over you.
But Seth Muniz, talk about backhand barrel riding. Seth Muniz is a natural when you talk about that. Running up in the Pipe Masters in 2022, Seth Muniz knows how to attack a square backhand barrel.
Yep, and his performances in Hawaii have always been very good, and this is probably the closest thing you'd have to not being in your home state of Hawaii. Very similar as far as water conditions and reefs and types of wave, the cultures.
6 minutes remaining here. Baron Mamiya in the lead. Ian Gentile hanging on to that priority, Peter. And Ian's still in the game, needing a 7.84. We know those waves are out there. We know those scores are available. Proof is Baron's 9.17. So if Ian's able to get a wave, perform even close to that, he can flip this situation.
And it's not a huge number. I mean, again, excellent, right? We've seen a few of those today, at least 4 that I know of. So ultimately, that means that it is possible. So he's got to believe in that with 5.5 minutes to go. That's why he's sitting with priority, going, okay, we're getting to the point of the heat. Like, if one quality wave, I need to have priority during that period to be able to turn the heat.
It's always nice when you go through a day of competition and you start seeing excellent scores come through on a pretty regular basis. We said, today is not epic Teahupo'o, but the performances that the surfers have put out have been excellent. We saw Iago Dora turn his heat with Kelly Slater with an 8-point ride.
Needed a 7.75 at the time too, so it was it was a number that was it needed to be excellent, and it was.
Let's take a look at it. Here's the top 5 waves today. Iago Dora, we talked about his heat turning there. Seth Muniz did the same with that 8-point ride. Mihimana closed out his heat over Felipe Toledo with an 8.5.
Didn't even need it.
What?
You didn't even need the 8.5. He still got it though, so it's momentum.
Baron 9.17, and Jack Robinson with the top wave score so far, 9.4. Great numbers there. That means we've had an excellent day of surfing.
Yep. A couple regular footers getting there, 3 regular footers, a couple goofy footers, so a good mix, between the two. Wasn't like any domination by going either backhand or forehand. I mean, it's been kind of a wild day in regards to how, you look at the different types of conditions you can find, backhand or forehand.
You see Gabe Medina in his now typical routine of centering himself, maybe saying a small prayer before opening himself up to the universe. He takes this and takes this quiet moment for himself every single time he surfs a heat. I like the consistency in the preparation from the 3-time world champ and his connectivity to his spiritual side.
Yeah, for sure.
A man of faith.
Yeah, and he does it even when he's got 100,000 screaming fans over his shoulder, he'll still find this moment of quietness, which I think is probably the most challenging time. This is probably a little easier for him, you know, just move away from the channel a little bit and get that quiet time. But he's been able to do it at every venue, and every venue is a little different in warm-ups. It's not like you're going to be doing full warm-ups here, you know. Gabe may have done it actually before he actually stepped foot on the ski to get out there, because it looked like he walked right up right then.
But yeah,
so he could have done his warm-up at home.
This stop, more than anything, beyond just the warm-ups and stuff, is this spot, and I think you can attest to this too, is a very spiritual spot. You can feel, like we talk about mana over and over again, but you feel it on the whenua, on the land, and you feel it out there in the moana as well, in the ocean, every single time.
And I think that you can take any exceptional place in the world, right? Whether it be Stonehenge or, you know, some Everest for that matter. And you're going to feel something that they're special, because they are special, you know, basically energy magnets is how I feel like. And this is an energy magnet for the ocean, because there's not a whole lot of places that are like this. Matter of fact, I don't know of one that's going to have, you know, this type of atmosphere.
Look at that. Look at what you see looking towards the land, every surf here. It is absolutely incredible. The energy is something that you can literally feel through your body, and then the respect that you have to have for all these waves.
Yeah.
A lot of respect, because
faith is helpful. Right? Faith is helpful.
Well, we're 2 minutes down, and Baron Mamiya now has priority over Ian Gentile. And Mamiya with heat control. Excellent score of a 9.17, and Baron just wants to close this out and make his way into the quarterfinals. Mamiya will meet up against Mihimana Bray if he is able to win this heat. Is it too early to talk about that matchup? Baron and Mihimana?
Strider was talking about it at 15 minutes, and he was right one time. The Slater one he put in the fridge, but Yago had something to worry about on that one. But no, hey, never. I mean, we always talk about it. Can't give it up until the very final hooter sounds. I'm interested to understand why Gentile lost priority.
Well, he took off on a quick wave for a 0.5. So he took it up and down and changed the priority there, Ian Gentile. So handed it over to Baron.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate, because that was his only hope. And at this point now, I mean, he took a quick one. So he saw
this
something.
This is the priority error right here. Watch.
It is, right? So, yeah, I don't know what he saw on that. I think he was just getting antsy. Maybe it was loading up down the line. He saw that it had some energy down the line. So I can see that. But, yeah, it's unfortunate. It just came in as a 0.83, right? So it's just a throwaway number, and gave priority with 40 seconds to go. Mamiya can close it out
for Ian Gentile. And Baron's going to close this one out. Little defense right there. Let's see if he's got some offense. Nah. Well, 25 seconds of hope for Ian Gentile. Wave coming through here. This can happen. Gentile slides into it.
Oh, barrel roll.
And it goes over the falls. So that's going to be the end of the effort for Ian Gentile. Baron Mamiya will be on to the quarterfinals.
Impressive performance from Baron. Again, 2 times today he's been pushing the limits with the backhand barrel riding, so you gotta love what he's been able to do today.
Excellent score, 9.17 on the way to the quarterfinal. We'll be on the way to another great matchup when we return. Gabriel Medina is going to be in the water versus Seth Moniz. Stick around for more action.
about that? Read from Medina. It looks like he's got the exit. Looks at the tower. Nice hollow section. Seth Moniz really got to enjoy that one. Hammering the inside section. Round of 16 continues. Gabriel Medina taking on Seth Moniz. Medina, the best out here in Tahiti when you really focus on the last 6 years. Multiple finals, some big wins as he's looking to crawl his way into the WSL Final 5. But first, he has to get past Seth Moniz, who's also been a threat out here in the past. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier here for the call. And Flick, Gabe versus Seth. A lot on the line for these athletes. Seth doesn't want his season to end just yet, and Medina wants to fight for a 4th world title this year.
Yeah, wow. So exciting, and here we go.
Lunges into the first section. Gabriel Medina will get clipped to kick this one off with Seth. So 35-minute heats, no restarts today. And Medina set the pace in the opening round. Found a couple of big 8s. Looked really untouchable in the early conditions to kick off this event on opening day. So he's had a few days off, managing his downtime well. Trying to stay focused. He calls this wave his favorite event on the calendar. So starting with the fall, that'll help out Seth on the early stages of this heat, as he'll have priority now. And we'll see how Seth is thinking out a game plan to slow down a guy like Medina here at Teahupo'o.
You know what? I think there is something to be said about momentum, and Seth already having surfed that heat prior today and scoring that 8. I feel like he was just on fire there. He looked connected. Already been a little bit of a possible mistake by Gabriel, so we'll see. But yeah, going back to the momentum, you know, Gabriel's obviously had those 3 days off. Did have a great opening round heat. He's got a lot on the line here. But Seth scoring an 8 earlier today.
Did a great job. Now let's catch up with the man from the 96712 North Shore of Oahu. Baron Mamias with Laura.
Baron, finals day, baby. How good does that feel into the quarterfinals? How was that 917?
Yeah, I'm stoked to make another heat, obviously. But yeah, I was paddling back out, and I was kind of just like screwing around on the inside and trying to just get like some scores because there's nothing going on. And then I kicked out of my one wave, and I seen Ian get like a pretty good wave, and I was like, oh, yeah, I might need to wait for a good one. And then I got out the back, and right when I got out the back, like I didn't even have time to like get ready. This wave just came in, and I was just like, oh. And I kind of was like, I felt like all my waves before, like the last couple rounds, I've been like stalling a lot. So I was like, hey, I'm just gonna get as deep as I possibly can. And then I was paddling into it, and it just got super dry, and it started sucking up, and I was like, oh no, I don't even know if I'm gonna make the drop. And then I like airdrop, made it, and I pulled up, I was like, oh, I'm pretty deep, and then I kind of did like a little pump, and then it spat me out, and I was like, oh, that should be a pretty good one. And, yeah.
How good. And coming up in your quarterfinal against the local boy, Mihimana Bray, how are you going to approach that? Obviously wake up tomorrow, see how the conditions are, but yeah, what's the go plan?
Yeah, just take every heat the same. Just focus on myself. Don't worry about whoever else is in my heat. When the waves come, they're good. So just try and focus on getting some good waves.
Amazing. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Rest up.
Thank you, guys. Thanks.
Thanks, Laura. Baron doing a great job moving on to the quarters. He will have Mihimana. That'll be a classic. Mihimana looking incredible during the interview. Gabriel got this wave.
Yeah, Gaby on the inside there, just so fast. Wow. That one went so shallow on the inside. We'll have another look from this angle here. Nice drone angle. He was in this one for quite some time. Pumped a bit to get her through that last section there. Oh my goodness, exiting on absolute dry reef. Have another look. Smaller wave, but really well surfed here. You can see how much he's moving that board, creating speed, trying to drive through that end section there. And presses the eject button because it is really shallow on the inside there.
This is what makes Gabriel Medina so dangerous. I mean, how do you watch him? Like, no one's going to take that wave off Gabe. And just with his ability to go so fast on that inside shelf, he can just create moments for himself. That he just dropped a 6.0 on what really looked like a closeout. That just rushed across the reef. That's what makes him just unbelievable out here. When you look at the last 6 starts he's had here at Teahupo'o, his worst result is a 3rd. And in that semifinal, he lost with a perfect 10.
Wow.
Just his track record is just sensational. The thing is, he's number 6 in the world, so he's got something to fight for at his favorite event on the calendar. Looks like he's going to roll again. Pulling in, just getting a brief little vision inside the tube. Be a small little backup score for the moment. A lot on the line for Gabe coming to the final event of the season. Had an interesting start of the year, having a lot of 9ths, you know, even at Pipe where he's won and finaled in the past. And then finally got to your neck of the woods in Margaret River and picked up a crucial win to keep him in the conversation. The top 3 have already been solidified as far as their seed from 1 through 3. Toledo, Colapinto, Ewing. Remember, Chianca out of the contest earlier this morning in the elimination round to Kaoli Vost. Iago Dora got an 8-point ride at the buzzer to beat Kelly, so he's moving on to the quarters. So Medina, he knows he's got to win this event, and when you put that on a lot of names, it seems kind of seemingly insurmountable, but it is Gabe. 5 finals, 2 victories. He's on the same side of the draw as John Florence, so if they both make the quarters, they'll settle the score there. 2 great rivals. John, a 2-time world champ. Medina, a 3-time world champ. Really exciting heading into the last couple of days of this event.
Oh, wow. When I just look at all of that and listen to all those different stats and scenarios and situations, wow, it's just so exciting. Right now, I just can't imagine how Jiao must be thinking, you know, he's just sitting on the sidelines. Wonder if he's watching this heat go down or if he's just totally unplugged. And
yeah, what would you do?
I don't know. I don't know what the right thing is to do. I mean, you got to think he's... Oh, my goodness.
Late takeoff, Medina stalls super deep. He'll ride away right on top of Seth Moniz. What an effort there, but right to business to try to regain priority. Seth is in a tougher position. Up, he doesn't have to duck dive. Strider, how are they looking?
Oh my gosh, that was incredible. Medina's been surfing into rhythm this whole heat. There's a paddle battle. Looks like he's got the outside edge on him. And you know what? This has been incredible. I mean, he's been into rhythm this whole heat, just catching waves. He sold a wave to Seth and then, you know, made him go over the falls basically, and then drops out of the sky, gets spit out of the tube right over his feet, literally ran over where he was. He literally had to get out of the way and drop underneath the water, or else he would have just been sliced up by Medina's fins. That was insane.
So Strider, did Medina sell Seth on the wave before?
100% paddled for it, made it look like he wanted it, and then Medina had to go, or Seth had to go, and then the next thing you know, that he was in the lip underneath trying to pull in of just like a crumbly little warbly nothing. The wave just didn't have anything to it. So, I mean, 100% he sold him. You know, it was a bummer. You know, it was like making sure a crab needed sand. It was like, it was a bummer. And then right after it, the real wave was there and Medina was on it. That was a sick wave.
Wow, what a crazy back and forth. Good man was. Flick, how about that entry?
Yeah, such a late drop there from Gabby. Drives through that section, comes from deep. I mean, he's doing it all. Great heat IQ, sold Seth a wave, got himself in that position and converted with that.
He's a special type of surfer, Gabriel Medina, a 3-time world champ. His win at Margaret River this season, his 17th of his career. So he's in the top 10 on the all-time win list, equal with Mark Richards and Barton Lynch. So a win here could break that tie for 7th, you know, right behind Damian Hardman, but already the most successful goofy foot of all time with 3 world titles. As we see him just up and out, might as well just get a quick in and out on the inside. Catching a lot of waves is a scary sign for his opponents, because he could turn anything into a major score. His last wave at 8.17. Low score will be a 6. So Seth dealing with a combination now here in the round of 16.
Wow, that's a lot for Seth to process right now. To me, Gabriel Medina is just looking so dangerous. He's fired up. He's surfing his way. He knows that he knows how good he is out here. He knows the stats. He loves this wave. It's his favorite stop on tour. He's just got to be thinking, I've just got to surf. Look at my track record out here. As long as I'm surfing, putting myself on the best waves, I'm going to be getting the scores. I mean, With only 23.5 minutes left, he's got, which is a long time, he's already managed to get himself 8-1-7 and 6. He's still hunting now. I mean, he's deeper on the point. You've got to wonder now if maybe a bit of tactics is going to come into play. Maybe he's going to try and drag Seth deeper up the point. Seth seems to be sort of holding position right now.
Always so comfortable in the jersey. I asked Gabriel Medina about his first contest and what that was like, and he's like, well, I was about 8. It wasn't an official contest, but it was 15 of his friends. They actually put it on themselves. So they wanted to have their own event happening, and so they had to have a prize. So they went to the store and they got a Coca-Cola and some Oreo cookies. If you got first, you got the Coke and an Oreo. If you got second, you just got one Oreo. Third and fourth got nothing. But he said that was just where it all started, just having rivalries on your home beach with all your best friends. They would score themselves. Then he soon won like a local contest, and he was just hooked. He knew that this is what he wanted to do for the rest of his life. Qualified, he was still 17. He was so young when you look at that rookie year with John Florence and Miguel Pupo. And he won 2 events so quickly. From France and then San Francisco over Joel Parkinson. And then won his world title in 2014, which really just ignited the Brazilian storm. Adriano won the following season. That was one of Medina's heroes growing up. Adriano and Mick Fanning, the two he mentions as total role models for himself. And so it's kind of special that he got to win a title and then his hero won the following season.
Wow. They are some amazing stats, Joe. Very impressed by your recall there. That's impressive. Been doing it for a while.
I guess
very,
so.
very good.
Yeah, it's fun to...
Like amazing.
Fun to watch this guy, especially here, because he now has 48 excellent scores in his history here in Tahiti. And I think when he first came here, he showed the world that he was comfortable. He started seeing the slabs he grew up on. But just a beast of a competitor. Rarely makes mistakes, especially on heavy days out here. He's rarely on the wrong wave. Don't see him take too many donuts out here. But this is what you love about seeing how he's going to push Seth. If you're Seth Flick, what are you thinking right now to really stay engaged and giving yourself a shot to move on to the quarters?
I think you've just got to do your best and not focus on Gabriel and try not to listen to any of the chatter, the scores, get in your own zone and try and continue with that momentum that he had from that last heat. Try and tap into that. He was looking so connected. I loved what I was seeing from Seth. His technique was looking great in the barrel. Picked off a really great wave. So he did say in his post-heat interview, you know, he feels really at home here. This place has a lot of similarities to Hawaii. Tropical island, heavy waves, reef breaks. Try and tap into that and don't worry about your competitor. It's really, I mean, you should just be surfing against yourself.
You always wonder, like, how do you take on Medina? And I like that idea of just sticking to picking off the best waves, because you can try to control that if you can. But, like, would you study tape of him? Is there anything you could pick up on how to change things around? I mean, some surfers try to outdo him on the opening exchange, and then they sometimes get caught up in Gabe's game plan, and then he makes you pay for that.
I just don't think you can get caught up in his... I think you've really got to focus on yourself and try and put yourself on the best waves, because Gabby is going to be very, very dangerous if he gets on the best waves in this heat. I mean, that 817, that was a pretty good looking wave. I still feel like there's better waves out there today. We've seen a couple of 9s, but Gabby just has that ability today. We even saw it on the 6, take off on a smaller looking wave and convert a bigger score. So if I was Seth, I would literally just be out there trying to wait for those ones that hit the reef in a nice position, take off as deep as you can and get as pitted as you can. So much easier said than done.
I like it though. Striders in the water. What's your take on their positioning? Seth with priority.
Pretty wild how deep Medina is out there. He's sitting so much further back than Seth, and now he's starting to kind of creep over towards him as he sees these kind of westerly ones standing up on the reef. But just a massive separation in the lineup. Maybe trying to suck Seth deep to get him off his position. But Seth's off. He's got a spot and he's holding true. Oh, looks like they're going to be a little action right now with Medina. He's just going to go to turns, but Looks like he's going to do a roll-off layback.
Yeah, that was kind of cool. Strider, you're a goofy foot. So is Medina. There's been a lot of great goofy foot stories out here. Well, hold that thought. Medina's just going to keep on rolling. Might as well get barreled right in front of the Waz.
Gosh.
And then kick out. So
He's
just
so good.
Got a wave to probably reposition, huh, Strider?
I mean, yeah, you know, that hunt, just even though he's crushing this heat, he's, you know, got a good stranglehold point-wise, he's just still searching and hunting, and he's never done. That's the thing about, he's relentless, and that's the part about Medina, I think, that is the scariest thing, is that he is just one of those competitors that's never going to let off the gas pedal, and he's, you know, never, ever done eating at the dinner table.
Oh, he's so hungry, Strider. When you think about his approach, I mean, how do you rate it as a goofy footer in history of Tahiti? What does he do that is so special out here?
To be honest, he's just got a really high IQ, wave IQ. He understands which waves are going to do what on the reef. A lot of these waves, people just paddle over, and he sees something in them that he can do something with, and that's the most important thing about this wave, is that you have to realize what's going to happen and kind of look down the line of the wave and understand where the wave is on the reef and what that wave is going to do, and he is one of the best at reading waves out here.
Some of your favorite goofy footers out here, Waz, over the years?
Is he?
Who are they, like your all-time list and the history of this event as we watch Gabriel Medina roll into wave number 9, believe it or not, as he's up and out. Strider, what do you think? Your all-time hero list at this wave?
Oh, man, you know what? That's a tough go. It's a really tough go. There's so many great surfers out here. I cannot really put that all together. I mean, competitively, I'd say Medina is the most dominant out here at this wave. And, you know, that's, I think Hedgie is one of my favorites as well.
Wow, I like that call. Hedgie was incredible last year, too.
There's so many, though. There's so many beautiful surfers on the forehand. And, you know, Kingy's one of the best, too. Gabby's coaching.
Dude, Kingy was in this event in the late 90s when it was bombing at the QS level. Great. I love it, Waz. We'll give you a little bit of a break. Enjoy the channel and the rest of this heat. We'll catch up with him shortly. John's here. That's his buddy Eric behind him, who captures a lot of great free surfing clips, contest clips. They're like best friends. They sail around the world together. John captained that journey to Fiji last year after he got injured. I think he had some crazy moments too when he was in charge for a journey like that. He has Rio Waida coming up next. It's pretty wild that you're getting the Medina heat, the John heat back to back, because you have a lot on the line for both of those athletes. Seth chasing big scores to break a combo. Medina with priority and a really big lead as we think about one of the best years in history of this event, 2014. Rainbows were everywhere. The sun was out. It was glassy all day, and Gabe looked like a little kid. And he was wearing the yellow jersey because he was on his way to winning his first world title. First fall, came in the final against Kelly in one of the greatest years we've had here at the end of the road.
Wow, every time I look back at this footage, I just can't believe how beautiful the conditions were. Almost was like there was just not a drop of water out of place. Just so beautiful to watch. And take a look at baby Gabby.
It was pumping that whole week. There were certain heats that looked like they had toe sets still coming through, those real dark ones off the reef. It was so intimidating. And Medina was able to whip through some big names and got the biggest name in the final. That was when Kelly and John had that semifinal too, which is called one of the best heats of all time. And Medina, just 20 years of age, winning that event. He won Snapper to kick off the season, beating Parco in the final that year. Ended up becoming a 20-year-old world champion later that December. Ended up making the final that year at Pipe. Lost on a close decision to Julian Wilson. And now since then he's won 3. Now fighting for 4th, but he's got some work to do. Remember, it's all about being in the WSL Final 5, and he's number 6 in the world. Joao Chianca, number 4, lost earlier today. We'll just keep you posted as we get through the rounds.
Yeah, I'm so excited for to watch the end of this heat play out, and then also for the next heat with John and Rio. Can't believe we get to watch these 2 big heats go back to back as we have a look at Seth having a paddle.
Seth now sliding into an inside pit here and riding over the foam ball really well. Nice control there for the Hawaiian. And he'll lay down. So just had a couple of attempts before that where he fell inside the tube. So that's his first make of heat number 7. Now into his 5th matchup against Medina. What'd you see here, Flick?
Yeah, I look, he first make, got a little bonus section there at the end. He sort of pulled in. It was a smaller looking wave. Tucks in, has to get really, really tight. It's a really small barrel. It's right on the foam ball there. Stalling really hard, trying to maximize the end of that wave. You could just see his feet placement. He was so far up the front of his board. I liked it. I mean, it's a make. Shows, I think, that he's still connected. Still knows what's going on. Still carrying that bit of that momentum from that last heat.
Yeah, let's see if Seth can pull off a miracle on the back end of this matchup. Still 12 minutes to go, and he's one of the best in the barrel on tour. Let's see what happens next as well with Rio Waida taking on John Florence. We'll be right back.
Previous of blue is a 6.67 and last of blue 0.43. Blue, you still at second place, you need a 7.51. Blue, you need a 7.51. 11 minutes remaining, 11 minutes. First priority red, second priority blue.
I think winning the 4-4 title would put me in a special place, you know. That's why I wanted to come back. I want to win events, I want to win titles. That's the legacy I want to leave in surfing. When you're in the water, yeah, there's no friends. Someone's got to win, someone's got to lose. I like to chase. Hopefully I can keep this momentum.
Gabriel Medina with new goals. Originally it was to become a 3-time world champion, and now he wants more. Right now he's tied with Tom Curran, Andy Irons, Mick Fanning, all with 3 titles apiece. If he could get a 4th, he would equal Mark Richards, as we see the late takeoff from Seth Muniz. Pulling in under the hood. A little snap under the lip, but the Hawaiian goes down. Chasing a 7.51. Remember the wave he made on wave number 3. 667 got him out of combo. So much closer feeling. And when you remember Yago's heat with Kelly, where he got the 8 on the buzzer, Seth with his connection with the shallow reef, kind of got a brand new heat unfolding now. 9:15 to go. A bit of daylight for Seth. Now just needing a 7.51.
Yeah, I think it's totally obtainable. We'll have a look at this last replay. Snaps up underneath the lip. Tries to ride out, tries to ride that bucking bull, but just gets pucked off. So much foam to contend with here. You can see he snaps up underneath the lip and just gets compressed. But yeah, I like what he's doing. He's chipping away at it. 6.67. That wave, he rode it really well to the best of his ability. It's a tricky wave to read. Really technical little barrel that he got. So I think that's where the points are coming from. There was a couple of little adjustments done inside the barrel, and now he needs a 7.51. Totally doable out there. However, Gabby does have priorities, so let's see. Gab was having a bit of a sniff on that last wave too, trying to maybe think he was trying to force Seth to go that one, I think.
Yeah, there's so many interesting moves you can make in between waves that are ridden. Looks like Seth trying to sneak into that tube. He'll get clipped. Seth's best result, a runner-up finish at pipe. Almost winning his first CT. And coming up against Medina now for the 5th time. Previous 4 goes 3-1 in favor of Gabriel. Gabriel's had wins over Seth in Portugal. When Seth made the semifinals here, he lost to Gabe. Then also Pipeline. So Seth hoping to crawl back up that scenario and get a second win off him. His first win was at Margaret River in a previous season because Gabriel won this year, which was rad, showing Gabriel Medina's depth to really work on a wave that really challenged him. Margaret River was not an event that really popped out on the calendar, that really worked well for Medina in the past results-wise. He said it's always been hard for him, so that's what it felt so rewarding to make his first final in the West, but also get a win. It was really special and really important too, because he had a string of 9ths. Then he said he felt like he was back, had the winning feeling, and there was a lot of scenarios where it looked like he was on a roll in the back end of the year for another win. But one guy that really slowed him down a bit this year was Australia's Ethan Ewing. Got him in a lot of different places around the world.
Yeah, Ethan just had such a strong year this year. Unfortunately, getting an injury before the start of this event, hurting his back. I believe that he's fractured his L3 and L4. So we wish him all the best.
Yeah, and he's officially locked in the number 3 seed for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. And still has his spot there, so hopefully he'll be healing up in time. Yeah, Ethan got Gabe 3 times this year. Griffin got Gabriel twice this year. 2 guys that have had some stellar seasons. And I think that's a great motivation for Gabriel Medina. Just have new rivals pop up on the scene, new guys that are pushing him to the limits. It kind of reignited, you know, Kelly's hunger for world titles when Andy came around and made it really tough. So these multi-world champions sometimes are looking for new ways to be inspired. And like he said in that piece coming from Break, he doesn't mind chasing. He doesn't mind being the guy out of the WSL Final 5 picture.
Sometimes I feel like it can almost be better to be the person without the spotlight on them, you know? You kind of, I mean, Gabriel, he's hardly an underdog, but, you know, he is coming from behind. He's not in that top 5 picture just yet. It's in reach, but the attention isn't on you. You're not going to the press conferences. There's not as many interviews to do. He's got so much success out here. He can semi-quietly chip away at it. I won't say quietly because he's making quite a stand here, but
there is something to that.
Yeah,
when, you know, you're not, you know, that number 1 seed dealing with all the questions from the media as much. You know, he's obviously one of the most popular athletes in the world. Another champion that I thought did well with that was Mick Fanning. You know, Mick never went back-to-back with his world titles. He was always a contender. I felt like once the spotlight would just get off him a touch, that's when he really could focus and win a lot of important heats. John Florence getting loose. Missed out on Tahiti for a handful of years. First wave back, stand-up pit that we got to enjoy in slow motion. Courtesy of his great filmer, Eric Knudsen, who's always by his side. Yeah, what a great welcome back to Teahupo'o. He got here when there was some size. Really leads the charge when it comes to casual tube riding in a critical part of the wave, making it look so easy. Almost waiting for John, like without grabbing the rail, hands free. It's almost like he's about to yawn inside the pit on the foam ball.
Yeah, I just love his casualness that he brings to waves of consequence, you know. In these super intense moments, sometimes it can be really hard to not look intense yourself or not look rigid like you're holding on for dear life. But John just has this way about him where he takes off on the backhand, not grabbing the rail, just standing straight up tall in these big cabins that are so intense. And he looks so calm. The calm within the chaos.
Won his world titles back-to-back from 2016 to 2017, and it's just been really the injuries that have taken him out of more world titles. I'm just happy that he's been able to surf a complete season this year. He's only had 4 completed seasons before this. 2 were world titles. The other 2 were third in the world. As we look at Seth trying to burn some speed there. That's that perfect backhand approach. Didn't really get ultra deep. But without priority, he's doing his best, trying to get a 7.51. Gabe had to duck dive that last wave, but holds his priority out the back.
Yeah, smart decision for Gabe. Seth, really, you could just see that he was just trying to squeeze every last little bit of point out of that wave, committing to a section that probably if you were in a free surf, you would have kicked out before then. But he knows that he needs a 7.51. Here we go, we'll have a look at this replay. The smaller wave lets him in at the start there, but you can see he's really trying to put pressure, pump the brakes, trying to sneak in again for this little bonus section, but it's so shallow in there. Another look from the drone angle. Some nice tube time, but yeah, this little bit here just tries to commit again. See Gabby out the back having to duck dive the wave behind. A beautiful technique there. I love where you can see this going in and out from touching the wall of the wave. Just ever so slightly slowing himself down, speeding up.
So Seth turns in a 2.10 for that last wave. Still chasing a 7.51, down to 90 seconds. Seth's best score out here in Tahiti was a 9.57 in the past, 9.57, almost perfect. So all he has to do is find the wave. Tough part without priority. Medina is so smart and intelligent as a competitor. He's actually forced rule changes, or just things he saw that no one else had in surfing history. That's impressive.
Yeah, it is.
Learned the game so well.
You just really got to think right now that Gabby is just not going to let him take off in a wave. There's 40 seconds. There's no way. You never know. Unless he thinks that it's not going to be the score, but I just think that too much on the line for him right now, and he knows how much this heat means to him. He's got a convincing lead. 30 seconds. I don't think he's going to let him go. He thinks it's a good one.
Gabriel Medina starting to paddle to the inside. Seth will commit. Gabe lets him go. And just up and down for Seth Muniz. And now down to 14 seconds on the clock. Seth's going to turn and maybe get his final wave of the season. He'll just hop out of there and hopefully not get sucked over. Seth Muniz, hope you enjoy the off season. Enjoy time at home. Can't wait to see you back at Pipeline next year. Gabriel Medina will move on to the quarterfinals, world number 6. Trying to get closer to the WSL Final 5. Wins with an 8.17 and a 6.0. Coming up next, John Florence takes on Rio Waida right after this.
Voilà donc à l'instant début de la 8e série du 3e tour avec en rouge le Hawaïen John Florence opposé à l'Indonésien Rio Waida en bleu. Et pour la série qui vient de se terminer, qualification de Gabriel Medina pour les quarts de finale.
The first time I went to Tahiti, I had never been so scared of a wave in my life. I had really only seen videos and photos. Tahiti has the power to put you in your place. The energy and the way that wave comes in and wraps itself onto the reef. You get these raw swells out of the South Pacific, and they come out of thousands of feet of water and come up onto this shallow shelf. When you're in the barrel, you can feel the wave bending and pushing and folding around you. And you're looking actually at the land because the wave is bending so much. I think that just adds into making this one of the most scary waves in the world. Seeing waves like that out there, those are the moments that really inspire me. There's nothing quite like it in the world.
John Florence enjoying his time back in Tahiti, a very special place, and he was lucky enough to come here when he was a little kid, and he was just blown away at the waves he saw, and he's given us so many great highlights and so much entertainment at the CT level. He takes on Indonesia's Rio Waida in this heat. Winner moves on to the quarterfinals to surf with Gabriel Medina, who just turned in a 14.17 combined total, and they got busy during the break. John Florence just getting a quick wave, 0.37 for the effort. But the wave before was a 6.33 as he got a great start against Rio Waida. Waida got the first wave right off the buzzer, 0.77. So John already putting together an 11.5 total in the first few minutes of this matchup. He kind of scoured the lineup well in the opening round. He got into the 7 range. I just love that he was on the hunt. I think the last thing Ross Williams, his coach, would want is for him just to sit. You know, if John's riding waves, there's a lot of potential for him to turn in big scores.
Oh, for sure. I think it's a similar sort of situation. Here we go, replay of first wave of John. That's 6.33. Really, really good.
Cool, stylish kick out as well.
Yeah, great little, you can see there, he was just pumping inside that barrel. It was so deep. Comes flying out. Very stylish little kick out. And here we go. This is a look at wave 3. This is the 5.17. Wave slightly a little bit bigger, maybe not quite as deep as the 6.33. Have another look here on the drone angle. That wave stayed nice and open. Really great start for John. Already Rio needing a combination of scores.
I think they're really focusing on what these guys are doing on the takeoff, their technical ability to brush speed off. They even mentioned in the message from the tower to all the surfers saying if you do let go of the rail backhand, they're looking at that as being really committed. John does that really well, especially when the waves are a bit bigger. And when you ask him about it, he said it actually just feels natural. Because at first you're going, that's really brave. You're letting go of your rail in a big section. And he's like, I actually feel more comfortable in that position on waves like that. We're like, is he being really humble right now? Or is it honestly just make more sense to him? I think it's probably a little bit of both. Because the way he can drive when he lets go of the rail, he can cover some serious ground. He definitely showcased that in one of the best heats of all time in 2014.
I think too, being able to surf a wave like that so comfortably and let go of the rail, I think it all comes down to positioning on the takeoff. Like before he even decides that he's going to let go of the rail, you know, like his positioning when he's paddling into a wave like that allows him to be able to do something like that. So just perfect positioning, being able to get in so early, great read on the wave, great wave selection. Yeah, it's not a common thing that we see other surfers do. I've seen Andy do it.
Oh yeah.
Andy did it fantastically.
Andy winning this event back in 2010. It was a special one. Ended up being the last CT win of his life. Had a final with CJ Hobgood that year. Andy also had a heat with Kelly in the heat before. Really special matchups. As we see John pulling into the tube. It opens a bit wider for him, and Florence keeps his line and gets the exit. Throws down an absolute hammer of a turn, too. Still casual nature as he just throws that Paisel around. But he engages so much of that rail, even when it looks like he's just going through the motions. How about that one, Was?
That was ridiculous. I mean, the wave did not look like it was going to do what it did. It was almost like it did it because he wanted it to do it. And it was so fun to watch. I mean, he grabbed the rail, stuck it to the wall, and the thing was chandeliering, but then bubbled over him, and then he almost created space inside the barrel. I mean, it's pretty interesting to watch these two heats back to back, because Gabriel and John are both having this real roll right through, you know, like kind of just creating scenarios, almost willing it to happen. And I mean, he didn't have priority. The wave didn't look great, and he turned it into one. So I feel like there's something special going on, and we're witnessing it as it's happening this afternoon. And I cannot wait to see this thing progress into the final day, because it's going to be so fun to watch the battle for the final 5.
I agree. There's a lot going on, Strider, and you have a special seat right there in the channel. All these guys are paddling right past you. Is John one of the best paddlers on tour?
He is the best paddler I've ever seen, actually, in the world.
So he would take the cake as being the best.
Yeah, I've never seen anybody. I witnessed something I never thought I'd see. I watched those guys. They were on the North Shore of Hawaii, and they were paddling on a big north swell. The waves were probably 15-foot backs. I mean, giant 30-foot waves were coming through, and a couple of them decided they were going to try and paddle out just as for fun. And he actually was the quickest to make it right out through the lineup and get under these giant waves and somehow out the back before I could even get a camera or anything to watch, because I thought it was just going to be mutilation. But he just paddled right out like it was nothing. So, I mean, I'm convinced that John is the best paddler on tour.
Yeah, it's such an amazing skill set, and some guys have this ability to just cover ground. And for John, you know, you're not seeing him release all these fitness videos in a gym. Typically, his work's done in the ocean. You know, he's in the water, he's in the environment. He'll ride a bike up Pupukea, you know, behind his house and get lost for a little bit. He likes to be outside and get that natural training to get ready to compete. He just threw down a 7.5 and a 6.33. So Rio already in a tough spot, trying to break a combination as we focus on the matchups with these two guys. John Florence versus Rio Waida. Yep, the Indonesian's undefeated over the two-time world champ. 2 wins in the past, 11.85 average heat score. Turned into 14.4 total as well, and a 7.4. John ended up losing with an 8.43 in 2 matchups. So Rio at the moment wants to stay undefeated. However, John with a jump start in their 3rd matchup at the CT level.
Yeah, wow, Rio's got the jump up at the moment. So he's definitely going to want to keep that. We'll see, 25 minutes remaining. Rio's earlier heat today got a couple of scores, but not really probably where he wanted to be. Kind of mentioned that a little bit in the post-heat interview, you know. Hasn't spent that much time here yet. It's his first time here. So just looking to log the hours out here. Great way to do it in a heat with no one else out.
Yeah, he was really honest about that, wasn't he? You know, he was going, hey, I'm trying to figure everything out on the fly, because we're all talking about Olympic qualification season, how important that would be for him and Indonesia. And he's going, yep, I'm trying to learn everything I can. And talk about pressure that can amount on you when you're thinking about how much things would mean for yourself, for your country. As John's already provisionally qualified for the USA team, joining Griffin Colapinto next year for Paris 2024. Waves washing through the lineup. Priority with Rio. He took a look at it, and we'll see if the judges will let him hang on to that P next to his name. And looks like they're going to let it roll. So Rio is able to hang on to priority. John, 2nd priority. 23:45 to go.
Yeah, it looks like someone's having a look right now. Rio.
Airdrop. Now has to bottom turn, so he's going to miss out on the hollow part of the wave. It's an interesting point when you're taking off like that, when you want to knife it and pull straight in. It's tough to have to bottom turn, especially on these shorter waves. You're kind of missing the money part of all the action. And now John has priority.
Yeah, it's a bit of a scary situation for Rio. Still needing that combination of scores to get through. He needs to break that combination of 13.83. His casualness and the way he approaches the barrel comes down to his positioning on the takeoff and being able to get in so early. And that has to be the reason right there. It's just such an advantage in waves like this that are so fast, and you need to be so quick in the takeoff. Any extra speed you can get on that takeoff is going to help you immensely to be able to have even a split second longer to make a decision. So John's got that.
I would love to see like a short distance paddle race, John versus Medina. Speaking of Medina, he's hanging out with Laura.
Gabby, super dominant heat out there. Oh. Gabby, super dominant heat out there. You got the 8 and the 6 in the first 10 minutes, and just sort of keeping Seth off for the rest of the heat, trying to not let him get that 7 at the end. Talk us through it.
Yeah, that was a good heat. It's pretty tricky out there. I thought we were gonna have more waves, but yeah, I just tried to be selected, and I'm happy everything worked out, and yeah, made another heat.
Well, 2 heats that you've served, 2 dominant heats, and you're into the quarterfinals. What have you been up to in the last few days, and how have you stayed focused?
Yeah, I've been surfing, cruising. I did a hiking the other day with my friends, and it was really cool. It's a good place to do this kind of stuff, you know, just to cruise around, and it's been fun. I love Tahiti. I love being here, and yeah, this place is so special to me.
And a lot of results happening today with the other boys in the final 5 race. Have you been paying attention or just doing your own thing?
I'm focused on myself. I know I got to win to get a spot there, so that's my focus.
I think we'll see you tomorrow in finals day.
Thank you.
You. Well done, Gabe. Great performance. 14.17 combined total. He can just comb this lineup without priority, turn in scores. Next thing you know, his opponent's comboed as they've got a game plan to pick the best waves. He's unbelievable, so hard to beat. And we could be seeing a run-in with John Florence. Florence still has Rio Waida comboed. It's really cool too, because John and Gabriel qualified together. They gave each other a lot of motivation, and they have a ton of respect for each other as well. I remember when Gabriel got his first world title, and John hadn't had one yet. You know, you just immediately ask John how that makes you feel, and he said it gave him more motivation than anything. And you really love that response from John, because he is so mellow in his demeanor, but it doesn't mean he's not competitive. And he really channeled a lot of inspiration to do the same thing that Medina did. They've had matchups at Pipe together, a lot of matchups in Tahiti together. They might have another one. Let's see how Rio can make a comeback. Pulls in, up and out. Just a short look at the barrel as he's learning the ropes on the reef. Rio, one of the coolest guys on tour, so kind, so humble, and maybe one of the hardest working rookies on tour, who's just been committed to staying on a road basically for the year. Not worrying about trying to sleep in his own bed. He just wants to learn everything he's got, so he'll just soak it all in, and I love that approach. Rio finding a little moment on the inside there. His way before 1.9, still has him comboed.
Rio's getting busy. I like it. A couple of little quick insiders, a couple of makes. Hopefully going to break that combination and chip away at it a bit more to see the replay of those last 2 waves.
Yeah, such an interesting setup with a lot of different moods, you know, dealing with a lot of wind today as we look at Rio on his last effort.
Yeah, this was Rio nice and deep on that one, just hitting the eject button. You just see he's just trying to figure it out, maybe just hunting around a bit more. See, he almost got compressed there at the end, so he did really well to stick on that wave. But yeah, hunting around, picking up a couple of little smaller inside waves. Broke that combination. He's now sitting there with a 1.9 and the 4 for his last ride. So now he only needs a single wave, which is the 9.83.
Felicity, you love surfing big waves. First thing you think of is fear, intimidation, and those are the words you use when you come to Tahiti. What are some of the skill sets that you've learned over the years on how to deal with nerves and fear when you feel like the ocean's ready to eat you alive.
For me, I think it's inevitable that I'm probably going to be scared. I think if I wasn't scared, there'd probably be something wrong with me. But I think it just comes down to me for preparation. And that's what I fall back onto. And then just some positive self-talk. That inner dialogue, I think, is super important. And listening to that. If things don't feel right, it's probably for a reason. Trust that, you know.
As we look at Rio, checking this wave out under priority. Now up. The first Indonesian to qualify for the tour full time. Turned in a 4 on his last wave, so did break the combination. Now chasing a 9.83. So yeah, all that prep giving you confidence. There's a lot of footage of John over the years. There's one clip where he's able to sink his board and actually duck dive into the bottom of a pool.
I saw that.
It's an absolute fish when it comes to it. Thinking about expanding your lung capacity and your timing with breath holds, what's your process like?
For me, I don't actually, well, obviously it's great to have a long breath hold, but I never really time myself. For me, it's not about a number, it's more about just realizing certain feelings that are happening within my body when I am holding my breath. But yeah, I don't like to train for numbers or anything like that. It's mainly trying to like replicate a certain sort of wipeout or situation, which is usually with like a high heart rate. So lots of breath holds done with a high heart rate, which is really uncomfortable. Like running on a speed 10 on a treadmill while holding your breath.
Wow.
That they're just creating that uncomfortable sort of feeling, you know, because I'm sure we could all sit here right now and hold our breath for 30 seconds, 40 seconds. But that's not realistic for surfing big waves, is it? Because we wouldn't be sitting here stationary. It'd be like a washing machine getting ripped around.
Yeah, there's so many great people that talk about, you know, getting prepared for, you know, bigger waves. Mark Visser is a guy who loves challenging himself in heavy water conditions. And he's worked a lot with guys like Kelly where he'll have them hold their breath. They're going underwater in the pool and he starts flipping them upside down and sort of mimicking like a hold down, you know, and then if they can stay calm during the turbulence and maybe going through what could create anxiety and they can actually stay calm through it, they end up starting beating their times and getting better and better, and they start developing a really cool, comfortable feeling when they should be uncomfortable, you know, as your body's trying to alert you that you should be stressed out. A guy that does that well is John Florence. Won at Pipe, he's won at the Eddy. He's in the lead right now over Rio Waida with a 7.5 and a 6.33. Back for the ending of the round of 16 right after this.
I love matching up against Gabriel. It fires me up, it really does. He brings the best out of me, and so when I see him do his thing, I want to do my thing, and I think that's fun to have. The only thing that hinders me is my mindset. That's my biggest competitor, is when I'm just fighting myself before heats and with confidence. That's my why of being here, is just to get a little better handle on that. I am 150% still here to win a world title, and I am really interested to be a part of the finals and try to win it in that kind of fashion.
John Florence excited about a new season on tour, and look how he's been going so far in this heat. Putting his head down and popping out the other end. Slamming it off the lip when that entire wave had shut down. What was he doing in there? Somehow creating space and believing that he could get the exit. You see this from the best barrel riders in the world. You just can't count them out. Even though there's no space in there, it looks like it's all white water. Guys like John, guys like Jack Robinson can pull off miracles, Flick.
Wow, this was incredible. Just, I counted him out. And then he just came flying out of that section, straight up into the lip. Another little check turn there. But yeah, just absolute mastery. We'll have a look from this other angle. You can see he pumped through that section there. So foamy. You just see his red jersey flying out of that one, straight up into the lip. Wow. Just a wizard in the barrel just come shooting out. It was just incredible.
Exit shut down, and he found that low road. Strider Wasilewski, you broke this down earlier on what you got to do when the wave section's on you and you still know you can make it.
Yeah, you know what? He heard me. He was watching the he was watching the show. He was on WSL. He was on WorldSurfLeague.com, and he heard me talking about keeping that outside rail up, but turning it out, you know, towards the beach more. And you know, it paid off to listen up. And I'm not the guy. It's a miracle. I don't even. How does he? These guys are so amazing to actually, literally, he paddled by me and he's like, just gotta hold on. And I was like, yeah, I guess. After he sprayed me in the face as he went by, the guy's just killing it. I might have to go 2 out of 3 on this one and throw it in the fridge.
Are you still? Yeah, okay.
Okay.
You're brave. Yeah.
Well, you know, I mean, it's, he's surfing really well, and the ability to push through those sections, like we just talked about. You know, Flick was saying she thought he was gone. I thought he was gone. And all of a sudden, I saw this little flash of jersey in there, and I was like, no way, still there. And then he disappeared again, and then all of a sudden, out the door, you know, where there wasn't a door, I guess he kind of like appeared through the wall, and it was just cool. Like,
crazy.
I love it.
It's that element of surprise, Strider, that makes John such an incredible surfer to watch. Let's take another look, Flick, from here. 693.
Yeah, it was looking so open at the beginning there, and look, you just can't see anything, and then all of a sudden, red jersey shooting out of that foamy section. I really did count him out. Don't count out John, note taken. That was pretty incredible stuff. Absolute mastery, just sort of riding a bucking bull there, holding onto that rail of the board and muscling his way through. Incredible strength to do that.
Just being such a crazy barrel rider. Remember the wave he had a back door this year where he completely disappeared and somehow had room through the low road, went high. He's so bendy too in those situations, following his instincts. 6.93 and a 7.5, so Rio's combination has built a bit more. Needs to break down a 14.43 total in 2 waves. Olympic qualification has been the story for all these surfers, so Rio knows he was back in the pack on the rankings. Keep you posted on those scenarios. Remember, the post show is coming up right after this to really set up the quarterfinals as well. The women's have already been set up after the opening day of competition. Key heat to watch there will also be Carissa Moore back in the lineup with local wildcard Vahine Fierro.
Yeah, I am so excited for that. A rematch from last year. Vahine got the jump on Carissa. Oh, actually, no. Quarterfinal rematch. It is a quarterfinal rematch.
Quarters.
Yes.
It's on.
Vahine got the jump on Carissa last year, moved through to the semis.
Exactly.
Yes.
So getting some intel in, 8:20 to go here. Olympic qualification season. We know John provisionally qualified the other day. If Rio can break this combination and get to the quarterfinals, he would provisionally qualify for Paris 2024. If he loses in this heat, Matty McGillivray for South Africa provisionally qualifies for the Olympic Games.
Wow. I wonder if he knows he's going into this.
It's been brought up in post-heat
Yeah.
interviews a bit, and kind of knows that scenario, and he just puts his head down and said, I got to learn this reef, and he's going to go for it. Standing on his board now, Rio's been working with Glenn Micro Hall, not just at this event, but a lot of events this year. So he's been giving him some good thoughts. I mean, Micro is incredible at being that giant killer, you know, taking down huge names, outsmarting the other athlete in crucial situations. So see if Rio can pull something out here. There's Micro now, chatting with Waz. There's Eric there as well with the backup Paisel. A lot of red boards this year for John Florence. We'll see if we'll have a red board at the WSL Final 5 showdown, the Rip Curl WSL Finals in September. John coming into this event, number 7 in the world. Had some key events that you expected him to go on to win. Remember, Griff got him at Margaret River. That slowed him down. So odd to see John, you know, winless this season, but still with the shot. And the big story will be Gabe versus John. If that ends up being quarterfinal number 4, 6:30 to find out if that will be the matchup. I mean, they'll take each other out. Someone's going to be ending their season in the quarters. They're all trying to hunt down those spots from Dora. Remember, Chianca out, but Iago did beat Kelly today to move on to the quarters.
Oh, so exciting that I think Jack and Iago are matched up in that next quarter. That is going to be super exciting. Obviously, both coached by Iago's dad. A lot on the line for both surfers. And it's kind of just going to be sort of like a friendly matchup. I was actually talking to Bemi when I went out on my break on the boat, and he was saying that he's excited to see it because, you know, those two are really great mates. So it's kind of like when you've got a really great mate in the water, you can almost be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more assertive, because you know when you come in, it's all going to be friendly again, you know, so you can almost take it to them a little bit more. So looking forward to that Iago-Jack matchup.
Matt Bemrose taking care of Jack Robinson and Iago Dora for many years now. Matt was a longtime competitor. Came close to qualifying for the CT. Absolutely shred. Surprised he didn't. He said he did anything it took to win heats. As he looked sad, John Florence bottom drops out, pulls up and in, and gets puffed out to the channel. He'll style his way through another successful tube ride. Looking to improve on a 6.93.
Wow, what a little training nugget. That was such a beautiful little wave. Such a late takeoff too. Just, again, looking so casual though. Almost looked like he let go of the rail too once he dropped to the bottom. So super impressive by John again. Go have a look at the replay. So late. And just coming out nice and clean. Go, this is the angle that I wanted to see. Really late takeoff. Oh, he didn't let go, but he just pumped and maneuvered his way through that barrel. That red board just looking so good with the red jersey against that blue ocean, contrasting so beautifully. Just that wave drawing so much water off the reef. John looking so casual coming out of that one. And with a score coming through, 8.07. Highest score of the heat. John looking more and more confident, more and more likely to be moving through to the quarters.
John still swinging, pulls up and under. Well done for John. The wave spits, and let's stare at that whitewater. You never know where he's going to come out. That time, he ends up incomplete. But an 8.07 before without priority. 7.5 2 waves ago. Throwing away 2 6-range scores and a 5. So definitely one-sided in this matchup here in heat number 8 as we look at the final series for the event. We've got Leo Fioravante with that outside shot coming into the final event of the series. He has the local hero, Kaoli Vast, Iago Doro, world number 5, taking on probably what he would call one of his best friends. Almost feels like probably part of his family in Jack Robinson. Jack and Iago trying to see whose season will be ending. Iago does have the 5th spot, so he wants to carry that into his first Rip Curl WSL Finals. We've got Mihimana getting called up for the event, taking on Baron Mamiya, and then Gabe Medina or John Florence or Rio Waida. We'll see how that one ends up. Medina, number 6 in the world. John, number 7 in the world. So a lot to look forward to coming into finals day.
Yeah, I am so excited. There's a couple of heats there that I can't... Well, actually, every heat I can't wait to watch. There's so many different storylines, so many different scenarios. And to me, right now, it's really looking in favor of John in this heat, which means it's looking like we could get a Gabby-John showdown.
The whole story for John and Gabe is like they've got to win this event. First, they got to get past each other. That's already going to be the heat of the quarterfinals. The rivals that started off their careers together as rookies. Their first full season on tour was 2012. Pretty cool. Medina's got 3 titles. John's got 2. As we're down to 1:55 on the clock, Rio Waida will just throw priority back to Florence. But he learned a lot this year. Special surfer who can gather a lot of speed. Amazing progressive act with some high performance type moves and getting a good learning experience here at Teahupo'o.
I've loved his approach all year. He's spoken about it multiple times, but he just decided to stay on the road and learn as much as what he could. It was a major moment when he qualified for the tour. First Indonesian surfer to do so. And he's super aware that he hadn't been to a lot of those waves, so just making the conscious decision to live on the road, spend as much time at these places, and definitely first time here, said it, hasn't felt completely comfortable here yet, just trying to ride as many waves as possible, figure out the reef.
So many big names sometimes just fall off tour in their first strike, so Rio's got a lot to be proud of. How about this cave for John Florence? The show continues for the man from the North Shore of Oahu. An 8.07 and a 7.5. That 7.5 might be gone, and Rio Waida pulls into what might be his last wave of the season. Kicks out in front of John. I love that he's not giving up. Still pushing hard to try to fight for priority. And now looking at 25 seconds, hearing it from the tower, he'll actually stop and take a moment. John still paddling back out. But how about that wave for Florence? Packing such a big section. As soon as you think there might not be any more of those out there, John is just still so connected to the water as we close this one out. John Florence will officially be moving on to take on Gabriel Medina in quarterfinal number 4, and he might be breaking the scale on that last wave.
Yeah, that was an incredible drop. It was so late. He took off right underneath the lip. Found an absolute diamond in the rough out there. That score. Here we go. Replay of Rio. Nice little barrel there. It's got to feel good for him to make one. Kicks out right in front of John, but this is John. Tucks up underneath the lip and comes flying out with the spit. 9.57 for John on this one. Absolutely incredible mastery as he weaves his way through that barrel.
What a special wave for John Florence. 9.5, 8.07, 17.64 combined total. Another excellent heat for the man. And kind of to back up Medina's performance too. Medina had a similar type of approach against Seth. Had him comboed multiple times. John took that same type of presence in the heat with Rio. And to kick out of the best wave of the day on his last wave of the matchup, that was just magic. Florence with a lot on the line here. He was able to provisionally qualify for Paris 2024, but what he wants is to have a shot to compete for a 3rd world title. It doesn't get any better than this. Medina versus John. Are you picking a favorite in that heat, Flick, or do you want some time to think about that?
I want some time to think about that one. Maybe need to call a friend. That is just for me, the heat of the next round, those quarterfinals, it's going to be so exciting, especially with John's last wave, that 9.57 last wave of the day. Absolutely incredible. Just his read on these sort of waves with consequence is amazing, and I can't wait to see him take on Gabe. It's going to be incredible.
And also Jack Robinson trying to, salvage his season as well. He'll have that heat with Yago Dora, but focusing on John, a 9.57, Laura. How's he feeling?
John, a 9.57 to end the day. It's basically dinner time. It's last heat of the day. How's that feel?
It feels super good. I was kind of getting frustrated in that heat because we didn't get any of those big clean double ups throughout the whole heat, and kept getting these crumbly ones and having to just work my way through the pinchingness of it. And so yeah, I was really stoked to get that last wave.
And what have you been doing all day? It's been a long, long day. You're heat 16. You've been out here watching. How have you approached it? Yeah,
being the last heat of the day is never that much fun because I feel like you're sitting around all day anticipating it, not really wanting to burn energy. So I had a surf, and then I kind of just cruised all day, and I felt like it was going to change a lot through the day, and I just kind of kept checking in on it, and then I was stoked to get some waves. I knew the tide was going to be kind of dropping out, and so there would be some barrels.
And paying attention to the results of any of your other competitors at the moment, in the race for the final 5.
Kind of, yeah. I know everyone's kind of still in it, so we're all just battling. I don't really know what has to happen exactly, so I don't know. I feel like I just got to win the event, so that's what I'm going to try to do.
Well, you're up against Gabe next heat. I know he brings the best out of you. Looking forward to it?
Oh, yeah, that'll be super fun. We've had some insane heats over the years here, especially, and so I think that'll be super cool.
Nice, well, we'll see you in a few hours tomorrow morning for finals day.
Yeah.
Go rest up, get warm.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Laura. John Florence looking forward to a matchup with his longtime rival of Gabriel Medina in quarterfinal number 4. They're rated 6th and 7th in the world. That's going to be fun on finals day. Up next, WSL Post Show with Kaipo, Flick, and Pete. We'll see you then.
Welcome to the WSL Post Show here at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown Day 2 competition. And we got a lot of work done. Down to the quarterfinals for the men. I'm Kaipo along with Felicity Palmentier, a.k.a. Flick, and Peter Mel for this post show. Ladies first, Flick. We ended the day with a bang.
We really did. That 9.57 from John, last wave of the day, was absolutely incredible. Cemented his position in the quarterfinals up against Gabe. It's kind of what we wanted. So exciting.
We saw a lot of heats today. We saw a lot of excellent scores, Pete. We saw a lot of heats getting flipped within the final couple minutes of the heat.
It's true, and I love that. I think it's obviously, when you get it all the way to the end and you see these last-minute heroics, it was a challenging day today. It wasn't easy, Chopo, and there was not, the slam dunk waves, and so you can see how good the world's best are by the fact is the numbers were good, and it's because the surfers found ways to get scores.
The point I want to make, last year we had the men's Final 5 decided by this range, but right now it's still wide open for 2 more spots for the Final 5 for the men. And why? Look at the top contenders as we go through these brackets. Felicity, you got to pick for a quarterfinal. I think they're all entertaining, but you got to pick for one to watch.
I just spoke about it, but the Gabriel Medina, John Florence is going to be super exciting. Second, they're all amazing. But the Iago Dora, Jack Robinson, wow.
So Peter, Leonardo Fioravanti, Iago Dora, Jack Robinson, Gabe Medina, John Florence, all in a hunt of clinching and a possibility for them to clinch a spot in the Final 5. Depends on how Finals Day goes.
That's right. And you think the big 2 heats are going to be the Iago Jack ones, where they're must-win for both those surfers in order to really solidify a spot in that Final 5, and also the quarterfinal number 4 between Gabriel Medina and John Florence. There's a ton of scenarios that can unfold here. Even Leo Fioravanti, still, in the fact that he's in that number 1 spot, has a chance if he can get himself into that Final 5. You look at this little sheet here. This is my little artwork I threw the day, and you know how you love that, Kaipo, right? You like this one? You do, yeah. Right? So all little white spots there, that's that middle pack that are fighting for that 1 and 2 spots that are left on the draw. And again, ton of scenarios could unfold, but the must-win heats, quarterfinal number 2 and quarterfinal number 4.
Guy that's going to be watching on the sideline and how it plays all out is he came in 4th on the CT rankings into this stop. Joao Chianca, though, he was a victim of an on-fire Tahitian in the way of Kaoli Vasle.
Yeah, Kaoli was just looking so dominant. Joao took a couple of crazy drops there. We just saw one, couldn't quite stick it. Had to take off his wetsuit top here. Thought it was limiting him a bit too much, but Kaoli was just unstoppable. He knows every section of this reef. This morning in particular was really quite rogue out there, really hard to read, and I feel like that local knowledge really came in handy. Just picked out some absolute gems in what was really quite hard.
Yeah, that's a perfect example of surfers being able to manufacture and find and hunt and do all those things that the best surfers do. And a lot of them have done it. Even Joao, again, limited experience here, but he is very good in these types of waves. Gave it a bit of a run, but ultimately, Kaoli is just way too strong.
One side of the fair in this elimination round, Kaoli Vas found the 7, found the 6, found the way into the round of 16 as the day continued. That's just how we started the morning here. Let's take a look at the numbers, Pete. Pretty one-sided there.
Yeah, it was. I mentioned, but Chianca, he's capable out here, and he gave it a run, but ultimately, Ast is just way too strong out here, considering what we've seen from last year and what he's already been able to produce. He's back in the quarterfinals once again, and he's a spoiler, and here he is doing it again.
Yeah, he was a spoiler last year, the spoiler again this year. Then we had a heat, an anticipated heat with Kelly Slater, Iago Dora. Kelly looking on point. And this is a place where he has a very, very high heat winning percentage. We talked about 79% for Slater, but Iago Dora, he wants to protect his spot in that Final 5. So he had to defend it against Kelly Slater, in which he did, Flick.
Yeah, look, to be honest, in the beginning, Slater was coming out firing. He had the 7.33, the 6.93. He was looking like he was getting in that kind of really connected form, but it wasn't over because Dora was just feeling maybe even more connected, finding a couple of smaller ones and just threading the barrel. You could really see that he was hungry to win. He wanted to make the most of all these waves. And Kelly, though, still looking so smooth, so in control. To me, I actually thought when I was calling this heat that Kelly was going to run away with this. it wasn't actually until a bit later in the heat when Iago managed to find this one, which was that 8-point ride. You can just see the look on his face. He was just so stoked with that. And yeah, absolutely kicking Slater right at the post, right at the end there.
Let's take a look at the numbers here. That 8-point ride at the post. Golden, Peter, for Iago Dora.
It feels destiny for Iago, really. When that situation happens, he was getting smoked. It was all about Kelly Slater through a majority of that heat. The last 10 minutes is where he put it together, and he needed to, and he did it. Slater had nothing to lose, but Slater felt like, you know, it looked like he was on a roll. He looked like he was going to be in a nice rhythm to be able to finish out this event, but it didn't happen.
Speaking of Iago Dora, let's take a look at our WSL Final 5 snapshot. Iago Dora, Gabe Medina, in control of their own destiny. They take the win. They're guaranteed a spot in that Final 5. Joao Chianca, he's got to hope that Iago Dora does not reach the final. Gabe Medina doesn't win. A lot of stuff is hanging in the win for Joao Chianca. So it really is a story about Iago Dora, Gabe Medina, and Medina's going to have to overcome John Florence in quarterfinal number 4 to even make that possible.
Yeah, you know, I feel really grateful that we even get to witness that. It's so cool. It's going to be an absolute showdown. It's going to be really nervous moments for Chianca right now. It'll be interesting to know if he's going to be watching this all go down, watch his fate play out in front of him, or if he's just going to be turning everything off and not watching.
It's going to be a big finals day. You know, I said before, Pete, like last year we had an idea of our men's Final 5 already by this quarterfinal round. This year, it is up in the air. That's going to make it so exciting to watch.
That's so true, right? I mean, that's what we wanted, right? Didn't we kind of want this to all show down in the finals, and all of a sudden there's this huge pressure-filled heats, and we're going to see these surfers have to perform in those situations because that's what this tour has been set up now, to showcase pressure and how you respond to it.
You know what we did also today is the World Surf League's a Tier 1 qualifier when we look at the 2024 Olympics, and let's take a look at our provisionally qualified surfer out of this season. Team USA all set up. Team Australia all set up. Still a spot, Pete, for Team Brazil.
And there's 3 surfers vying for it. You got Iago, Gabe, and Chianca all sitting there for one spot. And so you think about not only the Final 5 picture, but this one right here, which is huge implications.
Flick, check it out. Also happened today. Kanoe Igarashi representing Japan. He's going to represent Japan again in the Olympics. And Team South Africa all set. Jordy Smith and Matthew McGillivray already qualified, provisionally qualified.
Yeah, super exciting. Jack Robinson also provisionally qualifying today for Australia. So Australia also looking like they've got a really strong team. I like Pete's point. I can't believe we've got to pick that final spot out of those 3 surfers because that's just incredible. I just think back to this year and how strong they've performed. Like, what?
At different points of the year, too. I mean, Gabe's been able to somehow, you know, considering what he started out the season, it was like, oh, wow, where's he at? And then sure enough, he has clawed his way back into an opportunity and one more day to see how it unfolds.
What's the playing field going to look like tomorrow, Pete? What's the arena going to look like tomorrow? Well, for that, let's take a look at what Surfline is providing for us as far as data, Peter.
Yeah, and there was this storm, the one and only that came through this second half of the waiting period. It really is it, that one there, and it's bringing us that kind of west-southwest angle that we saw today. There is another little burst and pulse that's going to show up for tomorrow, but it's going to be a different angle. You're going to see a lot more of that subtly angled swell, so we're going to go from probably 210, 205, and we're going to drop in. But there is a pulse. See that in the afternoon tomorrow? 6 to 10 feet. So ultimately, I think that we're going to see tomorrow be finals day, but you know, anything can happen. We could have some rugged conditions, who knows, and then we have Thursday to fall back on. But ultimately, there's 2 days left of surf that we're going to be pretty stoked on, and some pretty good wins at moments, I believe. So fingers crossed that happens.
Yeah, so that's the setup. I'm anticipating it. We're going to watch what the wind does, Flick, but this good news is that we have more swell on the way.
Oh, for sure. That little bump in the afternoon for tomorrow looks pretty promising. Maybe could be seeing the biggest waves that we've seen all events so far. And I'm a fan when it gets bigger. Pete's a fan when it gets bigger.
You guys are a fan when it gets bigger. I'm a fan of what we do to help out the environment here with WSL One Ocean. We had a great activation before we started the event, and let's take a look at the good work from WSL One Ocean.
We're here at the SHISEIDO Blue project, WSL One Ocean Coral Restoration. The ocean gives us so much, and now it's our time to support the ocean.
WSL One Ocean is a global initiative to inspire the surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean to preserve the future of our sport. Today we are in Tahiti joining forces to restore coral reef ecosystems with coral gardeners and the Tahiti ET Surf Club.
So the WSL Pure Grant program has enabled us to start really the work with the local community of Teahupo'o.
Today we replanted some coral that these guys at Coral Gardens have been growing or cultivating out here.
So first of all, corals are alive, and here, especially in French Polynesia, they are home to fishes that we usually eat. So coral restoration is here to help this ecosystem to bounce back.
It's expansion of the project. We want to reach 1 million coral planted by the horizon of 2025. This initiative is really helpful for us to reach a big community around the globe.
We really want it to be something that comes from the local community, the surfers especially, the fishermen, and the kids.
It means the future, because kids, they're gonna live further after us.
I think without the coral, we'd be in a lot of trouble, and it's really cool to give back and plant a few and hopefully save the coral for many years to come.
Right now we're doing something very technical, like restoring the coral here in Tahiti. It's something very technical and something it could be a little bit hard to do when you're at home or when you're alone. But there's so many different ways to support our ocean and protect Mother Nature.
If you have any experience in the ocean, you can feel like how it's so powerful, it's so much bigger than us. At the same time, by our action on land and stuff, we can affect it positively or negatively.
Show us what you're doing to protect our one ocean by posting on social media with the hashtag WSL One Ocean.
And tag WSL and WSL One Ocean on your post.
WSL One Ocean! Well, thanks again to the SHISEIDO Project Blue, as well as our coral gardeners and all the folks from the Tahiti ET Surf Club for that great coral reef restoration. Second year we've done that in a row. All right, you guys, you ready for it?
Let's do it.
We're ready for the final.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Top five of the day.
Bring it.
Top five of the day. Well, let's start off this top five. And Pete, our top five moments. We got some big moments here at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. The locals, Kaulivas, Mihimana Bray, dominated. They're in the quarterfinals, Pete.
That's right. And again, the wild cards have proven to be very difficult to beat, especially this guy, Kaulivas, but also a pleasant surprise from Mihimana Bray, because, we haven't heard a lot from him at this event specifically, and to get this chance and to provide himself a quarterfinal berth, that is pretty cool. This kid is very happy, and he's been doing it by getting numbers, by beating good surfers.
Yeah, beat world #1 on his way to this quarterfinal.
Beautiful surfing there. I'm just loving watching this Tahitian force. Like, tomorrow is going to be super exciting. Got a couple of big heats coming up. But yeah, Mihimana, I really liked watching him kind of on the world stage for the first time and really taking it to the world's best.
Number 4, it's all about Jack Robinson. 9.4 flick, the mastery of backhand barrel riding.
Oh, absolutely incredible. I was saying it when I called his heat, but I've just seen him do this time and time again. He is at home in waves like this. Waves that are a bit wobbly, a bit hard to read. This is Jack's bread and butter. Just 9-point ride in that heat. And I just cannot wait for his next matchup against Iago. It's going to be really fun.
Number 3, Pete. Gabe Medina. He's a force out here at the end of the road.
So true, and you also sometimes question his motivation. I mean, he already has 3 world titles, because he's going to come out here, he's going to be hungry. Well, certainly this proved the point, because he came out here, had the morning surf, and disappeared from most of the day until right before his heat. Matter of fact, 3 minutes before his heat, he showed up in the lineup. He had his moment, soaking in the mana, and then went out there and just devastated.
Speaking of mana, bringing the power, John Florence, number 2. Went excellent, an 8.07 and a 9.57, Felicity.
Yeah, really great surfing from John. He said it in the post-heat interview. He was just waiting for one of those waves to come through the lineup that was going to give him that double up, and he ended up finding a couple of them. Last wave of the day, ended up scoring a 9.57.
Munster heat total 17.64 out of a possible 20. Pete, looks like John John's the guy to beat.
Yeah, the guy to beat, but he's coming up against another guy to beat, Gabriel Medina. So that, like, again, big heat.
Speaking of beating the guy, number 1, Yago Dora, he beat the guy, Kelly Slater, with this buzzer beater, Pete.
Yeah, he did, and he did it in the last 10 minutes of this heat. It looked like Kelly running away with it, in rhythm, doing everything right, not making any mistakes. You know, there was nothing that we could fault for Kelly Slater. He did everything right, and all of a sudden, I guess the one thing, he had priority at the end of the heat. He let Yago go. That would be the mistake, and unfortunately, it tossed it out for him. He's out of the event, and Yago still has a chance to make it to that Final 5 and a chance to also to qualify for the Olympics. So big day tomorrow, especially for the Brazilians.
Big day tomorrow. Congratulations, Yago Dora. We'll see him finals day. Oh, man. I'm just decompressing from all of this, right?
Yeah.
I had fun today.
Okay.
Okay.
We got oxygen. You got some oxygen? I need some oxygen.
Pete, thank you. Flick, thank you. We'll take a look. We may be going tomorrow. Remember, tune in to WorldSurfLeague.com, 6:45 local time for a possible 7 a.m. start. Meanwhile, enjoy the end of day highlights. Aloha. Yorana.
It's big, it's pretty hefty, it's got a lot of jumbo in it.
Here goes Griff, pig dogging into this one. Rio Aida moves to the round of 16.
Kelly Voss pulls right in under the hood. Great read from Mamiya. Whoa.
Incredible surfing by the GOAT, Ian Gentile. Wow.
Big K for Seth Moniz. Liam O'Brien. Kyle Belly.
He feels like one of those waves that he had was a 3.33.
Conditions cleaning up right now as we enter into this round of 16. Kauli Voss, even though he's a wild card, he's one of the most talented surfers in this draw.
Yago going the distance. Great execution from the GOAT. Yago chasing a 7.76. Yago Dora does it on the final wave, upsets the GOAT. Jack Robinson pull into a beast.
Wow, he said, come on.
Nihimana finds a deep one.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.